Chapter 96 The world is shocked. The Grand Line, Paradise. Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. Kong, who was about to be promoted to Fleet Admiral of the entire army, looked very ugly. Kong Ming quickly reported the information collected by Marine to everyone present. The above is all the information about this Beehive Island incident. It's so scary. Polo Solino sighed in a long voice. Advertisement. Although his face remained calm, his expression was still very serious. From this information, we can know that the Golden Lion's body has recovered, and its strength is stronger than at its peak. This kind of red conquerors is really rare. She continued her analysis. On the sea, the boat can be inserted deep into the head for treatment, the legs can be transplanted, and the ability to regain youthfulness can be restored. If I am not wrong, there is a high probability that it will be that fruit. That legendary surgery fruit. Jun obviously knew something about the situation. Well, Golden Lion must have found a surgery fruit, or a person with the ability to operate a surgery fruit. He continued his analysis. We don't need to discuss too much about Golden Lion's physical problems, but his behavior in capturing Beehive Island this time there's a lot to look at. For example, he did not continue to use the name of the Sky Pirates, but instead used the name of the Sky Empire. It is obvious that the Golden Lion no longer intends to continue to be involved in the pirate forces. Another point is that he did not take away Beehive Island, but directly sunk it into the sea. Obviously he did not want other forces to occupy Beehive Island. This shows that the Golden Lion's Sky Empire is near Beehive Island. At the same time, the Golden Lion did not choose to recruit the members of the Akoku pirates, but massacred them all. It may be that he does not trust the people of other pirate groups, or he wants to draw a clear line with the pirate forces. After listening to his analysis, all marine executives have a new understanding of the Golden Lion. Sora asked, Crane, how do you think we should respond? Fleet Admiral, we don't need to be too anxious. It's useless to be anxious now. Crane paused. You can use news channels to promote the Golden Lion as the fourth emperors of the New World. I believe Kaido and Charlotte Linlin will definitely help us test the strength of the Golden Lion. He picked up one of the wanted notices that had just been printed, and the ability of the Sky Empire coder named Liang is the heat fruit. This fruit is Charlotte Owen's ability. We can secretly add fuel to the fire and let Charlotte Linlin. It is suspected that the Golden Lion killed Owen. Sora immediately affirmed, very good, I'll leave this matter to you, Crane. Marine did not give up the lion bounty because Shiki established the Sky Empire, but instead increased the amount of the bounty, making it surpass Whitebeard and lower than Roger. The bounties for Liang, Hermit, Das, and Vapa are also very high, reaching the level of more than 1 billion belly. Soon Morgan's World Economic News called the Golden Lion the fourth sea emperor to rule the New World. Advertisement. As for why it's so fast. The reason is very simple, because the Golden Lion's own strength and reputation are enough to become the emperor of the sea. There is no need to be like the red-haired Shanks, who struggled with several other royal groups in the New World for several years, and did not reach the top until around 1514. New World. On the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates. After receiving the following report, Marco showed an incredible expression on his face, and then came to Whitebeard. Dad, something big happened. The Golden Lion captured Beehive Island and defeated Akoku. The white-bearded man with an infusion tube already inserted into his body opened his eyes slightly. Shiki? Tell me the details. Soon Marco revealed all the information. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates present all showed surprised expressions. The Golden Lion actually massacred Beehive Island. And the Honeycomb Island sank into the sea. Did he have any beef with Akoku? Whitebeard also frowned. As far as he knew, there was no big problem between Golden Lion and Akoku. Teach's eyes also shone with some inexplicable brilliance. In addition to the dark fruit and Whitebeard's shocking fruit, the Piao Piao fruit also made him salivate. But now he didn't even get the dark fruit. He just longed for the Piao Piao fruit and didn't care too much. But another thing Marco said made Teach's heart turbulent. One of the captains suggested, the Golden Lion can restore youth? Dad, do you want to find the Golden Lion? Your body. Okay, my health is fine. Let's have a party. Whitebeard interrupted his son's suggestion and changed the subject instead. Marco frowned, but didn't say anything. Advertisement. In fact, Whitebeard doesn't want to regain his youth and continue to protect these sons. Unfortunately, he knows that there is no free lunch in the sea. Based on his understanding of Shiki, the other party will definitely use this as a condition to ask the Whitebeard Pirates to join his command. Judging from Shiki's performance in this Beehive Island incident, it is obvious that the local government intends to continue to dominate the world, and its ambitions have even become more terrifying. This made Whitebeard even more unwilling to cooperate with the other party. He just wanted his sons to survive and was not willing to fight for world domination. New World, all seas. Cake Island. Perospero took the intelligence he had just received and hurried to the castle hall. The aunt who was having a delicious meal suddenly turned gloomy when she saw her eldest son. Well, what happened to my child again? Sparrow pretended to be calm. Mom, the golden lion defeated Akoko and is now taking over Akoko's territory. That old lion is not dead yet. When the aunt heard the name, the fat on her face became a little ferocious. Obviously she did not think that the disabled and old golden lion was her opponent. However, Sparrow, who already knew the relevant information, had to pay attention to the return of the golden lion. He quickly explained. Mom, the boat on golden lion's head has been taken out, and new legs have been added to his legs, and he has become younger. What? The aunt's eyes widened. This dead lion actually healed his body and regained his youth? Damn it! Now the aunt couldn't sit still. She knew the strength of the golden lion very well. Even Roger could barely compete with the golden lion at its peak. If it hadn't been for that sudden storm, the golden lion could have escaped unscathed even if it couldn't defeat Roger. And Auntie knows her own strength. Once she encounters the golden lion, she may be able to escape, but it will definitely be difficult for other members of the kingdom to avoid the golden lion's attack. Piao Piao Fruit's island smashing offensive is almost a catastrophic threat to those forces with fixed territories. Perhaps Kaido can rely on the ability of the blue dragon fruit to be evenly matched with the golden lion in its peak stage in the air. At this time, the aunt finally remembered the good brother who had been away for a long time, and quickly took out the phone to contact Kaido in Wano country. At the same time, Sparrow quickly notified other core members of the family. Including Bayo, Katakuri, and others, they quickly rushed to the cake hall. Chapter 97 Dilemma. New World, the country of Wano. Ghost Island. Kaido is drinking with Quinn. Suddenly a phone rang. Kaido stopped and picked up the phone to answer the call. Ouch, old woman, what's the matter? Advertisement. Kaido, don't forget that you still owe me a favor. Kaido took a big sip of wine with calm eyes. Hiccup, you are still the same, what's the matter? That BD Shiki has recovered and gotten younger. You should know his strength. Shiki? That old guy actually has such an opportunity? Oh wow, this world is getting more and more interesting. Kaido laughed wildly. The aunt roared angrily. Kaido, did you hear me clearly? Shiki is not like before this time. He defeated Akoko of Beehive Island today and massacred the entire Beehive Island. Oh. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite his careless appearance, he was actually very shrewd. Although the beast pirates currently do not border the Golden Lion's territory, it does not mean that Kaido is not wary of the former captain of the 2nd Division. Linlin, what do you want? How about we join forces to test Shiki's strength? After hearing Auntie's proposal, Kaido did not refuse. Soon the two of them discussed the arrangements for joint testing. East Daxia Sea. Dawn Island, Windmill Village. Beckman looked at today's World Economic News with a very sad look on his face. What's wrong? Lucky Lu said while chewing on the chicken legs. We are in big trouble. Beckman turned his head and looked at Shanks who was chatting with Luffy. His head hurt even more. Shanks, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go outside. Shanks, who had lost an arm, saw Beckman's solemn expression, and immediately comforted Luffy, and asked the landlady to serve him a large plate of barbecue, then stood up and walked out with Beckman. The two came to the coast. Shanks, this is today's newspaper, take a look at it first. Shanks took the newspaper, flipped through it for a while, and his face became a little solemn. The Golden Lion has come back? And he has regained his youth and body. Trouble. Advertisement. Beckman knew part of Shanks' plan. After the other party plans to guide the child, he will go to the New World to start the fight for hegemony and prepare for future plans. Unfortunately, the sudden rise of the Golden Lion has caused great uncertainty in Shanks' plan. After all, the intimidating power of the Golden Lion is so terrifying that as soon as he comes back, he will be immediately promoted to the title of Emperor of the Sea in the New World. As for why Shanks didn't choose to become the 5th Emperor, the reason is very simple. New World's territory is limited. In addition to the part of the sea area controlled by the world government and marine, Elbaf, and a large part of the human restricted area must be deducted from the remaining sea area. The remaining territory can only accommodate up to 4 Sea Emperor-level pirate forces. And among the current 4 emperors, Whitebeard has the title of the strongest man in the world, and he has a good relationship with the Roger pirates. Shanks will definitely not seize the other party's territory. Charlotte Linland's 10,000 Kingdoms is a self-contained entity, and Shanks is very aware of the fact that the other party is having an affair with Kaido. Kaido is also not easy to mess with. With the blue dragon fruit and Kaido's ghost bloodline, his domineering, physical skills, and fruits are all top-notch, and his subordinates are also very powerful. Not to mention the Golden Lion, the legend that almost forced the Roger pirates into a desperate situation. Even the forces with a fixed territory could not withstand the Piao Piao Fruit's island smashing offensive. What's more, the Golden Lion is still young and his body is intact. No matter how confident Shanks is, he doesn't think that the red-haired pirates can go head-to-head with the Golden Lion. New World Mutation. Shanks was suddenly in a dilemma. In order to ensure that the promised person can reach the final island smoothly, he must escort him in the most dangerous New World. But now that he enters the New World, he must start a full-scale war with one of the 4 emperors and completely defeat one of them. Instead. And time waits for no one. With the current situation, the Golden Lion's Sky Empire will soon expand aggressively and carve up the remaining territory of the New World. Now Shanks regrets that he has stayed in the East Daxia Sea for too long. Even if he rushes to New World quickly at this time, it will take about half a year. After half a year, the daylilies were cold. Paradise. Sabayati Islands. Shucky's rip-off bar. That guy with the Golden Lion has regained his youth. Rayleigh looked shocked. Shucky sneered and looked at Rayleigh, you'd better be careful. I feel that the Golden Lion has changed a lot. Even Akoko was easily defeated by him. With the grudges between your Roger pirates and him, if you appear in front of him in front of me, I will probably be hacked to death by him. Advertisement. Hehehe, I'm already retired. Really? If that boy Shanks meets the Golden Lion, are you going to sit back and watch? Shucky reminded. Hearing this, Rayleigh reacted instantly, Shanks. Of course he knows what Shanks has been planning, and he is also preparing to compete for the position of Sea Emperor of the New World. Shucky looked out the window deeply, as if he had already felt the depression before the storm. The Sky Empire has fully taken over Akoko's territory, and the next step is probably to expand outward. With the location of the Honeycomb Island Sea area, if there is no war with Whitebeard and Linlin, it can only expand to the Karif Sea area to the west. Rayleigh was silent for a while, and finally shook her head, let young people solve their own problems. This is the best, I don't want to collect your body. How heartless. Shucky. Haha, let's pay for today's drinks first and then talk about it. Kotor Lao Lei. North Blue. Ike Island. The secret headquarters of the Don Quixote family. At this time, Brother Ming was looking at the newspaper in his hand. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes under his glasses were full of fear. Due to Noah's interference, Luo did not join the Don Quixote family, and Rocinante did not take Luo out for medical treatment. With this insider, many plans of the Don Quixote family were ruined by he. Even though it had become Shishibukai at this time, it still did not change the embarrassing situation of the Don Quixote family. Moreover, Diamante's death caused Minga to lose a core combat force. The current Don Quixote family is much weaker than the original timeline. Even the plan to enter the New World has been postponed. It has just entered the New World recently and is preparing to plan the Kingdom of Dressrosa. But the sudden rise of the Golden Lion made Brother Ming feel a pressure. If the Golden Lion also targets the Kingdom of Dressrosa, his plan will completely fail. This makes Brother Ming feel the same dilemma. Now he continues to act according to the original plan and faces huge uncertainty. If he does not continue to act according to the plan, the manpower and material resources invested previously will be wasted. Brother Ming was caught in a tangle. However, after struggling in his heart for a while, he made a decision and ordered his subordinates to continue with the previous plan. Obviously Ming Ge is betting that the Golden Lion will worry about the world government and marine and will not extend its hand to the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Of course, Brother Ming actually prepared a way, which is to find other 4 emperors' forces to cooperate. Even if the Golden Lion is willing to cooperate, he doesn't mind. The other giants in the underground world are also silently watching the Sky Empire's next moves. Chapter 98 The War of 3 Emperors. Sea of Hell. A blue dragon soars among the sea of clouds. There is also a group of dark clouds following the side, and an ant in pink stands on the dark clouds. Soon the two of them saw dozens of floating islands in the sky dozens of kilometers away, which was obviously the headquarters of the Sky Empire. Right now. Advertisement. A terrifying slashing wave swept across. Kaido in the form of a blue dragon immediately transformed into a beastman form, wielding the Hakusaiji mace, Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The fierce collision tore apart the surrounding clouds. It turns out it's you. In turn. Shiki fell from the sky, looking at Kaido who was walking back several hundred meters indifferently, and then turned to look at the ant who was walking on the dark clouds. Linlin, you are not at home to give birth, you want to come over, are you going to die? Well. Shiki, are you just going to welcome us like this? After all, we were once on the same boat. The ant didn't yell and kill as soon as she came up, but tried to keep things normal. Hey. Linlin, you are still as cunning as ever, but today I still want to thank you for bringing Kaido here. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiki ignored Big Mom and rushed towards Kaido instead. Veins popped up on the ant's forehead, a whole golden lion. You. However, the next moment, a terrifying heat wave swept over, and the iron fist of the burning sun released terrifying heat. Anti had to summon the sun Prometheus to deal with the high-heat iron fist of the burning sun. Kaido's arm muscles swelled, and his armor color and conquerors wrapped around Hachi-sai. King Kong Dysprosium. Red Heart Mighty Slash. Boom. The collision suddenly broke out, and some of the power was offset by each other. The attacks from both sides seemed to be equally matched. Red Heart Yellow Spring. Yingju and Muku waved into a circle, sweeping in all directions. Zhang Sanchi Yin Nai Luo. Not to be outdone, Kaido swung his mace and hit Shiki. Bang bang bang. The sword energy and the shadow of the stick dance together, and the roar is like a volcano erupting. Bad wind. Kaido spit out terrifying and dense wind blades. Advertisement. Azure Dragon. Shiki controlled the surrounding Emperor cumulus clouds and condensed them into a dozen cloud dragons with teeth and claws. Tornado. 9 dragons soar to the sky. The two sides fought fiercely from high altitude to the sea, then from the sea to the volcanic island, and then fought and lifted off from the volcanic island. The sword energy tore through the sea surface for more than 10 kilometers in an instant, reaching directly to the soil and rock formations on the seabed. The tornado whipped up huge waves. Countless sea water dragons collided one after another. The fire that penetrates the sky and the earth evaporates the sea water. A series of floating boulders fell from the sky. Boom boom boom, it hit the sea, causing thousands of meters of waves. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Whether it's Kaido or Shiki, both of them have very strong physical strength. If it is a disabled and old golden lion, it may not be able to defeat Kaido in his prime. However, through the infusion of huge vitality and the reshaping of the foundation with the source blood potion, Shiki's physical strength is much stronger than at his peak. Kaido once again withstood a series of sword attacks, but his heart became more and more solemn. Apparently he had discovered that Shiki's physical strength and endurance were no less than him, a user with the ability of the phantom beast species. The Red Conquerors shocked Kaido even more, because his armed defense was broken. Although he was able to survive with his strong body, he still suffered a lot of damage. The battlefield on the other side. Anti also fought fiercely with the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. In terms of strength, Anti is better than Liang, but Liang's ability is too weird, even weirder than Anti's soul fruit ability. Terrifying high temperatures, or reverse operation to freeze the surrounding by absorbing heat from the surroundings. Coupled with the magic cards hidden on the body, various means. Anti also had to concentrate on dealing with the scorching sun. This was without Liang using some of his trump cards, such as slow light and corrosive gas. But just the electromagnetic ability extended by the steel fruit, coupled with the air control extended by the gas fruit, made Liang extremely difficult to deal with. Liang's original body was Marine Lieutenant General Beta, who specialized in physical training. With the addition of huge vitality and the reshaping of his foundation through the source blood potion, his physical strength was naturally very terrifying. He struggled with his aunt for 3 days and 3 nights, and he didn't look tired at all. The battle between the 4 people is still continuing in the Sea of Hell. World government, marine, and underground giants all sent powerful intelligence personnel to secretly observe this battle. Especially the big news, Morgan's, he even came to observe in person. Advertisement. It was through Morgan's World Economic News that the outside world learned some of the details of the 3 Emperors' War. Although the results have not yet come out, many forces already know that Shiki's strength has returned to its peak. Moreover, the strength of his subordinate Liang can compete with Big Mom for 3 days and 3 nights, which is much stronger than Yin of the Beasts Pirates and Longbread of the Big Mom Pirates. Marine's headquarters at this time is Marine Fando. Except for Sengoku and Garp, who were on guard against the Golden Lion in New World, other senior officials in the headquarters, including Porosalino, were in the viewing room. Through the live broadcast of the elite intelligence officer Flame Photographer, everyone can see part of the battle scene. It's so scary. It's worthy of being a golden lion. Porosalino rarely looked serious. Kong frowned. Where did this blazing sun come from? No information has been collected on this person yet. He may be the heir secretly cultivated by Golden Lion. Crane analyzed. Kong continued to ask, Crane, which side do you think will win? Golden Lion, the Sea of Hell is originally the base camp of the Sky Empire, and there are still 3 Cotters above who have not taken action. He added, but Kaido and Charlotte Linlin should be able to escape intact. After all, they have to retreat, and Golden Lion also can't stop it. After listening to this analysis, Kong said, is this so? In this case, let Sengoku and Garp not act rashly and continue to guard the G1 base. Originally, he wanted to see if he could pick it up, or send Porosalino over to wait for an opportunity to sneak attack on the Golden Lion or Kaido. Now it seems that such a good thing will definitely not happen. And he was also worried that once Porosalino was sent, it would arouse the common hatred of Golden Lion, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, causing both sides to attack Marine together. This kind of thing has happened several times before. Whether Marine is targeting the Beasts Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, or the Whitebeard Pirates, the other two pirate groups will take the initiative to stop friction and quickly approach the marine base or the participating countries. Marine's several actions were in vain. After so many experiences and lessons, Sora will naturally not continue to do this kind of useless work. Continuing to watch the battle between the two sides is the most correct choice. Anyway, in the view of Marine's senior management, both sides are pirate forces, and it would be best to injure both sides so that New World can be quiet for a while. 3 more days passed unknowingly. The battle in the Sea of Hell has lasted for 6 days and 6 nights. Both sides finally began to show signs of fatigue. Lychees, in particular, had to secretly use life injection several times in order to maintain combat effectiveness and prevent Big Mom from freeing up her hands. And those high-ranking officials from all parties who watched the live broadcast of the phone bug also estimated that this time the battle was about to end. After all, in their opinion, it is impossible for both sides to really fight to the death. There is a high probability that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin took the initiative to retreat, and the Golden Lion has completely established its reputation as the Sea Emperor by virtue of its record of defeating the 2 Sea Emperors. You can even challenge the position of One Piece or the strongest man in the world. Chapter 99 Mutation, Additional Update. Ha ha ha. In turn, you are still far away. Shiki laughed and mocked Kaido, who had several wounds on his body. Kaido's face was full of fatigue. Obviously he had not thought that recovering the young Golden Lion's physical strength would be so terrifying. He fought for 6 days and 6 nights, and he still seemed to be at ease. In fact, this was a misjudgment by Kaido. Because Shiki secretly used 10 years of life force as a price to restore his body to its peak state a few hours ago. If he hadn't used his life force to replenish his physical strength, then Shiki's condition at this time would definitely be similar to Kaido's. Advertisement. Kaido glanced at the volcanic island in the distance again. He found that the battle between Anti and Lychees was still going on, with no signs of weakening. Oops, this guy Shiki can still maintain his physical strength, but more than half of my physical strength has been consumed. I can't continue fighting. I have to find a way to escape. Shiki's eyes were deep, and he could already feel Kaido's fighting spirit fading. Do you want to retreat? That's fine, it's time. A vague electromagnetic wave passed into the dark clouds not far away. Come on. Let's fight to the death. Red Heart God Destroyer. Shiki, come and kill me. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. The terrifying slashing wave and Conqueror's Haki collided with each other. Boom. The clouds in the sky burst instantly. The next second, Shiki approached very quickly and fought with Kaido at close quarters. Bang bang bang. Sudden changes occurred. Flower of Bones Node. A large number of sharp bone flowers sprouted from each movable joint of Kaido's body. What? Red Heart, Demon Slayer. A short sword inlaid with a sea stone was inserted into Kaido's chest instantly. Damn it. Kaido suddenly felt the weakness of his body. Even if it is immune to low-concentration sea stone products, it is difficult for Kaido's body to be completely immune to high-concentration seaflower crystals. When a master of this level fights and becomes physically weak, it is simply a fatal crisis. Advertisement. Azure Dragon Binding Killing Formation. The storage card hidden in Shiki's sleeves released a high concentration of sea stone clouds, which instantly wrapped around Kaido's body and even poured into his mouth and nose. Despicable. Kaido became weaker and weaker. Ha ha ha. A winner or a loser, you have no right to call others despicable. Shiki laughed as he pulled out 2 sea stone daggers again and inserted them into Kaido's peepa bone. At this moment, Kaido completely lost his ability to resist. Although intelligence personnel from all parties are secretly monitoring the battle here, since the battle between the two sides covers dozens of kilometers, they can only observe from the distant edge. The nearest Morgans is about 10 kilometers away from the core combat zone. This resulted in no one seeing the moment Kaido was attacked by Robin. However, as the smoke dispersed, all the intelligence agents monitoring the scene were surprised. Because in the telescope, they saw Kaido, who was like a dead dog, tied up with chains, floating on the side of the Golden Lion. Robin's ability is used for sneak attacks. Even if he sees and hears Haki, he can't react in an instant. After all, Organ Blossom can be unfolded on any object or creature at any time and anywhere. The moment you sense danger, it's already too late. What's more, Shiki borrowed Noah's Conqueror's Haki at that time, constantly interfering with Kaido's sense of sight and color at close range. When masters fight, victory or defeat can happen in a split second. Just like when Koshiki Oden was fighting Kaido, the old woman from the Black Carbon family used the imitation fruit to turn into Momonosuke. At that moment, Koshiki Oden jumped directly into the street. Originally, Shiki planned to use this move against Big Mom. Unexpectedly, the aunt did not dare to come alone, but instead went to find her old friend Kaido to come with her. Shiki changed her goal at that time. Compared to the Big Mom pirates, Kaido's Beasts pirates are more valuable. Damn. Auntie also discovered that Kaido had been defeated at this time. She gritted her teeth and immediately summoned dark clouds to escape. Liang did not stop the other party. Although Big Mom would definitely not be able to escape by pulling out the Noah family hidden behind the Sky Empire, this would directly expose the family's hidden strength and might even become a thorn in the side of the world government. The current performance is just right. Shiki didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the phone. Everyone listen to the order. Move forward at full speed to Wano country immediately. Receive. Dozens of floating islands are carrying Emperor Cumulus clouds, and they are rushing towards the waters of Wano country. Advertisement. As the vanguard force, the speed of the air fleet is even more astonishing. At the same time, all parties felt unbelievable about this result, but they had to accept the reality. The power of the Golden Lion made all forces give up the idea of seizing the opportunity to seize the Beast Pirates' territory. After all, those territories are fixed. Grab them now and wait for the Golden Lion to clean up the remnants of the Beast Pirates in a few days. Then wait for the island to fall from the sky and hit you on the head. And a Nagashima in Wano country. Yin's face was also very ugly at this time. He had received an urgent report from intelligence personnel. Boss Kaido was captured by the Golden Lion, and the Golden Lion was rapidly advancing towards Wano. Brother Yin. Let's go rescue Boss Kaido quickly. Jack, who was only 16 or 17 years old, immediately shouted. Idiot. Quinn hit Jack's head hard. Are you crazy? That's the Golden Lion that defeated Kaido's boss. We can't defeat each other even if we are tied together. Yin, let's evacuate the country of Wano immediately, otherwise everyone will become a prisoner. The look on Yin's mask was full of struggle. Quinn saw Yin's hesitation and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Yin, don't worry about Boss Kaido. Maybe the boss can escape from the Golden Lion like he did before. Now we have to ensure the Beast's pirates first. The basic strength is not lost. Yin hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed with Quinn's idea. I immediately ordered the core cotters to retreat from the harbor, while other peripheral personnel stayed. Quinn thought of another thing. What about the big snake? Don't worry about it, and don't notify the other party, otherwise there will definitely be trouble. Leave these troubles to that BD Golden Lion. Obviously Yin did not regard Orakai as part of the Beast Pirates, and was even wary of the other party causing trouble. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yin only let the core cotters know about the matter. The middle-level cotters were not informed of the details. In the name of going out to meet the boss of Kaido, the core cotters and middle-level cotters were taken away. The moment they entered the dive port, a ray of lightning slowly condensed into a human shape and appeared on the head of the big skull of a Nagashima. He had already sensed that Yin and other submarine was diving, and he suddenly sneered. The choice of self-destruction. If they choose to stay on a Nagashima and resist, they might be able to make Shiki and the Noah family work harder. And diving into the sea is another advantageous battlefield for the Noah family. Waves of electromagnetic waves completely blocked Wano's external communications. At the same time, Mary, Aja, Vic, Galdino, and others hidden on the seabed outside Wano also received Joshua's electromagnetic wave communication and began to surround the exit of the Wano undersea tunnel. Chapter 100. The group is destroyed. The country of peace. Undersea tunnels deep beneath the Ring Mountains. More than a dozen submarines are rapidly advancing towards the exit. Soon the submarine rushed out of the tunnel and entered the seabed of the open sea. However, as soon as he rushed out of the tunnel, Yin's face changed drastically, and he already felt a terrifying sense of crisis. Advertisement. Before he could react, countless black tentacles appeared from the bottom of the sea and wrapped around the submarine's hull and propeller at lightning speed. Oops. Jin immediately picked up the phone bug, but the phone bug showed no response. What's going on? Boom. The undersea rock formation suddenly erupted, and countless rock spurs rose into the sky. Directly through all submarines. Damn. Yin cursed angrily. Prepare the escape cabin. Quinn was shocked. Yamato, who was imprisoned in the cabin, was directly dizzy from the influx of seawater. The two big signboards of the Beast Pirates, together with Jack, Black Maria, Fozzie Fu, and others from the Flying Sixth Cell, are all fruit ability users, and they directly turn into soft-legged shrimps in the sea. Suddenly countless waxfish people appeared from all directions. Those members of the Beast Pirates who were not Esper were directly targeted by these waxfish people. In the sea, the wax fruit's weakness to high temperatures and flames was covered up by the environment. Yin and Quinn, who had just entered the escape cabin, encountered a large number of self-destructing wax piranhas before they floated more than 10 meters. Boom boom boom. As the escape capsule was destroyed, Yin and Quinn also felt suffocated and desperate. Gulu gulu. The waxfish men instantly enveloped Yin. These specially made waxfish men contain sea tower stone crystals in their bodies, which can suppress the ability user and completely make them lose their ability to resist. Less than half an hour. The Beast Pirates' escape fleet was completely wiped out. Not a single fish that slipped through the net was either caught or directly turned into minced meat and fed to the fish. Joshua observed the entire process through electromagnetic waves, and saw that all the cotters and middle-level members of the beast pirates had been wiped out. He knew that Wano country was already in the hands of the Noah family. 2 days later. It spanned a voyage of nearly 8,000 kilometers. The Sky Empire's forward-flying fleet finally arrived in the sky over Wano country. Because Joshua has been using electromagnetic interference over Wano country, the sudden changes in the outside world have not been noticed in Wano country for the past 2 days. In fact, this is also related to Wano's long-standing closed-door policy. They have almost no contact methods and channels with the outside world. Advertisement. Over Ghost Island. Dawes and Papa descended from the sky with the air cavalry troops. Who? Quickly inform Master Jin. Someone has invaded. What's going on? The communication can't be connected. Papa's wings suddenly opened. Return of life feather of heaven. Countless feathers shot out. Boom boom boom. Feather, transformed by the ability of the explosive fruit, has turned into an extremely terrifying explosive. The explosive he simulated is composed of dynamite rock. Those chaotic beasts and ordinary pirates were instantly destroyed. Ah! Run! Help! Baloo, help me! Get out of here, Laozi! Dawes's body was covered in weapon color, and his whole body turned into a sword state. Die! Scumbags! Blade storm! In an instant, dozens of ordinary pirates were killed. Haha, don't waste it! The hermit passed through dozens of pirates in an instant, and lightly tapped the chests of these pirates with his fingers. In an instant, the subtle corrosive air mixed with the color of weapons was penetrated into all the pirates. Inside the human body, even the physically stronger pirate was instantly knocked to the ground. Without the mid-level and high-level combat power of the beast pirates, a Nagashima could not stop them for even half an hour. They would either be captured or die on the spot. After clearing the Ghost Island. About 10 hours later, Shiki brought the Sky Empire's floating island group to Wano country. The land of peace, the capital of flowers. The black carbon snake appeared in the small square outside the main hall under the protection of Kurozumi Chanmaru, Kuroshiro, and Fukuroju. It's just that at this time, Kurozumi no longer had the arrogance and domineering look of the past, and his face was filled with only fear and anxiety. Where did these floating islands come from? But Kurozumi Chanmaru, who had followed Kurozumi to the sea, his pupils shrank sharply. Is this the ability of the Golden Lion? How could he come to Wano country? Where is Kaido? Golden Lion. Fu Lu Shao was very unfamiliar with this name. Kurozumi Shanmara's old face became more solemn, and he quickly explained, Ahem, he and Kaido used to be in the same pirate group, but at that time Kaido was just an intern, and Golden Lion Shiki was the second squad leader. On the side, Kuang Shiro was thinking about whether the Golden Lion's intention to come would cause harm to the Kojiki clan. Suddenly on the floating island, a dozen figures fell from the sky. What a Golden Lion! Kurozumi Shanmara's voice trembled slightly. Advertisement. Shiki landed directly in the small square in front of the palace. He saw the white-haired Kurozumi Chanmaru. It turns out to be you. Kurozumi Chanmaru. Shiki-sama, you are getting younger and younger. Kurozumi Chanmaru complimented in a low voice. What are you doing, Mr. Shiki, in Wano country? Prince Mito and I must fulfill our duty as landlords. Although Kurozumi had a smile on his face, he mentioned Kaido in his words, obviously wanting Shiki not to go too far. Suddenly Liang on the side took action directly. Kurozumi Chanmaru, who had been wary for a long time, immediately made a hand gesture, and a hemispherical barrier instantly enveloped Kurozumi Orakai. Boom! The hot iron fist of the blazing sun hit the barrier, but the barrier didn't move at all. Haha! Sir Shiki, what do you mean? I'm afraid when King Ming comes back later. However, before he finished speaking, he found that the barrier disappeared. At this time, a large number of bone spurs appeared on Kurozumi Shanmara's joints, and a large piece of hair entangled his hands, preventing him from using the fruit's ability. The barrier fruit is not invincible. Shiki bit his cigar and looked calmly at the ashen-faced Kurozumi Chanmaru. I am the general of Wano. The Kurozumi serpent instantly transformed into the form of the Yamata serpent and bit Shiki, Liang, and others. Flower of hair Yamata no Orakai. Robin's hair instantly transformed into the form of Yamata no Orakai. What? Kurozumi was shocked. When Fu Lashao saw this scene, he quickly took action, but the next second, he found a big hole in his chest. Liang punched him in the chest without giving him a chance to talk nonsense. The only person at the scene who did not take action was Kuang Shiro. Although he was holding Itachi, cold sweat broke out on his forehead because he found Shiki looking at him, as if he moved, his head would be dismembered. Two Yamata no Orakai were fighting in the small square. However, Kurozumi, who does not have much fighting experience, is no match for Robin. Boneflower Mandala. The teeth of Yamata no Orakai suddenly swelled and penetrated into the body of Kurozumi Orakai, and a stream of anesthetic venom was injected into its body. Even the phantom beast species cannot withstand such a huge amount of narcotic toxins. After a while, Kurozumi Orikai exited the form of Yamada Orikai and fell unconscious in the ruins. Garbage, a waste of a fantasy beast species. Shiki casually released a large amount of sea tower stone clouds from his cuffs, and tied up Kurozumi Orikai and Kurozumi Chanmaru. Then he looked at Kyo's and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Kojiki Oden's diehard fan? Do you have any last words? What? Kuang Shilang's eyes widened, and the next second he turned around and ran away. Iron Sand Tornado. The Kuang Shilang was covered in armor and brandished his sword. Open it. Too weak. Even if he tried his best, Kuang Shilang couldn't resist Shiki's fluttering fruit for a few minutes before being completely restrained by the iron sand. Robin then injected him with datura narcotic poison. Chapter 101 Cruel and Cruel. Although the Sky Empire's army made a lot of noise on Ghost Island and the capital of flowers, but the civilians of Wano seemed indifferent, and could even be said to be indifferent. After all, the beast pirates, plus Kurozumi Orikai's subordinates, had made Wano country a mess. The huge arsenals in various places not only polluted the land, but also squeezed the young labor force among the civilians. This is another reason why the remnants of Kojiki can make a comeback later. In Noah's opinion, Kurozumi is a fool among fools. Advertisement. Your Kurozumi clan is being persecuted by the Kojiki clan, so you have no problem killing the Kojiki clan. But you persecuted even civilians and deliberately polluted the country, turning people's hearts against you and causing resentment among the people. It was simply a good hand of cards that was played to pieces. I really can't understand Kurozumi's brain circuit. Shiki took Liang, Robin, and others to fully control the flower capital. And Mary also led people from the supervision department to secretly help screen the soldiers of the original Orikai group, and the remaining personnel of the Yuding Ban and the Imperial Palace banner. Noah was also in the Flower City at this time. He came here to recycle devil fruits, and also to use those good materials to create new apostles. The fruits of Kurozumi Orikai and Kurozumi Chanmaru were directly recycled, and the reborn Yamada Orikai fruit and barrier fruit were obtained. These two people have no transformation value. Next came the two phantom beast species, Kaido and Yamato, and their bodies were strong enough. Noah had no mercy at all and transformed them into apostles. Queen, Yamato, Big Mouth True God Fruit. Pope, Kaido, Blue Dragon Fruit. The reason why he did not hesitate to transform Yamato was because the opponent was a big fan of Kojiki Oden. Even if he could temporarily appease him, there would be great uncertainty in the future, and he might even turn back when dealing with Kojiki's remnants. Noah didn't have the confidence to use his thoughts to change this kind of idiot fan, and he didn't want to waste time. Only by directly transforming him into an apostle could he avoid future troubles. The same is true for Kaido. It is basically impossible for the other party to undergo ideological transformation and surrender. Even if the transformation into an apostle would prevent the two of them from using conquerors, it would still be a general level and a deputy level helper. Then he transformed Yin, Quinn, Jack, Black Maria, Fosfu, and Shimu. However, only Yin and Black Maria became the apostles of the major arcana deck, and the other four were all apostles of the minor arcana deck. Advertisement. Moon, Ember, Pteranodon Fruit. Priestess, Black Maria, Ancient Tarantula Fruit. As for Runty and Peggy Wan, although they both ate the fruit, they are still 8 years old and 6 years old, and can still undergo ideological transformation. Immediately afterwards, Noah transformed the captured Kuang Shiro and gave him the Yamada no Orikai fruit. Judgment, Kuang Shiro, Yamada no Orikai fruit. At this point, Noah's major arcana deck has collected 16 apostles, leaving only 6 empty slots. Still missing are the Fool, the Lovers, the Wheel of Fortune, the Hanged Man, the Tower, and the Star. After Noah transformed the apostles, he took away Kaido, Yamato, Yin, Quinn, Jack, and Kuang Shilang. The remaining Black Maria, Shimu, and Fosfu stayed behind. Plus the Das, Vapa, Hermit, Sun, and Robin originally planned for Shiki. The core cadres of the entire Sky Empire are already in place. Shiki, who controlled the Flower City and Onigashima, and with the cooperation of Mary, quickly purged the evil members of the Beast Pirates and Orikai group. These people were not wasted. The more powerful ones were used as experimental subjects, and the more ordinary ones were sent to the Rum Kingdom and handed over to Luo and Barton for organ transplantation, blood extraction, and finally draining out their vitality. Back and forth, Barton harvested the vitality of more than 30,000 villains. He used more than half of the vitality reserve before and it skyrocketed again. Obviously, the ordinary members of the Beast Pirates are basically villains with a lot of evil doing. Except for a few children like Runty, the rest have been dealt with. There are also more than 8,000 villains in the Orikai group. After more than a month of purges and re-recruitment, the Sky Empire only gained about 20,000 troops in Wano, and they were still ordinary combat forces. Of course, Shiki didn't care too much about the more than 20,000 ordinary soldiers. He just wanted these people to fight against public security and stability. The real battle would depend on the more than 1,000 people brought by the Noah family. In order to win people's hearts, Shiki started a work for relief plan as soon as he took control of Flower City. After more than a month of work for relief, those civilians who were in extreme poverty basically had enough food. This was why the Sky Empire was able to recruit more than 20,000 people in the flower capital. Advertisement. As time goes by, the Sky Empire's control over Wano country becomes stronger and deeper. Robin, who is in charge of intelligence work, is currently reporting to Shiki the various intelligence she has secretly collected over the past month. The above situation is the current underground forces in Wano country. 5 gangsters. 3 illegal businessmen. 17 large-scale bandit forces. 39 noble families. Ha ha ha. That's great. This kind of rotten thing should be completely swept into the trash. Shiki the Noah family behind them has money, materials, and strength, and there is no need to compromise with these forces. Robin, I'll leave this matter to you and Liang. Let's start with the gangsters and unscrupulous businessmen. I understand. Robin nodded. She had never been an innocent person. She had seen too much darkness. While she longed for light in her heart, she was also even more intolerant of sin. Especially after reading 5 volumes of dragon slaying and through constant investigation, she found that compared to gangs, pirates and bandits, unscrupulous businessmen and nobles were the real source of evil. Because it was these unscrupulous businessmen and nobles who caused the poverty of the common people and made many people choose to take risks. Pirates, gangsters, and bandits are to be killed. Unscrupulous merchants and noble kings must be eliminated. Otherwise the world will not fundamentally change. Robin and Liang took their elite members and quickly attacked the gangsters in the Flower City. Regardless of whether they were wrongly accused or not, they would all be detained first. Anyway, when Mary examines it, it will be revealed immediately whether it is a human or a ghost. And Shiki is not idle, he is looking for the remnants of Kojiki hidden in Wano country, as well as those possible devil fruits. The first target targeted by Shiki. Naturally, he is an arrogant Azura boy. Although this guy was very strong, it was a pity that he met Shiki who had no martial ethics. He was directly beaten and taken away, and the bandits took him into custody. Immediately afterwards, Shiki marched into Kuri Castle and captured all the gangsters that Kojiki Odin had collected before. As for the other daimyo, Shiki is very grateful to Orikai and Kaido for solving all these troubles. Now only one Shimatsuki Ieyasu is left, still hanging on. And the coward Kojiki Tsukiyaki hiding in the Bamboo Hat village, and Kojiki Hiri who works as a geisha in the arcade. As long as these people are dealt with, even if the remnants of Kojiki return from time and space in the future, they will not be able to change the world. Chapter 102 To avoid future troubles, additional update. Doli Village. The residence of Hitosu Tenguyama. Kojiki Tsukiyaki, who disguised himself as a swordsmith, was also shocked by the sudden change in the Flower City. However, he did not choose to stand up, but continued to carve the beautiful girl doll here, silently waiting for the day of the prophecy to arrive. In the quiet basement at night. Advertisement. Kojiki Tsukiyaki, who had just finished carving a beautiful girl doll, touched his hungry belly and prepared to go to the kitchen to get something to eat. That's when he opened the wooden door to the basement. A figure wearing a bamboo hat and a windbreaker with a red cloud pattern on a black background was sitting silently in the living room. Who are you? Kojiki Tsukiyaki was shocked. Sure enough, just like Kokiki, the day you are waiting for will never come. The hermit casually patted Kojiki Tsukiyaki on the head. The terrifying corrosive power was instantly unleashed, and Kojiki Tsukiyaki didn't even have time to scream before it turned into a ball of blood. Target cleared. Vic, who came over temporarily to provide support, came up from the ground and said, "The weapons this guy made are pretty good. There are dozens of good sharp knives hidden underneath, as well as 2 ordinary sharp knives and a big sharp sword-level demon knife, and there are also others nearby. This devil fruit was found in a small canyon. Second-generation ghost and the dango fruit." The hermit picked up the second-generation ghost and didn't care about the strange aura of the demon sword at all. "If you don't want to be destroyed by me, surrender immediately, otherwise." As soon as he finished speaking, the corrosive energy in the hermit boiled, mixed with armed domineering energy and poured into second-generation Kaititsu. Second-generation Gait felt the corrosive energy of destruction, and the blade vibrated crazily, and then stopped vibrating completely. The hermit immediately put away the corrosive energy, and then used pure armed color domineering infusion. The injection effect was very smooth, and it was easy to touch the core of the sword spirit. Apparently second-generation Kaititsu also gave in. As Noah's apostle, the hermit's character is a fusion of Hanover and Noah. He has an attitude towards this kind of uncontrollable foreign object. If you don't surrender, you will be destroyed. After taking down second-generation Kaititsu, he randomly inspired a card. Magic card, teleport. Instantly transport the dumpling fruit to the castle space. As his abilities developed further, Becky's castle space has expanded into a super giant castle, with the size of 3 km times 3 km times 1 km. At this time, the interior of the castle space is divided into various functional areas, including the part where Becky fights the embodied castle giant outside, that is, the battle zone. There is also a material reserve area, emergency medical area, escape guidance area, item receiving area, fruit recycling area, temporary detention area, comprehensive transportation area, and central control area. Within these areas, there are hundreds of members of the Noah family on duty in shifts. Advertisement. For example, the dango fruit that was just delivered was immediately registered by the staff, and the superiors were notified to hand over the devil fruit to Noah for safekeeping as soon as possible. Vic manipulated the surrounding rocks and led the hermit into the ground. For those with the rock fruit ability, the underground is like a dragon entering the sea. Except for avoiding some underground water veins, it can basically flow unimpeded. After leaving Doli village, the two quickly moved from the Kuri underground to the nearby town of Ebisu. 2 days later, in a mountain forest northwest of Ebisu town, Shimotsuki Iyasu, who was still alive, was directly dissolved into a pool of blood by the hermit. Continue to the northern cemetery in Linghao district. After finding the Jikimaru hidden here, Vic and the hermit didn't have any nonsense. This kind of special individual who eats the renren fruit is usually very stubborn. Unless he is raised from an early age, there is no way to reform his mind. Vic captured Jikimaru, then used the sea tower stone cuffs to seal his abilities, and then sent him back to the castle space to recover the devil fruit. Other side. Robin and Black Maria have initially completed the purge of the flower capital area. All the underworld gangs and unscrupulous businessmen have been wiped out, and the prison in Rabbit Bowl has become overcrowded for a while. At this moment, Robin and Black Maria came to the arcade. The two stopped at the door of a room. There were bursts of deserted shamisen music coming from inside. Crunch! Black Maria pushed open the wooden door. The girl who was kneeling inside saw Black Maria and Robin. Her face was very calm. Sir Maria, Xiaozi is polite. She is indeed a beauty, but it's a pity that our positions are different. Robin smiled and looked into the girl's big eyes. Hearing this, Kojiki Hiri's heart suddenly tightened. Robin's eyes were deep and he said to himself, will prophecies really come true? It's a pity that you can't see it anymore. Kojiki Hiri trembled slightly. In an instant, Black Maria's spider silk tied up Kojiki Hiri. Don't be afraid, my sister will let you leave quietly. No. Poof. The venom was injected instantly, and Kojiki Hiri's face began to turn purple, and then he quickly fell into coma and died completely in less than 10 seconds. Robin was very calm throughout. She knew very well what Noah was thinking, and she must eradicate any enemy to avoid future troubles. Being too kind will harm others and yourself. Advertisement. Since the Noah family took over Wano, it has meant a fight to the death with the Kojiki family. They have replaced Kaido and Kurozumi Orikai and become the big villain that the Kojiki family must defeat. Since they are destined to be enemies, there is no need to show mercy. Black Maria then ignited the spider silk, and Kojiki Hiri's body was instantly ignited. It was one of the family rules of the Noah family not to leave the body of an important enemy. Suddenly Robin's phone buzzed. This is the garden, what's going on? Sir, the power signal has been detected. The communication parties are Minamoto Riki, the former finance minister of the flower capital, and Kamijo Hiratatsu of the Hakumai region. In the content of the call, Minamoto Raiwichi plans to contact nobles from other regions to select a suitable candidate from the remaining Shimotsuki, Fujitsu, and Ugitsu clans and support him as the new general of Wano country. In addition, Minamoto Raiwichi also plans to introduce the Whitebeard pirates to fight against our Sky Empire. He plans to send his son Minamoto Toriji as an envoy to the Whitebeard pirates to serve as a lobbyist. A sneer appeared on Robin's face. Did you start jumping over the wall after seeing our actions? Continue to monitor. Yes. Hang up bug. Robin and Black Maria left the deserted arcade. Just when the two of them walked out of the arcade, hundreds of masked warriors appeared in the streets. Kill. Avenge the boss. Damn intruder. Robin looked at these warriors expressionlessly. What despicable parasites. Flower World Mandala. In an instant, a lot of flowers appeared on the ground around them, and the flowers exuded strong narcotic toxins. Flower of hair 10,000 snakes. The flowers on the ground suddenly turned into countless lion majesty, entangling hundreds of warriors in an instant. Under the double blow of narcotic toxins and hair snakes, these warriors were wiped out in an instant and died tragically on the street. The spies from all sides hidden around him couldn't help but feel cold all over. After a while, people from the city defense army also came over. Lord Garden, I'm very sorry. Robin waved his hand. Okay, it's just some parasites. Please clean up here. The squadron leader breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Chapter 103 Extreme Pressure. Returning to the governor's mansion, which was transformed from the former general's mansion, Robin and Black Maria did not pay too much attention to the assassination just now. Because both of them knew very well that these Ronin warriors were just pawns, and the power behind them was the key. Nobles, gangs, and unscrupulous businessmen can't wait. Robin looked through the pieces of information, and the more he read, the more he felt that this country was sick, and it was terminally ill. Black Maria took a puff of cigarette. Hey, it seems we have to put more pressure on them and let them jump out on their own. What about inheritance tax and personal income tax? Robin's eyes flashed coldly. Advertisement. Inheritance tax? Personal income tax? Okay. Black Maria, who has part of Noah's memory, naturally knows the relevant contents of inheritance tax and personal income tax. The next day. The streets and alleys of the flower capital are covered with stickers on the new law just promulgated by the governor's palace. The Emperor of the Sky Empire issued an order. From now on, the Fuzhou Governor-General region shall have jurisdiction over Huachu, Linghao, Beiwu, Zhuhai, Tuwan, Ximei, and Ghost Island, and will implement inheritance tax and personal income tax. The inheritance tax is levied on all citizens, and those whose assets are less than 10,000 yuan are exempt. Those with assets above 10,000 and below 100,000 are levied at 20%, those with assets above 100,000 are levied at 40%. Personal income tax is levied on all citizens. Those whose annual income is less than 10,000 yuan are exempt. Those whose annual income is more than 10,000 yuan and less than 100,000 yuan are levied at 20%, those whose annual income is more than 100,000 yuan are levied at 40%. If you fail to declare and pay taxes on time, the violator will be fined 10 times the tax. If the tax evasion exceeds 1 million, all assets will be confiscated and imprisoned for 10 years. If you refuse to cooperate, the Governor-General can use all means to impose sanctions. As soon as this decree came out, the people on the streets immediately started talking about it. However, the city defense soldiers who had been assigned to interpret the laws a long time ago immediately began to educate these civilians to avoid deliberate guidance. You people don't have to worry. Don't you know how much your monthly salary is now? A carpenter immediately realized that he worked at the construction site of the governor's mansion and only earned about 600 yuan for a full month. Even if he worked for a full year, he only earned 7,200 yuan. The team leader continued to explain, and this income is calculated on a family basis. If you have children or elderly people in your family, it will lower your annual income. Personal income tax has nothing to do with you. That's true. But those old men, hee. Although these civilians usually grovel to the nobles, if they are given the opportunity, they will not let go of gloating and adding insult to injury. This is human nature. Just by using this decree, the Governor-General successfully divided the common people and the nobility. Over time, not only the nobles in the Flower City knew about the new law, but the big families and nobles in other regions also received relevant rumors. The capital of flowers. Advertisement. Dongtian Street, Yuanfu. In the dry landscape garden of the mansion, Minamoto Riki and several retainers looked extremely ugly after listening to the servant's report. The retainer Hiroji Watanabe cursed angrily, "Damn it! These pirates are really not good people. They issued such a vicious decree. He is going to make it impossible for us to survive. The head of the family can't wait any longer." In the past, Kurozumi was only harsh, but this Sky Empire has gone too far. Another retainer, Shintaro Yamama, also looked indignant. Encouraged by his retainers, Minamoto Riki finally made up his mind, "We really can't sit still and wait for death. I will immediately contact the noble families in other areas." "Toriji, you have already mastered that power, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty," the blonde young man kneeling next to him replied respectfully. Genryoji immediately ordered, "Very good, you immediately leave the country of Wano secretly and go to find the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is Lord Odin's former captain. As long as you persuade him, we can expel the Sky Empire. The country of peace." Yuan Hoji nodded, "I will definitely live up to your trust." It's quiet at night. A figure climbed over the wall from the back door of Yuan Mansion and quickly disappeared into the night. After leaving the city of Flower Capital, the figure was revealed. It was Minamoto Toriji, and golden flame clouds were seen emerging from the solace of his feet. The flame clouds carried him into the sky, and quickly flew towards the cliffs and waterfalls in the distance. Soon he was flying to the edge of the waterfall. At this moment, a sword energy swept across the sky. Koji's sight and color gave him an instant warning, but unfortunately he was too weak, so he could only avoid it in embarrassment. The next moment, more than a dozen water dragons surrounded him from all directions. "It's over. Father, I'm sorry. I'm going to break my promise." Hoji felt the weakness and weight of his body. Shiki casually picked up Koji from the sea, another phantom beast type user. "This place is really evil, but you can't escape from my grasp after all. Send Toriji, whose abilities have been sealed by the Sea Tower stone handcuffs, to the castle space. Soon this phantom beast devil fruit was successfully recovered. This is also the fifth phantom beast species harvested by the Noah family in Wano. They are Kaido's fish fruit blue dragon form, Yamato's Inyagoku Ogakai god form. The snake fruit of Kurozumi Orakai is the form of Yamata no Orakai. Jikamaru's Renren fruit grand entrance form. Advertisement. Toraji's bird fruit new form. Plus the 9 tails foxes and vampires that Noah's family originally had. All of a sudden, he had 7 species of phantom beasts. The harvest from conquering Wano country was much greater than expected. Noah has already made preliminary arrangements for the great entrance fruit and new fruit. First of all, these 2 fruits will definitely not be used to make apostles. After all, there are already 3 phantom beast species among his great arcana apostles, and there is no need for the great entrance fruit and new fruit to add to the cake. Among them, the great entrance fruit was given to Nolan, the giant snake on the empty island, because the great entrance form is a monk soldier, similar to the form of the great Buddha in the Warring States period. After the giant snake Nolan ate this fruit, he turned into a giant and was endowed with the wisdom of a monk. His potential is very high. The new form was prepared to be given to Enel. The other party's work in the West Blue Governorate and his ideological attitude made Noah very satisfied and decided to give the other party this fruit. Enel was confused after receiving the notice. However, he quickly came to Noah through the escape tunnel. Enel greeted respectfully, Master Noah, long time no see. You have worked hard these years, sit down. Thank you, Lord Noah. Enel sat aside. Noah chatted with him for a while and then got down to business. He took out the small box containing the fruit and said, Enel, this is a fantasy beast fruit. If you want to eat it, I'll give it to you. Phantom beast. Enel's eyes widened. After training and studying over the years, he certainly knew the types of devil fruits and even more so the rarity of phantom beast. You must know that there are even 5 Logias in the family, but there are only 2 phantom beasts. Now facing a fantasy beast species, Enel naturally had no reason to refuse. Sir Noah, I am willing to eat this fruit. Then eat it. After receiving Noah's answer, Enel opened the small box with trembling hands and looked at the devil fruit inside. He swallowed and quickly bit into it. After a while, Enel ate all the pulp. Then he entered Nu's beast form. This is a fantasy beast with the body of a fox, the limbs of a tiger, the tail of a python, and the face of an ape. What abilities does this phantom beast have? Enel sensed the devil fruit ability in his body, and after a while, he revealed Nu's ability. Chapter 104 Hunter and Prey. January 5, 1509 in the Haiwan calendar. 2 months have passed since the Sky Empire took over Wano country. The New World is becoming more and more turbulent. Of course, other regions are not idle either. For example, in the East Daxia Sea, the famous country of music was destroyed a few days ago. The red-haired pirates admitted their act of destroying the country and quickly entered the paradise. It is estimated that they will enter the New World soon. Advertisement. Another example is the Salbei Kingdom in South Blue. The Big Bear is known as the Tyrant, and its bad reputation has begun to spread throughout South Blue. The Kingdom of Flowers in West Blue fell into an internal rebellion. The weapons imported by the Don Quixote family through the Sea Transport King made the rebel forces within the Kingdom of Flowers grow stronger. The Revolutionary Army is also causing trouble in North Blue, overthrowing several bad kings and supporting new good kings. In addition, Sand Crocodile has also been extremely active recently, frequently traveling around the world and recruiting many bounty hunters to join his Baroque studio. The Sun Pirates are still wandering around the paradise, escorting some slaves back to their hometown. In the New World, the Sky Empire not only controls Wano country, but also fully takes over the peripheral territories previously controlled by the Beast Pirates. Those responsible for receiving these peripheral sites are divided into 3 core groups. They are Vapa and Shimu groups. Das, Fazi Fu group. Liang is in a group alone. Regarding the previous affiliated pirate groups under the Beast's Pirates, Shiki seemed to have an attitude of accepting all comers, but in fact, he concentrated all these pirate groups in one place and then killed them all. These pirate groups are all existences full of blood debts and crimes. They have no value at all in transformation and can only be used as experimental subjects, organs, and vitality suppliers. As for whether cleaning up these pirate groups will cause these peripheral territories to lose control, there is actually no need to worry at all. On the one hand, because the management level of the Beast Pirates is very low, they basically collect protection fees. For the residents of those islands, they are allowed to have internal autonomy, as long as they pay enough protection fees on time. On the other hand, thanks to Shiki's reputation, all forces dare not invade the Sky Empire's sphere of influence. Naturally, the entire sphere of influence of the original Beast Pirates was taken over by the Sky Empire. Unless they were able to defeat Shiki and the Sky Empire, invading now would be basically the same as seeking death. Even the world government has strictly ordered Marine to exercise restraint. After all, the deterrent power of Piao Piao fruit is too strong. Once Shiki goes crazy, unless Marine sends all its high-level combat forces to New World to garrison, there will be no way to prevent Shiki's revenge. Obviously the world government is not willing to have a fierce conflict with the Sky Empire for the Beast Pirates' territory. The world government is standing still. Charlotte Linlin was frightened to death, and is now strengthening the defense of the sea area of the world to guard against the invasion of the Sky Empire. Although Whitebeard was dissatisfied with Shiki's occupation of Wano country, he was not carried away by anger. Advertisement. Whitebeard had taken his son to fight against the Beast Pirates before. Although he could beat Kaido until he vomited blood, he couldn't keep Kaido. As soon as he approaches the waters of Wano, Kaido will directly enter the territory of the Whitebeard pirates to cause trouble, forcing Whitebeard to return. The mobility of the current Sky Empire is even more terrifying. Whitebeard is very afraid of the rejuvenated Shiki, so he suppresses the idea of restoring Odin. After all, in Whitebeard's heart, his sons are more important. There is no interference from external forces. Sky Empire's reception went very smoothly. Of course, this is also related to the simple and rough reception work. The Sky Empire did not immediately clean up the kings, nobles, gangsters, and unscrupulous businessmen of the island countries, but maintained the previous management method of the Beast's pirates. This is a short-term stopgap measure. After Shiki finishes handling the affairs of Wano country, he will take action to completely bring these island countries under the rule of the Sky Empire. A month has passed since Minamoto Rika sent his son Minamoto Toraji to find the Whitebeard pirates. Since Wano's communication snail can only be used within Wano, if the distance exceeds about 1,000 kilometers, the signal of the communication snail will become worse and worse. Therefore, Yuan Longji did not realize that something was wrong with his son. However, as the time drew closer and closer, Yuan Longji and a group of nobles not only completed the internal integration, but also elected a new general. Robin looked through the information with a sneer on his face. The Jiki snake god has appeared. It seems that we caught a big fish this time. There are 24,000 Ronin warriors, 6,700 servants of each family, 3,600 bandits, and 4,200 gangsters. There is really strength in numbers. Black Maria smiled and puffed away. Robin opened the curtains and looked at the moonlit night sky above the willow branches. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Leave the gangsters and Ronin samurai in West City to me. Black Maria took over this task. Then leave Dongcheng to me. A flower appeared above Robin's head and floated in mid-air. This ability is similar to that of a green bull. The sky above the aristocratic neighborhood in the East City. Robin looked at the mansion complex below. All 17 noble families in the Flower City were here. They disdained the concept of living in the same neighborhood as the common people, which was just convenient for Robin to do something. She landed lightly on the dry mountain water in the courtyard of Yuan Mansion. Flower of bone falling bee swarm. Countless cherry blossoms are falling like raindrops. Yuan Longji, who was writing paperwork in the study, suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Under the lights, cherry blossoms fell all over the sky. Sakura rain. Yuan Longji admired it subconsciously, but he soon realized, that's wrong. This season. However, it was too late. In the cherry blossom rain, the grey-white bone wasps attacked with lightning speed. Enemy attack. He kicked up the desk to block the bone wasps attacking from the window, then rolled to the knife rest and pulled out a large sword. Advertisement. Willow Leaf's sword. More than a dozen bone wasps were split open by the airtight sword energy, turning into cherry blossoms all over the sky. Ah! Someone come quickly. Help! Yuan Longji's face changed drastically, damn it! He heard the screams of his wife and young son, as well as the calls one after another, and knew that the entire mansion had been attacked. Flower of Bone's other shore. Not good. Yuan Longji warned wildly when he saw it. He immediately jumped on the beam, split the roof and rushed out. The moment he rushed to the roof, dense bone spurs sprouted from the ground, penetrating the entire house, blooming like flowers from hell. Flower of Bone's Susanoo. The huge skeletal giant suddenly rose up. Flower of Bone's image of Shura. The skeleton giant instantly transformed into a three-headed and six-armed form, holding a bone knife on its arm. Yuan Longji brandished his knife in rage, die. Willow Leaf 9 flashes. Robin in the skull giant's forehead, hell's punishment. Countless bone spurs emerged from the ground, and the entire aristocratic neighborhood was instantly covered with bone spurs. All the weak people inside were penetrated by the bone spurs. None of them died on the spot, and they were still hanging on the bone spurs, screaming and wailing. However, Yuan Longji's slashing attack had no great effect and only cut off a small part of the bone armor. Robin knew that the remaining people were all masters with extraordinary skills. She clasped her hands together and said, Flower World Mandala. Countless flowers bloom on the bone spurs. Narcotic pollen drifts in the wind. When Yuan Longji saw this scene, his face became more and more gloomy. He jumped with all his strength, the willow leaves will fall and chop. Click! The skeletal giant's forehead bone was split open. Yuan Longji rushed into it instantly, and with a knife wrapped in armed domineering force, it penetrated directly through Robin's chest. Robin looked at him with a smile, flower of hair snake bite. The old power was gone, but the new power was not born. Yuan Longzi was instantly entangled with Robin's hair, and the fangs of more than a dozen hair snakes had penetrated into his body. I'm not willing to give in. I have news for you. The man named Hoji is dead. What? Yuan Longji's eyes widened, filled with pain and hatred. Chapter 105 The dust has settled, additional update. As Yuan Ryuhuzi was killed, the other remaining masters in the noble block saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled in all directions. It's a pity that Robin's flower world mandala is a large-scale skill. The more intense their activities are, the more pollen their bodies inhale. Originally, they could still rely on their armament, domination, and sword skills to resist those bone wasps and hair snakes, but now they are becoming increasingly weak. Under Noah's guidance, Robin changed many of his previous habits of using abilities. Advertisement. For example, for the ability of limbs to manifest, except for the necessary sensory organs and the internal muscles of the exoskeleton, the flowers of other limb organs should be used as little as possible, and the flowers of bone and hair should be used instead. The bone flower is not a real bone, but a combination of horniness similar to fingernails. This is to avoid one of the weaknesses of the flower of organs, which is empathy. Because there are no nerves in the cuticle, it naturally does not transmit pain to the body. If it were the previous flower of organs mode, once Robin's flower of organs was attacked by an enemy, she would have to suffer the same pain. The accumulation of pain would be enough to drive a person crazy. In addition to bone flowers and hair flowers, Robin is also looking for all kinds of strange flowers in nature for reference. Develop various poisonous flowers, medicinal flowers, and strange flower abilities. This is also the fundamental reason why Robin's strength has soared to the level of an elite lieutenant general. She imitated part of the stomach baron's abilities and developed the gluttony flower, which allows her to gain huge energy reserves through crazy eating. If you want to fight a protracted war, Robin can spend 10 days and 10 nights with the enemy without any problem. The bone spur hell and flower world that just covered this noble neighborhood did not consume even 1% of her physical strength. As for the knife stabbed by Yuan Longji, in fact, it is just Robin's bone flower clone, and her true body is actually hidden underground. In terms of the degree of weird ability development, Robin is second only to Noah among the Noah family. The concept development of Paramecia devil fruit sometimes really depends on the level of knowledge and openness of thinking of the ability user. After Robin destroyed the entire aristocratic neighborhood, he left a scene littered with corpses. When the city defense troops who rushed over saw the corpses on the ground and the broken buildings, they had a look of awe on their faces. Other side. Black Maria also eliminated the entire gangsters and Ronin samurai in West City, but she did not kill them all like Robin. Advertisement. After all, these gangsters and Ronin can still be used as waste. Therefore, Black Maria just poisoned these people and asked the city defense troops who followed to take these people to Rabbit Bowl prison. Similar situations happened one after another in Linghao, Nozomi, July, and Beiwu. Joshua, Vic, Hermit, Anthony, Tomini, and others secretly took action and destroyed the rebels on the list. It's a direct and merciless extermination. There is no need to retain this kind of aristocratic power. To deal with this kind of group, we must eradicate it and kill them all. Because they will not be grateful to the Noah family for saving their lives, but will harbor hatred. If given the chance, these people will definitely come back. There are too many experiences and lessons in Noah's past life memories. When dealing with enemies, don't try to reason with them, but use physical means to eliminate them. Because some people are stubborn. The arrogance formed by generations of nobles in the Flower City has long been integrated into their bones. Instead of trying to influence them in a thankless way, it would be better to send their whole family directly to see the Lord of Hell. As the dust of the Bloody Night settled, the entire resistance force in Wano was wiped out. The Sky Empire directly abolished the name of Wano Country and changed it to Fuzu Province, which governed Hwaju County, Julai County, Nozomi County, Tuan County, Beiwu County, Linghao County, and Onigashima County. As for the dozens of floating islands in the Sky Empire, Shiki placed 6 of them in the inland sea of Fuzu Province to expand the original counties. The remaining 43 floating islands were relocated over a volcanic archipelago northwest of Fuzu Province, and the Sky Province was established here. Regarding the more than 3 million people in the Fuzu Province, Shiki decided to move part of the population to the Sky Island in the Sky Province after discussing with Noah and Robin. After all, if the population structure is not changed, it will be easy for Fuzang Province to form a clique and breed ethnic groups. In the future, as Sky Empire gradually integrates the affiliated island countries of New World, this mutual migration of populations will become a normal method. The arsenal and Halo quarry built by Kaido and Orakai in Fuzu Province were not closed, but were upgraded. After all, Noah is not a fool like Kurozumi, and he cannot do such things as deliberately polluting his own land. By improving processes and adding pollution treatment equipment, as well as rationally allocating working hours, these factories quickly resumed production. The polluted land and rivers were also transported to a volcanic island by Shiki for centralized storage. Soon those lands could be cultivated again, and various advanced agricultural technologies and equipment allowed the agricultural production in Fuzhou province to not only recover, but the overall output even exceeded the Koshiki-Sukiyaki era. Advertisement. The economic system of the Sky Empire is biased towards the government-run economy, and the production and sales of various basic materials are monopolized by official enterprises. Small shops, small workshops, handicraft shops, and restaurants run by civilians are a supplement. Coupled with high taxes on the rich and inheritance taxes, this has basically inhibited the rapid accumulation of assets among high-income groups and prevented the gap between the rich and the poor from rapidly expanding in a short period of time. For the civilians in Fuzhou province, they don't have many opinions about their current life. After all, there is no harm without comparison. In the previous era of Orakai, people were hungry and impoverished. Going back to the Koshiki era, civilians were also generally poor, and it was normal to not have enough to eat or wear or keep warm. Now I can eat enough and even eat meat once or twice a month. No more intrusion from gangsters. No more ruthless street fights of Ronin samurai. No more aristocratic children bullying men and women. Who will miss the Koshiki clan, especially after the corruption of Koshiki Oden? The common people in Fuzhou province now generally have no good impression of the Koshiki clan. Of those who longed for Koshiki's return, only the nobles and Koshiki's retainers remained, and most of these people had been eliminated. Only the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were sent to the future by Tianueshi were left. With the Sky Empire's population migration to various provinces, it is estimated that by the time Momonosuke and others appear, the population structure of Fuzhou province will have been completely changed. Obviously Noah had no intention of giving the other party a chance. The Sky Empire is constantly integrating internally, and the underground arms markets in various parts of the New World are becoming increasingly chaotic. However, the arrival of the Don Quixote family at this time just filled part of the vacancy caused by the loss of the Beast's pirates. On the other side, the red-haired pirates, who had just finished coating on the Sabayati Islands, were finally about to officially enter the New World. But at this time, New World's territory has already been divided up. Rayleigh and Shuki watched the red-haired pirate group's ship dive. I hope Shanks won't be too impulsive. The Golden Lion is not easy to deal with now. Shuki guessed with some surprise, he actually lost an arm in the East Daxia Sea. Could it be that there is a Sea Emperor-level master hidden in the East Daxia Sea? Maybe. Rayleigh did not ask Shanks about the specific situation. Shanks only told him that he had bet his arm on the new era. Chapter 106 Transfer. After completely controlling Fuzhou province, Shiki is looking at the map of New World. The current sphere of influence of the Sky Empire is in the Central Sea area of the New World, including the land of Hara, Honeycomb Island, Sea of Hell and other areas. Its area occupies about 17% of the New World. The sea area controlled by the Whitebeard pirates accounts for about 11% of New World. The Big Mom pirates members, all nations, account for about 13%. Advertisement. Robin looked at the map and said, currently, the Sea of Hell does not need to be garrisoned, but the waters of Beehive Island do need to be garrisoned. Although Beehive Island was sunk by Shiki, there are still 18 inhabited islands and 83 uninhabited desert islands around it. But Shiki looked at the map and saw that the Honeycomb Island sea area was sandwiched between the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. It was nearly 4,200 kilometers away from the core area of the Sky Empire, and in the middle was the Big Mom pirates all nations. Although Shiki wanted to devour the Big Mom pirates, it's a pity that he can't do so now. On the one hand, it is because the Sky Empire has not yet digested the territory of the Beast pirates. On the other hand, it is because the Sky Empire has taken the lead. Now that the Sky Empire has stolen the limelight, if it continues to attack the Big Mom pirates, it will force the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates to join forces, and even the world government and marine will intervene. But now, if we do not annex the 10,000 Kingdom Sea, we will face the problem of enclave management between the Honeycomb Island Sea and the Beast Sea. Although the Sky Empire has a fast-moving air fleet, the distance of 4,200 kilometers requires several days for each round trip. In the event of an emergency, they can only rely on the support of the Noah family behind them. This will expose the relationship between the Sky Empire and the Hidden One organization, and may make the world government jump to the wall. Robin on the side obviously saw Shiki's doubts. She thought for a while and suggested, Shiki, why don't we directly exchange territory with Wongwo and let the Big Mom pirates hand over part of the territory near the Sea of Beasts, and we will transfer the Hive Island Sea and Hell Sea to each other. Exchanging territory. Shiki narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, yes, I believe Charlotte Linlin will not refuse my small request. But it's not appropriate for me to come forward. Who would be more suitable to let me go? Shiki thought for a while, the Liang is not suitable. After all, the caloric fruit was obtained from Owen. Although the other party does not know that we have fruit recovery technology, in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he should not go there. Black Maria, Shi Mu, Fosfu, Das, and Vapa are only at the level of Lieutenant General and are not qualified to represent the Sky Empire as envoys. After all, that crazy woman is moody and cannot suppress the opponent without strength. After thinking about it, Shiki found that apart from lying, the hermit could barely do it, but the hermit's strength was only an elite Lieutenant General, and he was more skill-oriented, so he didn't have much advantage. Advertisement. Unless you use the magic card issued by Noah, but doing so will expose some of the family's trump cards, which is obviously not advisable. Suddenly Robin thought of someone. How about asking Monet to come over? Monet. Shiki's eyes lit up. She is indeed strong enough, and she has never been exposed, so let her go to all nations with the hermit. After receiving Shiki's request, Noah quickly agreed to the matter. But since Monet is going to work in the Sky Empire, her position as the Sky Governor of Paradise will have to be handed over to someone else. Considering the special nature of Sky Island, Noah transferred Enel, who had previously served in West Blue, and arranged for Yin, the Apostle, to be there. Enel will serve as the Governor of Paradise Sky, and Lillian will serve as Deputy Governor. The Governor of South Blue is Kaido, the Deputy Governor is Gai Ram, and the control areas are the Storm Islands and the Lost Sea. The Governor of the East Daxia Sea is Uncle Joseph, the Deputy Governor is Patton, and the control area is Rum Kingdom and Black Rock Sky Island. The Governor of West Blue is Becky, the Deputy Governor is Yamato, and the control area is the territory of the former 5 mafia gangs. The Governor of the Moon is Joshua, the Deputy Governors are Quinn and Jack, and the control area is the entire Moon. Unknowingly, the Noah family's Kingdom of Dawn already had such a vast territory, and its population soared to about 38 million. Among them, the East Daxia Sea Governor General has 230,000, the South Blue Governor General has 120,000, the West Blue Governor General has 1.69 million, the Paradise Sky Governor General has 80,000, the Moon Governor General has 60,000, and the New World Governor General, Sky Empire, has 36 million. Except for North Blue, other areas of the Kingdom of Dawn have areas controlled by the Noah family. Of course, this does not mean that the Noah family does not have bases in North Blue, but these bases are managed by the Supervision Department and do not have ordinary civilians. The candidate has been determined. With the help of Ars Wormhole, Monet arrived at Sky Island, the capital of the Sky Empire. Monet, long time no see. Monet saw Robin's disguised identity and greeted with a smile. It turns out to be Miss Garden. Lord Noah sent me here this time. Do you plan to stay here in the Sky Empire? Robin nodded. Yes, after all, I need you and the Hermit to go to 10,000 kingdoms together to take charge of the territory exchange. Territory exchange. Advertisement. Robin then explained. After listening, Monet finally knew why he sent her here. This time when you go to Wongguo, you don't need to care too much about Charlotte Linland's attitude. She will definitely agree to exchange territories. Monet smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago. After more than 3 years of training, whether it is weapons, knowledge, physical skills, or her fruit abilities, they have all been greatly improved. Maybe she can't beat Charlotte Linland, but she can be on par with Katakuri. Coupled with Logia's ability to escape, it will be very difficult for the Big Mom pirates to keep her. And the Hermit's strength is not weak. If you adopt the death-to-death strategy, it is possible to kill Katakuri or Bayo Bayo. Although there is a high probability that the Big Mom pirates will not take action. But Shiki and Noah don't want to take risks. After all, Charlotte Linland is a moody and crazy woman, especially when she suffers from eating disorder, she is even more inhumane. Soon Robin explained the details of the negotiation. The next day, an Ark spaceship took off from the Sky Province and headed straight for the waters of the world. And the sea at the entrance to New World. A huge sailing ship surfaced from the bottom of the sea, and then the diving membrane ruptured. Captain, which route should we choose? Beckman turned his head and asked. The red-haired Shanks split a series of huge hailstones and smiled. Kide, Dressrosa Kingdom route, I heard that the Don Quixote family has been active in the nearby waters recently, let's go meet this Shishibukai for a while. Doflamingo. Beckman raised his eyebrows, then let's go to the kingdom of Dressrosa first. Originally, the red-haired Shanks planned to go to the Whitebeard pirates first to meet with Whitebeard. But in the Sabayati Islands, through Shuki's information, he learned that Whitebeard had recently been wandering in the waters near Beehive Island, and he was wary of the Sky Empire and the Golden Lion. It was also learned that the Don Quixote family was frequently active in the waters near Dressrosa. He immediately had an idea in his mind. If he could not go deep into the central sea of New World for the time being, the sea near the kingdom of Dressrosa could be used as a temporary foothold. Although the red-haired Shanks was very confident, he was still wary of the Golden Lion, so he did not choose to rush forward from the beginning. Chapter 107 Mission February 5, 1509 in the Haiwan calendar. A flying ark entered the core area of Wangguo Sea. The Big Mom pirates, who had already strengthened surveillance in the air, immediately discovered this uninvited guest. Soon Charlotte Linlin rushed from the castle on Cake Island, stepping on the dark cloud Zeus to the flying ark. Core combat forces such as Katakuri, Baguette, Sparrow, Cracker, and Smoothie followed closely, either using moonwalk to push into the air, driving a Hamit's ship, or using abilities to fly. Advertisement. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Boom. Boro Noah's Conqueror's Hermit and instantly use Conqueror's Impact. Charlotte Linlin also breaks out Conquerors. Two waves of Conqueror's domineering energy collided fiercely in the sky above the Sea of Nations, shaking away the clouds in the sky. Monet also took action. Oxygen Snow Suffocation Forbidden Zone. In an instant, the oxygen within a dozen kilometers around was solidified into snowflakes falling down. Katakuri's vision saw a terrible future, and he shouted, "Be careful, the surrounding oxygen has disappeared." What? Smoothie was startled, and then she felt difficulty breathing. Although she could hold her breath for dozens of minutes, the enemy's attack obviously would not last for only dozens of minutes. Others also experienced difficulty breathing. As soon as Monet took action, he gave the Big Mom pirates a disastrous start. The next moment, her body turned into snowflakes, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the Hamit's fleet. Nitrogen snow falling snow on Earth. A few seconds later, not only did heavy snow fall all around, but the sea surface also quickly froze, and the sea surface within a few kilometers was covered with ice. This ability. Katakuri's eyes widened. Suddenly the hermit jumped from the sky, followed closely by Charlotte Linlin. Monet snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the oxygen that had been melted by the snow around him turned into a gaseous state again. Katakuri and the others also found that their breathing was normal, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Ms. Linlin, good afternoon. The hermit took off his hat and greeted with a smile. Are you from the Sky Empire? Although Charlotte Linlin looked ugly, she maintained restraint at this time. It was obvious that she was very afraid of the Golden Lion and the two guys in front of her. The hermit nodded. Your Majesty, the hermit, is the Foreign Affairs Manager of the Sky Empire. This visit to Wangguo is under the order of His Majesty Shiki, to discuss some matters with Her Majesty the Queen. I am Monet, the commander of the Sky Empire Blizzard Legion. Monet introduced himself with a smile. Well, your Sky Empire is really full of talents. Auntie looked at the two guys in front of her with a dignified look. A Foreign Affairs Manager with Conquerors, and a Legion Commander with Logia abilities. The effect of the powerful attack just now was very good. At this time, Katakuri, Longbread, Smoothie, Sparrow, and others did not speak. They were naturally in awe of the strong. What do you want to talk about, Shiki? Since Her Majesty the Queen has asked, I won't hide it anymore. I came here this time to exchange territory. The hermit got straight to the point. Monet also took out a map from his pocket and threw it to the ant. The ant took the map and started thinking about it. She quickly reacted, is it for the territory in the sea area of Beehive Island? Her Majesty the Queen has a sharp eye. Opening the map, Auntie glanced at it. The map circled a part of the islands in the northwest sea of Wangguo. This part of the island is the southeastern side of the Sea of 100 Beasts. And in order to avoid overstimulating Charlotte Linlin, the islands affiliated with Wangguo selected this time are all relatively far away from the core area of Wangguo. It includes a total of 10 inhabited islands and 76 uninhabited islands. In exchange, the Honeycomb Island Sea area has 13 inhabited islands, 83 uninhabited islands, and a Sea of Hell. But the account cannot be calculated like this. Because the inhabited islands near Beehive Island have been ruled by the Rocks Pirates and the Akoko Pirates for decades, and have been turned into a mess. The Sea of Hell is even more uninhabited. As for the 10 inhabited islands on the Wangguo side, although life is average, at least the Big Mom pirates only charge deserts and life taxes, and will not allow other pirates to enter them at will, burn, kill and loot. Therefore, these islands are doing well and have a very large population. The hermit said with a smile, if Her Majesty the Queen agrees to the exchange, Her Majesty Shiki can forget the previous things and promise not to actively invade the nations within 5 years. Charlotte Linlin naturally heard the hermit's threat. Advertisement. Although she felt very frustrated, Charlotte Linlin was not a completely brainless woman, but she still had some IQ when she was normal. How to calculate the population of the island? The hermit smiled and suggested, we will move the population from the Honeycomb Island Sea area. As for the population of the original Wangguo, you can move it if you are willing to move it. If you don't want to move it, we can also accept it. Charlotte Linlin thought about it and thought it was too troublesome. The combined population of those 10 inhabited islands is nearly 3 million. She is not Shiki. She has large-scale transportation capabilities and can move millions of people to the sea area of the Hive Island. It is a loss-making business, and it is better to leave it to Shiki. I'll give those people to you, but I want Shiki to pull the Beehive Island out of the sea for me. The hermit glanced at the ant, and then nodded. I can agree to this matter on behalf of your majesty. Since both parties have agreed to exchange territory, there is no need to waste time. The hermit and Monet flew back to the flying ark, and then quickly left 10,000 kingdoms. Marine, who was always paying attention to all the forces in the New World, quickly received some information. Although I don't know what Big Mom talked about with the messenger from the Sky Empire, the fact that the two sides didn't really fight meant that the two sides reached some agreement. The Marine Intelligence Office also attaches great importance to the emergence of another Logia ability user in the Sky Empire. According to the information from Sky Empire, the Sky Empire has a total of 4 legions, namely the Flying Legion, the Sun Legion, the Blade Legion, and the Beast Legion. Now it seems that another Blizzard Legion will be added. The Marine Intelligence Office is constantly updating its assessment of Sky Empire's advanced combat capabilities. For example, the Hermit who showed Conqueror's domineering power in all nations, and the Fierce Sun who had a fierce battle with Big Mom in the Sea of Hell. In addition, Blizzard Monet can instantly create an oxygen-free zone of more than 10 kilometers and can freeze several kilometers of sea surface. The strength of these 3 people is no longer something that ordinary lieutenants of the headquarters can contend with. Unless they are elite lieutenants like Suru, Jun, and Cake, it will be difficult to fight one-on-one with each other. Marine had to raise the threat level of the Sky Empire to another level. However, although Marine and the World Conquest government wanted to deal with the Sky Empire, they did not want to rush into it. Apparently they were worried about being retaliated by Shiki. Moreover, the position of Sky Empire at this time also made World Government and Marine very embarrassed. If you want to conquer the Sky Empire on a large scale, you must pass through the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates. As long as the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates don't get crazy, they will definitely not let Marine pass smoothly. As for using the trump card of Uranus, due to insufficient energy supply at this time, the number of times Uranus can be used is very limited. Before the Virgin Flame was developed, the 5 Elders and I'm would not easily use this kind of trump card. Chapter 108 Handover. Over the next month or so, Sky Empire and Wangwo quickly completed the handover of territory. The various forces also figured out the general situation of the matter from the actions of Sky Empire and 10,000 kingdoms. Cracker quickly took control of the waters of Honeycomb Island with a large number of biscuit soldiers and Hamit's ships, plus some small pirate groups affiliated with the Big Mom Pirates. During this period, Shiki also fished the Honeycomb Island that had sunk into the sea from the bottom of the sea and relocated it to the previous island base. Advertisement. This side of Sky Empire. In addition to the Blizzard Legion, which is still recruiting soldiers, the other 4 legions have initially completed the recruitment of soldiers. Each legion has a strength of 30,000 men. Currently, the Flying Legion is stationed in the Sky Province. The commander of the legion is Vapa, and the deputy commander is Mantis, who took the barrier fruit. The Blade Legion is stationed in Fuzu Province. The legion commander is Daz and the deputy legion commander is Apostle Fazfu. The Liang Legion is stationed in the southern Rapid Sea area, near the Whitebeard Pirates. The commander of the legion is Apostle Liang, and the deputy commander is Shi Mu. The Beast Legion is stationed in the Avery Sea area, near the Big Mom Pirates, that has just been exchanged with the Big Mom Pirates. The leader of the legion is Apostle Will, Velociraptor Fruit, and the deputy commander is Apostle Brian, Ocelot Fruit. As for the Blizzard Legion, it is planned to be stationed in the Turbulent Sea area in the north of Fuzu Province, close to the Elbaf Kingdom of the Giants. The commander of the legion is Monet, and the deputy commander is Nolan, Sky Island Python, Renren Fruit Deo Deo. Form. In addition, Sky Empire has 4 core departments, namely the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and Anbu. The head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is Black Maria, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is Hermit, the head of the military department is under the direct control of Shiki, and the head of Anbu is Robin. In order to make management easier, Shiki and Robin discussed and decided to adjust the islands in each sea area and divide them into administrative divisions. The Legion of the Sun is stationed in the Torrent Sea area and is planned to become a Torrent Province. The Ailey Sea area where the Beast Legion is stationed is planned to become the Rainbow Province. The Cyclonus Sea area where the Blizzard Legion is stationed is planned to become the Cyclonus Province. After completing the preliminary planning, Shiki and Vic, who secretly came to help, started the island moving project. Advertisement. Concentrate the islands within the planning area of 5 provinces. In order to prevent the island from being affected by earthquakes and tsunamis, not only the altitude of the island was raised, but also the submarine plates around the island were reshaped with the help of Vic's rock fruits. The altitude of these islands is generally around 300 to 600 meters, forming natural island fortresses. And in order to avoid being blamed all at once, although the islands of each province are concentrated in a sea area, each island is at least about 50 kilometers apart. As for the transportation problem, this is not a problem at all for the Noah family. The Ministry of Science and Technology soon launched several monkey version spacecrafts that can use solar energy as power for passenger and cargo transportation. At the same time, in order to strengthen defense, Emperor Cumulus was used to arrange aerial war fortresses over various border sea areas. Together with the island chain routes on the sea, it ensured that it was difficult for ordinary pirate groups to invade the Sky Empire. The so-called island chain route is because Shiki moved all the islands in the peripheral waters and artificially created a large islandless sea area. If you don't enter the Sky Empire through the island chain route, you will have to face at least 1,000 kilometers of islandless sea. However, there are troops from the Sky Empire stationed on the island chain route. Currently, there are 4 island chain routes in the entire Sky Empire, namely the Southern Rapids route, the Eastern Rainbow route, the Northern Hurricane route, and the Western Heaven route. The intersection of these routes is Fuzu province. Of course, the Fuzu province at this time not only included the original Wano country, but also the more than 800,000 people who had previously migrated from the Honeycomb Island waters were placed on nearby islands and became part of the Fuzu province. All the forces in the New World were almost numb when they saw Shiki's great undertaking of moving the island. Especially the world government. Marie Joya, among the powers that be. After reading the report from the CP organization, the 5 elders looked a little sad. This lion seems to know something. Saint Jupiter's eyes were cold. Martian Mazashung touched his beard. They are all 300 meters above sea level? Are you worried about future sea level rise? Where did he get this information? Wano country, the Kojaki clan should know what happened 800 years ago. Venus Shower Saint squinted his eyes. His family came from Wano country, so he naturally knew some of the hidden information. Advertisement. Do you need to ask that adult for instructions? Saint Saturn asked with some uncertainty. Several other 5 elders also fell into thinking. After a while, Jupiter Pit Saint was the first to speak. Don't worry, the mother fire of Vegapunk has not been successfully developed yet, and the energy of the national treasure is running low. We must leave enough energy to deal with the prophecy. The day is coming. Is it really possible for that fruit to awaken? That hateful traitor. Saint Maz of Mars became a little angry. There was a hint of chill in Saint Satan's eyes. Can you find out where Shanks took that fruit? According to the latest news from CP, Shanks is still carrying the fruit and should not have eaten it now. Peter Saint took out a photo. It was a photo of Shanks carrying a small treasure box from the cabin when he landed on the Sabayati Islands. What on earth does he want to do? Satan's Sacred Heart couldn't help but get angry. Saint Nashulang shook his head. It doesn't matter, don't forget, he is not D. Even if he eats this fruit, he will not be able to awaken. If he keeps carrying this fruit, it will reduce the number of D people who can obtain this fruit. Possibility. Saint Satan thought of another thing, but the Golden Lion should have found the surgery fruit. Is there any way to find this surgery fruit capable user? Even if he cannot be captured, he must be killed so that the surgery fruit can be reborn. CP is trying to infiltrate the Sky Empire. Peter gave an uncertain answer. Saint Satan said with a headache, in addition, Marine is also reacting. The current stock of sea stones is not enough. After Wano was controlled by the Golden Lion, the supply channel of sea stones was almost cut off. Let them be patient. The Golden Lion is not Kaido. Especially after this guy's temperament changed drastically, he has become even more unpredictable. Let the CP penetrate and test him first. Nasjuro Sage was obviously a little afraid of Shiki's fluttering fruit. When Uranus's energy reserves are insufficient, once Mary Joa is attacked by Shiki, even if the 5 elders can survive, the ordinary celestial dragons in the Holy Land will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, 5 elders does not plan to openly compete with Sky Empire. This is the deterrent power of Piao Piao fruit and Shiki. While Shiki was busy transforming Sky Empire, the red-haired pirates also initially gained a foothold in the New World, temporarily controlling a small island northwest of the kingdom of Dressrosa. The Don Quixote family, which had been active nearby before, was also in a state of confusion by the red-haired pirates. Brother Ming even had one of his hands chopped off by Shanks. Fortunately, Brother Ming knew medical treatment and had first-rate tailoring skills, otherwise it will become the same one-armed one as Shanks. The Don Quixote family suffered a disastrous defeat and had to withdraw from the kingdom of Dressrosa and fled back to North Blue in despair. Chapter 109 Continuous Hunting. May 1, 1509 in the Haiwan calendar. Noah secretly returns to the sea from the Paradise Island. Returning to the sea this time, the first stop is the famous Alabasta Kingdom. Alabasta Kingdom, Rapeseed Port. An ordinary commercial transport ship slowly docked. Advertisement. Noah and Crow, as well as Peking and Xiaoqi, who had just graduated, looked at the busy port. The target is in Rapeseed Port. According to the winery's information, This person has recently fled to the kingdom of Alabasta. People from Baroque Studio are also in contact with him and seem to be planning to recruit him. Crow reported in a low voice. Where has Crocodile been recently? He's in South Blue and hasn't returned to the Grand Line yet. How many core members are there in the Baroque Studio in Alabasta now? There are currently 3 of them, namely the Thorn Fruit ability user who disguises himself as the proprietress of the Spider Cafe, the Imitation Fruit ability user who performs a lurking mission, and the Mole Fruit ability user who is responsible for peripheral work at Rapeseed Flower Port. Crow continued to add, one of the she-males with the Imitation Fruit, due to its fruit ability, currently only knows that the other party is active in the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and its specific location has not been found. Go find that guy first. No problem. Based on the information provided by the winery, Crow led Noah and others through twists and turns for more than half an hour, and arrived at the entrance of a magnificent casino. When the waiter at the door saw a group of people approaching, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Welcome, what do you want to do? Exchange me for 1 million chips. Noah walked in directly. Crow, who followed closely behind, took out a check and filled in a number. The characteristics of this check were clearly the checks of Blue Ocean Bank run by one of the underground giants, the Big Loan Shark. The waiter immediately took the check and took Crow to exchange the chips. Noah and others have already entered the hall. He immediately saw the target of playing blackjack, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes, messy hair, and 2 fingers missing from his left hand. Ha ha ha! Blackjack! The middle-aged man shouted excitedly. At the gambling table, a gambler cursed and left after losing all his chips. Noah immediately filled in the position. Do you mind adding me? I don't mind, but... One of the gamblers saw Noah with empty hands and wanted to remind him about the chips. Crow had already walked in from the outside and placed 1,000,000 Bailey chips in front of Noah. Haha, welcome. Advertisement. Brother, you're a bit unfamiliar. The middle-aged man also counted the chips he had just won, and said to Noah with a smile, of course I welcome anyone giving money. Dealer, deal the cards. Noah looked at everyone very calmly. The croupier nodded and immediately began to shuffle and deal the cards. Half an hour later, the chips in front of Noah had reached 13 million Baileys, but everyone else had very few chips left, especially the middle-aged man, who lost all his chips. At this time, the middle-aged man was already red-eyed and stared at Noah. Boy, are you cheating? Maybe I'm lucky. Noah still smiled and calmly looked on his face. The hall supervisor at the casino also appeared next to the gaming table, took a deep look at Noah, and then turned his head. Rule, don't make trouble, you should know who runs this place. The middle-aged man Rule glared at Noah fiercely. Boy, don't let me meet you outside. Then he got up and left the hall and walked outside the casino. Noah also left. Crow picked up those chips and exchanged them for Bailey. After coming out of the casino, Noah's sense of sight had already sensed that the target was following him not far behind him. He pretended not to notice and continued walking towards the suburbs. After a while, Crow followed. Until a group of people came to the edge of the Gobi Desert in the suburbs. Ruhr, who was following in the distance, finally couldn't bear it any longer, jumped in front of everyone, and made a big hole in the ground. Haha, boy. You were so arrogant just now. Ruhl showed his big yellow teeth and stared at Noah ferociously. What a frog in the well. As soon as he finished speaking, Crow appeared behind him. Ruhr's body stiffened, and an armed domineering energy seeped into his whole body, causing his nervous system to be severely disrupted in an instant. Noah casually threw the seafloor stone handcuffs to restrict his devil fruit ability, and then opened the passage to the castle space. After a while, the recovery of lily fruit was completed. Ruhl is not even qualified to be transformed into an apostle. The reason is naturally that this guy's physical fitness is too poor and he is almost 40 years old, so there is no way to unleash the potential of the power fruit. After killing Ruhl, Noah did not clean up the few shrimps in the Baroque studio because they were of little value. Although the imitation fruit has good value, the capital of Alabasta has a population of 1.3 million. To find a person with the ability to imitate the fruit among them, unless Noah is willing to continue to detect there for several weeks, it will be difficult to find the person at once. Moreover, killing these small shrimps will easily make Crocodile more vigilant. It is better to raise them and then harvest them. Advertisement. After setting sail again from Rapeseed Flower Port, the Prosperity sailed toward the windless zone in the East Daxia Sea. Tarot card divination told Noah that if he sailed towards the East Daxia Sea, he would get what he wanted. The morning of the 3rd day after returning to the sea, Crow knocked on the cabin door. What happened? A small boat sent us a distress signal, but I felt that the other party had evil intentions. A trace of surprise flashed in Noah's eyes. Is it a pirate? It doesn't seem to be the case, but there is a sense of malice in both of them. Crow's vampire fruit has a special sense of malice from other creatures. Go meet them for a while. The two came to the deck. At this time, the distance between the Prosperity and the small boat was less than 300 meters. It turned out to be them. What an unexpected gain. Noah had already seen the appearance of the other party, a tall and strong man, and an old blonde woman wearing a leopard print shawl and sunglasses. Mr. President, do you know them? The old woman is one of the former members of the Rocks Pirates, and the strong man should be the modified person of Whitebeard in her genes. A member of the Rocks Pirates. I'll leave that old woman to you, just kill her. Leave it to me. Crow's body disappeared on the deck instantly. On the boat. The agent's sense of what she saw, heard, and felt instantly made her hair stand on end. No, my son, please protect me. Boom. Crow's sharp claws have penetrated Bajan's heart and throat. Weibul, who had not yet reacted, was pulled into the sea by the seawater tentacles emerging from the surroundings. However, Weibul, who had not eaten the devil fruit, did not lose his strength in the sea. Instead, he struggled crazily and swung out violent and chaotic slashes. On the sea, Bajan had been torn into pieces by Crow and was too dead to die. Boom. The furious Weibul rushed out of the sea, but waiting for him, there was still a dense sea of pythons, and Noah had borrowed Caesar's gas fruit to drain the surrounding oxygen. Weibul, who only knew how to use brute force, struggled with the sea python for half an hour, and finally felt that breathing became more and more difficult. Unfortunately, his poor brain capacity did not have much intelligence at all. After another 10 minutes, Weibul finally lost consciousness due to suffocation. Heartless fools are easy to deal with. Release the card, it will unseal it. Chapter 110 The Fool. Inside the cabin. Are brought Luo from Gluttony Island. Noah family, what do you need me to do? Noah directly released the unconscious Weibul from the card. I need you to transform this person. Luo looked at Weibul. After observing for a while, his expression became more cautious. There is something wrong with this guy. Advertisement. He is a modified person who was created through gene fusion experiments. Check his body to see if there are any problems. He is actually a modified human? Judging from his age, he has been cultivated for at least 20 years. Is he a product of Vegapunk's illegal scientific research team? No, but it has something to do with it, because his maker, Bajan, was once a member of the Rocks Pirates and had some interactions with the Vegapunk team. While the two were talking, Luo had already conducted a comprehensive examination of Weibul's body through MRI, CT scan, ultrasound and other means. After the examination was completed, Luo frowned. His body is very strong, but the problem is also very serious. The main problem is the congenital defects caused by gene fusion, including mental retardation caused by underdevelopment of the brain, failure of the reproductive system, and abnormal secretion of male hormones. The resulting hyperandrogen syndrome and mania, rejection caused by heart transplantation, etc. Can it be solved? Yes. Luo was very confident. Perhaps these problems are difficult for other doctors or scientists, but for those with surgical fruit abilities, they are not too serious. However, Luo knew that the reformer in front of him was Noah's apostle material, so he first cut off Weibul's frontal lobe and then started treatment. First the transplanted heart is replaced. Immediately afterwards, Weibul's male hormone-secreting cells were reorganized, part of the function of his reproductive system was restored, and the hormone secretion in his body returned to normal. The last step is to modify the brain, by injecting IQ Life Potion to promote the secondary development of the brain, but the recovery of the prefrontal lobe will be permanently eliminated. It lasted more than 3 hours before the operation was completed. Moreover, Luo, who pursues perfection, also used the power of the surgical fruit to make major adjustments to Weibul's extremely uncoordinated body and limbs, turning them into a normal human body. After completing the treatment, Noah fed Weibul the power fruit he had obtained before, and then transformed him into an apostle. The fool, Weibul, strength fruit. My lord, Weibul salutes you. Advertisement. Get up. Noah spoke while stimulating the power of the power fruit in his body. After feeling it for a while, he discovered that the effect of this fruit was not a real power fruit, but a power fruit. Because this fruit can only increase the body's strength, the upper limit is to increase the strength by 100 times, rather than controlling various forces. If you want to control various forces, then this fruit will be very scary, because the forces include electromagnetic force, gravity, strong nuclear force and weak nuclear force. The 4 basic forces of the universe can cover most of them. Physical direction. Obviously this fruit is not a power fruit, but a power fruit, which is equivalent to the lower fruit of the Momo fruit. Noah was mentally prepared for this. However, a 100-fold increase in strength is actually very powerful. This fruit was really wasted on Ruel before, because this guy himself is an ordinary bad gambler, and his power is worse than that of ordinary people. Even if the power is increased by 100 times, it is equivalent to at most 100 ordinary people. Overlay. But this fruit is quite terrifying when it is on Weibul. This guy's physical strength can easily kill the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. Later, he can fight with Zifa until Zifa has an asthma attack and chops off one of his arms. Now after Luo's treatment, Weibul's body has become stronger, and he can continue to improve by taking source blood potions in the future. He himself is a quasi-general of the physical arts type, and now with the 100-fold increase in power fruit, his strength has clearly surpassed that of ordinary generals. After Noah borrowed the power of this fruit, he also found that his power had become extremely powerful. In the past, Noah's body, if he did not use the iron fruit or the blue dragon fruit to increase his body, was at most equivalent to an elite lieutenant general in the Marine headquarters. He only entered the general level after using the iron fruit or the blue dragon fruit. But now after he uses the power fruit, his power suddenly soars to a higher level. Especially when he used the blue dragon fruit as the basis, and added the power fruit, his power directly broke the boundaries of a general. Now he feels as if he can blow up the Red Earth continent with one fist. Although this is the psychological expansion caused by the sudden increase in power, it is easy to blow up an island similar to the size of a honeycomb island with one fist. Despite gaining such powerful power, Noah did not overdo it. He knew that there were still many uncertainties before his power reached the star-destroying level. Moreover, the other members of the family have not yet fully grown up. He estimates that it will take about 5 or 6 years before the family members reach the peak of their strength. During this period, Noah plans to gather the 22 apostles of the major arcana deck as soon as possible so that the card fruits can enter the awakening state. That's when he and the Noah family formally declare war on the world government. Advertisement. As for Weibul, Noah did not leave him behind. After all, he is sailing now. Even if he encounters the 5 elders, he can leave through the escape route. There is no need for Weibul's super combat power by his side. On the contrary, Shiki's Sky Empire has appeared on the surface and needs more combat power just in case. So Noah asked Ali to send Weibul to Sky Empire as Sky Empire's hidden trump card. With Weibul as a trump card, Sky Empire can repel the opponent even if it encounters a surprise attack by the 5 elders, or even achieve a counterattack. After Noah saw off Weibul and Luo, he did not change his route, but continued to sail to the windless zone on the East Daxia Sea side. He hasn't sailed in the East Daxia Sea for a long time. Planned to sail in the East Daxia Sea for a while. The Prosperity sailed for 5 days and arrived at the edge of the windless zone in the East Daxia Sea. Noah instantly stimulated the strong magnetic field of the rubidium magnet, causing the Prosperity to float slightly in the air, but it was not high from the sea, only less than 5 meters. Prosperity quickly sailed to the East Daxia Sea. During the voyage, Noah did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he used his power of knowledge and electromagnetic fields to keep an eye on the seabed in the windless zone. Various strange-shaped Poseidon species swim and forage on the seabed. There are many large Poseidons with a body size of several thousand meters, as well as ordinary fish with a size of several meters. However, there are also some relatively safe sea areas in the windless zone. For example, this shallow sea area in front of you. The Prosperity stopped because he found that the bottom of this shallow sea was densely covered with the remains of various buildings. Apparently this is another ancient civilization destroyed by rising sea levels. The water depth of this shallow sea is generally about 50 to 190 meters, and the area reaches about 1,700 square kilometers. Now that he has encountered it, Noah plans to explore the ruins of this ancient civilization. Soon Noah, Crow, and others were ready, and the Prosperity also began to prepare to dive. Chapter 111 Kingdom of Quibo. After the Prosperity turned into submarine mode, it quickly dived to the bottom of the sea. Noah also temporarily borrowed the power of the Piao Piao fruit to clear the mud from the surrounding seafloor. The group did not hesitate, but went straight to the core area of the ruins, that is, the area where gold, silver, and jewelry react the strongest in the electromagnetic field. Usually, this area is the core area of a civilization. Sure enough, after Noah cleared a piece of mud, a sacrificial temple and a large area of castles and palaces appeared in front of everyone. Robin, who came through the wormhole, now transformed into a large number of eyes, observing the patterns, words, and reliefs on these buildings. Advertisement. Soon she discovered information that could confirm the identity of the ruins. This is the ruins of the Kingdom of Quibo, once the home of world-famous wood carvings. This statue they believe in is the god of the forest. Robin's clone was in the temple, holding a small submersible with a specially made telephone bug inside. This statue is still made of atom wood, but it is a bit small. It can only be used to build a small sailboat. Although it was a little smaller, Robin did not waste it and directly threw a magic card storage box to seal the statues, various reliefs, and stone slabs in the temple. After searching the entire temple, Robin's clone continued to swim towards the kingdom's palace. Due to the corrosion of seawater, the squeezing of silt, and the activities of underwater creatures, many palaces in the royal palace collapsed. You can even see many marine creatures with good intelligence using this place as their nest. Instead of killing them, Noah uses conquerors to temporarily drive them away. Robin's clone looked at the various relics in the ruins of the palace. Suddenly she discovered that there was a lot of fruit stored in an abandoned refrigerator in a room. Apparently, the abandoned refrigerator was used as a food storage box by the sea beast. Hey? This thing! She found an emerald green honeydew melon among a lot of fruits, which was covered with tang grass patterns. It turned out to be a devil fruit, and this fruit looks familiar. Noah inside the cabin, the memory deep in his mind suddenly came to him. Isn't this fruit the same fruit he encountered in the story on the title page of Octopus Zioba? It turns out that this is the ruins he passed by. Robin quickly brought the devil fruit back. By looking through the Book of Demons, it was confirmed that this fruit is the fruit of the paramecia tree. Advertisement. Tree fruit? The lower level of sensen fruit. Noah guessed. According to the information collected, those with tree fruit abilities in the past generations all had creation-type abilities and did not have superhuman performance. Users with the ability of this fruit can produce all kinds of wood, wooden utensils, and wood carvings, and these wood products require the maintenance of the ability user. If you want to create permanent wood products or trees, you must use natural trees or use tree species for growth. Regarding the arrangement of this fruit, Noah did not make an immediate decision. On the one hand, among the core members of the family, no one has eaten the devil fruit yet. Only Peking, Xiaoqi, Bibo, Luo's mother and sister are left. This fruit is not suitable for them. On the other hand, the fruit of the tree is not suitable to be transformed into an apostle of the major arcana deck. If transformed into an apostle of the minor arcana deck, it will be overkill. So Noah decided to temporarily store the fruit of the tree. Robin's clone, who was still exploring the ruins, also received instructions from Noah to collect some extinct tree materials during the exploration process. After all, these ancient trees can be imitated or even recultivated through their fruits. Maybe among these ancient trees, there are some tree species with special functions. After all, there are some strange trees in the pirate world. For example, the Adam tree, the mangrove tree in the Sabayati Islands, the Yang tree even the Fishman Island, etc. Just like Robin's flowers and fruits, she can not only use the way organs bloom to develop various organ-derived abilities, she can also use flowers that exist in nature to develop various natural flower abilities. 3 days later, Robin finally completed the preliminary exploration of the ruins of the Kingdom of Quibo. Not only did he collect a large number of ancient wooden artifacts, he also obtained a lot of information about the Kingdom of Quibo. The most valuable thing among them is a dozen rock paintings. Because the relief paintings on these rock walls introduce the neighboring countries and uninhabited islands around the Kingdom of Quibo. By comparing the charts of the East Daxia Sea-Com zone within the Noah family, it can be discovered that there are 16 Kingdom Islands and 73 uninhabited islands involved. Indiana, the petroglyph map of the Kingdom of Quibo. At this time, 13 islands where the kingdoms are located have completely sunk into the seabed. Of the remaining 3 Kingdom Islands, 2 have become virgin forest and 1 still has a small number of tribes. Advertisement. Noah was not surprised by this result. After all, the moment the windless zone is formed, it means that these islands have become real isolated islands. In addition, rising sea levels have submerged most of the plains, and the remaining population can only survive on isolated islands. In the past few years, as the world government has gradually entered the windless zone using the sea breath simulation technology developed by Vegapunk, some of the remaining indigenous people have been exterminated. The only remaining aboriginal island in the nearby waters is actually relatively lucky, because they happened to encounter the Noah family's secret mapping of the windless zone a few years ago, and therefore were included in the rule of the Kingdom of Dawn. Now all the immigrants have arrived in the Governor-General of Paradise Sky Island. As for the aboriginal islands of the Windless Belt that were secretly exterminated by the world government, the number investigated by the Noah family was no less than 50. This is still the case in the past few years, when the Noah family secretly relocated some aboriginal islands, otherwise there would be more. A large number of people in world government and marine can indeed bear adjectives such as being full of evil and too numerous to describe. After obtaining these ancient map information, Noah selected 2 of the more valuable kingdoms to explore along the way. These 2 ancient kingdoms were the Kingdom of Euclid and the Kingdom of Gauze. According to the fragments Robin obtained from O'Hara's library, the Kingdom of Euclid is a country famous for its alchemy, while the Kingdom of Gauze is famous for its automatons. Obviously both countries have their own unique technologies. Although the complete technology may not be preserved in the ruins, it can at least be used as a reference. After all, the Noah family still possesses many technologies left over from the lunar civilization. When the lunar people returned to Blue Star, they also had technological exchanges with intelligent races from all over Blue Star. Whether this exchange was active or passive, at least some of the lunar technology and Blue Star's native technology have merged. The Kingdom of Euclid and the Kingdom of Gauze, as relatively technologically advanced forces among the local civilization of Blue Star at that time, must have known about the Kingdom of Gods of the Moon People and the huge Kingdom of Joyboy. Therefore, Noah believed that the ruins of these 2 kingdoms were of great exploration value. 2 days later, the Prosperity arrived at the undersea ruins of the Kingdom of Gauze. the land of dolls. However, Noah, who was standing on the deck, had a look of surprise on his face. Because he discovered that there were a large number of moving dolls in the ruins of the Kingdom of Gauze on the seabed, and these dolls were still running. Chapter 112 Doll. The seabed is more than 80 meters above the sea. Although the ruins of the Kingdom of Gauze are already covered with coral reefs, seashells, and seaweed, many dolls are still active in the ground below. Robin's clone entered one of the buildings. This is a stone processing site. A dozen dolls are carving a huge stone, and there are several rock tracks on one side. Several of the dolls noticed Robin's arrival and immediately stopped working. Advertisement. The dolls look roughly similar to humans, but they seem to have undergone some special modifications to adapt to the underwater environment. For example, there are multiple legs and fins, as well as pressurized water jets on the back. One of the dolls, with a red number on its head, floated towards Robin. It looked at Robin for a while, then picked up a thin slate and wrote a text on it using a special coral as a pen. Robin looked at it for a while before translating the meaning. "Are you a human from outside?" Robin picked up the coral pen and wrote something on the side. "Yes, why are you still active? Has the Kingdom of Gauze not perished yet? Dear guest, please come with me. I will take you to see Mr. Hart." Robin didn't raise any objections. After all, her body was a clone and she didn't need to worry about the other party causing trouble. The puppet leads the way. After swimming for about half an hour, Robin estimated that he had gone several hundred meters underground in the complicated underground passages. Finally, after passing a gate, Robin came to a room, and then the door slowly closed, and then the surrounding seawater gradually subsided. When the water level dropped to the ankle level, a passage opened in the steel wall in front. Xi beta mu beta lambda. A strange sound sounded in the passage. Robin listened for a while and then figured out that it was the other party who let him in. Advertisement. After passing through the passage, they came to a hall. An old figure appeared in front of Robin. The old man weakly introduced himself. "Welcome, guest from the outside world, I am Hart, a scientist from the Gauze Kingdom." Robin also replied in Gaussian, "Mr. Hart, I am archaeologist Nicole Robin, from the Kingdom of the Dawn. Can you answer some of my questions?" "Miss Robin, I know what you are going to ask. The Kingdom of Gauze has been destroyed. To be precise, most of the Gaussians perished in the tsunami 800 years ago." Hart continued, "It was because I was doing research inside this scientific research base that I escaped and became one of the few survivors. There are other survivors?" Robin was a little surprised. Hart nodded, "Yes, my colleagues and I, plus the personnel who were in the base at the time, a total of 736 people survived, but as time goes by, we have to face food and energy problems." Following Hart's eloquent talk, Robin finally understood the whole story. Although Hart and other more than 700 survivors of the Gauze Kingdom survived, they still faced a huge survival crisis. Some of them tried to leave, but while sailing the ship out to sea, they were attacked by Poseidons, and this group of people was completely wiped out. The remaining people are studying how to survive on the seabed. The leader of this group of people is Dr. Hart in front of them. After technological transformation, they successively created ocean current generators, underwater dolls, and the most important artificial sleep technology. After trying to leave many times and being attacked by Poseidons, Hart and others had given up on this idea and switched to the plan of continuing the fire of civilization. When food and energy are limited, if the remaining people continue to get married and have children, the consequences will be rapid consumption of resources, and then they will fall into cannibalism. In order to avoid such a tragedy, Hart and others formed an organization called the Civilization Continuation Committee to seal most people deep in the scientific research base through cryonics technology, and only 5 people can pass through at a time. The electronic system controls the puppets outside to take turns. But this rotation doesn't come without a price. Because cryonics technology can extend life to the maximum extent only when it is completely frozen. If the person is conscious, the effect of extending life will be greatly reduced. This is also the reason why Hart appears in front of Robin in an old man's state. After 800 years of multiple rotations, the 36 members of the Civilization Continuation Committee are all similar to Hart, and their bodies are approaching the limit. Advertisement. At the end of the sentence, Hart asked Robin, "Miss Robin, if you can, I would like to ask you to take away the 432 survivors in the cryopreservation and take them out of this prison. As a reward, I can give you the Kingdom of Gauze. All treasures and technology are given to you." Noah on the sea also knew about this. He didn't have any objections to accepting these survivors of ancient civilization. Even if the other party had any conspiracies and tricks, Mary would be able to hide them due to her knowledge. 3 days later, Mary reviewed all the survivors of the Kingdom of Gauze, and Robin also received all the books in the Kingdom of Gauze. Noah also obtained various technologies he wanted, especially puppet technology. This puppet technology is actually the local version of Blue Star's small robot from the Moon Man. However, there are two differences between the puppet technology of Gauze Kingdom and the robot technology of Lunar Man. First, dolls have a digestive system similar to that of living things and can obtain energy by eating organic matter. Secondly, the dolls have higher intelligence and can even simulate human emotions and can also read some human expressions. The dolls made with this technology can even execute complex instructions and perform tasks that are difficult for ordinary robots to perform. After figuring out the true thoughts of Heart and others, Noah decided to accept them as members of the Kingdom of the Dawn. He used the power of the Piao Piao fruit to directly fish up the Gauze Island from the seabed. The island of Goth was placed by Noah in the Governorate of Paradise Sky. Heart and other 36 members of the Civilization Continuation Committee also received treatment from Luo. After all, most of these people were scientists and had therapeutic value. Although the bodies of Heart and others have been in a state of exhaustion after repeated thawing and freezing, their cells are only about 50 or 60 years old. This gave Luo the opportunity to treat them and replenish their vitality through the life potion. Together with Luo's surgery fruit and Andy's disease fruit, Heart and others were quickly brought back from the edge of death, allowing them to continue to work for them. The land of dawn shines brightly for 100 years. Finished dealing with the ruins and survivors of the Kingdom of Gauze, Noah and his party went to the ruins of the Euclid Kingdom again. However, there is not much gain from this ruins, because the Kingdom of Euclid is a small archipelago country. After these islands were submerged by the sea, they became the nests of many medium-sized Poseidon species and were dug full of holes. Faced with this situation, Noah and his party could only give up the idea of continuing to explore the secrets. Robin returned to the revolving Heaven Sky Empire to continue working, while the Prosperity headed towards the East Daxia Sea at full speed. After about 5 days, the Prosperity finally left the windless zone and entered the southern waters of the East Daxia Sea. The Prosperity sailed towards the nearest kingdom of Waruk. Chapter 113 Return. Passing by the kingdom of Iraq, the journey was very peaceful. Soon the Prosperity arrived at the Mackerel port in the kingdom of Rum. Noah went to the family's secret training camp near the Mackerel port and visited the boys and girls who were selected this year. These are excellent seeds collected by the Noah family from all over the world through the winery. For example, the siblings Runty and Peguin who were captured before, Marianu who was born in the Grand Line Paradise, later Golden Week in Baroque Studio, and Mishita, a young girl who wanders in West Blue, later Baroque Studio, Valentine's Day, Karina, an orphan from the East Daxia Sea Clock Kingdom, a little fox who later cooperated with Nami to steal. Last year's class included the talented mechanical boy Lanchette brought back from Turtle Island, the 5 children of the Dawn family, the musical girl Cornish from Sky Island, and the half-Murloc from New World Dressrosa Kingdom. Orphan Dellinger, later a member of Don Quixote's family. Advertisement. The winery has been sending seeds of potential to training camps over the years. Although Noah did not expect them all to be able to do their own thing, the training camp must at least reach the level of colonel at Marine headquarters in order to reach the qualifying line for graduation. After encouraging the new training camp students, Noah secretly went to Rum City and met Uncle Joseph. At this time, the Rum Kingdom did not change much on the surface, but secretly it had become one of the few powerful countries in the East Daxia Sea. The Kingdom of Rum has a population of only 230,000, except for the 8,000 standing King's army on the surface. There is also a secret army of 2,000 people. The members of the secret army have popularized the 6 styles and haki. By taking a large amount of source blood potions, these people have become very powerful. There are dozens of outstanding ones who can compete with the Major General of Marine headquarters. In addition, there is also a 300-man air cavalry unit and a dozen flying arcs hidden on the Black Rock Sky Island near the Rum Kingdom. In addition, Lillian is stationed on Black Rock Island. With her current strength, if a general or below encounters Lillian, there is basically no way out but death. Barton, the commander of the army on the surface of the Kingdom of Rum, is also very powerful. After all, he is Noah's apostle and has a huge vitality reserve. In addition to not possessing Conqueror's domineering power, his own strength is also at the level of a quasi-general. Existence. If Noah lends part of his power to Patton, he can even fight against the general. This is another reason why Noah assigned apostles to each governorate and corps departments. His apostles can borrow Noah's power to greatly improve their strength and help deal with emergencies. With Barton in the Kingdom of Rum, Noah was more assured of Uncle Joseph's safety. I rested in Rum Kingdom for more than half a month. The Prosperity set sail again. The sea surface in the East Daxia Sea is very calm. Not only is the weather stable, but there are also very few pirates. After all, Garp took time off every 3 days to go home to visit relatives, and the Noah family secretly hunted pirates with devil fruit abilities. As a result, the number and quality of pirates in the East Daxia Sea were at the bottom of the world. It was noon on the 7th day after leaving Rum Kingdom. A pirate ship appeared on the sea not far away. Advertisement. Creek Pirates. Noah glanced at the other party's pirate flag and knew that this was a newcomer pirate who became famous in the East Daxia Sea last year. He had no interest in this kind of little shrimp. Crow also had no idea of taking action. After a while, the two ships approached more than 300 meters, and the saber of the Creek pirates immediately opened fire. Boom boom boom. Pagan drew his sword and swung it, and dozens of slashes instantly cut and exploded the cannonballs. Xiaoqi stepped on the moonwalk and appeared on the deck of the saber in a moment. On the deck of the saber, Creek panicked and brandished a giant gun at Xiaoqi. Shoot Laozi. A group of pirate minions opened fire in confusion. Baloo, Ajin and others also held weapons and prepared for a sneak attack. Xiaoqi casually caught Creek's giant gun and squeezed it gently. Click! The giant gun immediately shattered. How is that possible? Bang bang bang, the lead bullets were like hitting a steel plate, splashing sparks. Gilu! Baloo's throat was dry and his pupil shrank. I don't believe you can block the shells. Creek roared hysterically, and at the same time opened the miniature cannon hidden in the chest armor. Poof! Xiaoqi figure appeared behind Creek, holding a still beating heart in his hand. Creek woke up as if from a dream, and suddenly there was a spasm and severe pain in his chest. Ahem, how could I fall here? Captain! Boss Creek! Ajin's eyes widened in anger, and he raised his iron cane and hit Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi's fingers turned black, and his figure flashed past. In an instant, blood holes appeared on the foreheads of dozens of pirates on the deck, including Ajin and Baloo. If you choose to be a pirate, you must have the consciousness to bury yourself in the sea. Xiaoqi walked into the cabin, took away the treasure inside, and finally used magic card, napalm to completely burn the saber in the body. Noah lay on the beach chair on the deck the whole time and had no idea of regaining Creek and Akin. Advertisement. The Prosperity continued along its previously planned route. 2 weeks later, the group came to Coco West Village on the island of Kauai. As the Prosperity docked, villagers from Kokoyasi village also rushed over. After all, every time a merchant ship docks, it is a very important trade opportunity for small island villages like Kokoyasi village. The Prosperity carried a variety of daily necessities and purchased oranges from villagers. Noah picked up a very sour orange and peeled it off. This kind of orange was specially prepared for sailors on long voyages to prevent and treat scurvy. Around the simple pier, there were several limes pushed over by the villagers, including a red-haired woman holding a lady's cigarette. There were 2 7- or 8-year-old girls beside her, one with orange hair and one with blue hair. Crow was discussing the purchase price with the villagers. The little orange cat had already greased the solace of its feet and came to the temporary merchandise shelves of the merchant ship, staring at the skirts and books on the shelves with bright eyes. After a while, the red-haired woman sold out the sour oranges and saw Nami on the deck, so she hurried over. Nami, don't run around. Got it. Belmir. Nami was a little scared, and then asked in a low voice, Belmir, can we buy some books? Belmir was calculating the money from selling oranges today, and seeing Nami's eager little eyes, he decided to buy her a book, just one, but do you really don't need a little skirt? Small skirt. Although Nami was eager, she still chose the book, small skirt next time. I can wear Nakajayo's old clothes. Don't regret it, just pick one. Belmir took the vaccine first to prevent Nami from causing trouble in the future. Noah has been looking at the sea not far away, and has no idea of communicating with the other party. Many times, step by step is also a strategy. Asking the other party to join in from the very beginning will not only appear abrupt, but will also make people feel that there is some evil intention. I came here this time just to become familiar with him and facilitate future contacts. The Prosperity stayed in Coco West Village for one night, and set sail early the next morning, disappearing among the waves of the vast sea. 5 days later, they came to Rog Town, the island where Noah's family started. Noah had not been here for several years. Chapter 114 Trouble Rises Again. Noah and his party secretly sailed in the East Daxia Sea. Before we knew it, time had come to the end of the year 1509 in the Haiwan calendar. At this time, after more than half a year of testing, the red-haired pirates finally planned to attack the position of Emperor of the Sea in the New World. In fact, in August this year, Shanks took the red-haired pirates to the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates, and played a friendly match with Whitebeard in the name of a visit. Whitebeard obviously saw Shanks' intentions, but he did not expose the other party. Instead, he said that Shanks was very capable and worthy of being an intern of the Roger Pirates. Advertisement. This sentence was published in the World Economic Times by Morgans, and the news media under the world government also contributed to the situation behind the scenes, trying to push Shanks to the position of New World Sea Emperor. After all, the remaining territory of New World is no longer enough to support the emergence of the Fourth Sea Emperor. If you don't have enough territory, even if you have monstrous combat power, you still won't be qualified to be called the Sea Emperor of the New World. Territory and strength are both indispensable. As long as Shanks joins the fight for hegemony, he can only go to war against the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Sky Empire, and seize some territory from these three forces. The current sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates is in the waters near the entrance of New World. The nations of the Big Mom pirates are located in the southeast of the Central Sea, and the Sky Empire is in the center and northwest of the Central Sea. Judging from the area of the sea area it controls, the Sky Empire has the largest area, and in the past 6 months, it has expanded its sphere of influence to occupy about 23% of the New World by exchanging territory with all nations and bringing some of the surrounding semi-independent kingdoms into its control. In other words, Shank's red-haired pirate group is now facing a very difficult problem, that is, they must go to war with the Sky Empire in order to gain enough territory to dominate. After all, Shanks can't steal the Whitebeard pirates' territory. After the land exchange, the Big Mom pirates of all nations not only changed some of their previous strategies, completely abandoning some of the fringe islands, and concentrated all the population in the core area of all nations, but also included the 2 veteran New World pirate groups under his command. Obviously Charlotte Linlin is very wary of Shiki and the Sky Empire, worried that the nations are too spread out and can easily be attacked and defeated individually. After all, Sky Empire's mobility is terrifying. This has led to the red-haired pirates to face a crazy counterattack from the Big Mom pirates if they want to seize the territory of all nations now. But as the chief think tank of the red-haired pirates, Beckman looked at the information in his hand with a very worried look on his face. The Sky Empire was also not easy to mess with. No, the Sky Empire is the most terrifying among the 3 emperors. Advertisement. Because the territory of the Sky Empire is divided into 5 provinces, and each province is stationed by a legion. In addition, it has a highly maneuverable air fleet, making it almost impossible to defeat them all. Unless another Sea Emperor is willing to step in to contain Shiki, the red-haired pirates have almost no chance of winning. Beckman knew very well that with Whitebeard's pride, he would not help Shanks contain Shiki. The grievances between the Big Mom pirates and the Roger pirates made it almost impossible for the other party to help, and might instead add insult to injury. Now Beckman has a headache. Although Shanks has decided to challenge Shiki and Sky Empire, he has to consider the worst-case scenario. After all, except for a few Flying 6 members of the Beast Pirates who were absorbed by the Sky Empire, Kaido, Yin, Quinn, and others disappeared without a trace. The outside world generally believed that Kaido had been killed by Shiki. Even the world government ordered the CP organization to search for the reborn blue dragon fruit, because they thought Kaido was dead. Shiki had even killed Kaido and Akoko who were on the same boat before. Beckman didn't think that the other party would show mercy to the interns of the Roger pirates. But Beckman racked his brains and failed to find suitable helpers and methods to ensure that the red-haired pirates could escape intact. Looking at the high-spirited Shanks on the bow of the boat, Beckman asked again worriedly. Shanks, do you really want to challenge the Golden Lion? Beckman, don't worry, we are very strong. Although Shanks knew that Shiki was very powerful, he believed that even if he and the crew could not defeat the Golden Lion and the Sky Empire, he could escape with the crew intact. Beckman, don't worry, my sniper rifle is already thirsty. Jesus laughed loudly. The other members of the red-haired pirate group also shouted, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed for a while. But this still did not dispel the dark clouds in Beckman's heart. As the red-haired pirate group's large sailing vessel Red Force passed through the Whitebeard pirate group's sphere of influence, it finally began to enter the central waters of the New World. Intelligence personnel from all parties also discovered the actions of the red-haired pirates and increased their attention. Especially when they saw the red-haired pirates sailing to the northwest of the central waters of New World, all forces guessed that the red-haired pirates' target was the Sky Overlord. Sabayati Islands. Shuki's rip-off bar. Did he still make this choice? Rayleigh frowned. Advertisement. Shuki took a puff of cigarette. Hey, you are not thinking about New World, are you? Haha. Rayleigh smiled dryly and shook his head. How is that possible? I'm just a little worried about Shanks. After all, the Golden Lion is too strong. There is no need for him to be so anxious. According to his current sailing direction, he will soon encounter the Sky Empire's Blazing Sun Legion. The commander of the Blazing Sun Legion is Lai Yang, and the deputy commander is Shanks' old acquaintance, the Fozzie Ford who rebelled from the CP organization. Shuki continued, considering the security of various places in the Sky Empire, it is estimated that Shiki will take action personally. According to my intelligence, the 3 general managers of the Sky Empire headquarters are very powerful. The Hermit is a person with the corrosion fruit ability. He knows 3 colors of domineering, and his spear and physical skills are also very powerful. Black Maria is one of the 6 flying members of the original Beasts Pirates. She is an ability user in the form of an ancient wolf spider of the animal system. She has good 2-color domineering and physical skills. As for the most mysterious garden, no one has seen her take action so far. Even her gender is a guess. Since this person can become one of the 3 general managers of the Sky Empire, it is obvious that his strength will not be too weak. The more he listened, the more uneasy Rayleigh felt. At this time, Marine's headquarters is Marine Fando. Kong, who had not yet resigned as Marine Fleet Admiral, looked at the information in his hand with a look of solemnity and thought on his face. Although Marine was behind it, hoping that the red-haired pirates could clash with other New World forces, he didn't expect that the red-haired Shanks would be so impatient. He also had a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face at this time. Based on her assessment of the red-haired pirates, although they were basically qualified to compete for New World, it was obviously not a wise move to go straight to the Sky Empire. Fleet Admiral, do we need to take measures? The red-haired pirates can be defeated, but they cannot be annihilated. Otherwise, no one will be able to shake the rule of the Sky Empire in the New World in a short period of time. Kong nodded. Sengoku also had the same idea. He thought that he should take the opportunity to contain some of the Sky Empire's high-end combat capabilities, and not let the Golden Lion attack the red-haired pirates with all its strength. If we want to contain Shiki, we can only use Porcelano or Kuzan. Both of them are more suitable candidates to contain Shiki. Kong pondered for a moment. Let Porcelano take action. After this incident is over, let him station in G1 for a period of time to prevent the Golden Lion from going crazy and retaliating. I understand. Crane nodded. Marine moved in secret. At the same time, the world government also made some moves. Although the five elders believed that Shanks was a traitor, they still considered the overall situation and decided to use their power to add some strength to Shanks and the red-haired pirates. The purpose of doing this is to further test the Sky Empire and make the red-haired pirates a pawn to contain the Sky Empire. Chapter 115 Deploying Troops and Generals. Sky Empire. Sky Island in the Sky Province. Through the Enbu agent of the Sky Empire and the Winery intelligence agent of the Noah family, Robin has received the movements of the red-haired pirates. The above is the trend of the red-haired pirates. Shiki, depending on the situation, the red-haired pirates want to challenge you. Hey. Shiki smoked a cigar and wiped Yingju and Muku with an inexplicable smile on his face. The brat of the Roger pirates, a self-righteous guy, really think that I don't dare to kill him? Advertisement. Marine and the world government seem to be making moves. Porcelano appeared at the G1 base of New World. Mihawk, one of the Shishibukai, also appeared in the Kingdom of Dressrosa yesterday and is currently rushing towards the Empire. Haha. The five elders also want to play balance? Where are the red-haired pirates currently? Near the Gilo Sea area, and then passing through the Kasha Sea area, you will reach the border of the Empire's Rapids province. It will take about a week. Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly and exhaled a puff of smoke. Hey, how much high-level combat power can the Empire draw? The deputy commanders of each legion can be transferred here, but Porcelano's side is more troublesome. Haha, Robin, sometimes the chess pieces outside the chessboard can also move the world. Shiki picked up a dart and threw it. The dart stabbed firmly into the world map. The location where it was struck was the Kingdom of Lucia in the Grand Route Paradise. Robin immediately understood what Shiki meant. In this case, Porcelano does not need to be taken into consideration. We only need to be careful of Mihawk and some CP agents. Mihawk and CP agents are left to you. Just contain each other. Of course, it doesn't matter if you have the chance to kill them directly. As you wish. Robin didn't find this task difficult. CP agents will be restrained by Robin's ability when facing Robin. Mihawk and Robin are not fighting alone, because Noah has decided to send some experts to support the Sky Empire, and Robin can choose some of them. As for the red-haired pirates, naturally leave it to Shiki, Liang, Hermit, Black Maria, Fosfu, Shimu, Mantis, Brian, and others. Except for Mantis, everyone else is Noah's apostle. Just in case, Noah temporarily dispatched the reformed Quangshalang, renamed Judgment, and Champagne, the leader of the New World branch of the winery, to the Sky Empire. Obviously Noah does not intend to have a fair duel. If he can fight in a group, he will fight the opponent as much as possible. After all, judging from the motivations of the red-haired pirates this time, on the one hand, Marine and the World Conquest government are adding fuel to the fire, on the other hand, the red-haired Shanks really have the idea of conquering the New World. Moreover, Noah estimated that the red-haired Shanks also wanted to explore the current situation of Wano country. After all, as a member of the Roger Pirates, he knew very well that the Kojiki clan could read the historical text and was the master of Zo, which was related to one of the red pieces. Road sign historical text. If the son of prophecy cannot collect 4 road signs and does not have a partner who understands the historical text, it means that he cannot reach Ravdru. This leaves red-haired Shanks to take risks. Advertisement. The Noah family has already completed its primitive accumulation and is no longer in the same stage as before. This time he will no longer avoid fighting. The undercurrent of the New World is surging, and all forces are focusing on the rapid waters. Morgans was the first one to enter the scene, and even directly applied to Sky Empire to get closer to the live broadcast. Shiki did not refuse the opponent. After all, this birdman still had some use value. Even if he refused, he would approach secretly. In addition, intelligence personnel from Marine, World Government, Revolutionary Army, Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and other underground giants are all trying to find ways to enter the rapid waters. The Grand Line, Paradise. The Kingdom of Lucia. This island country was the country that was later destroyed by Uranus. In the sea 136 kilometers southwest of the Kingdom of Lucia is Marine's G2 fortress. This fortress was transformed from the entire island, and its surface is covered with thick rock formations. The garrison will be Gumir, dual sword swordsman, Grandmaster 6 styles and dual color Haki. Noah has secretly entered the Kingdom of Lucia with Vic, Lillian, Lilith, and others from Rog Town. Lucia Kingdom, Cow Port. Another country full of decadence. Noah drank a cup of milk tea and looked at the nobles and kingdom officials who were dominating on the street. Ale walked out of the toilet and whispered, "Brother, all plans are ready to be completed. Then let's begin." Noah drank the milk tea in one gulp, and Conqueror's domineering power swept out in an instant. The entire cow port was stunned instantly. Vic put his hands on the ground, quicksand passage. In an instant, the ground in the cow harbor surged, and quicksand swallowed everyone in the cow's underground. Ra's sword pointed at the center of his eyebrows, wormhole transfer. The person who was sucked into the underground cave was instantly sucked into a desert island that had been prepared by the wormhole. The desert island was in the Storm Islands of South Blue. On the deserted island, Mary, Enel, and others who were in charge of receiving them quickly screened the criminals among them while placing them. 10 minutes later, more than 8,000 people in the entire dairy harbor disappeared without a trace. Let's go to the next town. Yes, brother. In less than 3 hours, the Kingdom of Lucia was completely evacuated, leaving only an empty island. In the palace of the Kingdom of Lucia. Advertisement. Noah sat on the throne, and Lilith poured him a glass of milk, a specialty of the Kingdom of Lucia. Vic was gnawing on a sea beast that weighed several hundred kilograms. Kroll looked through the list of treasures in the Lucia Kingdom. Lillian used the flame to grill the steak of a herbivorous dinosaur. Joshua was closing his eyes and concentrating, and his vision had already covered a 2,000 kilometers radius. The battlefield is ready. Next, let's see how Marine and World Government respond. Inside the Marine G2 base at this time. Base Chief's Office. Report, Lieutenant General Gummel, there is an emergency in the Kingdom of Lucia. A merchant ship just docked at the cow port and found that the port was empty and that there was a large amount of sand on the site. Sand? Crocodile. The bald Gumir frowned, is there any other information? The merchant ship has escaped from cow port. There is no other information for the time being. Gumir then picked up the phone and dialed the number of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Lucia, but after calling for more than 10 minutes, there was still no response. This situation made Gummel feel nervous all of a sudden, and he continued to call several nobles he knew in the Lucia Kingdom. Unfortunately, the result is still the same, no response. Trouble. Cold sweat broke out on Gummel's forehead. He immediately dialed the phone number of the headquarters and ordered the people around him, prepare the warship immediately. I want to go to the Kingdom of Lucia in person. Yes. Brew. This is the communications room of the headquarters. Please inform me of your name and number. I am Gumir, the person in charge of the G2 base, number 029-3672. Confirmation completed, Lieutenant General, please explain the matter. I want to speak to Fleet Admiral. The Kingdom of Lucia has completely lost contact. Hold on. After a few minutes. Hey. I'm Kong, Gumir. Did you say that the Kingdom of Lucia has lost contact? Gumir kept his story short and quickly reported the brief situation of the matter to Sora. After hearing this, Kong was also shocked. Chapter 116 A sudden turn of events. After Gumir reported the relevant situation to Kong, he hurriedly led 3 warships to attack the dairy port of the Kingdom of Lucia. In the palace of the Kingdom of Lucia. Joshua opened his eyes, Marine has discovered anomalies, and Gumir from G2 is bringing people over to investigate. Noah put down his knife and wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth, it's not drastic enough. We need to put a little more pressure on the world government. From today on, the world will no longer be theirs. Do you want to declare war? Crow's eyes flashed. Advertisement. Well, it's time for me to talk to that old friend. Noah took out the card, opened the phone room where the phone bug was sealed, and picked out a phone bug that had been sealed for a long time. He did not use the anti-eavesdropping phone bug cultivated by the Ministry of Science and Technology, but made a direct call. After a while, the phone was answered. Moxie, are you? Long time no see, Mr. Morgans. Hearing this voice, Morgans on the other side of the phone finally remembered something, are you Mr. Don? Haha, it seems Mr. Morgans has not forgotten. How could I forget that Mr. Ming Ming sold me several big news stories back then? I wonder what big news Mr. Ming Ming needs to sell this time. Morgans seemed to have smelled the big news. A free piece of news, I wonder if Mr. Morgans dares to publish it. Oh? Tell me. I am the leader of the Hidden Ones organization wanted by the world government. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Don Noah, the head of the Kingdom of Dawn and the founder of the Liberator organization. Quack, that's it. Morgan's adrenaline was surging. The Kingdom of Lychees has been liberated by me. From today on, I, Don Noah, will lead the Kingdom of Dawn to declare war on the world government and its affiliated countries. The aloof celestial dragons. The corrupt and cruel kings and nobles. The unscrupulous businessmen who break the bones and suck the marrow. Insensitive marine. Greedy and evil pirates. I will completely eradicate your lives. This world is already dirty, let me restart the whole world. If you feel that you are weak and dare not be a liberator, you can choose to escape and hide, but if you join one of the parties, then please accept the death I give bar. As soon as he finished speaking, Morgans on the other side of the phone was stunned. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he cleared his throat and asked, Mr. Li Ming. Are you sure you want to publish this content? Is Mr. Morgans scared? Quack. Since Mr. Li Ming is not afraid of death, of course I will risk my life to accompany you. Tomorrow, the newspaper will be released simultaneously around the world, and it will be a free newspaper. This is the big news I met Morgans. I left you some secret live video call bugs in the Kingdom of Lychees. The number is. Okay. You are indeed Mr. Li Ming. Although I don't think you can defeat the world government, I sincerely wish you good luck in martial arts. Live as long as you can. There is no shame in escaping, and you will witness the coming of a new era. With your good words, I will try my best to survive. Advertisement. Morgans obviously knows that after tomorrow, he will probably face the full pursuit of the world government. At the same time, the cow port of the Kingdom of Lychees. 3 warships from the G2 base have docked. Gumir looked at the empty city with a very solemn and uneasy face. Welcome to everyone from Marine. Looking at the man with glasses walking out of the shadow of the lighthouse, Gumir narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you the man with cat claw glasses from the Hidden One organization? Let me introduce myself, my name is Crow, just an ordinary butler. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks are flying in the air. The 2 swords entwined with armed domineering collided fiercely with Espada more than a dozen times. The 2 of them returned to where they started. Were the people of Lychees Kingdom taken away by you? Although I don't want to answer dead people's questions, but I'm worried about the random thoughts of the Marine headquarters behind you, so I'd better let you know clearly. The Kingdom of Lychees has been liberated by our Kingdom of Dawn. From now on, they will cooperate with the world government. There is no affiliation anymore. Arrogant. I am. Night, seducing the soul. In an instant, the 3 warships were shrouded in darkness. Gumir felt a biting chill when he saw it, and he quickly waved out a dense slashing wave. Poof. Poof. What? Gumel's eyes widened, looking at the sharp blade that penetrated his chest. He did not expect that the other party would use this kind of fighting method of dying together. At this time, his double knives also penetrated Crow's abdomen. However, he soon felt something was wrong, because the other party's bright red pupils were exuding a strange smile, and a coldness spread all over his body. You are actually a vampire. It was too late, he knew it was too late. One after another, Gumir's blood was sucked away by Crow and turned directly into a mummy. But Crow was intact, and his wounds were repaired by vitality. Lieutenant General Gumir. Hurry up and turn on the searchlights. Under the night, the dark warship was in chaos. Advertisement. The corners of Crow's mouth rose, blood bat disaster. His body immediately spread out and turned into countless vampire bats. What? Bang bang bang. Idiot, don't shoot randomly. There are enemies attacking us. 10 minutes later, the 3 warships were covered with mummies, leaving only a few signal soldiers who were going crazy. They trembled and looked at Crow. Report the situation here to the Marine headquarters truthfully. I don't think you will refuse, right? Several signal soldiers were sweating like rain, their faces were pale with fright, and they could only nod their heads like chickens pecking at rice. As the communication with Malinfando was connected, the communication soldier stumbled and reported the situation, and was crushed to death by Crow's claw. At this time, the atmosphere in Marine's headquarters, Marinefando, which was less than 1,300 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Lychees, solidified instantly. Boom! Veins popped up on Sora's forehead, and he smashed the desk with his fist. Rampant! Damn it! Inexcusable! He and Zifa, who walked in from the door, saw such an angry Sora fleet admiral for the first time. What happened? He asked quickly. The person in charge of the communications room on the side quickly explained the cause and effect of the incident to the 2 of them. What? Gumir was killed in battle? 3 warships were also massacred. Zifa's eyes were filled with anger. That Hidden One organization? Why is it at this time? He frowned. She had just arranged the new world with warring states, but she did not expect that the situation in the park would take a turn for the worse. Kong clenched his fists. Crane, let Porosalino go out. This time we must hold back the people of the Hidden Ones. Zifa, Jiaji, Flying Squirrel, and Ghost Spider and I will lead the Buster Call fleet to attack. You and the garden stays with Melinfando. Fleet Admiral, do you want to transfer Garp and Kuzan there as well? Kong shook his head. No, Kuzan must stay in the Sabayati Islands. Tiger's attack on Mary Joa cannot happen again. It's too late for Garp. He should be in Rogtown now. Even if he travels at full speed, it will take him half a month to reach the kingdom of Lulicia. Damn it, it happens to be at this time. He was very helpless. Soon Kong took Zifa, Kaji, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, plus 10 Buster Call warships and headed straight for the kingdom of Lucia. Porosalino, who was on standby at the New World G1 base, also put away his careless expression after receiving the call from Crane, and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 117 Declaration of War. More than 2 hours later. A golden light flashed over the kingdom of Lulicia, and then a series of refraction movements appeared on the warship in Cow Harbor. Looking at the marine soldier and Lieutenant General Gumir who had turned into mummies, although Porosalino's face was expressionless, his clenched fists showed that he was not at peace in his heart. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared on the top of the port's lighthouse tower. Eyes facing each other. Advertisement. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the dock area. Why do you want to take the initiative to provoke? This is not in line with your style. Because the times are calling, we can no longer bear the anger in our hearts. How can your ridiculous justice understand our tolerance? Boom. The purple-red conquerors soared into the sky, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. The shock wave swept through and the wind roared past. Porosalino's cloak ruffled. The eyes under the sunglasses had an extremely solemn expression. It's more powerful than before, and this conquerors is a bit scary. It's useless to talk more. Let's see the truth under your hands. Porosalino. A stream of iron sand condensed in the palm of Joshua's hand to create a high-frequency vibrating sword. Come on. Porosalino condensed the Sky Kong Yun sword. Boom. The two swords collided with each other. The blue thunder and the yellow flash are colliding, as if they are dividing the world into two realms, blue and yellow. Red thunder soaring snake. The thunder snake entwining conquerors sprang out from behind Joshua and rushed straight into the face of Porosalino who was fighting with the sword. Flash refraction. Porosalino instantly turned into light and dispersed. In the blink of an eye, the two sides have fought hundreds of times. They are both extremely fast people. Although light is faster than electricity, light movement is good at traveling straight for long distances, while electric movement is more suitable for short distance movement, so the speed of the two sides is almost the same. The older Porosalino is experienced and his skills, physical strength and endurance are all at their peak. Young Joshua has powerful conquerors, and huge reserves of vitality. The battle between the two at this moment was almost evenly matched. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. Advertisement. Countless light bullets flew away from his head and face. Magnetic field rotation positron cannon. The light bullet was distorted and deflected by the powerful magnetic field of Joshua's body, and the positron cannon condensed with terrifying aura rushed towards Porosalino in an instant. Danger. Porosalino got out of the way immediately. Magnetic field rotation wireless shock. As soon as Porosalino appeared through refraction, a terrifying electric current appeared around his body. His armed domineering force instantly opened the electric current. Can it hit anyone within the scope of the magnetic field? Magnetic field rotation iron sand hell. Hoo ho ho. Click. The surrounding buildings instantly disappeared in the wind as if they had experienced millions of years of weathering. Black iron sand clouds, entangled with armed domineering energy, completely destroyed the entire cow port. The black wind was full of iron sand. Porosalino was like a little golden sun at this time, using terrifying and airtight lasers to resist Joshua's iron sand hell. At this moment, both sides entered the stage of fighting for endurance. The fierce fighting lasted all day and night. Noah and others did not take action because he knew very well that if Porosalino wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Therefore, there is no need to launch an encirclement and suppression campaign. Noah's target is the Buster Call fleet that Cyborg brought over this time and the Marine executives. And he has not forgotten that the purpose of this operation is to coordinate the actions of the Sky Empire. Although it is important to eliminate Marine's active force, some time needs to be delayed in the early stage so that Shiki can deal with the red-haired pirates first. After a day and night of hard work, the Marine headquarters Buster Call fleet finally arrived at the waters off the kingdom of Lucia. At this time, it happened to be the morning when the sun was rising. Under the first ray of sunlight, after seeing the Buster Call fleet, a news bird immediately dropped the dozens of newspapers it carried and flew away in a hurry. Zifa caught one of the newspapers and his eyes widened when the title came into view. Declaration of War. Declaration of War. Declaration of War. Liberator Don Noah declares full war on the world government. He quickly scanned the newspaper. The more you look at the sweat on your forehead, the more intense it becomes, and your breathing becomes faster. Because it not only contains the code names of Noah and several members who have appeared, but also the philosophy and program of the Kingdom of Dawn, as well as related content about the human hunting game of the Draco, and finally Noah's request to the world government and various franchisees' declaration of war. This is human hunting game. Advertisement. With the characters of those guys, it is indeed possible. Arrogant person. Is our justice real justice? Keep your voice down. With the whispers of the sailors around him in his body, Zifa's heart became more and more cold and depressed. As a former general, he naturally knew that the crimes of the Tianlong people in the newspapers were a real and cruel reality. Hand in all newspapers immediately. This is a rumor spread by the enemy. Ghost Spider led the gendarmerie and roared and confiscated the newspapers in everyone's hands. Sora in the cabin was already exhausted at this time. Because the 5 elders had just called him, scolded him, and asked him to immediately destroy the so-called Kingdom of Dawn and the Liberator organization. However, the 5 elders were so angry that they could not stop the situation from deteriorating further. Morgans, who was well prepared, printed several times more newspapers than usual and had newsbirds spread them out at almost the same time, giving no time for the world government to react. After scattering the newspapers, the newsbird immediately rubbed oil on its solace and disappeared without a trace. Morgans himself even hid directly inside the Sky Empire's Rapid Province, using the Sky Empire as a shield. At this time, the sea was completely boiling. Sabayati Islands. Shucky's rip-off bar. Rarely went to drink and gamble. He held the newspaper in his hand tightly with both hands. Noah the Liberator? Noah's Ark. The promised date has not yet arrived. Why did such a huge change happen? Hey, why are you so obsessed with the so-called promised date and the promised person? Shucky was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Of course she knew the reason for the Valley of the Gods incident, which was actually the triennial event of the Celestial Dragons. Caused by human hunting game. Although she felt that the Liberator Noah was very extreme, she had to admire his courage and courage. At least the small-time revolutionary army did not directly declare war on the world government, let alone kill the celestial dragons, kings and nobles, unscrupulous merchants, and marine pirates. At this time, the whole world was caught off guard by this sudden change. The red-haired Shanks and the Golden Lion compete for supremacy in the New World. Compared with the declaration of war by the Kingdom of Dawn, world government, it seems even more petty. Although many forces believe that the Kingdom of Dawn and the Liberator organization are seeking self-destruction, this is the first time in 800 years that the world government has openly declared war on its existence. In an instant, the whole world's attention was drawn to the Kingdom of Lucia at the eye of the storm. As for the Kingdom of Lucia, the cow port has completely turned into an iron sand desert. Porisalano sensed the arrival of Fleet Admiral and others, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had been fighting with Joshua for a day and a night, and he had to secretly guard against sneak attacks by other members of the Liberator organization, which put great psychological pressure on him. Joshua also stopped and looked at Porisalano with a smile. You seem to be very happy? Could it be that the arrival of Cyborg Kong gave you the illusion that you can fight back? Haha, it's really a terrifying range of sight, hearing, and color sensing. Porisalano looked calm. Chapter 118 The War Breaks Out. Lucia Kingdom, Cow Port Ruins. Kong, Zifa, Jiakai, Ghost Spider, and hundreds of colonel-level marine officers from the Buster Call fleet appeared behind Porisalano. Flying Squirrel and the other 3 commodores stayed on the warship to guard against enemy raids. In addition, the artillery on the warship had been filled and aimed at various areas of the Lucia Kingdom. Joshua, who was opposite the marine senior management, did not feel too much pressure because he was waiting for someone to arrive. Not a moment. Advertisement. Noah, Vic, Crow, Lilith, and Lillian also appeared behind Joshua. When Noah came to the front, Sora also came to the front of Porisalano. The two looked at each other in silence. Are you Don Noah? I didn't expect you to come here in person. I thought it would be Warring States or Garp coming here. You are already very old. Is the salary from world government worth your efforts? Sora's armed collar wrapped around his whole body, as if he didn't intend to continue talking nonsense. In an instant, fighting broke out suddenly. The 3 conquerors of Noah, Vic, and Joshua are not only very powerful, but also fused together. Boom! Sora also unleashed his hidden conqueror's haki. However, Sora's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. During the conqueror's competition, Sora was suppressed, which not only affected him, but other marine officers were also strongly oppressed. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. The magnetic field rotates and Fudo Mayu. The overwhelming light bombs were deflected in all directions. Boom, Boom, boom. The fields and mountains of the kingdom of Lychees were blown into large craters, and the wild animals fled and howled like crazy. Zifa's hands were wrapped with armed domineering force. At this time, he had not had an arm cut off, but the influence of age and asthma still made him somewhat powerless. Let me weigh the purity of the unkillable general. Vic's armed color covered his whole body, and he pounced on him. Boom. Two dark fists collided together, and then both sides retreated dozens of meters. Zifa's eyes became more solemn. Nice armed color. I thought Mr. Zifa would give a lecture. Vic had already heard about Zifa's deeds and style. Zifa tore off his suit and cloak of justice. There is no need, I have already felt your perseverance and courage, and I am not qualified to preach, so let me see if you have the ability to subvert this world. Ahahaha. As you wish, remember. My name is Vic. Vic was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly, and then shattered his shirt, revealing his marble-like muscles, armed colors and conquerors wrapped around his body. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. The two of them exchanged punches wildly. Vic did not use the fruit power, but only used physical skills and domineering. During the fierce fight, both of them moved towards the grassland on the north side. At the moment Zifa took action. Gigi also drew out his long knife. Lillian behind Noah instantly entered the flame god mode, with blue and white flames and weapons wrapped around the flame god's martial body. It turns out to be the blue flame witch. Although I don't really want to fight a girl, there is no other way. Who can make us have different positions? Haha, uncle, don't die. As soon as he finished speaking, a laser swept across. Gigi saw the danger and immediately shaved one after another. Sizzling. The laser instantly penetrated the iron sand in the port, leaving a gully of more than 10 kilometers on the sea surface. The water vapor that was instantly evaporated filled the sea surface. It's so dangerous. If you get hit, you will really be doomed. As an elite lieutenant general, and the kind of being who can compete with generals, Gigi felt how terrifying Lillian was at this time. Lillian, covered in flames, walked forward while calmly explaining her inner will. There has never been a rule. There can only be one sun in the sky. The sun without mercy. Boom. Gigi's eyes widened. Even though he was covered in armed domineering energy, he still felt the heat and sting coming from the air. Lillian's simulated combustion has entered a state of nuclear fission. The simulated uranium element instantly undergoes a nuclear fission reaction under high temperature, pressure, and high concentration. The ground began to melt and turned into a large piece of magma. Various rays and high-energy neutrons are sprayed in all directions. Get out of here quickly. However, a dozen Marine officers who had no time to react were instantly hit by nuclear radiation and high-energy neutrons because they were too close. Ah! My eyes! Save me! Gigi instantly swung out a powerful slashing wave. Lillian's pupils shone brightly, and two laser beams shot out. Sizzling! The slashing wave was instantly penetrated and ablated by the laser, and Gigi had to continue to swing out slashing attacks, and kept increasing the coverage of the armed domineering force. Even if they tried their best, the dozen Marine officers could not escape. Their cells had completely collapsed. Within a dozen steps, they were bleeding from 7 holes and their skin ulcerated and died. Gigi quickly shouted, "You are not needed here, you go support the ghost spider." Advertisement. As if they were granted amnesty, all the officers immediately ran towards the ghost spider with all their might. Gigi didn't care too much, because now he had to go all out and focus all his energy on dealing with Lillian. Ghost Spider's opponent is Crow. Devil Fruit is not invincible. The Ghost Spider wears a set of reticulated armor mixed with sea stone ingredients, and is not afraid of Crow's approach at all. Moreover, 2 of his 8 knives were mixed with sea floor stone and were specially used to deal with ability users. Among the surrounding Marine officers, they were also holding sea stone weapons or using sea stone bullets, ready to support Ghost Spider. Crow's face was calm. He had long expected that one day the enemy would use sea floor stone weapons to deal with him, so he had made special preparations and training in this area. Red blood hit the water. A Marine colonel was kicked away by a ghost spider. Pfft! Where Colonel Marine was standing just now, a hole the size of a bowl appeared. Red blood gun wave. Bang! The ghost spider blocked it with the blade of its long knife, and its body was pushed back more than 20 meters. Be careful, this is a fishman karate move. Shoot, cover. Bang bang bang. Red blood mist leech. A large amount of blood mist erupted from Crow's body and spread rapidly in all directions. Blood leeches like leeches were hidden in the blood mist. The ghost spider sensed the danger, and immediately spun its body, kicking out countless lantern kicks with both legs, land kick tornado. ++V+%. Although the blood mist was partially weakened, the complexity of the mountain forest terrain still allowed some blood leeches to successfully penetrate. Even if you are armed, as long as your body is not covered, you will end up dead. Soon, a dozen armed and sexless marine officers were drained of blood by blood leeches and turned into shriveled corpses. I'm going to chop you into pieces. The ghost spider's hair and hands waved 8 long knives, and rushed towards Crow. You're really irritable. Crow's body instantly turned into a bat, and the surrounding mountains and forests were suddenly shrouded in darkness. The ghost spider pounced on nothing. It doesn't matter if you have the Sea Tower Stone net armor and the Sea Tower Stone long knife. As long as you can't hit the target, you will still be killed. After all, the characteristics of the vampire fruit are endurance, vitality, and weirdness. Crow is not afraid of competing with the opponent for physical strength. Anyway, this mission was to delay time first. He didn't want to kill the opponent all at once and cause Marine to react. Now he has to maintain a seemingly even situation and make Marine think they can fight back. Chapter 119 The Collision of Forces. With Zifa, Jiaja, Ghost Spider, and others joining the battle. Both sides were still in Cow Harbor at this time. Only Noah, Lilith, and Marine Sora were left. Lilith immediately spread her wings and flew high, entered the invisible state, and lurked. She was on guard against Marine's Buster Call fleet. It seems they have found an opponent. Should we warm up? Noah smiled and took off his shirt, revealing ordinary muscles. Advertisement. Under those not exaggerated muscles, there seems to be a Poseidon-like wild atmosphere hidden. Sora was ready to go. Arrogant boy, let me tell you what the sky is and the earth is high. Man of steel. The body of a blue dragon. 10 times the power. Boom. Click. The surrounding rock formations exploded instantly, spreading in all directions like a spider web. How is it possible? Kong was shocked in his heart. What kind of power is this? Is this guy really a human being? Even those with Phantom Beast abilities don't have such terrifying power. Let's warm up. Your Majesty Fleet Admiral. The air is screaming and the ground is crumbling. The pitch-black fist touched his face in an instant. Boom. Poof. Sora's face was twisted, blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, and his body was instantly knocked several hundred meters away. Even the Haki who saw and heard the color had no time to react, and the violent force was like a volcanic eruption. Ha, don't underestimate Marine. His empty hands transformed into a palm knife, steel knife. The sword of the palm is like Senju Guanyin, and it cuts thousands of blades. Well done. Pai Shan. Noah also waved his palms, and the shadows of his palms filled the sky with shock waves like a meteor shower. Boom boom boom. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, whether it is the sea, the sky, or the ground, it is filled with shock waves and incense blades. Distant on the sea. The flying squirrel held the telescope, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Back up quickly. Back up another 5 kilometers. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out his sword and slashed a dozen times in an instant, blocking a small part of the spreading land and shock wave. Gilu, received. Even the Buster Call sailors who had seen strong winds and waves felt the terrifying power of the sea at this time. Advertisement. This kind of pure physical attack can actually cover an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers, which is simply terrifying. The screen turned back to Noah and Sora. Steel nails. Needle-like shock waves burst out from Sora's fists. The air was punched out in a series of cavities and sonic booms. Tiger bites. Conqueror's entwined fist erupted into a red tiger shock wave. Boom. The fierce collision tore the sky apart, driving the entire ruins of Cow Harbor completely into the seabed, leaving a large crater with a radius of about 3 kilometers. Empty continuous moonwalk soars into the air. Noah rotated his body's magnetic field and suspended in mid-air. The moment their eyes met, fists and feet collided again between lightning and flint. The fierce battle changed the already devastated kingdom of Lulicia beyond recognition. The flying squirrel on the warship in the distance already felt that the situation was out of control. He held the phone and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. Commander the situation is not good. The enemy's strength is too strong. Sora Fleet Admiral, Teacher Zifa, Lieutenant General Porisalino, Lieutenant General Kaji, and Lieutenant General Ghost Spider cannot suppress the opponent. Instead, we have lost more than 30 elite officers. Things have turned out to be like this. He thought hard in Melinfando. She understands that at this stage, Marine has too few troops at its disposal, especially in terms of high-end combat power, which is obviously lacking. Kuzan wants to garrison the Sabayati Islands and beware of outlaws attacking Marie Joya. Sengoku and Sakazuki have to garrison New World and be on guard against the 4 emperors. At the same time, they have to keep an eye on North Blue and West Blue at all times, unable to escape at all. Garp fell out of control at a critical moment and is still in Rog Town, unable to come back. Only she, Jun, Hua Shaishan, Dark Horse, and 3 giant lieutenant generals were left in the headquarters. At most, they could only squeeze out 1 high-end combat force to support them. Flying Squirrel, please keep in touch with the headquarters at any time. I will communicate with the 5 elders. Yes, please. It's your job. Crane immediately called 5 elders. At this time, Marijoa's power was within her. The 5 elders were sitting upright, listening to the report from the person in charge of CP2. The above is all the information about the Kingdom of Lychees. The Buster Call fleet currently led by Sora has encountered stubborn resistance from the Liberator organization, and the two sides are fighting fiercely. Advertisement. Trash. Saint Satan's face was gloomy. Has it grown so powerful? Saint Maz frowned. I may not be able to defeat the opponent if I'm bearish. After all, the space-type ability user hasn't appeared yet. Should we take action? Na Xiaolang Sheng was a little hesitant. Saint Satan shook his head, no. The safety of the Holy Land is more important. If we attack and the opponent moves through space and raids Marijoa, then we will fall into a more passive situation. Then let the Knights of God take action. Second. Saint Satan expressed his thoughts, no, the Knights of God are a trump card and cannot be used now. Let CP0 and Shishibukai be dispatched. There are 2 Shishibukai near the Kingdom of Lychees. Let them set off to Lychees immediately. Kingdom. Is this like this? It's okay. Brew brew. Na Xiaolang Sheng pressed the answer button. Your Excellency 5 elders, I am Crane, sorry to bother you. What's up? Fleet Admiral's Buster Call fleet has encountered a strong counterattack from the enemy. I am worried that I will not be able to complete the demon-slaying mission perfectly. Now I am preparing to ask Kuzan to rush for emergency assistance. I hope that Your Excellency 5 elders can allow CP personnel to temporarily assist in the defense of the Sabayati Islands for a period of time. Kuzan. Saint Nashulang thought for a while, then looked at the others. The other 5 elders also nodded, and then he answered. We agreed. In addition, we will notify Shishabukai's Moonlight Moria and Terror Weapon Doria and let them support the Kingdom of Lychees. However, I hope Marine can completely eliminate the Liberator organization. Your Excellency 5 elders, I believe that Fleet Admiral Kong thinks so too. Okay, go ahead and notify Kuzan. I understand, bye. After hanging up the phone, the 5 elders quickly notified CP9 and asked the Gatefruit user to take several members of CP0 to notify Moonlight Moria and Terror Weapon Doria, and then go directly to the Kingdom of Lychees. As for the red-haired pirates and the Sky Empire, 5 elders didn't even mention it. After all, in the hearts of the 5 elders, Shanks is just an abandoned son of the Celestial Dragons. If it were normal times, the 5 elders would not mind mobilizing CP and Marine to maintain a balance between him and the Golden Lion to facilitate future planning of New World and Sky Empire. But now the Liberator organization is riding on it. If the Liberator organization is not encircled and suppressed, the other party will definitely continue to attack other participating countries and completely shake the foundation of world government's rule. This is something that the 5 elders and the Draco cannot stand. Soon Bruno of CP9 passed the gate of opening, took away 3 CP0s from Marijoa's CP0 base, and headed to the terrifying triangle to inform Moonlight Moria. However, they don't know. Just when the 5 elders informed Doria through the phone bug, this information was known to the Noah family. Doria, who was hiding in the Turtle Island fortress, did not refuse the 5 elders, but looked very interested. In Kuzan on the Sabayati Islands, after receiving the notice from Crane, he rarely rode a bicycle. Instead, he directly used moonwalk to continuously ride in the air and hurried to the Kingdom of Lychees. Chapter 120 Another Battlefield. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out in the Kingdom of Lychees in Paradise. The red-haired pirates on the New World side are also rapidly approaching the borders of the Sky Empire's rapid provinces. However, Shiki obviously would not choose to start a war with the red-haired pirates on the border of the Rift province. The red-haired pirates had just completed their supplies and sailed more than 50 kilometers. They were still about 430 kilometers away from the border of the Riptide province when they encountered an island falling from the sky. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. More than a dozen islands fell one after another from the sky. It immediately triggered a tsunami tens of meters high and a violent shock wave. The red-haired Shanks concentrated Conqueror's slashes, but still did not destroy the island wreckage that hit the Red Force. Fortunately, other members of the red-haired pirate group also took action to destroy the stones that fell. But Beckman's face was very ugly. Because among the dozen islands, only 3 were smashed around the Red Force, and the remaining islands were smashed around it. The sea area selected by Shiki has a depth of only more than 70 meters. When the islands are circled and smashed down, the location of the Red Force will be surrounded and become a lake. Condescending Shiki, looking at the red-haired Shanks on the deck below, he gently lit a cigar. Hey, are you satisfied with your own grave? Shiki Dono has changed so much. Red-haired Shanks smiled at Kide. You are very confident, I hope you can keep it up later. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade in Shiki's hand was unsheathed. Red Heart Snare. An airtight slashing wave fell from the sky, blasting towards the red-haired pirates. The red-haired Shanks raised the sword Griffin, come on! The clouds in the sky were instantly blown away by conquerors. The slashes and slashes collided with each other, erupting into even more terrifying shocks. Beckman raised his pistol and drew his sword at the same time. Jesus Bulletin's sniper rifle is aimed at Shiki. Advertisement. The core members of the red-haired pirates all gathered their armed domineering energy. As for the Sky Empire, Monet, Lai Yang, Hermit, Phosfu, Shimu, Mantis, and Black Maria all landed on the ruins of the island where they fell before. Oxygen snow suffocating hell. Monet was the first to take action, which was a large-scale negative skill. Beckman had already known part of Monet's abilities through underground intelligence dealers, so everyone in the red-haired pirate group brought oxygen bottles. Nitrogen snow falling snow on Earth. Whoosh whoosh. Under the snowstorm, the lake on the island was frozen solid in an instant. After all, the people in the Sky Empire are all devil fruit users, so of course Monet must create a favorable situation for his side. Roar. Shimu entered the orc form Triceratops. Roar. Phosfu also entered the orc form and turned into a saber-toothed tiger. Lai Yang rushed over with two people, Beckman and others. The hermit raised his rifle, the corrosive air and armament wrapped around the bullet. Black Maria sprayed out dense spider webs, covering them in all directions. The mantis makes a special gesture and turns into a huge barrier giant. As the main force of both sides, Shiki and Shanks have already fought on one of the ruined islands. The red-haired conquerors is indeed very powerful, but Shiki directly borrowed Noah's conquerors, which is also very powerful. Although Noah in the Lucia kingdom was temporarily unable to use conquerors while Shiki was borrowing conquerors, Noah's strength, blessed by the power fruit, did not drop much, and his purpose was to delay time for Shiki and others to solve it first. The red-haired pirates. Although Shanks knew that Shiki's conquerors was very powerful through information from underground intelligence merchants, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, he had seen the Golden Lion's conquerors when he was in the Roger Pirates. But as soon as they fought, he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. Shiki's conqueror's strength was unexpectedly strong, and even Shanks's proud wisdom kill was suppressed to the point where it was difficult to take effect. What's even more terrifying is that Monet's suffocating hell is still affecting the entire battlefield at all times. Shiki was fully prepared. Before the war started, he asked Luo to come over and make a small modification to all the personnel who needed to participate in the war. A breathing balloon was implanted in the lungs. There was a card in this breathing balloon, which was Magic Card, Oxygen Cylinder. Magic Card, Oxygen Cylinder has a very large oxygen storage capacity, with a capacity of 4 cubic kilometers, and is set to slow release mode. Advertisement. Therefore, the Sky Empire combatants present did not need to inhale oxygen from the surrounding environment and could directly fight with high intensity in Monet's suffocating hell. This situation directly caused the gap between the two sides to expand invisibly. The members of the red-haired pirates are human beings after all. They need to breathe and eat. Even with amazing physical strength, they cannot withstand long-term and high-intensity battles in an oxygen-free environment. Even if Beckman prepared a lot of oxygen bottles, it would not help. After all, compared with the external oxygen bottle outside the body and the oxygen bottle magic card implanted in the body, there is a huge difference between the two. Everyone, stay away from that blizzard Monet as soon as possible and go to the beach. They are all ability users. Beckman slashed with a slash and shouted to his companions around him. Lai Yang grinned, revealing his white teeth. Ha 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 ha, Beckman, you still have some brains, but it's a pity that you followed a fool captain. But Beckman didn't respond at all. Instead, he continued to shout to his companions, don't talk nonsense to them, they are stalling for time. Fanatical killing fist. Lai Yang's hands turned into afterimages all over the sky. A series of fist-shaped high-heat shock waves covered Beckman. Swords and bounce. Beckman waved his sword and spun it at high speed, deflecting the high-heat shock wave that hit him. Boom boom boom. The surrounding ice surface was blasted away by the shock wave and a series of large craters were created. The high-heat melting seawater stirred up dense white mist of water vapor. High-pressure steam punch. Lai Yang used the surrounding high-temperature water vapor to quickly condense a dense fist of high-pressure and high-temperature water vapor, and rushed towards Beckman. Beckman exploded back several hundred meters, inserted his palm into the ice, and directly lifted up several hundred meters of ice, turning it into an ice wall to block the water vapor punch. In the exchange of back and forth, the two people gradually came to the ruins of an island near the northwest. Others were also engaged in fierce fighting and moved to the ruins of the island in various directions. Beckman, who was just standing on the edge of the island, didn't feel relaxed at all, because there was no oxygen here either. This is the terror of those with Logia abilities. This natural disaster level ability to change terrain, climate, and environment is almost a nightmare-like disaster for the enemy. Snow fruit is not as good as frozen fruit in terms of temperature drop, but it is more convenient than frozen fruit in creating and maintaining a large-scale oxygen-free environment. At this time, Monet did not participate in the battle at all, but instead tried his best to maintain the suffocating hell, turning an area with a radius of more than 30 kilometers into an oxygen-free human forbidden zone. Shanks and Beckman, who could fight against Monet, were held back by Shiki and Liang. The other members of the red-haired pirates obviously did not have the ability to fight Monet. In the current situation, for the red-haired pirates, if they cannot break Monet's suffocation hell, once the oxygen bottles they carry are exhausted, the result waiting for them will be a complete defeat. Chapter 121 No Passage. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out between the red-haired pirates and the Sky Empire. The action was watched around the world via Morgan's live news bird. Obviously, the red-haired pirates carrying oxygen bottles, in the eyes of all parties, will be defeated by the Golden Lion Sky Empire sooner or later. After all, the capacity of the oxygen bottles is limited. Sabayati Islands. Inside Shucky's rip-off bar. Advertisement. Rayleigh looked at the projections of the two live phone bugs. One was the battlefield of the Lucia Kingdom, and the other was naturally the battlefield of the abandoned island in New World. He frowned. Shanks is too impatient. He can fight against Shiki himself, but his crew may not be able to fight against the masters of the Sky Empire. Shucky, who was smoking, analyzed that Blizzard Monet's strength is terrifying. If a person without Logia ability encounters her, it will be difficult to fight her for a long time, especially if they are unprepared. I hope Shanks won't lose too badly. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. Now he can only watch the live broadcast, and can't do anything else at all. After all, it will take at least about 26 days to travel from the Sabayati Islands to the Sky Empire, even if he travels with all his strength. With the current trend, Rayleigh can almost determine that the red-haired pirate group will not be able to hold on for a day. Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. He and others are also watching the live broadcast. She looked at the situation of the red-haired pirates and shook her head. The red-haired pirates will definitely be defeated. That Blizzard Monet can actually develop the fruit ability to this extent. Unless Kuzan, Sakaski, and the three of them, Porisalino, or the others who meet her will most likely end in a disastrous defeat. As the general person in charge of the Marine Intelligence System, Lieutenant General Darkhorse also nodded solemnly. This woman's ability is indeed very difficult. Even if Lieutenant General Garp and Warring States General encounter her, if there is no way to fight quickly, they may be defeated by the opponent once they fall into a protracted battle. It's not that Darkhorse looks down on Garp and Sengoku, but the two are not fast enough and don't have super long-range attack methods, so they can easily be kited by Monet. After all, from the live broadcast at this time, Darkhorse roughly estimated that the radius of the oxygen-free zone created by Monet was about 30 kilometers. With a radius of 30 kilometers, Sengoku and Garp tried their best, but still needed to run for a few minutes. The problem was that Monet was not dead. She could also keep moving and extend the anaerobic zone simultaneously. Monet not only restrains Sengoku and Garp, but also restrains people other than Logia ability users and undead ability users. Unless, like Brook, you don't need to breathe oxygen, it will be difficult to avoid the negative effects of an oxygen-free environment. The other two Sea Emperors of the New World. The Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates were also silently watching the live broadcasts of the two battlefields. Advertisement. The Big Mom Pirates are afraid of the Sky Empire and plan to take this opportunity to learn more about the strength of the Sky Empire. On the other hand, the Whitebeard Pirates are relatively simple. That kid is too arrogant, and Shiki's strength has improved further. I hope he can survive. Whitebeard took a sip of rum and looked at the live broadcast calmly. Dad, please take care of yourself. Marco reminded with a headache. Whitebeard patted Marco on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi is not old enough to stop drinking. The sons on the deck didn't look too concerned. Teach, who was also drinking and giggling, actually despised the brothers on the boat. After all, in Teach's view, these guys were just feeding on old people and parasites. They were unprogressive and lazy all day long. The beard is dead, and these guys will definitely be eliminated by the times. But Teach was still a little anxious at this time. The dark fruit that he longed for has not yet been obtained, and the sea has undergone tremendous changes, which makes him involuntarily worry. Even if he obtains the dark fruit in the future, he may have to face the terrifying Sky Empire and the Kingdom of Dawn. Also in New World. About 930 kilometers away from the battlefield between the Sky Empire and the red-haired pirates, a small coffin ship was speeding along on the sea. Mihawk rode frantically with a big black knife. In the past few days, the CP organization secretly informed him, asking him to go to the Sky Empire to support the red-haired pirates and ensure that the red-haired Shanks survived. Although he was surprised by world government's behavior, he did not refuse the task. After all, Shanks was his good friend, and he also wanted to try the sword of the great swordsman of the previous era. Suddenly, the sky became dark. Mihawk frowned, then stopped rowing and looked up at the sky above. Among the clouds, a huge black shadow slowly broke through the white clouds. Are you from the Sky Empire? Mihawk held Ye tightly and struck a cross slash at the island falling from the sky. The fallen island was cut into 4 parts by the cross. However, due to the huge inertia, the island still maintained its integrity and continued to crash into the sea around my hawk. My hawk's domineering surged, "Open it for me." The intensive slashing attacks entwined with armament haki and conqueror's haki instantly penetrated the middle of the island, cutting out a whole dozens of meters in size. Boom! The fragments of the island hit the sea, causing a tsunami tens of meters high, and my hawk soared into the sky on the moonwalk. Advertisement. 10 minutes later, he landed gently on one of the ruins of the island. He truly deserves to be the world's best swordsman, but this road is blocked. Robin's voice sounded from all directions. You want to stop me? Why is Mr. Mihawk so persistent? If you want to stop me, just show up. Robin's clone appeared on the top of a gravel mountain not far from Mihawk. Woman. Mihawk raised his eyebrows. I am Anbu, the garden manager of the Sky Empire. Robin introduced himself with a smile. Mihawk seemed to sense something was wrong. Are you sure you're the only one? I'm the only one at the moment, but that should be enough. Mihawk's eyes turned cold. In that case, let me try to see where your confidence comes from. Someone once said something to me, that is, knowledge is power. When I realized the true meaning of this sentence, I realized my own insignificance. The more I knew, the more ignorant I felt. Are you trying to say that I'm a frog in a well? Robin smiled and said nothing, without the slightest thought of explanation. Her clone quickly wrapped around its exoskeleton, and the internal muscles quickly filled in. A figure 3.14 meters tall, covered with a silver-gray exoskeleton, stood opposite Mihawk. Is this your devil fruit ability? Understanding the essence of things is the most powerful truth. Robin's clone disappeared instantly and appeared on Mihawk's left side in an instant, with the bone claws of his fingers digging into his temple. Bang! Mihawk raised his sword to block, then turned the blade and struck Robin's clone. Robin's clone moved forward instead of retreating, and the knife instantly cut open the exoskeleton. Mihawk's pupils shrank sharply, and he switched from chopping to shooting among the lightning flints, sending Robin's clone flying several hundred meters away. At this time, a wound appeared on Mihawk's wrist. If he hadn't used armed body protection at the critical moment, his hand might have been broken. This ability. It was obvious that the flower of Robin's organ had grown on Mihawk's wrist at that moment. After thinking for a while, Mihawk asked with some uncertainty, "Are you a person with flower fruit abilities?" Chapter 122 Knowing one's heart and one's nature. It's really troublesome to see and hear domineering. Robin's clone stood up from the rubble and rocks. She did not answer Mihawk's question, but dusted herself off. What if this is the case? How should you respond? 2 more exoskeleton clones appeared around him. Mihawk frowned, and his body was immediately covered with armed domineering energy. As long as you know your true body, then these clones should be able to defeat themselves without attack, right? Advertisement. Then he picked up the big black sword yeah and jumped into the air. In an instant, the sword blade was like a storm. Click. Boom boom boom. The 3 clones were immediately cut into pieces by the intensive slashing wave. The entire ruined island was chopped into pieces. Robin's human body blossoming skill also lost its effect when faced with Mihawk, who was covered in armed colors. However, in the face of such a terrible attack, the hidden Robin still did not appear. Mihawk's eyes narrowed and he looked at the lake on the island that he subconsciously ignored. Can people with abilities also swim? He instantly wrapped Conqueror's haki around his broadsword, and slashed towards the barrier lake in the middle of the island. Come out. Boom. The barrier lake in the island was suddenly divided into 2. Robin, who was hiding inside, finally had to come out. Why would you, being so smart, choose such a dead end? Robin floated up from the lake in the island. The exoskeleton area on his face was affected by the slash, and a small part cracked. Robin whispered while holding the remaining exoskeleton mask. Click. The mask was crushed. Among the scattered fragments, the delicate and 3-dimensional face and the deep eyes were revealed. Mihawk in midair shrank his eyes. Son of the devil? Nico Robin. That slow whisper sounded on the empty island. Day after day of training, tempered will, O'Hara's review of old knowledge and new knowledge, coupled with the teaching of that adult. Robin looked up at the cloudless sky and the hot and calm sun. This is life under the sun. The life I once couldn't get. I can finally chase the sun with a little bit of my own strength. Warmth. Mihawk looked at the woman in front of him in silence. A dangerous aura was slowly coming to life in this woman's body. It seems that a critical point has been reached. Boom. A stream of red conquerors rose into the sky. Click. The surrounding rocks instantly cracked into spider web patterns. Advertisement. Mihawk's expression became more serious. He did not expect that this cunning woman could actually awaken Conqueror's domineering power, and once she awakened, its intensity would be very high. Break the mask of disguise and face my heart. I am indeed longing for the light. That adult is right. Only by facing fear can we become stronger. With such courage, you shouldn't join the Sky Empire. My hawk expressed what was wrong in his heart. Really? The eyes can sometimes deceive themselves. Let me see how sharp the sword of the world's #1 swordsman is. Robin crossed his arms over his chest. The ultimate body, Flower Demon. When the devil's armor covered his whole body, Robin's height reached 3.14 meters, and his figure was also in golden proportions. His exoskeleton was filled with a sense of wild ferocity and destruction. Devil Fruit Awakening. My hawk was facing a formidable enemy. To thank you for letting me recognize myself, I will use 100% of my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin's figure was still where he was. But my hawk carried yet and flew back several hundred meters. The blade of the blocking blade was strongly bent, as if it had been hit by something. Boom! My hawk plunged his feet into the rock formations and slid back for more than 100 meters before he came to a stop. As soon as he stopped, he quickly swung his knife and slashed diagonally to the left front. Robin's body split automatically, and the slash passed through the crack. Flower Thunder Muscle Magnetic Disruption. My hawk felt the chaos around him, and his sense of sight began to fail. The next moment, a flower of hair appeared on his back. My hawk immediately concentrated Conquerors and drove away the flower of hair that suddenly appeared on his back. Boom! His face was hit by a fist, his body rolled dozens of times and fell into the sea. Ahem! Foz Snake Cave. My hawk was in the sea and suddenly felt dense hair snakes emerging around him. He once again inspired Conqueror's Haki and wielded the Night Slash. Dozens of gullies were cut out of the seawater in an instant. Flower of Bone's other shore. Bone spurs popped up from all directions and surrounded my hawk. Veins popped up on my hawk's forehead, yet. Click. A crack dozens of meters wide was opened in the bone spur hell, and my hawk quickly jumped out of it, while swinging out a dozen powerful slashes again. Flower World Mandala. The tops of the spurs begin to bloom, and the pollen drifts in the wind. Dawn. My hawk swept out a blast of wind with the blade of his sword, sweeping away the pollen, and then swung the sword again, Chu Yang. The ultimate slash entwined with Conqueror's domineering power seemed to tear the sky apart. Flower of Bone's Ivy. Advertisement. More than a dozen bone chains appeared from behind Robin, and the bone chains shot out, wrapping around the end of Conquerors and instantly extending a ferocious bone tiger. Roar. Boom boom boom. Flower of Hair Rain Needle. Zhongtian. The sky is full of needles wrapped with armed colors and toxins, falling from the sky and shooting to the ground. The tornado-like slash rolled up the hairpin and reflected it back to Robin's position. Robin did not retreat but advanced, directly turning into a sky full of petals. Body Flower Sakura Fukuyuki. The cherry blossom petals are like sharp blades, entwined with Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Poison, and sweep towards my hawk. UI. My hawk delivers bright and dense slashes. High-intensity combat without mercy. It lasted a day and a night. Even the general level my hawk felt tired at this time, not only physically but also mentally. He didn't expect Robin to be so terrifying. His physical strength seemed to be endless, and the large-scale attacks continued, leaving my hawk exhausted. This is the first time since his debut that he has encountered such a terrifying opponent. Even when fighting against General Marine, my hawk has never felt so tired. Obviously he didn't know that Robin's physical strength was the only one in the entire Noah family that did not need to use life cards to replenish it. Because she can quickly replenish her physical strength by eating in her clone. At this time, in the Fuzhou province of the Sky Empire, dozens of chefs were sweating profusely cooking Poseidon steaks. The dining table not far away was filled with all kinds of high-energy food. A vine similar to the Baron of the Stomach grew out from behind Robin's clone. At the top of the vine was a carnivorous flower with its mouth wide open. That's the scary thing about Robin. She can fight outside while eating and drinking in the base camp through her clone. In this case, her body has almost unlimited physical strength. Although the spirit will be exhausted, resulting in the inability to output the domineering force at a high intensity, ordinary ultimate moves can be output unscrupulously. This is the sense of oppression my hawk felt when facing Robin. The tricks are weird. The attack is powerful. Amazing endurance. Even the 3 CP0 members who were secretly lurking nearby had solemn expressions on their faces at this time. They were all beating in their hearts now, without the confidence they had at the beginning. Originally, after they discovered Robin's true identity, they planned to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and kill this archaeologist who could read the text of history. However, after watching the battle for a day and a night, they no longer dare to think about sneak attacks. Chapter 123 Fall. Sky Empire. A circular waste island battlefield in the southwest of the province. After a day and night of fierce fighting, no members of either side were killed. As soon as Jesus avoided a corrosive bomb, he felt a fatal threat looming in his heart. He quickly stepped back a few hundred meters to the left and rear. Yet the danger is still there. Advertisement. The next moment, his eyes widened. Click, his last bottle of oxygen broke into several cracks, and within a moment, all the oxygen inside quickly leaked out. That's not good. Why did the oxygen tank get destroyed even though we had clearly avoided the opponent's attack? Jesus was puzzled, but he knew that he had to go and join Beckman and others as soon as possible. He raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the hermit who was approaching violently. Click. Nanny. The sniper rifle's trigger broke. His expression changed and he quickly pulled out the pistol from his backpack. Click. The pistol also malfunctioned. It's too late. The hermit had already appeared not far from Jesus. Jesus didn't have time to think about why the pistol was corroded. He quickly pulled out the dagger on his belt and wrapped it around the weapon. The hermit light corrosion. Ah! The sudden flash of light instantly blinded Jesus. Jesus Bulletin, who was originally weak in physical skills, was slapped by the hermit. Suddenly, the aura of armed domineering mixed with corrosive energy rushed into Jesus Bulletin's internal organs and bones. Pfft! The hermit then flew with both hands, and the terrifying corrosive air was injected into Jesus Bulletin's body. Ah! Sizzle! After a while, Jesus Bulletin was covered in white smoke. His skin first swelled, then shriveled up like a punctured balloon, and finally even his bones were completely melted away. The hermit looked at the cleanly dead Jesus Bulletin, without any fluctuation on his face. In order to kill this guy, he deliberately entangled with the opponent for a day and a night, secretly eroding the opponent's equipment through continuous light corrosion and air corrosion. After all, Jesus Bulletin's armed color and domineering power are limited, and he must give priority to protecting his body and the sniper rifle in his hand. The protection of other items is naturally almost non-existent, which gives the hermit an opportunity to plot. The first member of the red-haired pirates to die appears. Advertisement. In midair, Shanks, who was fighting with Shiki, had already felt the death of Jesus Bulletin, with a trace of sadness and anger on his face. This is what you get for overestimating your capabilities. Shiki swung out intensive slashes mercilessly. At this time, Shanks's heart was full of regrets. After a day and night of fighting, he basically figured out Shiki's strength. He lost an arm, and even with the blessing of a more powerful conquerors, it was still very difficult to face Shiki. Shiki! Take my move. God avoids. Kid, you are not Roger. Red Heart God slaughter. Boom. A ruined island was shattered into pieces and then slowly sank into the sea. Shanks flew upside down and stepped on the ice, and the reaction force exploded hundreds of meters of ice. Supporting his body with Griffin, Shanks was sweating on his forehead and his chest was heaving. Hoo! However, he quickly took out the phone. Beckman, in the name of the captain, I give the order for all personnel to retreat. I will take the rear. Execute the order. Ha ha ha, kid, is it too late to leave now? None of you can leave today. Shiki fell from the sky and looked down at Shanks in front of him. Shanks held Griffin tightly, and conquerors erupted. Shiki, if I choose to die together now, you may be able to survive, but others in the Sky Empire may not. You overestimate your abilities. Have you seen Lao Zi's true power? Shiki took off the cigar from his mouth, his eyes calm with a trace of teasing mockery. Shanks was speechless. He didn't know how to answer for a while. After all, after a day and night of fighting, he thought he had a clear understanding of Shiki's power. Shiki pinched out the cigar, put Yingju and Muku back into the scabbard, and his domineering energy surged. Shanks felt a fatal danger when he saw and heard this. God's arrival, 100 times more power. Boom. Shanks's pupils shrank sharply, his body twisted like a cooked prawn, and his internal organs were shattered and collapsed by the violent force. Poof. As he flew upside down, Shanks spurted blood from his mouth. Boom. His body was smashed into the glacier several hundred meters away. At this moment, Shanks could only feel that the cells in his body were screaming, his internal organs were wailing, and his bones were breaking. Ahem, how is it possible, to have such power? Frog in the well. Die. Perish together with your ridiculous ideas. Absolute killing punch. Boxing punches filled the sky, just like meteorites hitting the earth. Every punch was thrown. The earth and glaciers will collapse even more. The sea and islands hundreds of kilometers around were shaking slightly. Even Morgans, who was watching the live broadcast, was stunned at this time. He was as shocked as everyone watching the live broadcast. Shiki's most powerful method was not swordsmanship, but the fist that represented absolute power. Advertisement. Shanks, who was at the center of the attack, was defenseless at this time, and the armor and conqueror's color on his body were quickly fading away from each punch. In less than 3 minutes, Shanks had received more than 100 punches from Shiki. The bones were completely shattered. The flesh and blood were almost rotten. Internal organs were torn to pieces. Shiki stopped attacking, glanced indifferently at Shanks who was dying, released the God's arrival mode, lifted up the sharp knife griffin, and manipulated the surrounding glaciers to bury this guy completely. One side of the battlefield. Just as Beckman was about to notify his other partners, he felt a piece of life paper in his pocket burning. He took it out and looked at it, and his hands and feet suddenly became cold. How is that possible? He then raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see that Shiki had floated into the air again, and the paper of life in his hand had burned out. A feeling of despair instantly enveloped Beckman's heart. Haha, your captain seems to be finished. Liang walked over from a short distance with a smile. Knives and bloodshed. Hot wind turns the world upside down. The heat of the environment around Liang's body suddenly mutated in an instant, causing the atmosphere of the environment to become chaotic and the airflow to become extremely strange. Beckman's slash was like cutting into mud. I have seen your death. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen steam dragons wrapped around Beckman. Swords and Deathland. Beckman held the long knife tightly and approached Liang, staring at Liang with a death-like gaze. Big expansion. The heat in Liang's body was released instantly, and a terrifying heat shock wave swept across in all directions. Sizzling. Beckman was covered in armed colors and still could not completely withstand the thermal shock wave of several thousand degrees Celsius, but his inner will drove him to grit his teeth and persevere. Want to die together? This is not a good choice. A crazy smile appeared on Liang's lips, the great heat death. Beckman's knife. The fist of the blazing sun. At the moment when they intertwined, the sharp sword entwined with Conqueror's haki and armed haki was smashed to pieces by the red iron fist. The second after the fist destroyed the knife, it hit Beckman's chest. Boom. Beckman's body flew several hundred meters upside down. During the process of flying upside down, his body seemed to enter a state of boiling chaos, until it finally disappeared into thin air. This is Liang's ultimate killing move, Great Heat Death. Chapter 124 Destruction. As the red-haired Shanks, Beckman, and Jesus Bulletin were killed one after another, the red-haired pirate group also began to approach its demise. After all, the death of the red-haired Shanks means that Shiki, Liang, and the Hermit can free up their hands. The red-haired pirates, who were already in a state of embarrassment, had no chance of making a comeback at this time. The cook Lucky Road, the ship's Dr. Hongo, the navigator Bendik Snake, the combatant Lime Jones, the combatant Roar Gabu, the musician Bank Punch and the warrior Da Chi, although they are all masters, but after all, their strength did not reach that of a general. The strongest Lucky Road and Snake were only at the level of Marine Elite Lieutenant General. Advertisement. In the past, when dealing with Black Maria, Mantis, Phosphoo, and others, they were evenly matched. As soon as Shiki, Liang, and Hermit joined the battle, the result was almost one-sided. Less than 50 minutes. The red-haired pirates were completely wiped out. The power of the Sky Empire once again made the whole world tremble. Sabayati Islands. Shucky's rip-off bar. Rayleigh stared blankly at the live broadcast. Although he did not see Shank's body, he already knew that the red-haired pirates had lost and everything. 2 lines of tears fell down Rayleigh's face. Shucky was still vomiting, and she had no idea of comforting Rayleigh. After all, as a big pirate and an underground intelligence giant, she had long been used to separation between life and death. Silence was the best comfort at this time, and time would forget everything. East Daxia Sea. Sterling Island, where Circus Kingdom is located. A young man dressed as a clown looked at the live broadcast in the bar. His face no longer had the playful smile of the past, only gloom and sadness remained. Haha, this red-haired pirate group is nothing more than that. That's right, it caused Lao Zi to lose 5,000 belly. It's really rubbish. Haha, I defeated Sky Empire and won. He's just a scum of the sea, it would be better if he died. The clown had a gloomy look on his face and instantly drew his dagger. I am very angry right now. What were you laughing at just now? Joker. What do you want to do? Poof. A flying knife penetrated the man's throat. Killing people. A hole, Lao Zi is going to kill you. Advertisement. The clown looked at everyone with a ferocious face. Let's all die. Split into pieces with flying knives. Puff. 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 Suddenly, blood flowed into the bar, and the screams gradually stopped. A few minutes later, a clown covered in blood pushed open the wooden door and walked out of the bar. New World. The island of White Earth. Long and Big Bear watched the live broadcast showing the destruction of the red-haired pirates. Although Long had no expression, the cold sweat on his forehead could still tell that he was uneasy inside. He knew the red-haired Shanks. When the other person stayed in Windmill Village, Long even went to warn him once to prevent him from harming his son. At the same time, he also knew that the red-haired Shanks brought the legendary fruit to the East Daxia Sea, and it was accidentally eaten by Luffy. Long, who had fought against the opponent once in the East Daxia Sea, believed that the strength of the red-haired Shanks could reach the level of the Emperor of the Sea. But he didn't expect that the red-haired Shanks would rush to challenge the Golden Lion and the Sky Empire, and suffer such a tragic defeat. Long could only sigh slightly. It's a pity that the sea has lost another king. As for what to support, Long was not his son Wang Luffy. He even chose to swallow his anger when Ginny was caught by the celestial dragons, let alone a red-haired Shanks with average connections. North Blue. Fuhi. A sneer appeared on Doflamingo's face. Only when you are alive can you become a winner. It seems that you are no more than that. Pika and other cotters of the Don Quixote family also laughed at this time. They were defeated by the red-haired pirates before, and could only return to North Blue from the New World in despair. Their hatred for the red-haired pirates was deep in their memory. Unexpectedly, within a few months, the red-haired pirate group, which had suppressed them without any resistance, would be completely wiped out by the Sky Empire. Although Brother Ming smiled on the surface, in his heart he had the idea of returning to the New World immediately. After all, Sky Empire's performance made Brother Ming find it difficult to resist. Marie Joya. Among powers. The 5 elders all looked sullen. This lion actually hides such a powerful power. Nasjuro Sei wiped the first-generation Kaitsu. Saint Maz looked at Saint Satan. Vegapunk must be urged to develop the Mother Fire as soon as possible. We need the power of the National Treasure to deal with the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization. Advertisement. I will urge Vegapunk to speed up research. Satan Sheng also felt that the times were about to go crazy. This question about Nicole Robin. Peter Saint looked at the live broadcast of one of the phone bugs. In that picture, it was the battle between Robin and Mihawk, which was broadcast live through CP0's phone bug. Na Xiao Lang Sheng shook his head. Let CP0 retreat immediately. There is no need to let the 3 CP0 elites die there. Obviously, Nasjuro Sage has determined that Mihawk has failed. After all, facing Robin's high-intensity continuous attack, even the 5 elders will have a hard time defeating Robin in a one-on-one situation, and they may even be killed by Robin. Die. Then I'll tell them to retreat. Saint Peter nodded. New World. Marine G1 base. Sengoku and Sakazuki looked at each other. Although the two of them had expected that the red-haired pirate group would fail, they did not expect that it would fail so completely. Unfortunately, Sengoku was also powerless at this time. He wanted to take Marine to contain the Sky Empire, but it was too late. Sakazuki, who can be propelled by spitting fire, is also too late. After all, he is not Porosalino, and he has no good impression of pirates, so naturally he has no interest in trying to contain him. However, the focus of the two of them at this time was actually on the live broadcast of Lucia Kingdom. If it weren't for the importance of New World, both Sengoku and Sakazuki would want to rush there immediately to join the war. After all, the loss of even one of Sora, Porosalino, Zifa, Kaji, Ghost Spider, and Flying Squirrel will affect Marine's overall strength. Especially Sora, who is the Marine Fleet Admiral, cannot be sacrificed easily. After all, in 800 years, Marine Fleet Admiral has never been killed in Marine. Once Kong dies in the kingdom of Lucia, it will be a huge blow to the prestige of the world government, and may even shake the foundation of the world government. And right now, through Bruno's Gate Fruit, 3 CP0s have appeared in the Buster Call fleet with the Moonlight Moria and the terrifying weapon Doria. Kuzan, who was rushing over with all his strength, also arrived at almost the same time. But they didn't know that their support came too late. If it had been achieved last night, it might have caused some trouble to the Noah family while Noah was lending Conqueror's Haki. But with the battle in New World coming to an end, Noah's Conqueror's Haki and Strength Fruit are also restored to a usable state. Marine lost its last chance to turn defeat into victory. At this time, Noah also knew about the destruction of the red-haired pirates, and he could finally let go and take action with all his strength. Kong, who was fighting fiercely with Noah, also felt that Noah's attack was more violent, and the lingering sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Chapter 125 Broken Sword. New World. With the destruction of the red-haired pirates, the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates both felt tremendous pressure, but neither Whitebeard nor Charlotte Linlin acted rashly. Robin and Mihawk, who were still fighting at this time, did not know that the red-haired pirates had been destroyed. However, the 3 CP0 members hiding nearby received orders from their superiors to save themselves as much as possible. Choose an opportunity to evacuate as soon as possible to avoid being discovered by Robin. Advertisement. After hearing this order, the 3 CP0s breathed a sigh of relief. Champagne and Judgment, who were also hiding nearby, decided to keep these 3 CP0 agents after receiving the news from Shiki. After all, these are 3 Marine Lieutenant General level masters. Naturally, the two of them will not show mercy to world government's thugs. Now is a good time to weaken world government. Just when those 3 CP0s were about to slip away, a slash struck from the clouds not far away. Bird Mask CP0 shouted, "Enemy attack!" Monkey Mask CP0 jumped into the air and quickly used his sword to slash. The two slashes collided with each other, and the shock wave produced blew out the silhouette of the ship that was previously hidden on the sea. Butterfly, stop maintaining your abilities, use all your strength, and defeat the enemy first. The female CP0 wearing a butterfly mask pulled her hands, and the camouflage cloth covering the reconnaissance ship disappeared. She is a user with the Paramecia Bubia fruit ability. Be careful, there is another enemy. The monkey mask reminded. Cloth armor. Rainbow dragon. Butterfly mask put on the armor first, and then a long dragon made of colorful cloth rushed towards the clouds in the distance. Among the clouds at this time, riding on the somersault cloud of judgment and champagne, the enemy's attacks and movements have been sensed. Judgment immediately controlled the somersault cloud and rushed towards the enemy quickly. The so-called somersault clouds are actually cloud walking boots made from Kangdeo's processing technology, Kangdeo shells, and Luo's organ transplantation technology. There is a high concentration of compressed solidified cloud stored inside the cloud walking boots, which can be released and recycled through neural control to form a small somersault cloud on the sole of the shoe. For ability users, this thing can assist the ability users to fight on the sea and avoid falling into the sea. Of course, Judgment and Champagne also have other equipment and can enter the sea to fight. For example, the shark skin technology previously obtained from the ruins of the Kingdom of Atlan, coupled with the spacesuit technology obtained from the lunar ruins, and Luo's transformation, resulted in a specially made deep-sea combat suit. This thing not only allows people with abilities to freely enter the sea, but also has the functions of underwater breathing, automatic offset of water pressure, and automatic size adjustment, so that people with abilities can avoid being powerless after falling into the water. Advertisement. Judgment entered the human-animal state, and at the same time he drew out the companion sword of the Yamata no Orokai, the Amankanjayun sword, from his body, and colorful flame clouds spread out from his body. Yamata no Orokai, a phantom beast, has 4 abilities. First, you can create 8 color flame clouds. Each color of flame cloud represents an emotion, namely joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, evil, desire, and emptiness. These clouds can affect the emotions of others. Second, gold swallowing smelting can create weapons in the body by swallowing ore, and at the same time form a body of steel and iron bones. Third, control floods. Yamata no Orokai represents floods, and those with its abilities can control water. Fourth, the 8 heads and 8 lives. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orokai allow those with abilities to gain 8 lives. This fruit embodies 8 heads and 8 lives in Kurozumi Orokai, and other abilities are not shown at all, which shows how rubbish Kurozumi Orokai is. The emotional cloud of judgment hangs around. In an instant, the arrogance in Monkey Mask's heart was infinitely magnified. He seemed to be possessed by the god of war. He instantly chose to fight hard, jumped into the air, and rushed towards the trial without fear. But the bird mask fell into laughter, ha ha ha. Butterfly mask burst into tears and trembled all over. Poof. The monkey mask was cut in 2 by the iron-cut Tiankanjayun sword. He thought he could defeat the enemy in front of him until his death. At this time, Bird Mask finally reacted, but he still couldn't control his emotions and could only laugh while entering the orc form. Ha ha ha. The Bird Mask in the form of an ostrich did not confront the judge head-on. Instead, he chose to escape and spread his wings to fly high. However, the next moment, the Bird Mask's expression changed drastically, because hundreds of goshawks made of seawater rose into the sky from the sea. Ha ha ha, Lanjiao Kaidiao. It's a pity that as a person with abilities, he is doomed to fail when faced with the attack of seawater. In less than 10 minutes, the bird mask was surrounded by dense seawater goshawks and smashed directly into the sea. As for the butterfly mask, Champagne, who was also hidden in the dark, hit his arm with a seafloor stone dagger and lost the power to resist. 3 CP0 members, 1 dead and 2 captured. At the same time, Mihawk also felt his body's exhaustion. Facing Robin's free-for-all ultimate moves, it became increasingly difficult for him to deal with them. So what if the world's greatest swordsman? A lone wolf with no power, facing a terrifying existence like Robin with almost unlimited physical strength, the only outcome waiting for him is failure. Especially after sensing the battle not far away, Mihawk knew that there were other masters from Sky Empire lurking nearby, and he couldn't escape at all. Advertisement. Ho ho. It seems that I am arrogant. Mihawk swung a cross slash and blocked Robin's bone dragon. You seem to have realized the reality. Ho. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect. Ho. I would die in the hands of a woman. Mihawk gasped, and suddenly he clenched Ya with both hands. Come on. Nico Robin. This is my last stab. Gee yet. Mihawk poured all the domineering energy in his body into the Black Blade Knight, and then used all his strength to create a terrifying slash that penetrated the sky and the earth. Flower of Life White Bone Transformation Senju Guanyin. Robin's exoskeleton expanded instantly, and 1,000-meter giant stood on the sea. Senju, the skeleton behind the giant, suddenly took action. Boom boom boom. Senju Bone Fist is like a shooting star. Shock waves crossed the sky, and the roar shook the sky. Robin, who is like a god and a demon, also tried his best. The last slash that condensed all Mihawk's power was exhausted in the face of Robin's 1000 Bone Fists combo. Robin's terrifying Bone Fist stopped in front of Mihawk, less than 1 meter away. At this time, Mihawk's hair has turned white and his face is haggard, as if he is an old man in his 80s or 90s, but he still maintains a standing posture wielding a sword. What an amazing physical strength, I lost. A breathy sound flowed out of Mihawk's dry throat. Robin lifted the giant state and appeared in front of the completely dead Mihawk. You shouldn't come here. Mihawk's corpse was silent. Robin took away the Black Knife Knight and threw the burning card casually. In the raging flames, the former world's greatest swordsman fell on this nameless deserted island. Robin left without looking back. Countless flowers suddenly appeared on the entire abandoned island, as if to see each other off. In this battle, except for CP0 and 5 elders, no one outside knew that a world-class death battle broke out here. But Robin's power has made Marijoya's 5 elders feel a little afraid and powerless. Even after living for hundreds of years, this is the first time the 5 elders have seen a person with abilities who can develop flower fruits to this extent. Chapter 126 at stake. Grand Line Paradise. The Kingdom of Lucia. After 2 days and 1 night of fighting. At this time, the entire Kingdom of Lucia was left with only devastated ruins. 1/3 of the land on the island had sunk, and there were large pits and ravines everywhere. When Kuzan, Moria, and Doria landed, the expressions on their faces were extremely solemn. Advertisement. On a mountain peak that had more than half of it collapsed. The 3 of them watched the fighting in all directions. Moria, I will leave the vampire fruit ability user Crow to you. Is there no problem? After hearing Kuzan's words, Moria looked at the ghost spider who was struggling to support himself in the burning forest. The person who fought against the ghost spider was the vampire Crow. Okay, but all the enemy's corpses belong to me. As long as you can kill the other person, that's fine. In an instant, Moria turned into a shadow bat and flew towards Crow. Kuzan looked at the other Shishibukai Doria. Your Excellency is responsible for supporting Teacher Zifa. Aren't you going to kill the general? His opponent seems to be a master of physical arts. Doria replied with a smile, and then his legs turned into jets and flew towards the battlefield on Zifa and Vic's side. Kuzan looked at the remaining 3 battlefields. Sora vs Noah. Porisalino vs Joshua. Jiaji vs Lillian. He thought for a while, then made a decision and flew directly towards Jiaji. Ice Age. Jiaji, who was being hit by Lillian's radiation, breathed a sigh of relief. His fighting for the past 2 days was really hard. Fighting with this hedgehog-like Logia made Jiaji, a master of swordsmanship, feel helpless. Jiaji, you go to support the fleet admiral. Leave this to me. Be careful, this woman is very powerful. After saying that, Jiaji quickly left. Kuzan stared at Lillian. Haha, who do I think it is? It turns out to be Lieutenant General Kuzan. Lillian's whole body was wrapped with incandescent light, like another sun. Frozen oxygen snow. Kuzan learned and used it immediately, draining the surrounding oxygen in an instant. Not bad. Isn't this the trick of the snow fruit ability user from the Sky Empire? Unfortunately, I have already escaped the stage of chemical combustion, and oxygen has no blessing effect on me. The nuclear fission reaction in Lillian's body did not change at all. Kuzan looked at the ineffective attack with some surprise on his face. Lillian continued to remind, you seem to be planning to freeze the oxygen in the entire Kingdom of Lucia. I advise you to give up this stupid idea. Kuzan, who was silent, also reacted instantly. Advertisement. Lillian and Joshua are Logia, and Crow is a vampire. These enemies that have been revealed do not need oxygen. On Marine's side, except for him and Polo Salino, no one else can fight in an oxygen-free environment for a long time. If he freezes the oxygen in the Kingdom of Lucia, the consequence will be that Moria and Ghost Spider will be weakened first. This is under the premise that Kuzan doesn't know that Vic is a user of the rock fruit ability, otherwise he would be even more afraid to use it. Why remind me? Haha, because it doesn't matter. Lillian condensed light bullets with her hands, 8-foot Megatama. Boo-hoo-hoo. Countless light bullets exploded towards Kuzan. Ice mirror. Ice mirrors like city walls emerged from the ground. Boom boom boom. The light bomb hit the wall of the ice mirror, part of it was bounced back, and part of it exploded violently. Lillian's flames pushed into the air, and she waved her fist downward, volcanic meteor. Countless hot flame magma bombs fell from the sky. Exploding pheasant mouth. An ice bird soared into the sky. Boom boom boom. Amidst the sky full of ice chips and sparks, Kuzan couldn't help but sigh, I'm not as good as you in terms of fruit development. Because I am the sun. Lillian's burning fruit has been developed to a whole new level. In nuclear fission mode, her power is dozens of times stronger than before. Other side. When Zifa saw Vic retreating suddenly and the laser shooting from one side, he quickly stopped and gasped slightly, "Who? You two, don't you mind if I step in?" Doria landed from mid-air with a smile. Vic patted the dust on his body and looked at Zifa with a smile, "Mr. Zifa, it seems that the one-on-one battle is over. Sorry, as a sailor, I can only fulfill my duties." Although Zifa felt that the beating was not fair, he was no longer the Z he once was. Vic shook his head, "Ha ha ha, Mr. Zifa, I am very happy to fight with you. Since our positions are different, there is no need to be merciful. Do you want to fight? How about we find a place to have a drink?" Doria reminded with a smile. "Then continue. Now that you have become enemies, let me bury you here." As soon as he finished speaking, Vic inserted his hands into the rocks on the ground. Zifa's hair suddenly stood on end. Doria's soles instantly turned into rocket jets, maximum propulsion power. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion that shook the earth and shattered the earth suddenly erupted from the ground. As the core of the explosion within a few kilometers, the smoke column had already rushed into the stratosphere. A huge shock wave swept out. It was like a Category 18 hurricane striking in all directions. Earthquakes and tsunamis followed. Among the smoke pillars several kilometers wide, a ray of fire stumbled out, and it was Doria who had oiled her feet. On the Buster Call fleet more than 20 kilometers away from the coast of the Kingdom of Lucia, Flying Squirrel sensed a fatal crisis. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he quickly picked up the phone. "Everyone listen to the order and step up alert immediately." Boom. The violent shock wave carried tens of meters of waves and quickly attacked the Buster Call fleet. This. Only then did the Flying Squirrel understand why what he saw and heard sent such a terrible warning. Kuzan also felt the crisis of the Buster Call fleet. He quickly got rid of Lillian's entanglement and directly launched a large-scale freeze. Super Ice Age. Click click click. The sea surface within nearly 50 kilometers around the Kingdom of Lucia was completely frozen. However, the shock wave generated by the explosion was not weakened much, and the ice layer was also damaged by seismic waves. Boom. A shock wave hurricane swept through the Buster Call fleet. Although the tsunami was suppressed, hurricanes and earthquakes still made the Buster Call fleet feel doomsday like man-made natural disasters. Click, the mast, which was several meters thick, broke instantly. The ice cracked and squeezed, and the hulls of several warships were directly squeezed. The sailor whose grip was not firm was swept into the air by the hurricane. At this time, the center of the explosion. Even if Zifa tried his best, armed and domineering, he still couldn't withstand this super explosive frontal attack. When the explosion smoke gradually subsided, a deep crater with a width of more than 5 kilometers appeared in the center of the explosion, and a large amount of magma surged up from the ground at the bottom of the crater. Zifa was already dying, half kneeling on the few remaining rocks, struggling to support his body with his arms, and the ups and downs of his chest became increasingly weak. "Hoo-hoo, is this dynamite rock?" Vic walked up from the lava and looked at Zifa who was running out of gas and oil. "This is the Logia rock fruit user. I see. It seems that you are indeed qualified to overthrow this world. I hope you will not become new Tianlong people in the future." Zifa's heart stopped. "You are an admirable opponent, but it's a pity that our positions are different." Vic pushed his body into the magma, and the hot magma immediately swallowed Zifa's body. General Unkillable and Marine Instructor Zifa died in battle. Chapter 127 A Complete Defeat. Kuzan clenched his fists, and a stream of tears fell unconsciously. He had already sensed that Teacher Zifa's life breath had dissipated. Porisalino, who was entangled with Joshua, also stopped at this time, and a flash of light appeared at the edge of the magma lake. Seeing Teacher Zifa's body slowly sinking into the magma, he couldn't help but think of the days he spent in the marine training camp. "Teacher Zifa, have a good trip." And he also saw Vic walking up from the lava lake. Advertisement. And Joshua came flowing from the thunder. Porisalino did not leave because he knew very well that Joshua and Vic must be held back now, otherwise Marine will face a disastrous defeat. Speed is power. A flash kick instantly appeared on the side of Vic's temple and kicked it down mercilessly. Boom. Vic's surface is covered with a layer of extremely hard moissanite armor, and it is also a mirror-like moissanite, which can withstand Porisalino's flash kick. The next second, Porisalino made a light shift and appeared in mid-air, 8-foot Megatama. "Don't be too arrogant, Porisalino." Magnetic field rotation, Fudo Mayu. Joshua instantly used a strong magnetic field to deflect the photobomb to other locations. Boom boom boom. "As a courtesy, take my move. Big Bomber." Vic flew into the air in the form of sand, and instantly sprayed dense explosive rock crystals in all directions. Only then did Porisalino see Vic's ability clearly. "Shasha fruit? No. This is not just a shasha fruit, but a rock fruit." Boom boom boom. A series of explosive fireballs exploded in the surrounding air, covering an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Although the explosion was not as powerful as the one that killed Zifa just now, its explosion density and duration were astonishing. Even Porosalino had to enter the elemental flash form with all his strength, jumping left and right and moving up and down in the overwhelming explosion. Minutes later, Porosalino refracted from the blast zone. However, as soon as he escaped from the explosion area, he encountered the oncoming thunder unicorn. Ah! Heaven flashes! The elemental attack of the tip of the needle on the wheat ong causes the surrounding environment to be melted or magnetized. Ruby laser cannon. Vic condensed a super ruby laser cannon from the center of the explosion, and a laser cannon wrapped around Conqueror's and armed colors struck at Porosalino's back. Porosalino was instantly attacked from both sides and had to give up the fight and quickly refracted the light. The laser cannon penetrates the atmosphere instantly and extends hundreds of kilometers into outer space before losing its lethality. Advertisement. The Thunder Kylin even destroyed a large piece of the island. Looking from the sky, Lychees Island seemed to have been eaten away by nearly 1/10 of the area by the giant beast. Other side. Doria, who fled, did not stop at Lychees Island, but went directly to the Buster Call fleet. When the flying squirrel saw the embarrassed Doria, his face was a little surprised, but he was not too wary. "You Marine almost killed Lychees." Doria struck preemptively as soon as he opened his mouth, and then began to disturb the morale of the army. "You'd better send an extra general, otherwise Lychees will not die, and Zifa was killed by the other party. Just take care of yourself. Teacher Nanny, Zifa is dead." "Impossible, I don't believe it." Flying Squirrel was shocked. Several CP0s on the deck also had ugly expressions at this time. At this moment, an officer responsible for guarding the life paper ran over with sweat on his face and shouted in disbelief, "Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Zifa instructor's life paper has burned out." Veins popped up on the Flying Squirrel's forehead. At this moment, Doria, who was walking towards the cabin, instantly attacked CP9 Bruno, who was on standby. In a flash of lightning, Bruno was knocked unconscious. Then, flames spurted out from the solace of his feet and he fled quickly into the distance. After a few seconds, the Flying Squirrel and CP0, who had just woken up from a dream, were also confused by this sudden situation. One of the CP0s jumped into the air and roared angrily, "Doria! What do you want to do? Release the person immediately. Do you want to declare war with the world government? Ha ha ha, Lychees won't play with you anymore." Doria casually launched a large number of rockets. Boom boom boom. Amidst the explosions and fireworks, he had fled for more than 10 kilometers. "You are looking for death." The CP0 was furious and powerless in mid-air. At the same time, Marijoa's 5 elders also learned about Zifa's death in battle, Darius' rebellion and the abduction of CP9 Bruno through Marine and CP channels. "Damn it! You really can't believe these scum of the sea." Saint Pitt was furious. "No, the person with the rock fruit ability who can make explosive rocks is too dangerous. I need to dispatch immediately." Saint Satan knew that things were getting out of control. "Agree, when the time comes, you can directly summon us to come over and we must completely kill this liberator organization." Nasu Shiro Seiya understood that this was not the time to hesitate. "I'll go with you." Mazes Hung quickly walked out of the room of power and entered the beast form, Itsu Shinton in the small square. Saint Satan jumped on the back of the giant bird, and then the giant bird transformed by Saint Maz rose into the sky and soared with all its strength towards the kingdom of Lychees. Saints Nasuro, Saint Vachalai and Saint Peter, who stayed in Marigeo, quickly notified the Knights of God and CP0 members, asking them to be more vigilant to avoid sneak attacks on the Holy Land by the liberators. Advertisement. At the same time, the battle on Lychees Island has also entered a fierce stage. In particular, the battle between Cyborg Kong, Jiakai and Noah turned the entire central area of the island into a large basin. Hu! The older Gang Gukong's physical strength had declined significantly at this time. After Jiaji blocked Noah's fist with his sword, he became more and more impatient. He had already felt Zifa's aura disappearing. Porosalino was fighting 2 powerful enemies, but he could not open it. Situation. Noah seemed to see Cyborg Kong's fatigue and Jiaji's impatience, and he was ready for a killing blow. From the very beginning of the battle, Noah took advantage of the enemy's preconceived blind spots to spread several types of chronic poisonous spores into the surrounding air. Especially Cyborg Kong, who had fought with him for 2 days and 1 night, his lungs had been infected with a large number of spores. Obviously Cyborg Kong and Jiaji did not realize the seriousness of the matter. They all thought that Noah was a user with the steel fruit ability, and were not wary of the possibility of the air being poisoned. As for the haki of seeing and hearing, although Cyborg Kong has the haki of seeing and hearing that can predict the next 3 seconds, there is obviously no way to predict such highly toxic spores that can lie dormant for several days. The sun sets. The setting sun is like blood. Noah glanced at Cyborg Kong, and then mobilized the fruit of power to increase the multiplier to the limit of 100 times. Cyborg Kong seemed to have seen something terrible, and quickly turned his head and roared, "Be careful!" Boom! A headless corpse stood among the ruins, still holding a sharp knife in its hand, as if it was on guard against something. Noah appeared behind the headless corpse, and then slowly turned his head to look at Cyborg Kong. "Your Death Star is flashing." Gang Gukong's muscles surged, and he punched angrily, unforgivable. However, the next moment, he found that his chest was in severe pain, as if millions of insects and ants were biting his lungs. Gang Gukong's face turned pale. Pfft! Hokuto explosive fist. In an instant, the terrifying conqueror's haki and armed haki rushed into Cyborg Kong's body. Coupled with the poisonous explosion in his lungs, he instantly lost his ability to resist. Noah's figure appeared behind him, his back facing the stiffened Cyborg Kong. "You are already dead." Boom! Gang Gukong's body suddenly swelled, and then exploded into a shower of blood. A special live broadcast phone bug hidden high in the sky broadcast this scene simultaneously to projection phone bugs around the world. The whole world fell silent. Especially the kings and nobles of the joining countries were even more frightened. The Marine Fleet Admiral and the alternate Admiral were instantly killed by the Liberator Noah with one punch. Chapter 128 The End. As Cyborg Kong and Jiaja were instantly killed by Noah. Of the Marines still in the Kingdom of Lucia, only Polo Salino, Kuzan, Ghost Spider, and Moonlight Moria were forcibly recruited to join the war. Pora Salino quickly got rid of Joshua and Vic and appeared not far from Kuzan. His Excellency Fleet Admiral was killed in action. Kuzan's sense of sight also sensed Sora's death. He clearly saw that Pora Salino had already decided to give up. Kuzan had no objection to this because it was the best choice. Advertisement. Retreat. You go over and cover Ghost Spider and they retreat together. I'm responsible for blocking the enemy. Pora Salino nodded, and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ice and snow. Kuzan, who still had plenty of physical strength, quickly took action. Ice Age. Ice Storm. A terrifying ice and snowstorm quickly swept through the Lucia island. However, the next moment, Kuzan quickly entered the elemental state, and a positron cannon evaporated hundreds of meters of ice. Joshua appeared not far away, plus Lillian, which doubled Kuzan's pressure. However, Joshua ignored Kuzan. His goal was very clear, which was to pursue Pora Salino. As long as Noah doesn't take action, Joshua needs to keep an eye on Pora Salino to prevent this guy from causing harm and interference to other partners. Pora Salino appeared not far from Ghost Spider and others, and just as he was about to attack Crow, he was targeted by Joshua who was following closely behind. "You are really haunting." Pora Salino also felt angry at this time. He turned his head and shouted to Ghost Spider, "Ghost Spider, retreat immediately." Although Ghost Spider was unwilling, he knew very well that if he didn't retreat now, his bones might really be buried here. While responding to Crow's attack, he moved quickly towards the direction of the Buster Call fleet. Moria, who also felt something bad, naturally would not stay here to fight for his life. He quickly used Shadow Mage to exchange teleportation, and disappeared on the island in a few moments, escaping much faster than the Ghost Spider. But Crow looked at Moria's disappearing back with sinister eyes, stored the few drops of blood Moria left nearby, and then used all his strength to deal with the Ghost Spider. The loss of Moria, a powerful foreign aid, made the Ghost Spider's situation even more precarious. Pora Salino saw it, but felt helpless. Facing Joshua, who is also a speedster, if he is careless, he may be caught in a flaw and lead to a disastrous defeat. Suddenly, the Ghost Spider's feet sank. Countless yellow sand bound his feet tightly. Pora Salino's eyes widened in anger as he watched the Ghost Spider's heart being taken out by Crow. Advertisement. Aurora of Heaven. Pora Salino exploded with anger, ignoring Joshua who was watching eagerly from one side, and fired a terrifying laser towards Crow. Sand Barrier. Vic set off an airtight sandstorm, and the power of the laser was quickly weakened by the sandstorm. Joshua also took the opportunity to take action, and the electromagnetic gun wrapped around Conqueror's haki instantly hit Pora Salino's arm, completely shattering his arm. Even the elementalization could not save that arm. Ahem. Pora Salino covered the bloody wound in pain, and instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared not far away. And when Pora Salino appeared on Kuzan's side, he saw Kuzan, who had a calf cut off, and Noah, the Liberator who looked like a demon. Kuzan. Is everything okay? It's okay, but we need to retreat as soon as possible. Soon behind Noah, Lillian, Vic, Joshua, Crow, and Lilith appeared one after another. Facing such a terrifying lineup, even Pora Salino, who was known for his speed, felt a fatal crisis. Suddenly, Noah frowned. Because he sensed two terrifying auras from what he saw, they were quickly approaching Lucia Island. Due to concentrating on fighting, the coverage area of the haki he saw was reduced to a radius of about 100 kilometers. In other words, the creatures represented by those two auras are already less than 100 kilometers away from Lucia Island, and their speed is very amazing, almost subsonic flight. It is estimated that in 5 or 6 minutes, the other party will appear above Lucia Island. Brother, there are 2 auras approaching quickly. Joshua also discovered the 2 uninvited guests. Noah had no idea of retreating immediately. It should be marine reinforcements, let me see who they are. When Porisalano and Cusin saw Noah and others stopping, they were also on guard while slowly moving towards the direction of the Buster Call fleet. 6 minutes later. In the sky, a series of sonic booms flashed across. 2 behemoths fell from the sky. Porisalano, who had retreated several kilometers, saw a trace of relief in his eyes when he saw the 2 monsters. Those 2 adults actually took action themselves. Cusin naturally knew about the existence of the 5 elders and had even met them, but he didn't know that they were phantom beast type users. The 2 stopped quickly. Saint Satan and Saint Maz appeared in front of Noah and others in the form of orcs. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 200 meters. Advertisement. Noah stared at each other without fear. It turns out to be the 5 elders. If you don't act like a coward at Mary Joan, are you planning to come here to die? Sinner, today is your day of death. Saint Satan took action instantly. Noah also raised his fist to fight back. Boom. With the 100-fold increase in power, even Saint Satan, who was blessed by the phantom beast species, was instantly knocked back several kilometers. Is this the power you have to survive for 800 years? It's too weak, it's so fragile. Maz Sheng on the side opened his eyes slightly. However, Noah did not continue the fight, because Saint Satan was already using the summoning array, preparing to summon the remaining 5 elders. Moreover, there were 2 generals, Porisalano and Cusin, present at the scene. If 5 elders come together, that will be 7 general-level combat capabilities. Unless Noah summons the hidden apostles such as Kaido and Shiki, the situation at this time will be evenly matched between the 2 sides. Noah can handle 3 general levels. Joshua dealt with a general level. Vic deals with a general level. Lillian deals with a general level. Crow and Lilith work together to deal with a general level. But the world government must have other back UPS and reinforcements. Naturally, Noah will not continue to fight here. Anyway, he has already killed 3 of Marine's top combat forces and 2 lieutenant generals, so he chose to give up as soon as possible. 5 elders, the next time we meet, it will be your death. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah and others activated the escape passages and were sucked directly into the castle space. Then they exited from Becky's side and appeared in the York Island underground base in the governor's district of West Blue. Saint Satan, who was just about to call someone, sensed the disappearance of Noah and others, and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even Mazsheng, who planned to block it, was very shocked by the way Noah and others disappeared, because this was different from the spatial abilities in previous records. According to their previous speculation, the space-type ability user organized by the Liberator may be one of the Dong Dong fruit, teleportation fruit, and mirror fruit. But the situation just now directly subverted the 5 elders' previous guesses. Saint Satan and Saint Maz looked at each other in silence, communicated with each other for a moment, and then planned to deal with the mess in front of them first. Polosalino, Cusin, you go and bandage the wounds first, let the flying squirrel lead the navy to land, and collect all useful information. Yes, Lord 5 Elders. Chapter 129 Crossroads. Rogue Town. Garp, who stayed here, also watched Morgan's global live broadcast. When he saw Zifa, Kong, Jiakai, Ghost Spider and others died in the battle one after another, Porisalino had his arm broken, and Cusin had his leg broken in the tragic battle, he couldn't help but suppress the Conqueror's domineering energy in his body. Lieutenant General Garp. My condolences. Bogart quickly consoled him. Garp wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. I'm fine. I just regret that I wasn't at the headquarters at that time, otherwise the situation wouldn't be so bad. Advertisement. Suddenly the phone on the side rang. Bogart quickly answered the call. Moxie, this is Bogart. I'm Crane, Bogart. Is Garp on the side? Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Garp are standing by. Let him answer the phone. No problem. Garp answered the phone. Ziahe, I'm very sorry for this incident. Garp, don't blame yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. After all, we did not expect that the enemy would take action at this time, and we underestimated the enemy's strength. He paused for a moment and continued. Now the headquarters needs you to come back and take charge. In addition, at 8 o'clock tonight, we will hold an internal meeting through the phone bug video. Please remember to participate on time. I'll be there on time. Don't think too much, Marine still needs your strength, take care of yourself and pay attention to safety. Ziahe, you should also pay attention to safety over there. See you later. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Garp stared blankly at the execution platform in Roger Town, as if he saw Roger's smile before he died again. New World. Inside the Marine G1 base, the atmosphere was depressing and gloomy. Sengoku and Sakazuki looked very ugly. This is Marine's disgrace. Sakazuki could no longer suppress his inner anger, and the lava on his body began to drip onto the floor. Sizzling. The hot magma burned through the floor, sending up wisps of smoke. Advertisement. The adjutant on the side quickly whispered and ordered the sailors at the door to come in and put out the fire. Warring States also spoke, Sakazuki, don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to act on impulse. Sakazuki took back the leaked magma, I know, but leave the new world to me for the time being. Your Excellency, the General, should rush back to Marinefando as soon as possible to take charge of the work. I'm not worried about your strength, but you should try to exercise restraint in the near future. The new world cannot be turbulent anymore. Warring States reminded. As long as those pirates don't take the initiative to attack, I will exercise restraint. Hearing this, Sengoku also knew that this was Sakazuki's biggest concession. He nodded, I will arrange for others to come over as soon as possible to support G1 and New World. Warring States had no choice but to leave G1 at this time. Originally, according to the world government's plan, Sora would be promoted to the Fleet Admiral around June next year, and Sengoku would take over the Marine Fleet Admiral at the same time. This was something that was decided internally a few years ago. Unfortunately, Marine suffered heavy losses in the battle with Lychees, and Sora became the first Marine Fleet Admiral to be killed by the enemy in Marine history. This forced Sengoku to take over Marine Fleet Admiral early. Another reason is that the five elders require the Warring States period to stabilize the morale of the military as soon as possible. At the same time, they have launched a world recruitment plan to quickly recruit a group of masters from the private sector to enhance Marine's combat effectiveness. Originally, the five elders had no intention of continuing to enhance Marine. After all, they had previously promoted the Shishibukai plan, on the one hand to serve the Seraph project, and on the other hand to suppress Marine. However, after the Battle of Lychees, the betrayal of Doria, and the rise of the Sky Empire in the New World, the five elders recognized the reality and must strengthen Marine in a short time, otherwise the sea will completely lose control. Therefore, Warring States must rush back to Marinefando as soon as possible to take charge of the work. New World. The island of White Earth. Inside the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Long, Ivankov, Dakshung, and others were also holding internal meetings at this time. Ivankov calmly suggested, the liberators are very powerful, maybe we can form an alliance with them. They are too extreme. Although the celestial dragons are guilty of unpardonable crimes, there are still many righteous people in Marine. There are also kings and nobles with good styles in various kingdoms. The Liberator Organization actually wants to eliminate all these people. I cannot agree with this. Long shook his head. Big Bear was silent, and in his heart he was still thinking about Ginny, who was captured as a slave by the Draco. Long, if you don't cooperate with the other party, then with Don Noah's attitude, we will probably be included in the category of enemies, which will make our revolutionary cause more difficult. Ivankov reminded Long, hoping that the other party would be cautious. Consider. But when it comes to revolutionary lines and ideological differences, Long obviously does not want to easily form an alliance with the Liberator Organization. Unless the other party is willing to accept the ideas of the Revolutionary Army and treat the kings, nobles, and businessmen in a peaceful manner, there will be almost no possibility of cooperation between the two parties. Ivankov was helpless, but she could only respect Long's decision. But Long still made some arrangements. For example, arranging espionage personnel to secretly search for the specific location of the Kingdom of Dawn. If the two sides become enemies in the future, the Revolutionary Army will not fall into passivity. In Long's view, the fundamental reason why the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn are difficult to deal with lies in the hidden base camp of the other party. Advertisement. The area where the Kingdom of Dawn is located cannot be locked for just one day. This means that the Liberator Organization can attack without restraint, but other forces cannot attack the Kingdom of Dawn, resulting in a passive situation of exhaustion. Therefore, Long chose to secretly investigate the location of the Kingdom of Dawn. North Blue. In the secret base of the Don Quixote family. Fuhahaha. Kingdom of Dawn. Liberator Organization. This world is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo smiled a little sickly. His inner feelings towards the celestial dragons are extremely complex. Seeing Marine suffering such a huge loss and seeing the five elders in ruins, the pleasure in his heart to take revenge on the world surged out almost uncontrollably. Dover, this Liberator Organization has included us as a target for elimination. Should we be more careful? Torbil looked worried. Doflamingo shook his head confidently, Fufu, don't worry. My family, world government, Marine, and the three emperors are blocking us from the front anyway. As long as we don't stand out, the other party will not deal with us specifically. Right now. The world government's exclusive phone number for Shishibukai rang. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth raised, Fufu, you see the world government is in a hurry. He picked up the phone casually. Your Excellency Doflamingo, I am Kane, the head of the Shishibukai Liaison Office. I am now informing you of the Order of the Five Elders, asking you to go to Marigio to participate in the World Conference on January 15, 1510 in the Hylinean calendar. Fufu, I understand, is there anything else? Doria, one of the Shishabukai's terrifying weapons, was removed from the list, and his position was taken over by Haneza, the Lizard King. Huaza? That big lizard who likes to collect animal devil fruits? Fufu. In addition, I need you to assist the CP organization in investigating the location of the Kingdom of Dawn. If the location of the Kingdom of Dawn can be found, Lord Five Elders can agree to your request within the scope of my ability. What a tempting promise. I will cooperate with the CP organization's investigation. Doflamingo had obviously read between the lines. If the location of the Kingdom of Dawn can be discovered, he can even make a request to the Five Elders to become a Draco again. However, this situation also further shows one thing, that is, the Five Elders are afraid of the Kingdom of Dawn and the Liberator organization. At the same time, it also reflects that the future of world government, a giant ship that has been sailing for 800 years, is full of uncertainty. Doflamingo cannot be sure whether it is a blessing or a curse to return to the ranks of the Draco. However, he still quickly made arrangements for gathering intelligence. In any case, knowing more about the enemy's situation will be a beneficial choice for the Don Quixote family. The undercurrent of the sea before has begun to evolve into stormy waves. Chapter 130 Anger. January 3, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. East Daxia Sea, Dawn Island. The Dodden family deep in the mountains. Luffy, who was feasting, and the taciturn Ace were eating, and did not notice the change in the expression on Dodden's face. Just this morning, she took several of her younger brothers to Windmill Village to purchase daily necessities and inquire about news, and overheard some very scary news. Advertisement. At this time, she was extremely confused in her heart, whether she should tell Luffy or not, because those few things had something to do with Luffy. After thinking again and again, Dodden decided to hide it. After all, she knew Luffy's character. If he knew that the red-haired Shanks and the red-haired pirates had been wiped out, he would definitely do something irrational. Ooh, so full. Luffy, with a round belly, lay on the floor and panted. Idiot. Ace still had a world-weary face full of bitterness and hatred. Ace, let's go find Kaba and play in the afternoon. If you want to go hungry, go ahead. After Ace finished eating, he lay down on the floor aside and ignored Luffy who was yelling. Afternoon. Luffy still went hunting with Ace, after all, if he didn't hunt, there would be no meat to eat. But when they were hunting, a breathless figure appeared in the nearby forest. Ace instantly became alert and grabbed the carefree Luffy. Soon a blond boy wearing a gentleman's hat appeared in the jungle. Ace breathed a sigh of relief, sob, you escaped again. But Sabo looked a little unhappy. He held several newspapers in his hand, walked towards Luffy, and said hurriedly. Luffy, that red-haired pirate group was completely wiped out in the New World. Nanny Sabo, stop joking. Luffy's expression suddenly changed. But Sabo repeated it seriously, Luffy, these are the newspapers these days. They say that the red-haired pirate group was annihilated by the Sky Empire in the New World. The red-haired pirates. Are they the pirates who gave Luffy the straw hat? Ace frowned. Luffy, who was silent, suddenly lost control and shouted, I don't believe it. Shanks won't die. We agreed to meet in the New World. After yelling, Luffy burst into tears and ran towards the depths of the forest. Sob, let's follow. Ace quickly pulled Sabo to catch up. Advertisement. The sun sets. Luffy, who was running desperately in the forest, was finally exhausted and lay down on a piece of grass. His chest kept rising and falling, and he stared blankly at the bloody sky. Ace and Sabo, who had been following Luffy, were also leaning against a tree not far away, panting. Suddenly Luffy turned his head and asked calmly, Who? Sabo, what's the name of the person who killed Shanks? Luffy, hee, don't be impulsive. Ace quickly persuaded. Luffy's eyes became extremely firm, Ace, this is my adventure. One day I will go to the New World to fulfill my agreement with Shanks, and at the same time I will avenge Shanks. Ace was silent. Sabo glanced at Luffy and could only take out the newspaper. The person who killed the red-haired Shanks was the former legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, now the Emperor of the New World Sky Empire. After saying that, Sabo handed the wanted notice to Luffy. Luffy received the wanted notice, which contained Shiki's photo, profile, and bounty. He stared at Shiki's photo, Golden Lion Shiki? Sky Empire? No matter how powerful you are, hurting my friends is unforgivable. Ace knows the effect of Luffy's stubbornness, but as a sworn brother, he can only choose to help. Luffy, although the enemy is very powerful, entering the New World is also one of my dreams. I will definitely help you then. Count me in. Sabo also stretched out his hand to hold Luffy's hand. Thank you, Ace. Sabo. Luffy burst into tears. East Daxia Sea. Ishinjim in Nishishima village. Shimatsuki Koshiro looked at several newspapers with an expressionless face. Has Wano country been destroyed? But this guy died. What a pity. Master, what's going on? Zoro, who was holding dumbbells, was a little curious. Snap. Zoro's green algae head was hit by the bamboo sword. Guyuna, who was doing Suijin on the side, scolded unceremoniously, don't be half-hearted, continue. Damn woman, just wait for me. Zoro muttered while lifting the dumbbell. Koshiro glanced at Zoro and his daughter, his eyes flashing unnaturally under his glasses. In his heart, he has always believed that women are inferior to men, but today's newspaper directly slapped him in the face. Mihawk, the world's best swordsman, was defeated miserably at the hands of Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Although he used the devil fruit ability, Mihawk was truly defeated and paid the price with his life. This made Koshiro wonder if he was too stuck in a rut. Advertisement. It also made him hesitant to tell Zoro and Kuina about it. East Daxia Sea. Silob village. In an ordinary wooden house, a pale middle-aged woman was busy cleaning the potatoes that had just been harvested from the farmland. Bansina. Bansina. The village chief knocked on the door and called anxiously. Coming. Creak. The wooden door opened. Bankina looked at the sweating village chief and suddenly became nervous. Village chief, what happened? Could it be that Usopp got into trouble again? Who? No, it's the message Jesus delivered. Banchina's pupils shrank and her breathing suddenly became erratic. Village chief, if you have any news, just tell me. The village chief couldn't bear it, but he still handed the newspaper to Banchina. My condolences. With trembling hands, Banchina took the newspaper and slowly opened it. On it was the news that all members of the red-haired pirates had been annihilated. In an instant, Bankina felt dizzy. The village chief quickly supported her and helped her to the wooden chair in the living room. Bankina, who had calmed down for a while, smiled bitterly and shed tears. Who? I knew that being a pirate would not end well. The village chief was afraid that she would not be able to think clearly, so he quickly changed the subject. Banchina, you have to cheer up. Usopp is still young, so don't let him go astray. As soon as she heard Usopp's name, Banchina became a little more energetic and wiped her tears. I will teach Usopp well and let him be an ordinary person. In the past, Jesus Bulletin was not dead, and Banchina could still deceive herself, but now she had to recognize the reality, and at the same time, she was even more afraid that Usopp would go to sea like his father. Paradise. The island of Elijah, the country of music, has been destroyed for a year. Gordon purchased several newspapers from a passing newsbird. Opening the newspaper casually, his expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Holding back his uneasiness and irritability, Gordon quickly read several newspapers. With a gloomy expression on his face, he tore the newspapers into pieces and threw them into the waves. A burst of light singing came from the castle not far away. Gordon took a deep breath, then adjusted his mood. He decided to bury this matter in his heart, otherwise he was worried that Yuta would not be able to bear the blow. After all, Yuta's feelings for the red-haired Shanks, even after the impact of the country-destroying incident, Yuta only felt resentful that the other party abandoned him, and the destruction of the country was not taken into consideration by Yuta. Chapter 131 World Conference. Time flies. January 14, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. On the eve of the World Conference. In the 6 seaports below Marie Joya, kings of franchised countries from all over the world, as well as marine headquarters executives and Shishibukai, all appeared in these 6 ports. This naturally includes Rum 7, Joseph, from the Rum Kingdom in the East Daxia Sea. Advertisement. And in Paradise Port on the same side of East Daxia Sea Port. Marine's new Fleet Admiral Sengoku, newly promoted General Aokiji Kyuzan, and Chief Staff Officer Tsuru appear here on behalf of Marine. Coming with them was Shishibukai who had gathered in Marine land in advance. However, there are only 4 Shishibukai at this time, namely Sand Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, and Lizard King Hwaza. The person sent by Marine to guide, monitor, these Shishibukai is none other than Kyuzan. Among the hotels prepared in advance, Moonlight Moria was drinking Fiazai happy water and chewing on a big chicken drumstick. Crocodile smoked his cigar in silence. Doflamingo shook the red wine glass, leaned on his seat, and looked at Kyuzan not far away with interest. Hwaza took a knife and fork to cut the 3 mature steak. Suddenly Doflamingo asked with a smile, Your Excellency, is that Liberator Noah really that powerful? The surrounding air suddenly became cold. Kyuzan glanced at Doflamingo, you can't catch his punch. Fufu, of course I know, after all, Marine Fleet Admiral can't even catch his punch. Doflamingo responded with a sneer. Click. The red wine glass in his hand was frozen. Doflamingo knew that Kuzan was angry, and then turned to Moria on the opposite side and asked, Moria, didn't you also participate in the battle? What do you think of the strength of the Liberator Organization? Gilu, Gilu. Moria took a big sip of coke, and then said to Kide with malice, I don't know about the other people, but the vampire crow is really very powerful, and I only managed to force myself together with the ghost spider. It can be a tie. Hey. Crocodile remained silent and continued to smoke his cigar. Advertisement. There was some regret on Huajia's face. Vampire crow? It's such a pity for this fruit. Phew phew. Huazha, are you interested in cooperating? Doflamingo looked at the lizard king in front of him who liked to collect animal devil fruits. If you can provide the animal devil fruit, I can agree. No problem, I have channels. Kuzan had no reaction to the conversation between the two. After all, Shishibukai is a force directly under the world government, and it also has many privileges. Even if the other party talks about murder and arson here, he can only pretend that he has not heard it. However, Kuzan did not have high expectations for the strength of the four Shishibukai in front of him. From the perspective of strength, Moonlight Moria is almost at the level of an elite lieutenant general. With the Shasha fruit, Crocodile's strength should be above that of an elite lieutenant general, but not as good as a quasi-general. Doflamingo and Crocodile are probably evenly matched. There is a high probability that Huaza will only be at the elite lieutenant general level. The Shishibukai that really impressed Kuzan were the Mihawk who was killed by Robin, and the terrifying weapon Doria who betrayed the Shishibukai. It's a pity that of these two guys, one died and the other betrayed. Of course, Kuzan actually has extremely complicated feelings about Robin who killed Mihawk. His momentary softness back then allowed a general-level Devil's Son to become Marine's enemy. It was really a twist of fate. The calm and depressing day passed quietly. When the first ray of sunshine the next day shone on Marijoa. In the hall of the World Conference, the kings of each participating country took their seats one by one. The other four Shishibukai, together with Marine senior executives, took their seats in a small room on one side of the hall, preparing to observe this world meeting. The person responsible for presiding over the meeting was Saint Maz, one of the 5 elders. There were also more than a dozen representatives of the Celestial Dragon family, also present behind Saint Maz. Everyone, this meeting is convened because the world government has encountered an unprecedented enemy. While Saint Maz was speaking, the staff distributed intelligence manuals about the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn to the king and participants present, and a phone bug projection screen appeared behind them. A group of fanatics who call themselves the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of the Morning. They are trying to subvert the world and exterminate all nobles and merchants. The kings present all showed expressions of uneasiness, irritation, anxiety, and hostility. Advertisement. Even Cobra, who is known as the Wise King, and King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, who is not very harmonious with humans, have ugly expressions. In fact, this is reality and human nature. Perhaps Cobra and Neptune would not be too hostile to the revolutionary army whose idea was to promote a good king to come to power, because they believed that they belonged to the ranks of good kings. Facing the Liberator Organization that wanted to eradicate the aristocratic system, the two of them immediately felt threatened. After all, they were both members of the royal family and naturally stood on the side of the aristocratic class. From ancient times to the present, it has always been the case that the lower the level, the easier it is to betray, and the higher the level, the less likely it is to betray. Because people who have nothing can get a chance to move up through betrayal, but people who are wealthy and powerful find it difficult for them to profit by betraying their own class. Instead, they may suffer heavy losses and cause their own class to fall. Unless faced with an unchangeable desperate situation, these upper-class people will not give up their power and wealth. Regarding Maz Saint's request for a worldwide conscription, additional exclusive heavenly gold, recommendation of strong folk, and collection of intelligence about the Kingdom of Dawn. None of these kings objected, even the few small countries that usually complained about poverty did not raise objections. After all, these proposals are all to maintain rule, and no matter how poor you are, you can't afford military spending. Joseph looked like he was waving flags and shouting on the surface, but secretly he had a clearer understanding of these so-called nobles. Including Cobra, who had chatted and had friendly exchanges with him before, he still had an aristocratic mentality in essence. Valpo, who had just come to power, directly proposed that he was willing to provide 1,000 doctors to the world government to provide a legal basis for his plan to eliminate doctors. These kings donated generously one after another to contribute to the world government. Maz Sheng was very satisfied with the performance of these kings. Sengoku and he, who were in the small hall, were slightly relieved when they saw this situation. Although the pressure brought by the Liberator Organization was very high, at least for the next period of time, Marine did not need to worry too much about military expenses. As for the 4 Shishibukai, they smile on the outside, but have their own little thoughts in their hearts. For example, Crocodile has planned to accelerate the Utopia plan and want to find the ancient weapon hidden in Alabasta as soon as possible. Doflamingo also plans to restart the country's plan to steal the country. Hwaza has already negotiated cooperation with Doflamingo and is preparing to establish an animal-based army. Moria has perished because of his enemy Kaido and the Beast Pirates. He doesn't have any ideas, so he collects corpses every day and prepares to build a zombie army. With the adoption of various proposals, this urgent world conference also came to a successful conclusion. The world government, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately issued an announcement to start a world conscription, openly recruiting strong men from the public, and even directly promised the position of Marine General. Although Marine already has 3 newly promoted generals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji, this time world government made an exception and added 2 more generals to Marine. Chapter 132 Preparing for Transfer. January 16, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. On the second day of the World Conference. West Blue, York Island, home of the Capone family. Noah and his team had been here for more than 20 days after retreating from Lulesia Island. During this period, Noah has been secretly monitoring the world's affairs through the channels of the winery. Advertisement. At the same time, he is also accelerating the integration of internal resources and strength. At present, among the various Governor-General areas, except for the Sky Empire of New World, the population of the other 5 Governor-General areas has also increased a lot. Especially the Governor-General of the Moon, most of the 1.13 million civilians of the Lulesia Kingdom who were secretly transferred to the Governor-General of South Blue this time plan to immigrate to the Governor-General of the Moon. The reason for this is naturally the unsafe situation in Blue Star's future. Noah looked through the work report of the Lunar Governor's Mansion. After more than a year of restoration and transformation, the Lunar Governor-General has now reopened a total of 15 abandoned lunar cities, and has laid out nearly 20,000 square kilometers of solar panels on the back of the Moon, which can basically meet the production and living needs of 15 million people. Now that we have chosen to declare war on the world government, we no longer need to be as sneaky as before to speed up the robbery of the population of the world government's member countries. Most of these snatched people will be placed in the Lunar Governor's region. In the various Governor-General areas of Blue Star, confidentiality must be strengthened and preparations must be made for merging with the Sky Empire. Noah has received a report from the winery. Not only is the CP organization frantically searching for the location of the Kingdom of Dawn, but the Shishibukai, Big Mom Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, Underground Giants, and the Revolutionary Army are all stepping up intelligence collection. In addition to the East Daxia Sea Governor's District and the West Blue Governor's District, the locations most likely to be leaked are actually the Paradise Sky Governor's District and the South Blue Governor's District. After all, the Donghai Governor-General is nominally a member of the world government. As long as no big moves are made, it is difficult for secrets to be leaked. The same is true for the West Blue Governorate. Both the Capone family and the Gambino family are operating in the name of the Mafia. On the contrary, it is South Blue's Storm Islands and Paradise's Sky Island. Such hidden areas can easily become the targets of various forces for further investigation. So Noah was ready to abandon these 2 satrapies. Advertisement. He first asked Shiki and Alay to cooperate to transfer the entire population of the Sky Governor's District of Paradise to the Sky Province of Sky Empire. The Sky Island of Paradise will only be used as a pure military base. As for the Storm Islands in South Blue, the population and industrial equipment here have gradually been transferred to the Moon, and they have also been transformed into military bases and temporary population settlements. Having made these preparations, he did not believe that those forces could find the real core area of the Kingdom of Dawn. After all, not many people in Blue Star know that the Moon can be inhabited, and most people will not think of the headquarters of the Kingdom of Dawn, which is actually in the Moon and Sky Empire. If Blue Star's population is emptied, it can suppress the world government from the bottom of the cauldron. When a large-scale war starts on Blue Star, some forbidden weapons can be used unscrupulously. For example, the newly developed dynamite rock missile has a range of several thousand kilometers. The warhead is equipped with a cluster warhead of 1,500 kilograms of dynamite rock. One shot can destroy an area with a radius of 10 kilometers. Those relatively small islands can be destroyed with almost one shot. The rhythm of the soul. Except for those who are at the level of Lieutenant General or above, ordinary pirates or sailors will be wiped out if they are hit by a dynamite rock missile. Another example is the various deadly fungi cultivated by Apostle Mashuralo using fungus fruits. If put on the Sabayati Islands, they can quickly destroy the islands. However, those Dracos like to wear helmets and air filters, which may prevent some fungal infections. Noah was not so crazy as to release deadly fungi on a large scale. After all, if he did so, the civilians would definitely suffer heavy casualties. After formulating a series of adjustment plans, Noah also held an internal meeting. Through the escape tunnel, everyone arrived at the York Island base. The people participating in the meeting were not Noah's apostles, but natural members of the family. Including Joseph, the governor of the East Daxia Sea, Enel, the governor of the Sky Paradise, Crow, the interim governor of the South Blue, Anthony, the interim governor of the West Blue, Robin, the governor of the New World, and Joshua, the governor of the Moon. Minister of the Interior Lilith, Minister of Inspection Mary, Minister of Science and Education Aja, Minister of Resources Gardino, and Minister of Military Affairs Vic. Tomini, the head of the winery, R, the head of the Strategic Support Team, and Andy, the director of the Medical Research Institute. Noah didn't say anything, and went straight to the point. I'm informing you to come over for a meeting this time, just to deal with some future situations and make some special adjustments. The Governor General of Sky Paradise has been officially cancelled, and the population has been moved to the Sky Empire. The relocation work will be handled by Ali's Strategic Support Team. No problem. Ale nodded. Advertisement. The Strategic Support Team he is responsible for currently has only 3 members. In addition to himself, there are Lillian and Pagan who was given the gate fruit. Some time ago, after Doria successfully captured Bruno, after escaping to a safe area, he immediately packed Bruno and sent him into the castle space, and then recovered the Menman fruit. Noah immediately gave this fruit to Pagan, adding another space-type ability user to the family. The reason why Lillian is also placed in the Strategic Support Team is because of her combat effectiveness and mobility. Her destructive power and movement speed can be used independently, which is suitable for supplementing the shortcomings of the Strategic Support Team. Enel, the former governor of Paradise Sky, was transferred to the Supervision Department as Deputy Director. Enel stood up and saluted Noah, as you command. The South Blue Governorate was officially cancelled, and the population and industrial equipment were transferred to the Moon Governorate. R and Joshua are responsible for this. Yes. Joshua nodded. Noah continued, the former interim governor of South Blue, Crow, was responsible for establishing the staff and served as the chief of staff. Yes, Lord Noah. Crow nodded. The internal adjustment has come to an end, and the next step is to deal with the intelligence investigations of the world government and other forces. The Supervision Department must strengthen counterintelligence work, and the winery must strengthen intelligence collection, and at the same time release some smoke bombs to disrupt the intelligence investigations of all parties. Leave it to me. Counter-espionage is Mary's specialty. Tomini narrowed his eyes slightly. Noah, maybe we can use the Revolutionary Army to guide Sea Peace intelligence to the White Earth Island. Noah had no objection to this. Because judging from the reaction of the Revolutionary Army, the other party obviously intends to continue the previous revolutionary line. After all, Noah has given the other party a chance. Morgans has Noah's phone number. In the past few days, Morgans has been complaining about Noah. There are many forces trying to coerce and induce him, hoping to get Noah's phone number. As long as Long is willing, during the half-month period after the Lychees incident ends, he can obtain Noah's phone bug number through Morgans and communicate directly with Noah. Unfortunately, according to Morgan's report, there were no people from Long or the Revolutionary Army on the list requesting phone numbers. Instead, people from the Underworld, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and World Government appeared on the list. Since the other party doesn't want to talk, Noah will naturally not lower his status. From this point, coupled with the Revolutionary Army's secret investigation of the location of the Kingdom of Dawn, Noah roughly guessed what Long and the Revolutionary Army were thinking. The other party obviously treated the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn as enemies. Since the other party has done this, Noah will naturally not object to Tomini's diversion of trouble. Chapter 133 Channel Plan. The world is becoming more and more turbulent. The red-haired pirates were completely annihilated, and the Marine Fleet Admiral and several high-ranking Marines were killed in battle. Perhaps many people close to them were grieving and angry. But for the Liberator Organization headed by Noah, they don't care about this. After all, if you choose to be a Marine or a pirate, you must have the consciousness and the consciousness to be killed. Noah will not show mercy to his enemies, whether they are Marines, pirates, or celestial dragons and kings and nobles. As long as they become enemies, he will not hesitate to take action. Advertisement. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, and it is betrayal to one's partners. This is why Robin would not hesitate to kill Mihawk. She could have spared Mihawk's life at that time, but due to the relationship between Mihawk and Shanks, it was almost impossible for him to join the Liberator Organization, and it was very difficult to capture him without any injuries. After careful consideration, Robin decided to give Mihawk a happy life. Noah's ideological education to internal members has always been to require caution and eradication when dealing with enemies. This is also the fundamental reason why most family members behave ruthlessly when dealing with their enemies. Therefore, Noah did not pay much attention to the pain and anger of his enemies. He was currently busy with various internal affairs. A new batch of ordinary members who have passed the assessment and observation need to be promoted to elite members. Noah must personally give them new badges, uniforms, and the most important devil fruit selection process. Inside the underground auditorium of York Island Base, the 9 elite members who were promoted this time have gathered together and are sitting in their seats, waiting for that sacred moment. In addition to Pei Jin, who has been given the gate fruit, the other 8 people are Bibo, Xiaoqi, Rajat, Lockie, female from Sky Island, Don Basino, Don Brandy, and Don Hokru, Don Alubalu, female. After a while, Noah walked out of the side door. Everyone stood up immediately. Lord Noah. Everyone, sit down. Everyone immediately sat down and looked at Noah with reverence. Noah encouraged everyone, and then distributed to them one by one the silver 6-pointed star emblem and special black dress, similar to German military uniforms, representing elite members. The next step is to give them devil fruits. However, Peking already had the gate fruit, and Bapo said he didn't need it, so only 7 people needed to distribute the devil fruit. Rajat. Advertisement. Hearing Noah's call, Rajat hurriedly walked up. He no longer had the unruly and undisciplined appearance on Turtle Island, and immediately saluted, Sir Noah. I think you will like this fruit. Rajat opened the small box nervously. When he saw the specially shaped devil fruit inside, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Thank you Mr. Noah and your family for cultivating it. The fruit in the small box was the Tuntun fruit previously obtained from the Iron Bucket Kingdom. This fruit was very attractive to Rajat. He quickly picked up the fruit, took big bites, and ate the whole fruit without hesitation. Make good use of this fruit. Yes. Next, Noah picked up another small box and looked at Lockie. Lockie, come forward. Yes, Lord Noah. Lockie, a female Sky Islander, walked up with strong admiration in her eyes. This is Bubia fruit, make good use of it. Thank you Mr. Noah and your family for your cultivation. The next few people were given. Xiaoqi, island fruit. Tun Basino, crow fruit. Dayton brandy parrot fruit. Tun Hoklu, ostrich fruit. Don Alubaru, the fruit of the tree. After seeing everyone eating the devil fruit, Noah nodded with satisfaction. I will announce your new appointments next. Lockie, Don Basino, Don Brandy, and Don Hoklu, you will be incorporated into the New World Governor's Mansion and accept Robin's jurisdiction. As commanded. This appointment is prepared based on their expertise. Lockie himself is a Sky Islander, and the 3 brothers, Don Basino, Don Brandy, and Don Hokru, all ate the animal-type devil fruits of birds, and all have the ability to fly, so they were all arranged to serve as the governor of the New World Mansion. Rajat, you have been transferred to the Materials Research Institute under the Ministry of Science and Education as the director of the institute. Xiaoqi, you will be transferred to the East Daxia Sea Governor's Palace. Bibo, you are transferred to the West Blue Governor's Mansion. Advertisement. Tunarubaru, you are transferred to the Strategic Support Team. Yes. The 4 of them immediately raised their heads and saluted. After the promotion ceremony, Noah secretly came to the Sky Empire base camp in New World Sky Island in Sky Empire. The interior of the palace dug directly from Hwaju. Noah took Ari, Lockie, and others to the specially prepared teleportation hall. Ari took Lockie and others to report, while Noah went directly to the governor's office. Robin, Shiki, Black Maria, and others are all there. Noah, do you have any other plans? Robin asked curiously. Noah nodded, we cannot give up this great opportunity. Although the world government is now afraid of the Sky Empire, it does not have much energy to deal with the Sky Empire, because their energy is now focused on the Kingdom of Dawn. Well, I have no objection to this, but New World has been divided into pieces, and the remaining areas are full of tough guys. For example, places like Elbaf, if they want to expand, they can only ask the Big Mom pirates, or if the Whitebeard pirates start a war, will it be too eye-catching? Robin analyzed the risks involved. Let me explain. Crow walked in from the door and took out a world map as he spoke. Currently, New World is no longer suitable for a major war, otherwise the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates will be forced to the side of the world government, and the New World Governor-General will lose 2 buffer zones. Crow pointed at the map and continued, therefore, we need to set our target outside the New World, especially the North Blue area, which is only separated from the Sky Empire by the Windless Belt. North Blue area. Robin squinted at the map. The northwest part of the Sky Empire is the Sky Province, which is close to the Windless Zone on the North Blue side. Considering the characteristics of the Sky Empire, there is almost no problem in expanding to the North Blue area. Crow raised 4 fingers, we have 4 channels that can directly enter North Blue from New World. First, through artificial sky islands, a North Blue sky route can be artificially arranged. Second, use Shiki's ability to directly move the island, thereby filling in the sea in the Windless Zone to create a land channel or an artificial canal. Third, with the help of seafloor stones that can now be mass-produced, we can create seagoing ships that can pass safely in windless zones. Fourth, with the help of Vic's ability, artificially create a stable and narrow submarine canyon on the seabed of the windless zone, and then use the submarine to directly enter and exit New World and North Blue. Robin thought about these 4 options. First, he could rule out the 4th option because it was not necessary. Since Sky Empire is going to expand to North Blue, it must be an above-board expansion, so there is no need to be sneaky. She thought about it for a while, and still thought that the first and second options were better and could solve the traffic problem once and for all. However, these two options are not without shortcomings. Especially security issues are very troublesome. Once the channel is cut off by the enemy, it may become impossible to directly connect the two places. Chapter 134 Guests. February 13, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. The World Conference has been held for a month. During this period, the world government issued an announcement for the world military recruitment, and also required each participating country to recommend experts to the world government. Many powerful people among the people are also ready to take action. But the real masters didn't make a decision right away. Advertisement. After all, the scene of the Liberator Noah killing Jija and Cyborg Sora with one fist, through Morgan's full publicity, is almost unknown to everyone. Although many private masters are very confident in their own strength, they are not so arrogant that they think they can kill Cyborg Kong with one punch. This has also caused many real folk experts to feel hesitant about joining the world government camp. After all, Noah's fighting prowess was terrifying. Although many people are envious of the privileges and wealth bestowed by the world government, they are also very worried about whether their lives will be earned or spent. A small number of people who hope to realize their ambitions or ideas by joining world government are also shunned by world government. The reason lies in the existence of the celestial dragons. After being exposed by the World Economic News, the celestial dragons human hunting game that wiped out an island in 3 years has scared away almost all the people with a clear conscience among the people. Noah wants to start a global live broadcast during the Lychees incident, and at the same time show his powerful ability to kill Marine Fleet Admiral in an instant, in order to provide the world with another choice. Doing so can not only scare away those who are greedy for life and fear death, but also allow those with unyielding conscience to choose to refuse to join the world government camp, and can also attract some righteous people to join the Kingdom of Dawn. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with one stone. The Grand Line, Paradise. Ruins of the Kingdom of Lucia. A figure appeared on the devastated island. After successive wars, the climate and magnetic field of the entire island have become extremely abnormal. Lava lakes, ice fields, deserts, explosion craters, glass hills, thunder valleys. The man squatted down and grabbed a handful of black iron sand. Noah, the Liberator. Kingdom of the Dawn. Let me see your true face. He gently tapped the ground with the gambler's fire wire, and suddenly the ground cracked, and a rock slab that could accommodate a dozen people floated in mid-air. Advertisement. Then the rock slab quickly flew towards Gaia Island. 2 days later, the cumulus emperor clouds over Gaia Island opened a gap, and a rock slab rushed up. In an instant, rapid sirens sounded from several Ark warships hidden in the emperor's cumulus clouds. A UFO appeared in Block 237 and has landed in the White Sea. All units should be on alert. Receive. The people responsible for staying on Angel Island are Om, Shura, Nirvana, Dahu, Zongwu, and Xiao who were previously absorbed on Birka Island. Among them, Om is the base commander and Dahu is the deputy base commander. Soon Om in the Angel Island base received a notification from Outpost Ark. Captain Om base, someone with suspected abilities has landed in the White Sea. Do you want to capture him? Om frowned and waved his hand. Hold still for the time being. I will take people to the gate of heaven to meet with them for a while. Yes. Om took 50 air cavalry plus Shura and took the express shrimp boat to the White Sea below. The reason why he did not directly mobilize the air fleet is that the main force of the Kingdom of Dawn has evacuated, and there is nothing abnormal on Angel Island except some agricultural facilities. These remaining soldiers also had a pair of wings transplanted through Luo's surgery, and could directly disguise themselves as Skylanders without fear of exposure. Those flying arcs are hidden inside the Sea of Clouds. People with abilities have no way to enter the Sea of Clouds. Experts in observation and color can only sense some creatures. As long as Om and others do not expose themselves, the possibility of leaks can be basically eliminated. Soon the rock slab appeared in front of the gate of heaven. The moment Om saw the other party, his eyes changed slightly, and he quickly tore an emergency signal card inside his sleeve, and then pretended not to recognize the other party and asked. He who comes, stop here. The guest from Qinghai. I am Om, the god of Sky Island. I don't know why the guest is here. The man was silent for a moment, and then calmly cried, I have been a homeless blind man all my life. Is this the legendary Sky Island? It turns out to be Mr. Yishan. That's right. This is Sky Island. Om felt even more certain after hearing the name. The purpose of my trip is to visit the Kingdom of Dawn. Om's body tensed up for a moment, and then he smiled dryly. Kaid said, Mr. Issei, have you found the wrong place? We are here on Angel Island, and there is no empty island called the Land of Dawn nearby. Really? Mr. Noah should be arriving soon, right? Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Among the clouds above the gate of heaven, an ark slowly floated down the river, with Noah, Peking, Alubru and others standing on the deck. The person applauding was none other than Noah. It seems that I guessed right. This is the Kingdom of Dawn, or it is part of the Kingdom of Dawn. Is I right? Your Excellency Noah. Noah did not deny it, because in front of this person, it is indeed difficult for the Kingdom of Dawn to hide, as expected of your Excellency, you are really powerful and domineering. It's just a small skill, I don't dare to say that I am strong in front of Mr. Noah. Shen white eyes seemed to be staring at Noah. After a lifetime of seeing, hearing and sensing colors, Noah's aura was very majestic compared to the auras of other Ohms and others, but at the same time it was not as powerful as he imagined, which made him very confused. Your Excellency Yishan came to our door. You must have your own ideas, right? I would like to see the real situation in the Kingdom of Dawn. Is it convenient? Noah reminded with a smile, Your Majesty Yishan should be very clear that if you enter the real Kingdom of Dawn, it means you cannot leave. It doesn't matter. If your Kingdom of Dawn is just to deceive the world and steal its reputation, then I will use my own life to implement my beliefs, even if I am killed by you. Yishan said in a very calm tone. Ha ha ha, I agree. Then I'll take a closer look. Please. R opened the wormhole, and then Noah stepped into it, following it without hesitation in his life. In an instant, he felt earth-shaking changes in his life, but he was not too surprised, because the existence of a space-type ability user in the Liberator organization was not difficult to obtain information on the sea. However, Yishan soon discovered something unusual. Because he could reach thousands of kilometers away, he did not find any familiar islands at this time. He even directly sensed that this place turned out to be a huge rock sphere. Here it is. This is the current temporary base camp of the Kingdom of Dawn, on the moon 380,000 kilometers away from Blue Star. Yishan suddenly realized, no wonder I only found the aura of tens of thousands of people on the empty island before. It doesn't match the population of the Kingdom of Lucia that you evacuated. It turns out that your base camp is on the moon. Noah explained while leading the way, the abilities of people with abilities are all kinds of weird. Just to be safe, and also to avoid hurting innocent people, I moved most of the population to the moon. Will living on the moon for a long time affect your health? I have been concerned about this issue throughout my life. No, because there used to be indigenous people on the moon. Chapter 135 I'll bear it. As the two of them walked out of the teleportation hall, I also gained a rough understanding of the history of the moon throughout my life. I didn't expect that the Sky Island people would have such a history. Then I thought of a question, Sir Noah, since the moon people have returned to the Blue Star due to energy depletion, how do you solve the moon's energy problem? You can't rely on the thunder fruit to generate electricity, right? You should be able to sense the situation on the far side of the moon, right? Advertisement. After concentrating all his life, he soon sensed that there were a large number of square plates on the back of the moon. Are those square boards? That is a solar panel developed by my partner, which can use sunlight to generate electricity. On the moon, solar energy will not be seriously weakened by the atmosphere. Now all underground cities on the moon rely on these solar panels to supply energy. A wonderful invention. Noah took him to the city of Birka. Walking on the street, both of them put on masks. The streets are very clean, and various life robots are busy. The first batch of Blue Star people to immigrate to the moon have lived here for more than 2 years and have long adapted to life here. The shops on both sides are almost the same as Blue Star's commercial street, with fruit shops, restaurants, snack bars, barber shops, bookstores, newspapers, cinemas, flower shops, grocery stores, etc. all available. The faces of the people walking among them were filled with happy smiles. Even if I cannot see, I have felt the inner happiness of these people throughout my life. That kind of calm, peaceful, enthusiastic and carefree atmosphere cannot be expressed through disguise. It seems like they're doing really well here. This world is too cruel to ordinary people. The pirates' plundering is actually just a result, not the cause. Yishan nodded. He has traveled to various sea areas of Blue Star, and naturally knows that some people who go to sea to become pirates are not because they want to be pirates, but because they cannot survive in their hometown, or they are oppressed and have to flee. Of course, this does not mean that he agrees with pirates. How will Mr. Noah change the world? Advertisement. The two stopped at the entrance of a ramen restaurant, and Noah pushed open the wooden door. Let's eat and chat. You're welcome, I'll give you a bowl of soba noodles and a plate of spicy radish. A bowl of black udon and a cup of oolong tea. Both guests, please wait a moment. The two of them sat down in the corner by the window. Outside the window, a tram stopped slowly not far away. Many young people in blue and grey overalls got off the tram, discussing lunch and all kinds of strange things. The streets with constant flow are full of the colorful life. Noah looked at the prosperity outside the window. If the fundamental problem is not solved, Even if the Tianlong people are overthrown, there will be newcomers like the Tianhu people and the Tianyao people in the future, and the tragedy of the sea will happen again. It seems that Mr. Noah does not agree with the ideas of the revolutionary army. Overthrow the bad king and support the good king. Maybe within 1 or 2 generations, the people can live a better life, but time is the most ruthless knife. No matter how wise and powerful the first generation king is, there will always be a day when they will wither. It is impossible for future generations to remain wise and powerful forever. Noah continued, aren't the 20 kings who founded the world government not wise enough? But among their descendants, there are many scum that cannot be called human beings. Yishan was not moved, but asked instead, how does Mr. Noah plan to solve the problem of his successor? I can't solve the problem of the heir's deterioration. I don't want to hide this. Noah's eyes were calm, but I can ensure that my will is carried out while I am alive. This kind of peace is still too short. Life is a bit sad. You are too pessimistic. Maybe I won't die. I was shocked by Noah's words throughout my life. How can people not die? Marie Joya hides an old monster that has lived for 800 years, and there are 5 elders who have been active for hundreds of years. How do you think they survived? 800 years of life. The hand holding the knife trembled slightly. After calming down his fluctuating mood, he said, is this the reason why Mr. Noah did not attack Mary Joa directly? There is indeed a reason for this. At the same time, the time has not come yet, and the Kingdom of Dawn is not fully prepared. I am worried that both the world government and the world government will lose, or we will only win miserably, and a third party will steal the fruits of victory. Yishan nodded, he could understand Noah's concerns. At this stage, world government still has a strong foundation. Whether it is the 5 elders, or the Knights of God, as well as the army and air force that have been in the Red Earth continent, there are great uncertainties. Advertisement. If you can find a way to live forever, maybe peace can be maintained for a long time. However, are you sure that you can maintain your original intention, Mr. Noah? Noah didn't hesitate, if you need someone to carry all this, then let me do it. There was a look of pity on Yishan's face, and it was obvious that he did not think eternal life was a good thing. Watching your familiar partners and relatives grow old and wither one by one until you finally become a complete loner. This kind of loneliness and cruel reality will drive most people crazy. It is a time prison where life is worse than death. Not a moment. The boss came over with soba noodles, black udon, spicy radish, and oolong tea. Yishan didn't say anything, but opened his chopsticks and took a sip of the hot noodle soup. Hiss, it tastes good. Noah took a sip of oolong tea. The two of them finished the noodles by dividing 3 times and 5 times by 2. After eating, after some careful consideration, Yishan finally made a final decision. Although I don't agree with your approach, I agree with the utopia you have built. Perhaps this is the only way to maintain peace for a long time. Please let me join in this great cause. Welcome to the Liberators. Sir Noah, please give me your advice in the future. Noah looked at the eyes of his whole life. Do you need help treating your eyes? There are people with surgical fruit abilities inside the tissue, and all organ diseases like this can be solved. No need, I'm used to it. If there is any need, I will ask Mr. Noah. Yishan had just rejected this proposal, and suddenly reacted. Wait a minute, who has the ability to organize surgical results? How does the Golden Lion restore youth and heal the body? Noah smiled and said, this is a secret of the organization, and it is also related to my own devil fruit ability. To be precise, the current Shiki is not a real Golden Lion, but a modified person transformed by my ability. Transforming people? Can you even retain your devil fruit abilities? Yishan was very shocked. Well, over the years, a group of partners and I have secretly captured some villains and transformed them into apostles to make up for the organization's lack of combat power. There should be limits to this ability, right? There are a total of 74 apostles that I can create, but only a small number have been created so far, and only those with devil fruit abilities can be transformed into apostles. Yishan was a little shocked by this number. It seems that I underestimated the true strength of the organization. Noah explained lightly, there are not many apostles. Currently, there are 3 apostles who can reach the general level, namely Shiki, Kaido, and Weiabul. Most of the other apostles are equivalent to the lieutenant general level, and there are a few quasi-generals. Level. Chapter 136 Completion and Preparation. World government and various franchised countries gathered together during the Marie Joya meeting. In the Sky Empire of the New World, there are no big moves on the surface, but the passage plan is actually launched. Shiki personally took action and secretly appeared in the windless zone on the north blue side. In less than 5 days, he moved hundreds of uninhabited islands within this windless zone. And Noah also sent Vic to help. Vic, who secretly appeared in the windless zone of North Blue, followed the previously planned route and quickly formed 2 huge sea ridges on the planned route by constantly adjusting the rock formations on the seabed. Advertisement. These 2 man-made sea ridges are less than 100 meters from the sea surface. The width of the top of the sea ridge is about 100 kilometers, and there is a sea valley with a width of 100 kilometers in the middle. Shiki then placed the transferred islands on the ridge one after another, forming a series of island chain fortresses. In order to prevent those Poseidons from attacking the North Blue Windless Zone channel, and also as a precaution, a large number of highly toxic corals, highly toxic seaweeds, highly toxic mangroves and highly toxic stomach barrens were transplanted on the seabed on both sides of the ridge. These highly toxic creatures extend nearly 100 kilometers in width to both sides, forming an artificial biological barrier. The surrounding Poseidon species obviously also discovered the mutation in this area, but they were powerless. Before Poseidon awakened, these Poseidon species relied on their own biological instincts to act, so they chose to follow the emergence of the poisonous sea. Stay away from advantages and avoid disadvantages. Less than a month. A safe passage running between New World and North Blue appeared in the calm zone. The population and military strength of the Paradise Governor-General, which was previously merged into the Sky Empire, were arranged in the North Blue Passage. At the same time, a portion of the approved population from several other provinces were moved to the pass on a family basis. On the island. Even though almost a month has passed, the external forces still have not noticed the sudden change in the North Blue Windless Zone. In fact, this is very normal. Because the location of this North Blue Channel is in the middle of the North Blue Windless Zone. On the New World side, facing the sea area controlled by the Sky Empire, the special ships of Marine and World Government avoided this section of the Windless Zone. On the North Blue side, although Marine has set up more than a dozen reconnaissance stations nearby, these reconnaissance stations are all located on the islands of North Blue. The closest one to the Windless Zone is more than 20 kilometers away. Obviously, this distance makes it impossible for Marine to detect sudden changes deep in the Windless Zone immediately. In addition, Shiki did not arrange an island fortress in the last section of the passage. The island fortress closest to North Blue is still nearly 100 kilometers away from the Windless Zone and the border of North Blue. Advertisement. Ordinary sight and color cannot sense the situation more than 100 kilometers away. In the North Blue reconnaissance station, Marine only sent one major general to take charge. No matter how strong the major general is, he can't be much stronger. But this hiding will not last long. Because Sky Empire will soon expand to North Blue, there will be no way to hide it. So at this stage, Shiki, Vic, and others are still improving the defense system of the entire North Blue Channel. After all, the destructive power of powerful individuals in this world is very terrifying. For example, among the three newly promoted Marine generals, Porosalino and Sakaski have extremely terrifying large-scale destructive capabilities. Especially for Porosalino, if the opponent is determined to fight guerrilla warfare, even the Sky Empire cannot withstand the opponent's harassment. This is one of the reasons why Noah also chose to hide part of his power, because he was worried that the world government would jump over the wall in a hurry and send Porosalino to continuously attack the Sky Empire. Porosalino has also become the key target to be eliminated by the Liberator Organization in the next stage. His existence has seriously threatened the local security of the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn. In order to cope with Porosalino's possible attack on the Sky Empire, Noah readjusted some of his apostles. Currently, among Noah's major arcana apostles, only 6, Shiki, Fierce Sun, Hermit, Black Maria, Judgment, and Fool, are serving in the Sky Empire. Only the 5 apostles Kaido, Gayram, Big Bear, Doria, and Sil can be mobilized. However, Kaido definitely cannot appear in the Sky Empire at this stage, and the same goes for Big Bear. His fruit ability has always been used by Noah, and he is not suitable to appear in the Sky Empire. Therefore, the apostles sent to support the Sky Empire this time were Doria, Sil, and Gayram. It just so happened that Doria had betrayed Shishibukai and needed a backer who could keep him safe, and Sky Empire was a perfect fit. And among the remaining apostles, Patton, Muzulu, and Caesar were stationed in the East Daxia Sea Viceroyalty. Becky and Yamato are based in the West Blue Governor's District. Kaido, Yin, and Big Bear are stationed in the Lunar Governor's region. In addition, R. Peking, Alyabalu and others as the strategic support team, and Noah, Joshua, Vic, Yushin, and others as the general insurance. Advertisement. This basically ensures that the organization can have sufficient response capabilities when encountering emergencies. If you calculate the combat power of the general level, the Liberator organization has a lot of combat power on paper. Among them, there are 2 super general level Noah and Fool. General level Joshua, Lillian, Vic, Robin, Shiki, Kaido, Yushin, Judgment, and Monet, a total of 9. There are 14 in total including Crow, Lilith, Ale, Enel, Vapa, Barton, Liang, Hermit, Yamato, Yin, Muzuru, Caesar, Big Bear, and Garam at the quasi-general level. There are a total of 25 these advanced combat powers. As for the situation on the world government side, there are 8 Marines, 2 Impel Downs, plus 5 Elders, CP0, Knights of God, as well as the Army and Air Force, as well as I'm hiding behind the scenes, the total number of high-level combatants the force should be more than 30. You can only defeat them one by one through sneak attacks once or twice. Once frequent attacks occur, the world government will definitely not be fooled, and will instead concentrate its efforts on core areas such as Marijoya and Marine Land. Noah's guess was not wrong. After the Lychees War, the world government had secretly held an internal high-level meeting before convening the World Conference, in order to avoid a passive situation similar to the Lychees incident again. Among the 5 elders, Saint Maz, who can fly at high speed, and Saint Satan, who can teleport, personally came forward to form a rapid support team. This rapid support team includes Satan Saint, Maz Saint, Porus Alano, plus 3 CP0 members with the ability to fly. They are on standby at any time. At the same time, Chief Staff Officer he also came forward to formulate a series of emergency plans. Obviously the world government is not a fool. They suffered such a big loss in the Lychees incident and will definitely learn a lesson. Therefore, Noah has no intention of continuing to attack marine or world government. The next thing he has to do is to stir up trouble in each of the participating countries, gradually cut off world government's participating countries, and at the same time continue to accumulate the organization's comprehensive strength. Only after the advanced combat power reaches 30, Noah will consider launching a decisive battle against the world government. The reason for being so cautious is that we don't want to lose both sides with the world government and let other forces reap the benefits. After all, throughout the ages, there have been too many forces that have pioneered uprisings for the king. Chapter 137 The Tiger emerges from the gate. March 12, 1510 in the Highwind calendar. North Blue, Baku Islands. This sea area directly faces the windless zone of the Sky Empire. It is also the sea area that Marine focuses on monitoring. There are 7 reconnaissance stations set up on this archipelago. Each reconnaissance station is set up at the highest point of the island to facilitate observation of the surrounding sea and sky through telescopes. In one of the reconnaissance stations on the island, several sailors were chatting boredly, looking a little listless. After all, this kind of work is very boring. Facing the endless and calm windless zone every day, naturally they can't cheer up. Advertisement. Ha! A bearded sailor yawned, then picked up his telescope and looked at the sea and sky on the other side of the windless zone. The sailor in charge of recording on the side immersed himself in writing on the record sheet, 10 a.m., no abnormality. However, the bearded sailor's face suddenly turned pale at this time, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands kept shaking. After swallowing, he shouted in panic. The enemy! The enemy is coming! What enemy? The record sailor suddenly raised his head. The bearded man roared out of control, it's the Sky Empire's air fleet. We are finished. What? The recorded sea soldier fell directly from his chair to the ground, his face also extremely frightened. The other sailor responsible for sending out the flares was also frightened to the point of confusion. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he took out his flare gun and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang! 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 A red flare exploded in mid-air. Suddenly the entire investigation station exploded. Soon Marine Major General Truman Wright, who was in charge of the Baku Islands Security Detachment, received urgent reports from several reconnaissance stations. He quickly dialed the dedicated hotline of the Marine Headquarters. This is the Security Detachment of the North Blue Baku Islands. My name is Truman Wright, internal number 936805. The identity is confirmed. Major General Wright, please explain the situation. Wright roared and reported, notify Fleet Admiral immediately that the Sky Empire's air fleet has appeared in the windless zone near the Baku Islands and is about to enter the North Blue. Please ask for guidance from the headquarters. Roger, Major General Wright, please don't hang up. ASAP. Advertisement. Boom, communication was interrupted instantly. Major General Wright. Please answer. Major General Wright. The reconnaissance station where Major General Wright was located now only had a large crater with a radius of several hundred meters. Almost at the same time, all 7 reconnaissance stations on the Baku Islands were completely annihilated under the attack of meteorites falling from the sky. Less than a day. The 3 world government member countries and 8 desert islands near the Baku Islands were moved by Shiki using his ability to form part of the Baku province. All the kings and nobles of these 3 participating countries were hanged. As soon as Shiki took action, his bloody methods plunged all the countries in the North Blue into fear. However, at this time, Shiki was not too concerned about the reaction of the outside world. Instead, he was stepping up his efforts to transform the entire Baku Islands and integrate the civilians of the 3 participating countries. Of course, people like Robin and Black Maria are responsible for the internal civil affairs work, while Shiki, Liang, and others are mainly responsible for the war work. Sky Empire is busy digesting the new territory. The entire situation in North Blue suddenly became turbulent. Although North Blue is world famous for its tough folk customs, no matter how tough the folk customs are, it cannot compare to the remote New World. Although the reputation of the Sea Emperor was well known in the past, the participating countries of North Blue had not personally experienced this terrifying threat. Now they realize that the Sky Empire is different from the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. The latter two can basically only be local overlords in the New World, and it is difficult to threaten other sea areas. But the Sky Empire is different. The air fleet can easily cross the windless zone, and can enter the North Blue and West Blue at any time, and even directly cross the Red Earth continent and enter the East Daxia Sea and South Blue. This is the real horror. Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. Senguo, who had just taken up the post of Fleet Admiral for more than a month, looked extremely ugly at this time. Damn Golden Lion, isn't he satisfied? Hai frowned, and she quickly looked through the information. The situation is not good, North Blue may completely lose control. How's it going with Peppo Russolino? He shook his head. Although Porisalino can make the Golden Lion fearful, there are too many masters in the Sky Empire. The other party can send elite troops to rob and harass the various North Blue franchise countries, and even the Golden Lion Club just abandoned North Blue and attack West Blue, Donghai, and South Blue. Advertisement. Damn it. Warring States clenched his fists, wishing he could kill the Golden Lion with one punch. This is the deterrent power of Shiki. He thought for a while. For the current plan, sending Porisalino to North Blue is an inevitable choice, but this is not enough. Let Sakaski also send out. Hearing this, Warring States hesitated. Would it be too dangerous for Sakaski to face the Sky Empire alone? No, I have no intention of letting Sakaski face the Sky Empire, but let him destroy these two islands first. He looked at the New World map on one side, and his finger was pointing at two of the islands. When Warring States saw the names of the two islands, his pupils shrank instantly. The risk of doing this is too great. Warring States, if we don't do this, we have no way to restrict the Sky Empire. Crane's expression was very serious. But Warring States was about to say something, but was speechless. He really had no conventional way to restrict the Sky Empire. Because now the enemy's marine faces are not only the Sky Empire, but also the Liberator Organization and the Kingdom of Dawn. In addition, the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates of New World are not good enemies either. Facing so many enemies, even with the support of the world government, Marine's advanced combat power seems to be somewhat stretched after the Lulicia incident. If we go out with all our strength to deal with the Sky Empire, we are worried that the Liberator Organization will cause trouble in other sea areas. If we don't go all out and use one or two general-level combat forces to deal with the Sky Empire, we are afraid that there will be no return. Now Marine can't afford to lose one or two more general-level combat capabilities. After a few minutes of silence, Warring States could only nod heavily. I agree, but this matter requires the consent of the five elders. I'll leave it to you to communicate with the five elders. Sengoku knew that this was his responsibility as Marine Fleet Admiral, so he could only call five elders. After a while, the call from five elders was connected. Warring States, what's going on? The person who asked was Saint Nashulang. My lords, I believe you have received information that the Sky Empire has entered North Blue and has captured 3 franchise countries. On the opposite side, Saint Nashulang asked directly, what do you think? I want Sakaski to destroy 2 of the nodes in the New World, and at the same time use the last node as a G0 base, so that Sakaski can stay at the G0 base permanently to deter the pirate forces in the entire New World. Destroy the node island. Saint Nashulang's voice became a little louder. Saint Satan suddenly interrupted, Sengoku, you are indeed suitable to become the Marine Fleet Admiral. We agree on this matter. Thank you for your understanding, my lords. Crane on the side was not surprised at all. Apparently she had guessed that the 5 elders would agree to this, because now the world government and Marine have no choice. Chapter 138 One after another. March 22, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. New World's hot spring area, Yoshima. Marine suddenly took control of the island and immediately expelled everyone on the island. Sakaski looked calmly at the crying common people. When the last transport ship evacuated the port, he immediately ordered, everyone retreats 10 kilometers away. Yes, Your Majesty General. Advertisement. Soon the Marine fleet quickly left Yoshima. After the Marine fleet was more than 10 kilometers away from Yoshima, Sakaski quickly jumped into the air, and then flew towards Yoshima with his feet spitting lava. After a few minutes, Sakaski arrived at the edge of the crater in the center of Yoshima. He looked at the half-dead magma below the crater, and released a stream of magma, which was directly injected into the magma of the crater. Wake me up! Boom boom boom! There seemed to be a giant beast rolling and roaring underground. The ground and sea began to shake slightly. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of Sakaski, Yoshima volcano entered the critical point of a major eruption. Finally, the underground rock formations could not withstand the pressure of the magma explosion. Boom! A terrifying stream of magma rose into the sky and reached the stratosphere. The dark red pillar of magma and fire, wrapped in a huge amount of volcanic ash, formed an effect that blocked the sky and the sun. When Sakazuki reappeared on the deck of the warship, the entire Yoshima Island has been destroyed by the volcanic eruption. Go to Hell Valley Island immediately. Yes. At the same time, another node island was successfully destroyed by marine due to the detonation of a large number of explosive rocks. Advertisement. With the destruction of the two ley line nodes, the frequency of earthquakes in New World skyrocketed instantly, and the intensity of earthquakes also skyrocketed. The changes that followed were that weird weather became more frequent, and the magnetic fields of many islands became more chaotic. The various forces in New World have not yet reacted, thinking that Whitebeard is at war with other forces. In addition, New World has frequent bad weather, which greatly delays the time for other forces to discover this matter. However, this matter obviously cannot be hidden from the winery and Morgans. Because the winery can monitor phone communications, it knows that Marine has been secretly executing a highly confidential plan recently, but the winery has not been able to decipher the core content. Morgans, on the other hand, directly discovered the destruction of two node islands. He knew the importance of the three node islands in New World. If the third node island is also destroyed, the entire New World will be destroyed. The frightened Morgans immediately reported the matter to Sky Empire and Noah. The base camp of Sky Empire. Sky Island Palace. After Robin received the information conveyed by Morgans, she was not too anxious. She could see the other party's purpose from Marine's actions. If the world government really wants to destroy the New World, it can destroy three node islands at the same time, instead of destroying only two node islands and leaving the Hell Valley Island node as it is now. Crow, who has also been helping the Sky Empire recently, also sees some of the intentions of the world government. Either they are fishing and using Hell Valley Island as a trap to attract us, or they are trying to deter the Sky Empire, Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates. Maybe both. Robin gently turned the ballpoint pen in his hand. What do you think? Crow raised his glasses. To deter the Sky Empire, the premise is that the Sky Empire is fixed in the New World. Otherwise, this plan will be useless, but will cause the world government to lose the entire New World. You mean? Let Marine and the world government be proud for a while. We will first control the expansion speed of North Blue and create a look that is afraid of Marine destroying the New World. At the same time, accelerate the construction of North Blue's Baku province, and expand the scale of the Sky province. If necessary, move some New World islands to North Blue, and then start expanding in North Blue. Crow sneered and said, I want to see if the world government dares to destroy that node island. Robin thought about it for a moment, then nodded, expressing his agreement with Crow's arrangement. It seems like doing this is a gamble. In fact, as long as the Sky Empire moves part of the New World islands to North Blue, it will quickly expand the size of the Sky province. Then the world government will realize that destroying Node Island will not shake the foundation of the Sky Empire at all. Instead, it will completely destroy the more than 20 participating countries of New World and those bases. Advertisement. If it hurts the enemy 800 and damages itself 1000, then the 5 elders won't care too much. But if it means hurting the enemy 100 times and damaging oneself 1000 times, then 5 elders will not do this no matter how senile they are. After all, the world government simply cannot afford such a terrible exchange ratio. The next period of time. As Sakazuki brought the marine fleet to Hell Valley Island and built a marine base on it. Various forces in the New World also learned about Marine's destruction of 2 node islands and control of the last node island through Morgan's intelligence. For a time, all the forces in the New World became silent, which was in contrast to the increasingly chaotic situation in the New World. Sky Empire, who cooperates with the acting, has also become low-key. On the other hand, the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were shocked by the cruelty of the world government. The 2 imperial pirates unanimously worried about the future. What if the world government went crazy one day? Most of his subordinates will be buried in the New World. For this reason, the Big Mom pirates have stepped up their efforts to find the mirror fruit. Obviously Charlotte Linlin is not without brains. She at least knows the importance of the mirror fruit. As long as she has this fruit, the Big Mom pirates can evacuate the New World at any time. Enter the world. As for the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard, on the other hand, has a gloomy look on his face. He could threaten the world government with words like destroying paradise, but this is definitely not safe. Because Whitebeard is very aware of Shiki's madness, even if Shiki's temperament has changed drastically, he thinks that Shiki will not take the threat of world government seriously. If Shiki takes action, if the world government is impulsive, New World will really be doomed. After all, New World has Whitebeard's hometown, so he naturally doesn't want New World to be destroyed. In addition to the fear and uneasiness of the pirate forces, the franchised countries in the New World were collectively shocked and called Marijoa to inquire about the specific situation. Although the 5 elders do not care about the life and death of these participating countries, they must at least maintain the superficial appearance. They said that this is only to suppress the expansion of pirate power. Even if New World is to be destroyed, the kings will be notified in advance and let them come to the paradise for refuge. Hearing 5 elders' explanation, the hearts of the kings of these franchise countries suddenly became cold. They packed their luggage and treasures and prepared to travel to the paradise for a while. The situation in New World is temporarily suppressed. However, Noah did not want world government and marine to integrate resources with peace of mind. He took Ali and others and began to appear frequently in South Blue. In less than half a month, 8 inhabited islands were evacuated, 4 of which are members of the world government. Now, the situation in South Blue has become chaotic. It's true that when the gourd is pressed, the gourd rises, and the changes one after another make world government and marine exhausted. All forces around the world have seen the embarrassment and powerlessness of the world government, which has made some forces have more petty thoughts. Chapter 139 Another Child. The Grand Line, Paradise. The Devil's Triangle Sea Area, the terrifying 3-masted ship. Moria, who returned from Marie Joya, was eating in the hall. And the 3 weirdos were also at the dining table one after another. Including the famous Dr. Hogbark who just joined this year, Perona who was adopted by Moria since she was a child, and Absalom who was taken over by Moria 5 years ago. Advertisement. Lord Moria. Is there anything fun in Marie Joya? Perona, who was already in her prime, asked curiously with her eyes wide open. Moria took a sip of Fiazai happy water, hiccup. That place belongs to the Tianlong people. You don't want to know what's going on up there. The well-informed Hogback also echoed, Pepet, you have to be careful about the celestial dragons, those guys are not good people. Don't worry. I will protect you. Mariah patted his belly, which had become a little fatter. Yet. The moment Moria heard this voice, his body immediately turned into a flying bat. At some point, a figure appeared in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the hall. Is it an enemy? Perona was shocked. Damn it. It's the vampire crow. Someone from the Liberator organization. Absalom shouted in panic. Being a dog of the world government will not end well. Negative. Be careful. Moria's eyes widened. Before Perona could take action, her body was paralyzed by the poison of the invisible Lilith. Lilith casually lifted her up and said, what an unlovable girl. Moria waved the scissors while roaring, let Perona go. You should take care of yourself. Crow instantly appeared in front of Mariah, his sharp claws wrapped in armed colors jammed the big scissors. Do you really want to kill them all? Moria shouted angrily in a low voice. Haha, what a ridiculous idea. You are a pirate, or a pirate affiliated with the world government. Why do you think I should let you go? Crow sneered, unfolding the shady realm. Then you all go to hell. Shadow gathering place. Moria frantically absorbed the surrounding shadows, and his body expanded rapidly. It's really a mentally retarded application of abilities. Crow instantly appeared behind Moria. Due to his increase in size and the decline in his domineering power, Moria couldn't react at all, and was inserted into the back by Crow's sharp claws. Advertisement. In an instant, Mariah not only felt the crazy loss of blood, but also felt a cold armed color rushing into his body, interfering with his devil fruit ability. Just when he wanted to use the shadow mage to change his position, Crow had already inserted the dagger inlaid with sea tower stone into his body. As the sea tower stone exerted its inhibitory effect, the shadow that Moria had just absorbed quickly escaped and quickly returned to its original owner's position. And Moria's body was like a popped balloon, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog in a moment. At the same time, Absalom and Hogbark were also knocked over by Lilith's fist. As for the effect of transparent fruits on being immune to seeing and hearing colors, there is actually no absolute effect. For example, facing Lilith, the transparent fruit is almost invisible. The reason is that after the combination of Lilith's seeing color and the fruit's ability, her seeing color can feel very subtle air fluctuations, and as long as a transparent fruit ability user moves, the surrounding air will produce subtle fluctuations. And Absalom, who was very weak in his own knowledge, had no way of disrupting Lilith's knowledge through his domineering power, so he completely threw himself into the street. With Moria and the 3 weirdos captured, the entire terrifying bark fell into the hands of the Liberator organization. However, due to the special environment of the Devil's Triangle, the outside world did not know that a battle was taking place here at this time. As long as Moria is not killed, the paper of life he left in the CP organization will not burn, and the world government will have no way to confirm Moria's condition in a short period of time. Noah also came together. But he didn't take action. Enel led dozens of agents and quickly arrested the shady shadowless people on the island ship. Great, my shadow is back. Did you defeat Moria? Laozi is free. Ha ha ha. Pfft. The one-armed man who was laughing wildly fell to the ground instantly. Gilu. Everyone suddenly became quiet. Enel looked at these people indifferently. Huan Xiaonu's ability gave him the ability to identify the good and evil in people's hearts. At this time, the thoughts in these people's hearts were like fire in a cave in his eyes. Get them lined up. Yes, Deputy Minister. Soon, the anxious prisoners could only follow the instructions of the agents and line up obediently one by one. Enel asked a direct question, what did he do before? Soon the thousands of prisoners were divided into two groups, one with more than 800 people and the other with more than 200 people. Advertisement. The more than 200 people were taken away, while the remaining 800 people were secretly observing Enel and others. Enel looked at the remaining people. Although they were all skinny, there were many good players among them. However, their fate was already doomed, because these people were judged by Enel to be in the ranks of great evil. Lilith came out of the castle. She looked at the large mess of prisoners in front of her, turned her head and asked, do these have to be dealt with? Well, they have no transformation value. Lilith released a large amount of anesthetic powder, and then put these people into the memory card, preparing to take them back to Luo as experimental materials. Noah also opened his eyes at this time and looked at the captured Mariah and the three weirdos. Leave Moria to me, and you can handle the rest. No problem. Lilith nodded. The three weirdos were packed up and sent to the castle space. The staff inside killed Absalom and Perona without mercy and recovered their fruits. Hugubik was sent to Luo through Ars channel, and he was ready to squeeze out the knowledge in his brain and then destroy it. Noah transformed Moria into an apostle, and also replaced Yin, who was previously used as a placeholder, and Yin descended into an ordinary little arcana apostle. Moon, Moria, Shadow Fruit. Although Doria lost his position as a Shishibukai, in the blink of an eye, Noah once again transformed a Shishibukai into one of his own. My lord, Moria salutes you. Get up. I have already passed on what I should tell you to you through the spirit of the card. Mariah stood up. Quickly cut out his own shadow, and then stuff it into Captain John's body. How could I? The remaining instinctive will of Captain John's body began to wake up, but was instantly swallowed up by Moria's will. That's it. At this time, Moria's body also sensed and swallowed up the remaining memories of Captain John. There is not only information about Captain John's treasures, but also various information about the Rocks Pirates, as well as the application and training methods of three-color haki, Captain John's sword skills and other information. However, as Moria retracted his shadow, he knew that things were not that simple. Captain John's remaining memory was affecting his thoughts. Although this influence was very weak, it was a real hidden danger. When Noah saw Moria's performance, he knew something was wrong. It seems that Captain John's memory has begun to affect your thinking. Yes, and it's an entangled feeling. If you swallow more dead people's memories, you may suffer from mental breakdown and confusion. Moria nodded helplessly. Chapter 140 Solution and Development. If the confusion and schizophrenia caused by devouring the memory of the dead cannot be solved, it will be difficult to develop the application of the Shadow Fruit's ability. This is also the fundamental reason why Moonlight Moria has not developed in this area before. But this problem is obviously not a problem for Noah. He immediately called on Barton's ability to exchange fruits. Mariah, sell me the irrelevant content in Captain John's memory. Moria reacted immediately and nodded, yes, as long as 1 silver coin is enough. Advertisement. Exchange accomplished. Suddenly, a large part of the memory that had been entangled with Mariah was instantly pulled out, forming a card in Noah's hand. Memory card, Captain John's broken memory. And as this memory was withdrawn, Moria no longer felt the discomfort just now. My lord, I just discovered a very valuable piece of information from Captain John's memory about the Rocks Pirates. Let me guess, is it the treasure that Captain John took away? But if it is ordinary treasure, it shouldn't be worth mentioning specifically. Moria smiled and explained, during the battle in the Valley of the Gods, Captain John was not in the Valley of the Gods, but stayed on Honeycomb Island. Therefore, all the treasures left by the Rocks Pirates on Honeycomb Island were taken away by him. What's in that treasure? In addition to the treasure of more than 8 billion Baileys, there are also 3 devil fruits, one of which was eaten by Captain John himself. This is also the reason why he was assassinated by his men. Noah immediately understood that after all, the devil fruit had its pros and cons, and the fear of sea water and sea stones was its cons. If it were the subordinates around him, it would be easy to take advantage of this to cause trouble. Except for the blood fruit of Paramecia that he ate, the remaining 2 fruits are the Ankylosaurus form of the ancient animal species, and the cart fruit of Paramecia. Noah made an assessment, the Ankylosaurus fruit and the cart fruit? They are not bad. Although they are not as good as the blood fruits, they are relatively powerful fruits that can be developed and applied well by ability users. In addition, there are a number of relatively good swords, but these are indeed not of high value to the organization. Noah thought for a moment, and then asked Moria to swallow up the remaining memories of Shimatsuki Ryoma and Ungoku Ounce. Then Noah exchanged the irrelevant part of the memory in the same way. Moria discovered many secrets of ancient times from the remaining memories of the two. For example, Shimatsuki Ryoma's dragon-slaying swordsmanship and 3-color haki training method. Advertisement. And from Mount's remaining memories, he learned that it was the other party who created the high cliffs of Wano country. Regarding the content carried by these ancient memories, Noah asked Moria to write down the useful information and then give it to Robin and Crow. Next, Noah asked Moria to try other development directions. The first is about the development of spatial direction. Moria can use Shadow Warrior as an anchor point to achieve instant movement. This ability is very special. Although Moria's own shadow cannot be too far away from the main body and can only be maintained within a radius of about 2.4 kilometers, this is not the key. The key is how to achieve space jump. After Moria tried it a few times, he realized that this ability called Shadow Warrior essentially realizes space jump through the shadow world. Therefore, the prerequisite for realizing a space jump is that the shadow of the body must be used as an anchor point, otherwise you will be directly lost in the shadow world. He tried to slow down and pass through the shadow world, and found that there was nothing but gloomy darkness inside, and there was no reference at all. If he hadn't maintained the shadow of his body outside, he didn't know where he would jump to. And there is a more critical issue, which is that the shadow world excludes foreign things. If Moria wants to carry something through, he must use his ability to wrap it up before he can carry it through the shadow world. No wonder Moonlight Moria only developed Shadow Warrior before, but not any tricks like shadow storage. But it didn't matter. When Noah invoked the ability of the shadow fruit, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Since Noah and all the apostles are considered one body, he can also sense the positions of these apostles, and can even directly descend on the apostles with consciousness and temporarily borrow their bodies. Therefore, Noah can use the apostles as anchors to achieve space jumps and appear directly next to the apostles. This is different from Becky's castle fruit. The emergency escape tunnel created by using the castle fruit's ability can only appear in the castle space. It can only come out from Becky or Noah's side. There is no way for Becky or Noah to escape. Noah jumped over to help. However, the shadow fruit can pass through the shadow world, allowing Noah to appear next to the apostles anytime and anywhere. Moreover, Noah's card fruit can seal creatures, which means that he can use the method of nesting dolls to first seal people and materials in the cards, carry them through the shadow world, and then release the people and materials from the cards. Come out. The strategic value of this ability is very high. After all, RA's wormhole coordinates can currently only maintain 12 at the same time. As for Peking's door fruit, its spatial movement requires a similar distance in the door world as in reality, thus losing the strategic value of rapid support. Advertisement. The upper limit of Noah's apostles is 74. In particular, the 52 little arcana apostles can be dispatched almost all over the world and do not need to be too fixed in one area. This allows Noah to obtain 52 teleportation points that can be moved at any time. In addition to this ability application direction, Moria also tried shadow swapping. He cut out his own shadow, spliced it onto Crow's body whose shadow was cut off, and then spliced Crow's shadow onto his own body. This situation is very special. He can instinctively sense some physical skills in Crow's shadow, and Crow can also sense similar information. But this trick is obviously a bit useless. However, when Moria spliced his shadow onto Ryoma's body, he discovered something very strange. Ryoma's corpse said, "Ryoma's remaining instinctive will has disappeared, and now this body can be completely controlled by me." Noah touched his chin. Is it another effect after devouring it? But this situation also means that there is no way to let the corpse exert some of its original power by implanting the shadow of others. Yes, my lord. Sure enough, everything has pros and cons, the key is how to choose. But Noah immediately turned his head and looked at Lilith. "Lilith, give me those villains you just sealed." Lilith took out the card and handed it to him. From the cards, Noah selected 10 villains and asked Ali to use his imagination. He removed the prefrontal lobes of these people and turned them into the living dead. Then he took out the vault of secret treasures and found a bottle of insect eggs. The bottle had a label that read, "Okna parasite eggs, 1000 capsules." This parasite is not a harmful parasite, but one that can coexist with humans, and its lifespan can reach about 20 to 30 years. While parasitizing the human body, the oknaworm will continuously eat up the body's excess fat and at the same time release a regulatory hormone that can make it easy for people to enter deep sleep. Therefore, in some areas, this parasite is used as a treatment method. However, this parasite is not completely harmless. Some people will be severely allergic to it, leading to severe rejection in the body and death. In addition, there are individual differences in oknaworm. Some individuals can cause severe malnutrition in users, accounting for about 23%, some individuals can cause death sleep syndrome in users, accounting for about 15%, plus the proportion of allergies about 6%. This means that users need to bear about 44% of the risk of side effects. This is also the reason why oknaworms are not prevalent in the ocean. Chapter 141 Legion of the Living Dead. Noah took out the oknaworm eggs, and the purpose was self-evident. Moria also instantly understood its intention, took out 10 of the eggs, and cut out their shadows. At the same time, he also cut out the shadows of the 10 living dead villains. Inject the egg shadow into the living dead villain, and then implant the Okina egg into the living dead. As the egg is implanted, it will soon develop in the living dead. The shadow of the living dead has also undergone strange changes, because its original body already has a shadow. Even if Moria lets go of control, it cannot automatically return to its original body, but becomes a special wandering shadow. Noah took out a large fluorescent lamp. Advertisement. When the fluorescent lamp light shines on the living dead, there is no case of death by exposure to light. But the wandering shadow quickly avoided the light and hid in the nearby shadows. Using the sea salt test, the living dead did not lose their abilities. In other words, the previous weakness of the shadow zombies being afraid of sea salt, and the weakness of the shadow supplier being destroyed by strong sunlight, have been basically eliminated. Moreover, the living dead soldiers have another advantage, that is, they can retain the abilities of Esper users, and they can also gain abilities by eating devil fruits. If they are zombie soldiers, they are corpses themselves. Even if they were ability users before, the devil fruit will automatically break away from them the moment they die. However, those better devil fruits, Noah and Moria, will definitely not be used on the living dead soldiers. After all, the living dead soldiers cannot actively develop the fruit's abilities, let alone the awakening of the fruit. Among the devil fruits currently in stock in the family, there are indeed several relatively useless fruits. Noah took out the carp fruit, turtle fruit, earthworm fruit, and sheep fruit from the secret treasure house, and gave these 4 fruits to Moria to create several elite living dead generals. From the large number of villains who were ready to be transformed into soldiers of the living dead, 4 relatively powerful ones were selected. Noah and Ale operated on to remove the prefrontal lobes, and then Moria performed shadow transformation, and finally gave them devil fruit. No. HS0001, General Turtle, turtle fruit. No. HS0002, General Dragon, earthworm fruit. No. HS0003, General Sheep, sheep fruit. No. HS0004, General Fish, carp fruit. Although these fruits are mediocre, the improvement in vitality and physical fitness brought by the animal type has at least greatly improved the strength of these living dead generals. Advertisement. And these fruits also have several points that can be developed, such as the turtle shell of the turtle fruit, which can strengthen defense, the earthworm fruit can burrow into the ground and regenerate broken limbs, the sheep fruit can develop wool defense and hair attack, the carp fruit has fish scale armor, it can gnaw with teeth and can enter fresh water for activities. While Noah and Ar were still terrorizing the 3-masted ship, they quickly removed the prefrontal lobes of the more than 800 villains. And Moria is trying to transform the extra wandering shadows. The results of the experiment were unexpectedly smooth. It may be related to the fact that the frontal lobe of the body was removed, which weakened the instinctive will of the wandering shadow a lot. Moria easily tamed more than a dozen wandering shadows. Although the Black Shadow soldiers transformed from wandering shadows have very average combat effectiveness and can only compete with ordinary Marines, they have a very powerful characteristic, which is immortality. Even if the shadow soldiers are cut into pieces, they will recover on their own after a while. Unless those living dead soldiers are also killed, these shadow soldiers will not be eliminated. It is easier for Moria to use the shadow soldiers as the fusion material of the shadow gathering place than before using the captured shadows. This can increase the power of the shadow gathering place by about 3 times. It's just that the size has become larger. Moria knows that the weakness of the shadow gathering method is too obvious, and it can easily become the enemy's target. Therefore, his application and development of shadow soldiers tend to be in the auxiliary direction. For example, in stealth reconnaissance, shadow soldiers who can sneak in the shadows can easily sneak into various well-defended places. Moreover, the shadow soldiers can also be used as a control skill to inject shadow soldiers into the enemy's shadow, thereby using the shadow soldiers to restrict the opponent. The reason why it is not direct control is that the will of the shadow soldiers is not strong enough. Enemies who have not had their frontal lobes removed, especially those who are domineering masters, are basically immune to this kind of control. Therefore, it can only be used as a temporary restriction method. By injecting the shadow soldiers can compete with the enemy for control of the body. Moria named this move, shadow parasitism. This move also has another use, that is, after killing the enemy directly, you can disguise yourself as the enemy while the enemy's body is not rotting, and then sneak into the enemy's interior. Then he created the Shadow Kingdom based on part of the principles of the Shadow Gathering Ground. The Kingdom of Shadow fuses many shadow soldiers together to form a field shrouded in shadow. Moria can move quickly within the Kingdom of Shadow, almost certainly achieving the effect of instantaneous movement, and at the same time enhances his own sensing ability. This ability is somewhat similar to Crow's Dark Canopy. Advertisement. Of course, the Shadow Kingdom has attack power, and its attack mode is the Shadow Box developed by Moria before, but the attack of the Shadow Kingdom is called Black Coffin. Next are the tricks developed for ability users. He used the human-like simulated structure of the shadow soldiers to drink a lot of seawater, and then used the seawater in their stomachs to sneak attack or assassinate the espers. This move is named, Juicy Octopus. In the same way, since the shadow soldiers can drink seawater, it means that they can be used as storage space. As long as the shadow soldiers can swallow anything, they can be stored in their bodies. Namely, shadow stomach pouch. With the storage ability, the role of the shadow soldiers becomes more extensive. For example, by storing the corpses of poisonous wasps, and using shadow injection to control the corpses of poisonous wasps when necessary, you can achieve poisonous attacks. We do not produce highly toxic substances, we are just highly toxic carriers. Or store bombs and sea stone weapons in the bodies of shadow soldiers. Under the influence of Noah's memory, the abilities developed by Moria became more and more weird, and he had the space storage ability and application similar to the card fruit. On the other side, Noah and Ra worked hard for a long time and finally removed all the prefrontal lobes of more than 800 villains. Molia, you continue to stay here and recover your body first. As you command, my lord. Then Noah exchanged more than 100 years of vitality to Moria by exchanging fruits, and also gave him a large stack of magic cards. Among these magic cards, there are various potions, various common weapons, and many strange things. It is estimated that after some time, Moria's strength will be raised to the level of a quasi-general. After all, Moria's foundation is not bad. If he hadn't been a fat man for more than 10 years and lost his morale, he would have reached the level of a quasi-general long ago. Now that he has become Noah's apostle, although he has lost his original personality, it also means that his will has been reshaped. With the added vitality, even if there is no possibility of awakening conquerors, Moria will soon reaching the level of quasi-general. After explaining everything, Noah and his team disappeared into the wormhole and headed to their next destination. Chapter 142 Effortless. April 18, 1510 in the Highwind calendar. The Grand Line, the third voyage of Paradise, the Rudolph Islands not far from the fourth node island. This archipelago was a non-franchised country before, but now it has been wiped out. Hwaza, the Lizard King, attacked and destroyed it last year, and then transformed it into the territory of beasts. After Hwaza came back from the meeting in Marigio, he was busy trading with Doflamingo, a small desert island in the northwest of the archipelago. Advertisement. Juniper, who was in charge of the Paradise's intelligence work, immediately crushed a piece of amethyst. In an instant, a wormhole appeared in the cave. Noah and his team came out of the wormhole one after another. Long time no see, Juniper. Good afternoon, Lord Noah. Juniper saluted him. Where is Hwaza? He is on Tyrannosaurus Island in the Rudolph Islands, but he plans to go to the Sabayati Islands tomorrow to complete the Devil Fruit deal with Doflamingo. The corner of Noah's mouth rose. Oh? It seems that we came at the right time. I will follow him to the Sabayati Islands tomorrow, along with the Pangolin Liba, and the cotters who will stay at the Rudolph Islands will be the Gecko Harris and the Raptor Sullivan. In addition, there are two other subordinates under Hwaza who have animal abilities. One has a giraffe fruit ability, and the other has a seal fruit ability. Noah nodded. You go back first, I will take someone there tomorrow. Yes, I am resigning. Juniper's body entered the form of an orc, and then he blended into the environment by changing his body color, then spread his mantis wings and quickly left the desert island. He joined the territory of beasts as a bounty hunter half a year ago, and his daily job is to patrol around the Rudolph Islands. Noah and his party only left a temporary coordinate in the cave, and then disappeared into the wormhole. When they appeared again, they had arrived above the Thunder God Island in the New World. This time their purpose was to take away Captain John's treasure, which was hidden in a place that many people did not expect. After jumping several times in a row, the group arrived on a prosperous island. Haisha Island, Marine's G1 base subsidiary in New World, is less than 120 kilometers away from the G1 base and is also an important route island. Advertisement. The base is stationed by a Marine Major General and more than 700 elite Marines. Haisha Island is an island where military and civilians live together, and it is also one of the few islands that directly belongs to the world government. The island area is about 430 square kilometers, and its outline is like a staircase, with the south high and the north low. The terrain on the south side is a cliff with a height of thousands of meters, which is a natural barrier for the island. Captain John's treasure is hidden among the cliffs on the south side. Thanks to Captain John's memory information, Noah and his team quickly found a narrow stone crevice hidden in the middle of the cliff. After passing through the more than 20 meters long stone crevice, the surrounding space began to suddenly become clearer. However, there are not many traces of artificial excavation here. Noah estimated that this is a naturally formed cave. In fact, the reason why Captain John chose this place as the place to hide the treasure is, on the one hand, because he can use the darkness under the lamp to prevent many people from thinking of this place, on the other hand, it is because this is his hometown and he is familiar with everything here. And carrying a permanent pointer to your hometown with you will not make anyone suspicious. After passing a few hundred meters of natural cave, the group came to the first fork. Noah did not choose to go left or right, because the treasure was at his feet. Borrowing Shiki's ability, he instantly moved the soil and stone slabs away from his feet, and a basement appeared in front of him. Under the light, the gold and silver jewelry that had been covered with dust for a long time were already covered with thick dust, but there was still some glittering light leaking out. Brother, I found it. Ale dug out 2 small treasure boxes among a lot of treasures. Inside were the chech fruit and the ankylosaurus fruit. Noah put away the devil fruit casually, and then put away all the gold and silver jewelry and a large number of swords. Ari opened the wormhole again. Everyone returned to the small cave on Rudolph Islands again. The next day, early in the morning, Hwaza took Junzi and Liba and drove the Tyrannosaurus to the Sabayati Islands. And just after the Tyrannosaurus Rex left the Rudolph Islands, a white cloud in the sky followed it more than 10 kilometers behind, moving forward like a shadow. 17 hours later, night fell. The Tyrannosaurus entered a relatively desolate sea area. Noah's electromagnetic interference instantly enveloped the sea area. In the cabin, Hwaza, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a strong palpitation in his heart. He stood up suddenly. This feeling. The next second, a hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling of his cabin, and sea water spurted out. Damn it! Hwaza's body immediately became weak, and then a figure emerged from the sea and directly pinched Hwaza's neck. Hwaza's eyes widened, as if he had seen some horrific scene. Advertisement. Noah used the magnetic field shield to isolate the contact between the seawater and the body and appeared in the seawater. A moment later, the beast soldiers and Pangolin Liba on the Tyrannosaurus were also wiped out. After clearing the seawater in the cabin, Noah watched Hwaza and Liba being handcuffed by Lychees. Ahem. I didn't expect that a big shot like you would carry out a sneak attack. Hwaza mocked feebly. Noah smiled and shook his head. What a ridiculous idea. I never talk about being fair and above board when dealing with the enemy. As long as I can win, why can't I make a sneak attack? What do you want? If you want me to take refuge with you, it's not impossible to consider. Hwaza was not as tough as expected, but began to soften. You take yourself too seriously. Hwaza's face was full of confusion. Since she didn't want to conquer him, why did she want to keep him alive? However, the next moment his eyes were full of horror. Because a hole was opened in the forehead of Liba on the side. Noah's scalpel instantly cut off his frontal lobe. As the frontal lobe was removed, Liba, whose face was full of rebelliousness just now, began to become numb. Gilu, what did you do to Liba? Hwaza shouted in horror. This is how you scum use your waste. You should feel honored to be part of my power. Noah said while throwing out a small arcana card. The golden flame cloud enveloped Liba and immediately formed a golden cocoon. When the cocoon bursts, the sea stone handcuffs on Liba's hands were also taken away by Noah. Liba immediately knelt down on one knee. My lord, Liba salutes you. Hwaza was so frightened that his face turned pale, he broke out in cold sweat, and his body even trembled slightly. Especially when Noah turned his head to look at him, Hwaza's pupil shrank, and he quickly begged for mercy. Lord Noah. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. The liberators don't accept scum. UBD, Noah, you have to die. Hwaza cursed crazily. However, his dying struggle had no effect at all. Soon Noah took the knife and transformed him into the apostle of the little arcana. Noah arranged for Hwaza and Junzi to continue to the Sabayati Islands to complete the deal, and at the same time asked Hwaza to transfer Sullivan and Harris to a secret port on Tyrannosaurus Island through the phone bug. He took Ali and others, captured Sullivan and Harris who were hanged out alone that night, and directly transformed them into apostles. Then the 2 small cotters with fruitful abilities were also secretly captured and transformed into apostles. At this point, the entire top management of the territory of beasts has been dealt with. Chapter 143 Enhancement. After controlling the core members of the beast territory, Noah didn't make any drastic changes right away. Because there are currently 130,000 ordinary civilians and more than 3,000 beast soldiers in the beast territory, including intelligence personnel from the CP organization, the Revolutionary Army, and underground giants. There has been an island destruction on Dolia's side before. If it is done again this time, it will be easy for the outside world to connect the two things together. Therefore, it will take some time to clean up the entire Rudolph Islands. Advertisement. Noah first asked Junzi to arrange intelligence personnel in the paradise to disguise themselves as human traffickers, sell some civilians as slaves, and then arrange a shipwreck to disappear the slave transport ship at sea. The selected civilians are naturally those who have fallen into extreme difficulties. The remaining civilians are temporarily arranged to open up wasteland and farm on Balin Island in the Rudolph Islands, and go to Sing Sing Island to excavate star rocks to transfer ordinary people out of Tyrannosaurus Island. Among those beast soldiers, except for a small number who went to Balin Island and Sing Sing Island as temporary supervisors, the rest all stayed on Tyrannosaurus Island. Especially those hidden spies must be restricted to Tyrannosaurus Island. Less than a month. Noah and his team completed preliminary adjustments and transformations to the beast territory. Through Mary, who secretly came to help, they uncovered all 17 spies hidden among the beast soldiers. Hwaza also escorted 3 animal devil fruits back to Tyrannosaurus Island. In the underground base of Tyrannosaurus Island, Noah looked at the 3 devil fruits that Hwaza brought back. They were all very common animal types, namely, dog fruit in the form of a long-haired dog, cow in the form of a Madara antelope, and babe in the oyster form. Hwaza, please call the people on the list over. After receiving the list, Hwaza discovered that these people were some of the more powerful ones among the beast soldiers. As for whether these people are guilty, there is basically no need to screen, because during the capture of the Rudolph Islands, these people burned, killed, humiliated, and looted here for several days. Soon all the 20 beast soldiers on the list appeared in the underground base. Several of them were spies, and they were very shocked. They didn't know that Hwaza had built such a large underground base here. However, they were soon even more shocked. Because in the hall at the end of the passage, an unexpected person appeared in it. Before they could react, the terrifying black iron sand held them in place, and the spies were crushed directly by the iron sand. Advertisement. Then Eri packed 12 of the beast soldiers and sent them to the terrifying 3-masted ship, giving them to Moria as materials for the living dead army. The last 3 remaining are the targets for on-site transformation. The production of 3 ordinary small arcana apostles was quickly completed. The enhanced and adjusted beast territory includes Hwaza, the Lizard King, as the core, as well as 3 beast centurions and 7 beast centurions. The 3 major beasts are, Raptor, Ankylosaurus, selected from the winery intelligence personnel, and Mantis, Juniper. The centurions of beasts are, Pangolin, Gecko, Giraffe, Seal, Woolly Dog, Madara Antelope, and Oyster. These beast centurions can continue to be added in the future. After all, there are still many spots in Noah's little arcana deck, and these spots cannot be changed after transformation. If there are better candidates in the future, those ordinary animal type ability users can be recycled. After arranging the follow-up matters, Noah left the Rudolph Islands and rushed to the next target. Currently, 2 of the Shishibukai have been controlled. Next, it was naturally Crocodile's turn. This guy seems to have been stimulated recently and has started to cause trouble in Alabasta. At the same time, he has increased his efforts to search for historical texts and ancient weapon. Crocodile would take advantage of the opportunity. In the name of helping the world government find the Kingdom of the Dawn, he expanded the number of agents several times. The CP organization has also been troubled by the affairs of the Liberator organization and the Sky Empire recently, and it did not have much energy to pay attention to Crocodile for a while. Unfortunately, this Crocodile was destined to be tragic. Alabasta Kingdom, Rain Feast Oasis. Crocodile's Sand Crocodile Casino is set up here. Without the help of Robin and Dawes, in order to manage Baroque Studio, he can only communicate with a few core members in person. Therefore, Von Clay, Zayla, the baseball fat man, the old mole woman and others were all recruited by Crocodile himself. In addition to these people, there are 5 other masters who also joined Baroque Studio under Crocodile's coercion and inducement. One is the Cyclone Eric of the East Daxia Sea, a user with the sickle fruit ability. Matu, a treasure hunter from the Grand Line, is a user with the chain fruit ability. One is the captain of the Silver Pirates, Bilu, a user with the molten fruit ability. One is the second in command of the Silver Pirates, Albalin, a user with the ability to use the rolling fruit. Advertisement. The last one is Bakala, a lucky girl who hangs out in various casinos in the park and a user with lucky fruit abilities. Obviously, Crocodile's Baroque Studio did not stand still in the new timeline where Robin, Dawes, Gardino, Explosive Man, Light and Heavy Woman, and Golden Week were not conquered. Deep in the casino of Yuyan, Bakara reluctantly walked into Crocodile's office holding a large pile of documents. Mr. President, M1 has found the thing hidden in the palace. This is the photo he took. Crocodile, who was smoking a cigar, took the file and flipped through the historical texts that were like a heavenly book. He suddenly felt his head swelled. He took a hard puff of the cigar, closed the folder, then raised his head and asked in a dark voice. How much luck have you accumulated? Baccarat said with a smile, about 200 people. Those gamblers have stopped coming to our casino recently. It doesn't matter. As long as we can find that legendary weapon, it doesn't matter even if the casino business is gone. Baccarat shook his head, but the luck I can only accumulate so far is not enough to guide me to find what you want. Really? Then how many more people do you need to suck their luck? Crocodile became impatient. It takes about 1,000 people. There isn't much time left, so get lucky as soon as possible. I can only do my best. Crocodile suddenly thought, advertise for me and provide a benefit for newcomers. Every newcomer who enters the casino for the first time will be given 100,000 Baileys as gambling capital. Then I estimate that in about a month, I can attract the luck of 1,000 people. At this moment, Baccarat's phone rang. After being connected, the manager in charge of casino management reported anxiously. Vice President, there is a new guy who is very weird. He has won 15 consecutive slot machines. I suspect that he is a cheater. I'll handle it later. Crocodile frowned, but he didn't pay too much attention. After all, there were quite a few people who came to his casino to cheat on him in the past few years, but the end of these people was not very good. Mr. President, let me deal with this matter first. Go for it. After Baccarat left, Crocodile looked at the wall aside, where Robin's wanted notice was posted. His eyes were helpless. If Robin, a historian, was here, there would be no need to take advantage of Baccarat's lucky ability. Chapter 144 Wheel of Fortune. When Baccarat came to the casino on the first floor, Noah, who has disguised his identity, is spending money on the slot machine like crazy. Sir, I am Baccarat, the person in charge of the casino. Noah looked at the large slot machine that had been maxed out by him, and turned his head to glance at the burgundy-haired woman. At this time, she was not as mature as she would later be, and was about 20 years old. Noah did not shake the hand extended by the other party. Instead, he picked up the lemonade handed over by Crow and took a sip. Isn't it possible that the dignified Shishibukai can't afford to lose hundreds of millions of belly? Advertisement. The gamblers around him also started cheering and shouting. Baccarat's face was still smiling, but in her heart she planned to suck away Noah's luck later. Of course our casino can afford to lose, but there are no chips in the slot machines. Do you want to try other games? The corners of Noah's mouth raised slightly. How about playing the turntable? As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a revolver from his belt and took out 3 bullets from the cylinder. There were still 3 bullets left in the cylinder. Gently turn the cylinder and place the revolver on the table. How about the one who survives can get the other party's 500 million belly? Baccarat glanced at Noah who was calm, then picked up the pistol, pointed the muzzle at his temple, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. Empty gun. It's your turn. A crazy smile appeared on Noah's lips. After picking up the pistol, he also pointed the muzzle at his temple. He kept pulling the trigger. Click. Click. Bang. Click. Bang. Click. 2 bullets hit his temple, but it turned into a lead cake sticking to his temple. There's only 1 shot left. Ms. Baccarat won't mind, right? At this time, Baccarat already knew that he had encountered a difficult situation, and also realized the loopholes in the bet. The other party said that if he survived, he could get 500 million belly, but he did not say that one party could continuously pull the trigger. She immediately used luck and picked up the pistol. Click. The bullet misfired. Bang bang bang. Noah applauded. It seems that Ms. Baccarat is really a lucky person. Advertisement. Haha, it's really scary. Baccarat looked happy to have survived the disaster. At this moment, a tall man with red hair appeared in the casino hall, sneered, and said to Noah and the others, "Our boss would like to invite you to go to the box on the 2nd floor to play. I wonder if you are interested." Ha ha ha, if you are interested, you must be interested. Noah strutted directly to the 2nd floor. Baccarat looked at the purple-haired man, a trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes. 2nd floor. Crocodile, who saw the situation on the 1st floor through the surveillance phone bug, also saw that the person was quite capable. He did not continue to let Baccarat waste the luck he had saved, but planned to come forward in person. In the box, Crocodile smoked a cigar. Noah pushed open the door and sat directly opposite the gambling table. The red-haired man who followed from behind closed the door. "Who are you? Does it matter who I am?" "Haha, it's really not important." Crocodile's eyes became colder and colder, but considering the reputation of the casino, he did not take action immediately. He also needed to use the casino to recharge Baccarat's luck. Noah looked at the calm Crocodile with a bit of joking in his eyes. "You seem to think you've got me. People who are armed and domineering are like Crucian carp crossing the river in the New World. Do you think you are special?" "That's true, but you shouldn't invite me up, especially in such a closed environment." Crocodile's expression changed. He found that his body was a little weak, and his fruit ability was like a pool of stagnant water. Beside them, Bacala and the red-haired male Matu also felt the weakness of their bodies and the silence of their devil fruit abilities. "Impossible. I am Logia, it is impossible to be poisoned." Crocodile had an unacceptable expression on his face. Noah picked up Crocodile's cigar, rubbed it with his fingers and caught fire, and lit the cigar. "Hey, yes, South Blues Justin cigars really have a unique flavor." Crocodile, who was getting weaker and weaker, roared angrily, "Answer me. Why am I poisoned?" This room is filled with gas containing seaflower stone. Every time you take a breath of air, the concentration of seaflower stone in your body will be higher. Do you understand? Mr. Crocodile. How could such a thing exist? Crocodile's face was full of disbelief, and he looked at Noah with doubtful eyes. Who are you? Suddenly a wormhole appeared in the box, and Ali walked out of the wormhole carrying several unconscious casino staff. Crocodile's eyes widened. You are the Liberator Organization. Noah's face and body shape quickly changed into their original appearance under the control of Life Return. Don Noah. Mr. Crocodile has a good memory. What do you want? Crocodile asked in a low voice. It's nothing. I'm very optimistic about your strength and I plan to make you my strength. Haha, you think I will agree? Advertisement. Noah smiled and said nothing, but looked at Baccarat who had collapsed on the floor. Are immediately walked over and opened her mind. With the knife raised and lowered, Baccarat's frontal lobe will be removed in an instant. Noah threw out a card and integrated it into Baccarat's body, and then the golden flame cloud enveloped his body. After a while, the light cocoon burst. My lord, Baccarat salutes you. Wheel of Fortune, Baccarat, lucky fruit. The Apostle of the Major Arcana has added another member. But Crocodile's face changed wildly. What did you do to Baccarat? Certainly making her a part of my strength. Damn. Crocodile gritted his teeth and stared at Noah. He didn't expect that Noah didn't want to conquer him at all, but wanted to turn him into a puppet. He had no power to resist at all and could only watch as he was being transformed. Star, Crocodile, Shasha Fruit. By the way, Matu, the chained man, was also transformed into a minor arcana apostle. Outside the box, more than half an hour had passed. Neither the gamblers, nor the CP agents lurking among them, nor the intelligence officers of the Alabasta Kingdom, nor the ordinary members of the Baroque studio, noticed that in just half an hour, a powerful Logia Shishibukai was subdued and killed. Transformed. Noah and his party resumed their previous disguises, walked down from the second floor in a swagger, and then left the casino directly. That night, Whirlwind Eric, another senior agent of Baroque Studio in Yuan, was also subdued by Noah and transformed into an apostle of the minor arcana. Less than 3 days. The entire Baroque Studio's senior agents were wiped out. This allowed Noah to gain another major arcana apostle. The Hanged Man, Von Clay, Imitation Fruit, and several minor arcana apostles. At this point, there are only 2 vacancies left in Noah's major arcana apostle, namely Tower and Lovers. After taking control of Crocodile, Noah did not change the organizational structure of Baroque Studio, but only modified the previous plan to steal the country. After all, the Kingdom of Alabasta, as one of the largest countries in Paradise, must be controlled when necessary. This was the mission Noah gave Crocodile and Baroque Studios. Since the overall strength of Baroque Studio was not bad, Noah only sent 2 additional personnel to the other party. One is Tomini, the head of the winery, who is used to enhance the intelligence system of the Baroque Studio. The other is Jem, a newcomer who just graduated from the training camp. He is also the booger man who ate the exploding fruit in the original timeline. He was secretly absorbed by the winery last year and is only 16 years old this year. Chapter 145 Chaos North Blue. More than 3 months have passed since Noah and his team won 3 Shishibukai in a row. It was already July of 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. More than 3 months have also passed since Sakaski destroyed the Node Island. During this period, Sky Empire behaved quietly. However, Marine and World Government soon stopped laughing. Advertisement. Because Shiki tripled the size of the Sky Province at once, and moved the Fuzu Province and Cyclonus Province directly to the Emperor Cumulus prepared in the Sky Province. At the same time, the Rainbow Province was quickly moved to the Baku Province of North Blue. This resulted in the Sky Empire's territory on the sea surface of the New World, with only the Riptide Province remaining, but the Riptide Province had also been reinforced and transformed, enough to withstand major earthquakes and tsunamis. Once these things are done, Sky Empire quickly attacked and captured 6 franchised countries and 5 non-franchised countries in less than a week. Marine's previously high hopes of a plan to destroy each other failed to exert its due deterrence. Instead, Marine must now send heavy troops to defend Hell Valley Island to prevent this last Earth node from being destroyed. For a time, the North Blue area became chaotic again. The island countries that were close to the control area of the Sky Empire were already crying for their fathers and mothers. The participating countries immediately begged the world government to send troops for rescue, and the non-joining countries also quickly gathered together to keep warm. Doflamingo, who was previously too afraid to enter the New World, was almost numb. Originally, he had planned to restart the country-stealing plan, but because of the Sky Empire's invasion of North Blue, Marine launched a death plan, so he was forced to stop the country-stealing plan. After all, the Kingdom of Dressrosa is in the New World. If the Eternal Death Plan is forced to be launched, the results he has worked so hard to steal will be wiped out along with the new world. Now it was even more unlucky. The Sky Empire invaded North Blue directly and unscrupulously, and soon he could not even save his old nest. Even if the large-scale invasion of the Sky Empire is blocked by Marine's power in North Blue will expand accordingly, and his Don Quixote family will still be in trouble. In other words, regardless of whether Sky Empire controls the entire North Blue, it will be difficult for his Don Quixote family to survive in North Blue. After weighing the pros and cons, Doflamingo could only endure the heartache, abandon the foundation of North Blue, and divert to West Blue for development. As for staying, don't be ridiculous. Doflamingo is not a fool, and he can only become cannon fodder if he stays here. Once Marine or the world government goes into full-scale war with the Sky Empire, Shichibukai will definitely be recruited. He has seen the phone bug video of Shiki beating up the red-haired Shanks. The terrifying strength of Shiki and the Sky Empire is simply not something he can fight against. Advertisement. Therefore, before the world government made a decision, Doflamingo quickly packed up the family's treasures, took the elite members with oil on their soles, and ran all the way to West Blue. He did not expect this decision to save his life. If he continues to stay in North Blue, Noah and his party will soon go to North Blue. But now that Doflamingo is leaving North Blue with his men, it's hard for Noah to take action on the way, because along the way, CP agents, Marine's Sword, the Revolutionary Army, and underground giants will all be secretly paying attention. After all, Doflamingo and his team will definitely be more vigilant on the way to escape. It will be very difficult to control the opponent silently. Therefore, as soon as Noah received the news, he gave up the idea of taking action midway. But Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family can't escape. Once they enter West Blue, it's basically a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Noah and his gang secretly enter North Blue. The location where they appeared was the hometown of the great talker Rolando, the kingdom of Lubnir. In the port, more than a dozen luxurious large sailing ships gathered together. A large number of horse-drawn carriages transported some wooden boxes, and the dock workers worked hard to carry the wooden boxes onto the ship. And dozens of nobles in gorgeous clothes were gesticulating, roaring loudly, or bowing their heads to hide tears on the deck. Apparently, the Sky Empire's merciless massacre of those nobles frightened these nobles, and they had already planned to escape North Blue and go to other sea areas to temporarily escape the limelight. In a restaurant on the seaside of the port, in a private room on the second floor, Noah suddenly raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. He then borrowed Moria's abilities. He took out 2 wax devil fruit models from the devil fruit model shelf in the secret treasure vault. Then he summoned his own shadow and swallowed the fruit model in one gulp. Then a black line was formed, sneaking into the surroundings. In the shadows. After a few minutes, the shadow appeared in the box again. Then Shadow spit out 2 devil fruits from his mouth. One of the pure white mulberry-shaped devil fruits has a crystal-clear grainy texture on its surface. The other is a blood-red passion fruit-shaped devil fruit with white circles on its surface. Lilith took a look at the characteristics of the 2 fruits and quickly recognized their names. They are actually Logia's salt fruit and Paramecia's blood fruit. Not bad, at least the combat power of 2 quasi-generals. Ailey also estimated the potential of these 2 fruits. Advertisement. Noah gathered the 2 fruits. After staying in the kingdom of Lubnir for a day, he did not immediately go to the next destination. Instead, he jumped through the wormhole and came to the kingdom of Rum in the East Daxia Sea. In the underground base of the royal palace in Rum City, Noah meets Uncle Joseph, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. After the 2 chatted about their daily life, Noah said the purpose of coming back this time, Uncle, your strength has reached a bottleneck. I am coming back this time to solve this problem for you. Oh. Uncle Joseph looked surprised. Did Andy develop another new drug? Noah shook his head. No, the effect of the drug no longer has much effect on your body. After all, as the core member of the family, Joseph naturally enjoys the best medicine, but his physical potential has reached its limit. With the silverback gorilla fruit and the continuous infusion of vitality, Uncle Joseph's strength is still limited to the elite lieutenant general level. Obviously, as an ordinary animal-type silverback gorilla fruit, its potential has reached its limit. It is almost impossible for Uncle Joseph to awaken Conqueror's haki, and he has no swordsmanship or spear skills, so his strength has been stagnant for more than 3 years now. How to solve it? Uncle Joseph looked confused. Noah released a prisoner who had had his frontal lobe removed from the card in advance, then took out the blood fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, and then transformed the prisoner into an apostle of the Little Arcana. After finishing all this, Noah turned his head and looked at Uncle Joseph. Uncle Joseph, are you willing to sell me the silverback gorilla fruit? Uncle Joseph was not a fool. He immediately understood Noah's thoughts and immediately said, I agree to sell it, and the price is to pay me a blood fruit. Exchange completed. In an instant, the blood fruit information body in the apostle's body broke away and rushed towards Uncle Joseph's body. The silverback gorilla fruit information body in Uncle Joseph's body also broke away and rushed towards the apostle's body. After a while, Uncle Joseph opened his eyes, and a ball of blood appeared in the palm of his hand. Apparently the exchange was successful. Paramecia blood fruit is a special type of devil fruit. Its ability is to control blood, absorb blood, and produce blood, but the body cannot transform into blood, that is, it is not a superhuman body. This fruit and the vampire fruit have their own advantages and disadvantages. The vampire fruit cannot produce blood, but it has the form of a fantasy beast, while the blood fruit can produce blood, but does not have the form of a fantasy beast. In terms of other functions, the blood fruit is better than the vampire fruit in controlling blood. The blood fruit can even attract the blood of other creatures from a distance. It can also use the blood of other creatures to restore physical strength and vitality. Uncle Joseph felt physical changes. A large part of the life potion injected before was still hidden in the body, and now he could finally mobilize this life force. When using life return, you can control and adjust your body more deeply. Noah also felt the breath of Uncle Joseph's body boiling, which was a change in the intensity of his life that was increasing. Chapter 146 Attack. After completing the fruit exchange for Uncle Joseph, Noah then asked Tomini, Anthony, Aja, Mary, and others through internal communication if they were interested in replacing the devil fruits. But they all said it was not necessary. After all, Tomini's art fruit, Anthony's sonic fruit, Aja's graphite fruit, and Mary's slippery fruit are all very good paramecia. In addition, they have been developing them for a long time, and the fruits are approaching awakening, so there is no need to replace the fruits. Idea. Lilith, who was next to Noah, also expressed that she did not want to change the fruit, because her monarch butterfly fruit was not bad. Advertisement. To be precise, most of the insects in the animal system are very powerful. Lilith's monarch butterfly massively improved her domineering power, physical strength, endurance, as well as her invisibility, poison, and flight abilities. The reason why her strength is still at the elite lieutenant general level is because Lilith needs to help Noah manage internal affairs, which reduces her training time, and the potential limit of the female body is limited. If she can develop the fruit to awaken, or awaken Conqueror's Haki, then Lilith can reach the level of a quasi-general. Among the core members, Joshua, Vic, and Lillian are all Logia, and there is definitely no need to replace them. Other senior members, such as Robin, Monet, Dawes, Vapa, Gardino, Crow, Enel, Luo, Andy, etc., have good fruit abilities and there is no need to replace them. The detachment leaders of the 6 wineries also have no need to replace the fruit. Their main job is intelligence, and they only need to have the strength of a lieutenant general or an elite lieutenant general. Those newcomers did not contribute enough, and Noah did not plan to replace the fruits for them for the time being. In fact, a large part of Paramecia devil fruit has very powerful potential if the ability user can develop it. For example, this guy Galdino, under the guidance of Noah and the medicine supplied by his family, has become very powerful. The current Galdino is an enhanced version of Deodara, with various wax bombs, wax soldiers, and various weird applications. Coupled with good 2-color domineering, he is basically a quasi-general level existence, in the quasi-general level, relatively weak among the generals. When an ordinary lieutenant general level opponent encounters Gardino, they will basically end up being crushed. If it weren't for the fact that every master in the pirate world has 1 or 2 fire skills, Gardino's gold content could be improved even more. Since the core members and senior members did not need to replace the fruit, Noah took Lilith and others and quickly went to North Blue through the wormhole. North Blue, the sea near the edge of the Red Continent. Germa 66, which had just completed its employment mission in the East Daxia Sea and returned to North Blue, was temporarily anchored in this sea area. The interior of an artificial island composed of giant snail boats. Advertisement. Vinsmo Keiji, the supreme commander of Germa 66, looked at the newspaper in his hand, his expression a little uncertain. On the side, several sons who had been transformed to lose their humanity were still eating lunch carefully and slowly. However, daughter Reija saw a trace of sadness in her father's eyes. Kaji, who regards ruling the North Blue as his ideal, is naturally reluctant to the arrival of the Sky Empire. But Kaji spent some time in New World with Vegapunk. The era when he was active in New World happened to be the period when Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Red Earl, and Roger were active, so he knew that Golden Lion was active. The strength of a lion. Although he was unwilling to do so, Kaji still did not want to provoke the Sky Empire. He returned to North Blue from the East Daxia Sea 3 months ago, but has not left the sea area. The reason is that he is worried that the situation in North Blue will worsen further. If the world government really cannot stop the Sky Empire, then he will take Ja with him as soon as possible. Ma 66 climbed across the Red Earth continent and headed to the East Daxia Sea for a while. Now it seems that his previous worries have been verified. After more than 3 months of silence, the Sky Empire once again showed its ferocious fangs and attacked the city unscrupulously in North Blue. Kaji, who doesn't want to be dragged into the world government to take the blame, has decided to set off for the East Daxia Sea in the next few days. However, just when he made up his mind, a group of uninvited guests have landed on Snailboat Island. Noah's electromagnetic interference directly disrupts electromagnetic communications in nearby sea areas. Kaji and others, who were still in the castle restaurant, did not realize that the danger had loomed over them, until Noah pushed open the restaurant door. Kaji just woke up as if from a dream. He stared at the sudden appearance of Noah and others with wide eyes, and his body started to tremble involuntarily. The three brothers Iji, Niji, and Yuji had expressionless faces. But Reijo turned pale and his voice stuttered, "Liberation, Liberator, Organization. Can an emotionless creature really call a human?" Noah looked at the three Iji brothers curiously. And Kaji's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. "Go to hell." Yangji, who had no fear, kicked Noah in the face. However, in an instant, a wormhole appeared in front of Yangji. He had no time to adjust his direction in midair and went straight through the wormhole. Opposite the wormhole is the lunar city of Birka. Yangji fell from midair, he quickly adjusted his body and landed steadily. Advertisement. At this moment, a shadow enveloped him. He looked up and saw a huge figure slowly walking over. Before Yangji could react, the man pinched his body with one hand. "Haha, I'm just bored. How about we play a guessing game? If you don't answer, then I'll take it as your consent, boo." And Yangji, who clenched his fists, naturally lost. Snap! In an instant, the elephant's trunk hit the ground, creating a large human-shaped pit. And in the palace restaurant of Germa 66, the two brothers Iji and Niji also wanted to take action, but Kaji, who reacted immediately, shouted, "Stop it immediately." The two genetically modified brothers were unable to resist Kaji's orders and could only stop indifferently. It's really a failure. Noah looked at the performance of the three brothers and felt disappointed. Although Kaji wanted to refute, his fear and reason were reminding him crazily, and he asked with an ugly face and some humility, "Sir Noah, there should be no grudges between us, right? Aren't you, Germa 66, a member of the world government?" Kaji was speechless for a moment, but he still suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to speak, "Sir Noah, if your Liberator organization has needs, we, Germa, will do our best to meet them." "Really? It sounds pretty good. But I'm very suspicious, so I can't trust Lord Kaji." Kaji was shocked. "Niji, Iji, Reiju, stop these people!" he shouted as he quickly ran outside. Innocent. In an instant, Niji, Iji, and Reiju were swallowed by the wormhole and appeared directly on the moon. Kaji, who had stimulated electromagnetic acceleration, found that his body was emitting an electric current that exceeded the endurance limit, and was surrounded by a large amount of iron sand. No. In less than 10 seconds, Kaji was stunned. Noah had no mercy for this guy. After all, he was the mercenary leader who destroyed the country and had nothing clean on his hands. He cut off his frontal lobe directly, stuffed the chech fruit into his mouth, and transformed him into the apostle of the minor arcana. Chapter 147 Mechanical Frenzy. After eating the carriage fruit, Kaji's body can transform into a mechanical form. This fruit belongs to the superhuman body type in Paramecia. Its characteristic is that the body can be transformed into vehicles such as cars, trams, trains, motorcycles, armored vehicles, tanks, etc. It can also be partially transformed. Its combat effectiveness is still acceptable. As for Geiji's own biological research technology, in Noah's opinion, it is only half a bucket of water, much worse than Vegapunk, but a little better than Quinn and Caesar. However, Kaji's research direction in biomodification technology is completely putting the cart before the horse. Advertisement. Erasing the emotion of transforming people means that it is impossible to inspire and enhance domineering, especially conquerors, which represents the color of willpower and courage, and basically loses the possibility of awakening. Moreover, the cultivation of advanced transformed humans is too troublesome and requires a lot of time. Although those ordinary clones can be made quickly, their strength is average and they can only be used as cannon fodder and consumables. This makes the overall power of Germa 66 appear to be neither superior nor inferior. It can crush many forces in the world, but it will be very powerless when encountering forces at the level of Shishibukai or Four Emperors. If the level of transformation similar to those of his children can be mass-produced, then Germa 66 can use the human sea tactics to cooperate with the Don Quixote family, Moonlight Pirates, and Baroque among the Shishibukai. Studio, the Sun Pirates, and the Kuja Pirates compete. Unfortunately, the level of Jija is limited, the cost of high-level transformation is too high, and the training time is very long, which makes it very useless for the Liberator organization at this stage. In this case, Noah asked Kaji to give up the technical route of purely transforming people. The new technology route he chose for Kaji was to combine human cloning technology, human transformation technology, and exoskeleton mechas. First, only the head is cloned, and the cloned head is transformed into a biological brain, which avoids the rigidity, large size, and high energy consumption of pure electronic computers. Then the Graphene battery developed by Aja was used as the energy source of the mecha, and the biological memory alloy developed by Rajet using Tuntan fruit was used to create an exoskeleton mecha that is friendly to living organisms. Paired with various weapons developed by Geiji, Caesar, Quinn, Rajet, Doria and others. The combat effectiveness of the armored troops developed through this technological line is basically comparable to that of the pacifist being developed by the world government, but the difficulty and cost of production are much lower than that of the pacifist, and they are more intelligent. Noah transferred Aja, Rajet, and Quinn to Germa 66 to enhance the overall strength of Germa 66. Although Quinn is a member of the Beast's Pirates, he was captured at the bottom of the closed Wano country, so the outside world is not really sure about the specific situation of him, Yin and others. Advertisement. The Sky Empire did not announce their deaths, and the Pteranodon fruit, Mammoth fruit, and Bull Dragon fruit did not reappear in the sea. Therefore, Marine's wanted order for Quinn and others has not been revoked, but has been marked missing. The relationship between Quinn and Kaji can be used to make Quinn join Germa 66 in a reasonable way. After finishing dealing with the affairs of the Germa kingdom, Noah sent back Niji, Iji, Yangji, and Reiju. The reason why they were not killed was because there was no need. After all, the three brothers were all reformers without emotions. Reiju did have emotions, but he also had no way to refuse Kaji's order. In this case, with the three Iji brothers as thugs, Reiju would just let her stay with Kaji as a secretary. As for whether Reiju would snitch secretly, Noah didn't care too much. On the one hand, she didn't have much affection for Kaji's father, on the other hand, Noah secretly left a backup plan. As long as Noah controls Geiji, the kingdom of Germa cannot escape his grasp, and Aja, Quinn, and Rajet are also here to ensure that nothing goes wrong. On the surface, King Kaji is the master of the kingdom of Germa, but in fact, Aja is the person in charge, and Kaji, Quinn, and Rajet are the core cadres. After secretly overthrowing the kingdom of Germa, Noah and his party stayed here secretly. Kaji's original plan to go to the East Daxia Sea to avoid the limelight was naturally no longer needed now, and he could even take the opportunity to control some areas. The area currently affected by the Sky Empire is mainly the Southern Sea area in the south. The location where the Kingdom of Germa is staying at this time is in the northeastern Sea of North Blue, which is relatively close to the Red Earth continent of the upside-down mountain canal and far away from the Red Earth continent of Mary Joya. This location is actually very conducive to the separation of the Germa kingdom. Of course, in the early stage, you will definitely not be able to attack the countries that are members of the world government. But in the northeastern waters of North Blue, there are not only world government member countries, but also 8 non-member countries. Considering that the personnel being transferred now are all scientific research-oriented personnel, Noah decided to transfer Yin, Jack, and Yamato after careful consideration. These people can form the remnants of the Beast's Pirates and join forces with the Kingdom of Germa. At the same time, we can also draw a clear line with Sky Empire. Advertisement. After all, Kaido died at the hands of Shiki, which is something everyone knows. As Kaido's daughter, Yamato is not clear to the outside world, but the world government must have channels to know about it. When Yamato was in the Governor's District of Paradise and the Governor's District of West Blue, he actually did not take any action, so his identity was naturally not leaked. As a result, the remnants of the Beast Pirates are definitely incompatible with the Sky Empire. Although the world government hates the Beast Pirates, it hates the Sky Empire even more. It will most likely tolerate the Kingdom of Germa occupying those non-joining countries, and then lead the Kingdom of Germa and the Sky Empire to go to war to achieve the purpose of containing the Sky Empire. Noah planned to take advantage of this, pretending to be the Kingdom of Germa, and conduct a backdoor listing. As long as the Sky Empire controls the southern waters of North Blue, the world government will have to acquiesce to the Kingdom of Germa's control of the northeastern waters of North Blue. After formulating this plan, Noah and his team also began to secretly help the Kingdom of Germa to transform those snail ships. Kaji, Quinn, and others concentrated on developing armored troops. A month and a half later, it slipped away quietly. With the research and development ideas in place, and the fact that the technologies themselves are relatively mature, and now only technology integration is being carried out, the research and development speed of armored forces is very fast. It only took Kaji and his team a month to produce more than a dozen first-generation models. After half a month of testing and adjustments, 3 models were selected, namely Seawolf-type combat armored soldier, Falcon combat armor, Tiger-type combat armored soldier. From the names, we can see the uses of these 3 models, which are specially designed for naval combat, air combat, and land combat respectively. Judging from the test results, the overall strength of combat armored soldiers equipped with laser cannons, electromagnetic guns, machine guns, biomori alloys, and sea stone weapons is almost at the level of Major General of the Marine Headquarters. In addition to not being able to use haki, due to the rich combat equipment, the armored soldiers can crush enemies below the level of Major General of the Marine Headquarters. Although there is still potential for further improvement and enhancement, Noah believed that the first-generation model was almost enough, so he asked Ajah to organize manpower and start large-scale production. In addition, some snail ships have been transformed into high-tech warships, equipped with large laser cannons and electromagnetic guns for air defense and attacking large-scale approaching sea fleets. Chapter 148 A Sudden Rise. October 13, 1510 in the Hywan calendar. The Sky Empire is still intruding on the southern waters of North Blue. Although Marine and world government have organized several counterattacks, unfortunately they have to face too many enemies. The Liberator Organization is also attacking the South Blue. The effect of the world conscription was not ideal either. There has always been a depressing atmosphere surrounding Marine Fando. Warring States looked at the information in his hand and rubbed his temples to relieve his headache. Advertisement. Kong Ming, who had just been promoted to Major General, reported to Warring States, Your Excellency Fleet Admiral, in addition to the blind swordsman, there is also a Logia sense and fruit ability user. These two people are currently the most powerful beings in the army. I understand. Warring States picked up Yishin's profile and information and looked through it carefully for a while. It's not that he doubts Yishin's strength, after all, the combination of the Great Swordsman and the Gravity Fruit is basically the strength of a general. But Warring States felt a little entangled in his heart at this time. He didn't want to promote the other party to a general at once. Even if the general was in name only, he didn't feel it was appropriate. It's just that the previous promise has been released. As long as you pass the assessment and can fight the corresponding Marine officer undefeated, you can get an exceptional promotion. Some time ago, I fought with Porisalino for several hours. Although the two sides did not go all out, the combat effectiveness they showed seemed to be evenly matched. If he goes back on his word now, Warring States is worried that it will make other private experts more hesitant, making the already precarious reputation even more unpopular. After the Warring States period asked the five elders for instructions, the five elders also believed that Issei and Aramaki should be promoted to generals. However, in order to prevent these two newcomers from occupying greater power, the five elders agreed to promote Jun to the generals as well. As a result, there were 4 generals trained by the original Marine, and 2 generals from civilian backgrounds. The two sides showed a 2:1 ratio, protecting the interests of the original Marine faction. The code names of the 3 new generals were soon revealed. They are Fujitora Issei, Green Bull Aramaki, and Momuzagi Jun. At this point, Marine has 6 generals. With Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Dark Horse and others, there are almost 10 general-level combat capabilities. Of course, the strength of Crane and Dark Horse is definitely not that of a general, but with the help of quasi-general level and the help of other Marine elite lieutenant generals, it is still possible to contain 1 or 2 general-level enemies. Just after Marine announced 3 new generals, the sea suddenly calmed down. However, this is just the piece of those ordinary forces. The Sky Empire is also making inroads in North Blue. The Liberators also carried out sneak attacks on various countries in South Blue every 3 days. On October 28, the Kingdom of Germa, which had just completed the production of 1,500 combat armored units, and 15 snail warships that had completed the transformation, invaded an island country in the northeast of North Blue. The country is called the Kingdom of Zilu. It is a former franchising country. It was expelled from the franchising country more than 10 years ago because it could not pay the heavenly gold. Now it is a country where gangs and human traffickers are rampant. Advertisement. The stone port of the Zilu Kingdom. The transport ship loaded with a large ship of slaves had just set sail when it encountered the oncoming Germa mechanical fleet. Pull the boat over. As you command, Master Jack. The slave trader on the slave ship was sweating on his forehead, but he did not dare to let his men open fire. After all, Germa 66 was notorious. But as the snail boat approaches, the slave trader wiped his eyes involuntarily, and then trembled his teeth. Jack, 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 Mammoth Jack. Jack glanced down at the slave trader who was no more than his thighs. What are you transporting? Slave. Oh. You can go die. Wait a moment. Snap. Jack flicked the slave trader's skull with his finger. In an instant, a headless corpse fell on the deck, and blood sprayed on the thugs. Ordinary clone soldiers quickly took control of the entire slave ship. Soon, the rapidly approaching snail battleship was also spotted at Stone Harbor. It's the army of evil. What? Germa 60 SIXS battleship. Go quickly. But with the speed of their wooden sailboats, how could they possibly escape? More than 100 Falcon armored soldiers took off from the deck of the snail battleship, quickly swept across the sea, and appeared on the port. The next second. Sizzling. More than a dozen laser cannons swept across, and all the sailboat masts in the port were cut off at the waist. The broken masts smashed onto the sea or the deck with the canvas. Boom. Jack jumped in the air and hit the stone floor of the dock hard, creating a large crater of more than 10 meters. Jack roared loudly, "From now on, this is the territory of our kingdom of Germa. You are all slaves of the kingdom. If you want to die, come forward as soon as possible. Damn. Are you kidding me? Advertisement. I don't want to be a slave. These people who speak in low voices are all unscrupulous businessmen, slave traders, and gangsters. But the faces of the local residents looked indifferent. Apparently they no longer cared about being slaves, because the life in front of them was not much different from being a slave. Soon more than a dozen snail warships docked one after another. A large number of weapons like clone soldiers filed out of the snail battleship. Facing the ruthless clone soldiers, Stone Harbor had no power to fight back. The entire Zillo Kingdom has only one main island with 6 towns on it, which cannot withstand the massive invasion of the Germa Kingdom. At this time, the strength of the Germa Kingdom was already extraordinary. The high-level combat powers include Yamato, Yin, Quinn, Kaji, and Aja. The middle-level combat strength includes the 4 sons of Rajet and Vinsmoke, plus a large number of combat armored soldiers. The bottom combat power has a steady stream of clone soldiers. Among them, Yamato and Yin have combat capabilities, although they are at the level of quasi-general, but they are both Noah's apostles, and they can also borrow Noah's conqueror's domineering and fruit abilities. Therefore, when necessary, both of them can temporarily increase their strength to the general level. Especially Yamato, a phantom beast type user, has a relatively strong physical endurance and can borrow Noah's conqueror's haki and the abilities of other apostles without any burden. Only one devil fruit ability can be borrowed at a time. When Germa captured the Zillo Kingdom, although other forces received relevant information, they did not pay too much attention to it. After all, Germa used to be a mercenary and often committed annihilation of countries and cities. However, when Jack appeared in Germa's fleet, the CP organization, the Revolutionary Army, and the underground giants all noticed this. This also means that Marine also knows about this matter. Malinfando, Fleet Admiral Office. Kong Ming hurriedly knocked on the door and came in. Your Excellency Fleet Admiral, North Blue has a special piece of information that I think needs to be taken seriously. Warring States, who was troubled by the Sky Empire, sighed as he took the documents. What happened to the Sky Empire again? Suddenly Sengoku frowned. Jelma 66 captured the kingdom of Siru? Jack from the Beast Pirates appeared in Germa's fleet? A robot with extremely powerful combat power appeared in Germa's army. The Warring States period did not pay much attention to Germa's capture of the Zillo Kingdom. After all, this was a non-franchised country. But the last 2 pieces of information made him pay attention instantly. After carefully looking through the information, his expression became more solemn. It is extremely powerful in combat, can fire laser cannons, and has the ability to fly. It is a bit like the pacifist project being developed by Marine. The appearance of the remnants of the Beast Pirates in the Germa fleet is also no small matter. Chapter 149 Mutual Threats. However, Warring States had not yet figured out the situation in the Kingdom of Germa. The Kingdom of Germa launched a terrifying war machine, with Zillo Island as the core, launching a full-scale attack on non-franchised countries in all directions. In less than a week, the other 7 surrounding non-franchised countries fell into the hands of the Germa Kingdom. During this period of great expansion, the strength shown by the Germa Kingdom was also extraordinary. A large number of combat armored troops displayed devastating crushing force on the armies of various kingdoms. Advertisement. As the core combat force, the 4 knights also left the masters of various kingdoms powerless to resist. The 4 knights are a new title specially created to distinguish them from the past Beast Pirates. War Knight Yin leads the War Legion, and his deputy commander is Iji. Plague Knight Quinn leads the Plague Legion, and his deputy commander is Reiju. Jack, the Famine Knight, leads the Famine Legion, and his deputy commander is Niji. The Death Knight Yamato leads the Death Army, and his deputy commander is Yuji. These 4 legions took turns to control the northeastern waters of North Blue. Although the participating countries were not invaded by the Kingdom of Germa, the patrol ships of the Kingdom of Germa had already encompassed the entire northeastern sea area. Malinvando. Damn it! What is Germa doing? Warring States' face was gloomy, and at the same time he felt extremely tired inside. Things in the past year or so have been more intense and annoying than in the past few decades. He feels that if he continues like this, his hair will turn grey soon. This kind of huge psychological pressure is indeed very difficult to bear. Crane, who had just returned from New World, saw Sengoku's gloomy face as soon as she walked into the office. She reluctantly persuaded. Warring States, we don't need to pay too much attention to Germa's affairs. After all, they are a franchising country. Even if they have to be dealt with, it is a matter for the 5 elders. I know, but the Beast Pirates. He shook his head. Isn't this a good thing? Don't forget that Kaido of the Beasts died at the hands of Shiki. Now that the remnants of the Beasts have set sail again and joined the Kingdom of Germa, it means that they want to fight with Sky Empire competes. Warring States also reacted instantly, and he pulled out a piece of information. This woman named Yamato should be Kaido's daughter, and she is also a phantom beast. If she can lead the Germa Kingdom and the Sky Empire to start a war, she might be able to suppress it. Sky Empire's expansion in North Blue. Don't be too optimistic, Shiki will probably take action soon. He naturally knew some information about Yamato, but she didn't think Yamato, Yin, and others could beat Shiki. No, we can't make the same mistakes again. Sengoku thought of what happened to the red-haired pirates. If we watch Germa being destroyed by the Sky Empire, then we will really be alone in North Blue. Let Yushin go to North Blue, and Kyuzan go to New World to contain the Sky Empire together. Advertisement. Is this so? He thought for a moment and thought this arrangement was more suitable. The lifelong gravity fruit can resist Shiki's fluttering fruit, and its flying speed is also good. Aokiji's field control ability and escape ability are also good. Even if he can't defeat Shiki, he can quickly escape to the Hell Valley base and join Sakazuki. By the way, where is Doflamingo now? When Warring States heard this name, his face turned ugly. This BD secretly evacuated North Blue a few months ago. He should be in West Blue now. He is probably preparing to start a war with the Capone family and Gambino family in West Blue. It's a pity. I originally planned to involve him in the plan to fight against the Sky Empire. He was a little helpless. But Sengoku didn't want to let it go, haha, he thought he could sit back and relax by running to West Blue? Don't forget that he is still a Shishibukai. Since he enjoys the power of the Shishibukai, he has to pay the price. At the same time, the Snail Castle ships of the Germa Kingdom have appeared one after another near the 8 captured island countries, and they have been combined and spliced into artificial floating islands. These artificial floating islands, with Zillow Island as the core, have formed several safe routes. Jin made statistics on the basic situation of the 8 island countries. These 8 island countries vary in size, with a combined total population of about 770,000, plus the population of the Kingdom of Germa of more than 6,300, the Kingdom of Germa has ordinary citizens. It seems that this scale is not comparable to that of some big countries. But if you add the 11 world government member countries in the northeastern part of North Blue, the scale will be different. Obviously, these countries in the northeastern part of North Blue are all considered to be in Noah's pocket. While Yin and others were busy integrating the resources of each island, Kaji, who was working on research and development in the laboratory without sleep or food, received an unexpected call. Vinsmoke Kaji. What do you want to do? Kaji, who was sitting on the throne, looked at the phone bug with a sneer on his lips. What advice do you have, Lord Maz? Saint Maz on the opposite side was silent for a while, and then spoke again. For those countries you occupied, the world government can let things go by the wayside, but you must provide that kind of robot technology. Kaji narrowed his eyes and asked, haha, are you kidding me? What does forgetting the past mean? What did I, the Kingdom of Germa, do? Does the world government need to forgive it? You shouldn't have forgotten the meaning of the name Germa 66. Maz Sheng's tone became very cold. Of course Kaji knows the meaning of Germa 66, that is, the Kingdom of Germa once ruled North Blue for 66 days, but was destroyed by the world government. Advertisement. But today is different from the past. He wants to tell the 5 elders. Maz, times have changed. Oh? Are you sure? If the world government has the ability, send someone here to get it, otherwise don't daydream, it will only make me look down on you. Very good. I hope you won't regret it. Haha, I wonder how many more times Uranus energy can be activated. Saint Maz's pupils across from him shrank, and Saint Nasu Shiro and Saint Peter beside him also frowned. After a moment, Saint Maz said calmly, sometimes knowing more is not a good thing. To deal with Germa, there is no need to use Uranus. Really? Then I wish Vegapunk a long life. Ha ha ha. Kaji laughed unscrupulously. In an instant, the atmosphere among the powers was suppressed. Saint Maz, Saint Nashulang, and Saint Pit all had blue veins popping up on their foreheads, obviously they were angry from shame inside. After a while, Maz Sheng regained his composure. It seems that you learned a lot while working with Vegapunk. He is just a self-righteous fool. Mother Fire is just energy. Energy can be used to benefit the world and can also be used to drive weapons. What do you think, Sir Maz? You are a smart person, and I hope you won't make unsmart choices. Isn't Germa a member of the world government now? What do you want? The northeastern waters of North Blue. Too many. Haha, Your Excellency is so humorous. If you don't give it, these participating countries will be in peace. Rather than letting the Sky Empire capture these joining countries, it is better to hand them over to me. At least the Kingdom of Germa is still a joining country of world government. The 3-5 elders thought about it again and found that Kaji's idea could actually reduce the pressure on the world government in North Blue. After all, the northern part of North Blue, now controlled by Marine and world government, seems a little stretched when facing the attack of the Sky Empire. If we can concentrate our forces and only defend the northwest waters of North Blue, we can handle it. If Germa is willing to use robotics. Kaji directly refused, you already have a pacifist project. Let Vegapunk work overtime. He is not the smartest person in the world. I believe this will not be a problem for him. The five elders were silent for a while, and finally agreed to Kaji's request to control the northeastern part of North Blue. Chapter 153 Pillars. After ending the threatening call with the five elders, Kaji has figured out the bottom line between the five elders and the world government. Of course, he knows very well that the five elders will definitely find ways to eliminate the kingdom of Germa, but this kind of targeting will not appear openly at this stage. After all, he knew part of Uranus's situation, and he also knew that Vegapunk was developing Mother Fire, and the Marine Science Force was developing Pacifist. This information is very important to world government. If this information is known by the Sky Empire or the Liberator Organization, the world government will be even more passive, and Vegapunk will become a target of all forces. Advertisement. It is estimated that all parties will kill them even if they cannot catch them alive. This is why the five elders had to compromise with Kaji. In fact, Kaji did not know the specific location of Vegapunk. Although Noah secretly investigated Egghead Island through the winery and found the island, the facilities on the island had been evacuated for several years. Obviously the five elders are not fools. After Punkhacid Island was attacked, they were worried about the safety of Egghead Island and quickly made a secret transfer. Especially after the rise of the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization, the five elders strengthened internal secrecy and arranged Vegapunk to a very safe island. During the call just now, Kaji was obviously using psychological warfare. He used the identity of Vegapunk's former colleague, coupled with his identity as a scientist, and at the same time revealed that Vegapunk was developing Mother Fire and Marine's pacifist project, which made the five elders think that Vegapunk's current situation there has been a serious leak. Now that Kaji has grasped the specific situation of Vegapunk, it means that there may be spies of Geiji around Vegapunk, or there are high-level officials in the CP organization who have been instigated, or Geiji has developed some kind of positioning technology. No matter which situation it is, this is not good news for five elders. Therefore, the five elders chose to compromise temporarily and trade space for time. As long as Vegapunk's Mother Fire is successfully developed, the kingdom of Germa and Kaji will be Uranus's first target for erasure. Kaji also knew this very well. It's just that both sides are competing for time, and it depends on who gets the means to determine victory first. November 11, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. Using the excuse of fighting against the Sky Empire, the Kingdom of Germa began to forcibly take over the 11 world government member countries in the northeastern waters of North Blue. The Marines in this area also quickly evacuated and gathered in the North Blue area west of North Blue. The kings and nobles of the 11 participating countries were directly invited by Kaji to visit Zillu Island. Although these participating countries still retain their original names, the real ruler has become the Kingdom of Germa. As these alliance countries were annexed, the territory of the Germa Kingdom was successfully connected and officially bordered the Sky Empire. Advertisement. At this point, North Blue has entered a three-legged situation. The outside world is not too optimistic about the sudden rise of the Germa Kingdom, because the strength shown by Sky Empire, Shiki, and others is too terrifying. Do the whole show. Less than a week after the Kingdom of Germa took over the northeastern waters of North Blue, the Sky Empire dispatched an air fleet to attack the southwest border of the Kingdom of Germa. Marine Sword also quickly reported the information to North Blue Admiral and Marine General Fujitora Yaisei. I have known about acting my entire life. He quickly proposed to Sengoku and took the initiative to lead a fleet attack to contain Shiki. Warring States immediately approved Yushin's proposal. Although the Warring States period was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Kingdom of Germa, for the sake of the overall situation, the Kingdom of Germa must be preserved now and cannot be allowed to be destroyed by the Sky Empire. The North Blue War is about to begin. Yushin had the North Blue Marine Fleet parked near the temporary armistice line. He took dozens of elite marine officers with him, controlled the small warships to rise into the sky, and rushed towards the Baku province of the Sky Empire. This is forcing Shiki to back up. Shiki, who led the air fleet to attack, immediately went back to intimidate his life, and asked Monet and Vapa to lead the troops to continue the crusade against the Kingdom of Germa. Soon the air fleet arrived at the southwest border of the Germa Kingdom. Yamato and Yin are already waiting here. Nitrogen snow falling snow on earth. Freezing air. The two ice devil fruit moves instantly froze the sea surface with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Thunder 8 trigrams. Hydrogen snow, oxygen snow, Nylong. Boom boom boom. Neither Vapa nor Yin made any move, they just stared at each other. Monet and Yamato fought fiercely on the ice field, fighting almost with all their strength. After all, both sides were their own people, and the organization also had very powerful medical technology. As long as they didn't kill them directly, it didn't matter even if they lost their hands and feet. Just treat it as a practical exercise. After 5 days and 5 nights, both sides stood on the ice sheet panting. There was a lot of blood on the two people's bodies, and even their clothes had a lot of tears. Advertisement. Yin and Vapa appeared on the battlefield almost at the same time. Yamato, go back and take a rest, and pay attention to your surroundings. Then I'll leave it to you. Yamato returned to the snail battleship in an instant. And Monet also flew back to the air fleet. A battle broke out between Vapa and Yin. Both have the ability to fly, but their fighting styles are somewhat different. Vapa is like a heavy bomber, and the feathers, hair, and gas falling down will cause terrifying explosions. Yin, on the other hand, relies on the physical strength of the ancient species, the flame self-healing talent of the race, and the swordsmanship of the great swordsman to keep fighting in the air. The second battle also lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Later, the Sky Empire sent a supporting army. The Kingdom of Germa was not to be outdone, and Kaji personally came to support. The two sides fought for several more days. Seeing that the situation was so deadlocked, and coupled with Marine's two-way pressure from North Blue and New World, Sky Empire had to retreat. This made Sengoku of Marine Headquarters breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that the Kingdom of Germa could contain 4 or 5 high-level combat forces of the Sky Empire, Warring States was surprised and at the same time became even more wary of the Kingdom of Germa. Even the 5 elders have a different eye on the strength of the Kingdom of Germa. In the meeting room of Marine Fando, Kong Ming sorted out some situations in the Germa Kingdom based on various intelligence collected. Your Excellency Fleet Admiral, Lieutenant Generals, this is the summary of information on the 4 knights of the Kingdom of Germa. Crane automatically made up his mind. It seems that after the defeat of Wano country, the remnants of the beasts were secretly taken in by Germa. No wonder no trace of them has been found. Is this Yamato the daughter of Kaido? She is very powerful. Flying Squirrel was a little surprised when he looked at the information in his hand. He continued his analysis. Those robot soldiers should have been jointly developed by Vinsmoke Geiji and Quinn. After all, the two were once colleagues. Oh? They still have this kind of relationship. Huo Xiaoshan was very surprised. Crane briefly gave some information. They and Vegapunk were once in the same underground scientific organization. Later Vegapunk and Caesar Cullen joined the world government, and Vinsmoke Geiji returned to Gel in North Blue. In the Kingdom of Mar, Quinn joins the Beast Pirates. Warring States looked at everyone present. Although we have to rely on the Kingdom of Germa to contain the Sky Empire, this is only a temporary compromise, so we cannot relax the intelligence on Germa. Yes. Chapter 151 Don Quixote. December 3, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. After the North Blue War, it officially entered a three-legged situation. Of course, if other forces knew about the relationship between the Sky Empire, the Germa Kingdom, and Yishan, it would definitely be breaking news. With the completion of these layouts, as long as the North Blue Marine is controlled for a lifetime, it means that the entire North Blue will fall under the control of the Liberator Organization. The radical changes brought about by the tide of the times have caused many things to deviate from the original timeline, but some things are difficult to change. Advertisement. For example, the Sun Pirates, who have been wandering in the park, although Marine has relaxed its encirclement and suppression due to the rise of the Liberator Organization and the Sky Empire, their luck has ended here. December 5. During their escape, the Sun Pirates met Aramaki, who had just been promoted to Marine General. Tiger had no chance to rescue him and was sucked into dried fish by Aramaki. Although the Sun Pirates took advantage of the weakness of ability users being unable to go to the sea, under the leadership of Jinbei, they successfully escaped to the bottom of the sea, but the cost was that the Sun Pirates suffered heavy losses. Aaron and others, whose hearts had been swallowed up by hatred, were even arrested by Marine. Jinbei, Aladdin, and others could only take the remaining Sun Pirates and return to Fishman Island in a slippery manner. As for why Noah didn't lend a helping hand in this matter, the reason is that the other party refused. A year ago, Noah had asked Ali to contact Tiger secretly, telling him to be careful about being backstabbed by slaves or their relatives, and to send him away as quietly as possible, and not to stay on land for too long, but the other party did not believe Ali. This human being, and even Aaron, made rude remarks directly, and the two sides almost came to blows. Although afterwards, the Sun Pirates were indeed a lot more careful, and when they sent Crawl back, they were not found by the Marine or CP organizations. And Crawl was also betrayed by his uncle as a celestial dragon slave after half a month in his hometown, and the winery took the opportunity to take him into his pocket. As for the reason why the Sun Pirates got into trouble this time, it's just that Aaron was too arrogant. During a trip to the island, he was discovered by CP agents. Life paper was secretly stuffed into his supplies, and he was located by Marine. They happened to encounter Aramaki passing nearby with his fleet, so the Sun Pirates were almost wiped out. Since Noah reminded him once before through R, and the other party rejected the good intentions of the Liberator Organization, he will naturally not take action again. Sometimes you have to learn to let go of the need to help others and respect the fate of others. After all, it is hard to persuade someone to die with good words. Time flies like an arrow, like a white colt passing through the gap. In a blink of an eye, time came to the beginning of 1511. Advertisement. After the world government's coercion and inducement, Shishibukai finally got everything in place. Newspapers owned by world government announced 3 new Shishibukai candidates. They are, Pirate Empress Boya Hancock, Tyrant Bear, and Sea Hero Jinbei. The 3 people joined Shishibukai for different reasons, but they all share the same problem. Boya Hancock is because the windless zone is no longer safe. If he does not agree to become a Shishibukai, Amazon Lily will become Marine's target. Tyrant Bear had to seek help from Vegapunk because he wanted to cure his adopted daughter Pawnee's sapphire scale disease. Saint Satan took the opportunity to ask Bear to join the Shishibukai and use Pawnee as a hostage. Jinbei wanted to rescue Eren and others who were imprisoned in Impel Down City. Coupled with the pressure from the world government on the Ryugu Kingdom, he could only become Shishibukai. At this point, the Shishibukai is all in place. They are Sand Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, Lizard King Hanaza, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, Pirate Empress Boya Hancock, Tyrant Bear, and Sea Hero Jinbei. For a time, the deterrent power of the world government actually showed some signs of returning to its glory. After all, the 6 marine generals plus Shishibukai and some high-level combat forces hidden by the world government, the overall strength can still suppress the Sky Empire, Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Revolutionary Army, and Liberator Organization. The prerequisite for this kind of deterrence is that the outside world does not know the true face of the Liberator Organization. After all, the Sky Empire, the Germa Kingdom, the 3 Shishibukai, and the Liberator Organization headquarters can almost compete with the world government. Obviously it is difficult for the outside world to guess this almost impossible truth. At the same time the 3 new Shishibukai arrived. West Blue, Baltic Sea. The temporary base camp of the Don Quixote family is located in the Cedar Islands in this area. In the past 6 months, Doflamingo has not been too high profile. On the one hand, it is because the Don Quixote family is an outsider, on the other hand, he is watching the changes in the world situation. After more than 5 months of adjustments, he also initially understood some information about West Blue. The country of flowers, the Capone family, the Gambino family. Dover, if we can conquer those 2 mafia families, then we can not only recover, but even surpass what we were before. Torble, the slug, was covered in mucus. Really? Phew. Doflamingo suddenly laughed, then turned his head to look at his brother. Rocinante, my brother. Can you tell me why the sea stone weapons on Kyokei Island were discovered by Marine? Advertisement. The clown Rocinante on the side still looked at Doflamingo with a puzzled expression. Do you still want to pretend? I only told Torble, Pika, and you about this, and there is nothing in the secret warehouse. Rocinante's pupil shrank, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. When did you start doubting me? You said you were mute, but Buffalo saw you opening your mouth to speak in the cabin, but no sound came out. Doflamingo's voice was very calm, and I recalled the many times I was raided by Marine before, and found that you were one of the insiders of every transaction or plan, and you didn't know about the transactions and plans that were not discovered. That's why I deliberately planned the Kyokei Island warehouse. How I hope that Buffalo got it wrong, and how I hope that the Kyokei Island warehouse was not raided by Marine, Rocinante. A terrible burst of conquerors. Rocinante stared at Doflamingo. From the moment you killed your father, you completely degenerated into a devil. Ha ha ha. The guy who led us into the quagmire, the guy who killed our mother, that innocent guy, he doesn't deserve to live in this hell at all, he should go to heaven. Rocinante fell silent. Farewell. My dear brother. Pfft. Countless threads and needles penetrated Rocinante's body. Doflamingo turned around silently and lit a cigar. Hey. With a click, the windproof lighter popped out of his hand and fell gently into the gasoline barrel beside him. Boom. The flames spread instantly, engulfing Rocinante's body, and soon the whole house was on fire. Doflamingo left without looking back. Torble and Pika, without saying a word the whole time, followed Doflamingo out of here. At the same time, inside the secret archives of Marine Fando's sword at Marine headquarters. A glass bottle marked 00528, the life paper inside quickly burned and disappeared in a moment. Colonel Marine, who was in charge of management, frowned and quickly reported the matter to Sengoku, because the sword was a secret agency directly managed by Sengoku. The moment Warring States saw the report, tears fell down involuntarily. Millet Fruit. Chapter 152 Impel City. January 22, 1511 in the Haiwan calendar. A marine prison ship full of prisoners, escorted by 3 battleships, slowly docked in the port of Impel City. Please inform Director Magellan, this is a felon in December last year. A marine major general shouted towards the gate of the port. The door slowly opened, and a tall beauty wearing some SM clothes appeared behind the door. She waved her whip and smiled coquettishly. Kide said, another little baby is here. I'm going to punish you, scum. The guards boarded the prison boat with weapons and took the felons off one by one. Advertisement. The personnel responsible for verification also began to verify the identity information of these felons. Bacchus, deputy captain of the Blood Wolf Pirates, enter the second level. Oko, kill the nobles. Rob, enter the first floor. Bolivar, to assassinate Admiral South Blue, a rattlesnake fruit user, to enter the fifth floor, you need to use sea stone handcuffs and leg cuffs. Kaka, plotting a coup. Bolivar, who had light red skin, was handcuffed by sea floor stones and slowly walked towards the gate of the city, his face extremely calm. Bang! Little Sadie hit him with a whip, but it didn't cause any change in his expression. After passing the door, you were pushed into the baptismal room. The boiling pool made many prisoners wail and scream. Ah! It burned me to death. Help! Bolivar walked through the pool without changing his expression, and then, along with 5 other prisoners, was escorted to the freezing hell on the 5th floor. In the extremely cold freezing hell, the military wolves shuttled outside the cell, howling from time to time. In the cell, Bolivar looked at this place with interest. Hey, what did you get caught for? Stop wasting your energy. Several feeble voices sounded in the cell. Bolivar did not answer, but stood up and broke off a few ice ridges from the top of the iron door of the cell. Pfft! The ice edge penetrated into the calf, and the thorn belt was smashed down. Soon he broke a calf. Gilu! A prisoner was stunned with fear. Advertisement. Are you crazy? Do you think you are a golden lion? However, Bolivar ignored these people at all. After a while, he broke another calf and took off the shackles from the break. Immediately afterwards, he broke his hands and took off the handcuffs. More than a dozen prisoners in the same cell were stunned. They had seen cruel people, but never one who was so cruel to themselves. Return of life and limbs. Bolivar's hair seemed to come alive in an instant. He stretched out 4 tentacles composed of hair, picked up the severed hands and feet, and then connected them at the broken position. The art of restoring life, liberating, and reattaching severed limbs. The life card hidden on the side of the heart released huge vitality. With the injection of vitality and the control of cells by the return of life, his limbs were soon reconnected. Bones, blood vessels, nerves, skin, and muscles are reconnected as if they had not been injured. This return of life. What? Bolivar turned his head and looked at his cellmate who had been there for a long time. Pfft! Fingernails scratched, and the throats of other prisoners in this cell were cut instantly. Throw the body out of the cell. After a while, a large group of military wolves surrounded them, tore the corpses into pieces, and then ate them clean. Bolivar took out a stack of cards from his body and chose one from them. Magic card, cube creation, effect for 1 hour. After activating the card, he pressed his hands on the ground, and the floor of the cell suddenly turned into a dozen cubic stones, and then these stones were compressed and became smaller. An hour later, Bolivar has entered an underground cavity. At the same time, he has also restored the cubes and restored the newly excavated passage to its original state. This is the legendary 5.5th floor of Impel City. The escape tunnel was secretly dug decades ago by the giant Molly through the Fruit's ability. At that time, Molly had not yet joined the Revolutionary Army. This is also the reason why Ivankov later learned that there is a 5.5 level city. The place now belongs to the Liberators. Soon, Bolivar crushed a sapphire. Advertisement. A wormhole appeared in front of him, and Ali appeared here with Moria. This is the 5.5th floor of Impel Down City? Thank you for your hard work, Tequila. Yes, Lord Moria. Tequila, whose pseudonym is Bolivar, said respectfully. Although Moria is an apostle, in a sense, Moria is actually a part of Noah, representing the extension of Noah's will. Moria's shadow squirmed, and soon a dozen shadow soldiers appeared in front of the 3 people, and then disappeared into the shadows. These shadow soldiers quickly penetrated through the shadows to the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors of the Impel City and the Sea Fortress. On the 6th floor below the 5.5 floor, Moria did not order the shadow soldiers to sneak over. The reason was very simple, because he was afraid of the old monsters in Eternal Hell. For example, the 2 guys Red Earl and Bullet have very powerful visions, and the shadow soldiers may be exposed to them. Although Moria is certain that even if the 2 of them discover the shadow soldiers, they will most likely not mind their own business and report them. But if you can hide it, you should try your best to hide it. After all, we are now advancing into the city. Before fully controlling this place, Moria does not intend to be exposed to the sight of outsiders, thereby reducing the probability of complications. Half an hour later, a shadow soldier emerged from the shadows, then opened his bloody mouth and spit out an unconscious prisoner. Tequila immediately recognized the identity of the other party, because this guy was also a pirate from South Blue before. Hey, isn't this guy Anjuan, the captain of the trickster pirates? Without even blinking, Ali removed his frontal lobe. Moria took out a card and pressed it on Anjuan's forehead. Then the card turned into a golden flame cloud, wrapping Anjuan. A minor arcana apostle transformation is completed. Anjuan soon woke up. Hello, nice to meet you all, Anjuan greeted with a smile. The reason why Moria transformed this guy into an apostle was because of his fruit ability. Your bone fruit is used well. Haha, compared to my lord, I'm far behind. Anjuan's bone fruit is a combination of the superhuman body and creation in paramecia, which can strengthen its own bones and can also create bones outside the body. Anjuan's development direction of the bone fruit is to use the method of controlling the bones in the body to disguise himself as someone else. This is also the source of his name as the trickster. Moria cannot be stationed in Impel City for a long time, so a relatively powerful apostle is needed to take charge here. After all, Impel Down is a big treasure house, especially for the Liberator organization, which has devil fruit recovery technology. The ability users here are walking devil fruits, waiting to be harvested. Let's not mention Eternal Hell's fusion fruit and Momo fruit. There are many powerful devil fruits in the other 5 levels of prison, but their ability users are relatively rubbish, which is why these devil fruits have not reached their true potential. This is also the reason why Moria chose Anjuan to be stationed in Impel Down City, in order to properly harvest the ability user prisoners here. Because many of these ability prisoners are strictly monitored by the Great Prison, if 1 or 2 die or go missing, accidents can be used to cover it up. If there are large-scale deaths and disappearances, Magellan's attention will soon be attracted. Chapter 153 Hell of Bones. The cell where Anjuan was previously imprisoned was the starvation hell on the 3rd floor, and he was reduced to skin and bones from starvation. The jailers in Impel Down City will inspect the cells every week, especially the cells of prisoners with abilities, which must be inspected. Moria took out a lot of corpses from the storage card, and then used magic card, drying. This card was created by Noah using the ability of the Shasha fruit, which can turn corpses into mummies. Seeing the hundreds of mummies in front of him, Anjuan showed a smile. GG, leave it to me next. Bone transformation. He mentioned a mummy with the same hair color as his own, and by modifying its bones, the mummy soon became 70% or 80% similar to Anjuan. Advertisement. The handcuffs, shackles, and prison clothes taken off Anjuan were placed on the mummy. Moria controlled the shadow soldiers and swallowed the transformed mummy. The shadow soldiers sank into the shadows again, went to the starvation hell on the 3rd floor, and put the mummy back into the cell where Anjuan was. In this way, the next time the jailer visits, he will find Anjuan dead in his cell. As long as a large number of ability user prisoners are not taken away in a short period of time, Impel Down City will not discover this problem. Moria turned to Ale and said, "We are divided into 2 groups. Ale, you go and bring Vic over, and Anjuan and I collect intelligence." No problem. Soon, Ali brought Vic over from South Blue. The reason why Vic came here was to transform the 5.5th floor and find out the secret passage hidden under the sea. After all, the giant Molly has joined the Revolutionary Army, which means that the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army must know about the 5.5th floor of the Impel City and the secret passage. The existence of secret passages. If this passage is not blocked, it may be used by the Revolutionary Army, which is not conducive to the layout of the Liberators organization in the city. As a user with the rock fruit ability, there is actually no technical difficulty for Vic to transform the entire Impel City and the nearby seabed. The only trouble is not to alert Magellan and others in Impel Down City, as well as the old monsters in Eternal Hell. Vic dug his hands into the ground. The entire Impel Down City is made of hard rock, and the surrounding seafloor is also a very stable ancient Kraton massif, mainly composed of granite rock formations. This made Vic's ability like a fish in water, and soon by using the rock formations, he was able to sense the conditions of the Impel City and the surrounding rock formations within a radius of 100 kilometers. A large chunk of rock is broken down into sand, which then coalesces back into a miniature sand table. Advertisement. On the sand table is a miniature model of Impel Down City. The depth of the sea water around Impel Down City is not too deep, only about 3,700 meters. This is one of the reasons why Impel Down City can stand in the windless sea area. Because the water depth is too deep, it means that the Poseidon species in this sea area will also become larger. The water depth of 3,700 meters means that large Poseidons and super large Poseidon species will almost never enter the sea area. At most, only medium-sized Poseidon species and small Poseidon species will be active in the nearby waters. In addition, Vic also discovered that the overall height of Impel Down City was not 3,700 meters high, but 7,136 meters high. Among them, the sea fortress part of the Impel City is about 82 meters high. The total height of the first 5 underground floors is 5,327 meters, with an average of about 1,000 meters per floor. The combined length of the 5.5th and 6th layers is about 1,500 meters, and the rock layer that serves as the partition between the 6th and 5th layers is more than 800 meters thick. No wonder a 5.5th layer can be developed here. The overall height of the Impel city is so high, and the depth of the surrounding seawater is only about 3,700 meters, which means that the 5th, 5.5th, and 6th floors are all below the seabed level. This situation allows layer 5.5 to excavate outward from the rock layer on the same plane without passing through the 6th layer. Apparently the giant molly back then dug an escape passage into the rock formations on the same plane instead of digging downwards to avoid disturbing the monsters imprisoned in eternal hell. Vic has actually found the escape passage left by the giant molly, which is located in the southeast direction of the 5.5th floor. If this direction continues, after passing through the windless zone, it will be the north of South Blue. Under rock and quicksand. Vic moved quickly among the rock formations. He kept moving along the escape passage, probably moving nearly 1,600 kilometers, and reached the end of the escape passage. An uninhabited island with an area of less than 2 square kilometers. Most of the island is rocky, and the area with vegetation is less than 1/10. There are no big trees, only some small shrubs and weeds. It is an uninhabited desert island with no bird shit. Vic dug his hands into the ground, changing seas. The island sank silently under the sea. At the same time, he quickly erased the escape route of nearly 100 kilometers long and redirected the escape route to the island in another direction. Advertisement. This island is also next to the windless zone, and it is still an inhabited island, but it was once inhabited. Because the people on this island were moved away by the Liberator organization just half a year ago, and now there is only an empty building left. Vic redirected the escape route here. In fact, for the Liberator organization, the probability of using this kind of escape channel is too small, but Vic still left an escape channel. After solving the hidden dangers of the escape passage, Vic quickly returned to Impel Down. Then he started the renovation project, starting with a major renovation of the entire 5.5th floor. Especially for those places where the structure is at risk of collapse, he needs to renovate it. After all, the 5.5th floor was excavated by the giant molly using the push fruit. The other party will definitely not consider the stability of the rock layer. After strengthening the structural strength, Vic's next step is to transform the 5.5th floor into a real hell. According to Moria and Anjuin's ideas, level 5.5 will be called the Hell of Bones. According to his own understanding, Vic used rocks to build a lot of rooms, furniture and the like made of skulls and bones. 3 days later, when Moria and Anjuin returned to the 5.5th floor, they found that the place had become extremely gloomy and evil. Various murals composed of bone reliefs. There are skull candlesticks, rib stairs, all kinds of strange skull statues, and various skeletal fantasy creature statues, plus the bone throne composed of skeletons. Anjuin smiled dryly and scratched his head. Haha, Vic, your aesthetics are really unique. Ha 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 ha. You're welcome. Look beautiful. Vic laughed. Forget it, let's just make do with it. Anjuin was too lazy to complain. He turned his head and hinted to Ailey to take Vic back to play iron. R also discovered for the first time that Vic's aesthetic sense was comparable to Robin's. He suppressed a smile and shouted to Vic, Vic, there is nothing going on here for the time being. Let's go back to South Blue. Okay. Vic was a little reluctant to part with his work, and then turned to Anjuin and said, Anjuin, if you need to renovate Impel Down in the future, just call me and I will be on call. Haha, no problem. Anjuin was thinking in his heart whether he should let Gayram come over to help and rebuild this place. But when he thought about the possibility of Vic getting angry, he gave up the idea. Chapter 154 Lord of Hell. After R took Vic away. There are only 2 apostles left in the Skeleton Hall, Anjuin and Moria. Although they are both apostles, their personalities are actually very different due to the influence of card spirits, devil fruits and the original memories of the transformed ones. Moria's character tends to be cold and withdrawn. Anjuin smiled on the surface, but his behavior was full of ruthlessness. The 2 have obtained the file information of the prisoners in Impel Down City, especially the powerful prisoners of Eternal Hell. The file information is very detailed, and each one has a special booklet. Advertisement. In addition, the information on those with abilities is also very detailed, and its importance is second only to the prisoners of Eternal Hell. Anjuin, who do you think can be a target? Moria took out a large bottle of Fat Mansion Happy Water from the memory card and poured it down. Anjuin looked through the list of prisoners made with wanted posters. When he saw a suitable target, he tore off the wanted poster. After a while, more than a dozen wanted posters were torn down. Moria picked up these torn wanted posters, looked at them, and asked, although this guy's devil fruit is valuable, his body is too weak. I have no intention of transforming him into an apostle. Moria immediately reacted, you want to recycle his fruit? What if? It is indeed a good choice. He is severely disabled and has been hungry for a long time in starvation hell. It is normal for him to die. Moria sneered. Anjuan tore out the 16 wanted posters and classified them into categories again. 9 of the targets are weak and sickly Esper people, and these people are the targets for recovering the fruits. The remaining 7 are the goals of transformation and becoming apostles. Anjuan has already thought about the configuration of these subordinates. They were all carefully selected by Anjuan. The names of these guys were actually no longer important, because they gave Anjuan new names. Advertisement. That is the 7 deadly sins. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, lust, gluttony. Their fruits are all of the paramecia type. Impel Down City is indeed the great prison established by the world government. There are too many Esper prisoners inside, so Anjuan is asked to select suitable subordinates. Arrogant is a person with the ability to repulse the fruit. He can use the superpower called repulsion, which can repel everything in his body, and he can also repel the influence of the outside world on himself. Jealousy is a person with the ability to copy the fruit. This fruit allows the person with abilities to gain the superpower of copying the abilities of other people with abilities. However, this kind of copying must be effective through physical contact, and only one devil fruit ability can be copied at a time. If you want to copy a new devil fruit ability, you can only replace the last copied ability, and there is another weakness. That is, once the ability user whose ability has been copied dies, the copied ability will also disappear. Wrath is a person with the ability to expand the expansion fruit, and his body can expand. This is the devil fruit of San Juan Wolf in the Blackbeard Pirates. Sloth is a paramecia with the power of the sleeping fruit. It belongs to the superpower type paramecia. The ability of this devil fruit is somewhat strange. When a person with abilities is sleeping, his existence cannot be perceived by any outside perception, that is, he is in a dead sleep. If the person with abilities has no food, he can go into hibernation without eating or drinking for a long time. If the person with abilities is injured, he can pretend to be dead to restore his physical condition. Maintain stability. As for how this fruit attacks the enemy, the answer lies in the fact that while sleeping, the person with the ability can leave the body and invade the dreams of others. If the enemy is injured or killed in the dream, he will also be injured and killed in reality. Therefore, the sleeping fruit is also called the dreaming fruit. Greed is a paramecia with the power of money fruit, a type of superpower. The ability of this fruit is not to make counterfeit coins, but to use the money fruit to create special trade gold coins. The trade gold coins themselves require gold as raw materials to make them. As long as someone uses this gold coin for transactions, the person with the ability can benefit from the transaction. Get a certain percentage of the commission. And this commission is not necessarily money, it can also be the goods in the transaction. For example, if Noah uses trade gold coins to purchase a training manual for armed domineering, then the ability user can choose to obtain a certain proportion of trade gold coins, or the content of the domineering training manual. If the things you buy with gold coins are physical items and you don't need commission from trading gold coins, you can get up to 10% of the physical items. In fact, it is a disguised tax. Advertisement. The power of this ability lies in the circulation volume of trade gold coins. If the circulation volume is very large, even if you only charge 1/1000th of the commission, you can become a rich man. Moreover, there are some extremely pathological trades in the pirate world, such as slave trade and organ trade. At the same time, the ability users themselves can also obtain some conceptual things through active trade. Of course, such a powerful ability is not without weaknesses and limitations. The first weakness is naturally a common problem with devil fruits. The second weakness is that money fruit requires a large amount of gold as raw material. The third weakness is that the trade gold coins made by the money fruit ability user are a double-edged sword. Once someone uses this gold coin to propose a transaction to the ability user cannot refuse, but the same amount of trade gold coins can be used to offset it. This means that if the amount of gold coins held by an ability user is less than 50%, they may be counterattacked. The fourth weakness is that the money fruit can only produce one gold coin at the beginning. Only through constant trading can the scale of trade gold coins be increased through commission. Fortunately, the trade gold coins produced by the Chien fruit are no different from ordinary gold coins, and there will be no special signs or the like, otherwise the fruit would be easily counterattacked by the enemy. The reason why this money fruit ability user was imprisoned in Impel Down City was that this guy frequently used trade gold coins with special marks and charged a 10% commission. As a result, CP agents discovered the problem, and then they were exploited by CP agents. Trade gold coins counterattacked. Lust is a user with the paper fruit ability, and belongs to the creation type paramecia. This ability is similar to those of creation type paramecia, mainly the application of various kinds of paper, and the use of origami to make paper people and paper animals. Gluttony is a paramecia with the ability to store fruits. It is a type of superpower that can store various things in the body. For example, you can obtain calories by eating, then use your ability to store the calories, and then release them when needed. It is somewhat similar to the tuntun fruit, but the stored fruit does not have the special synthesis ability of the tuntun fruit. If a person with abilities doesn't mind the taste of some things, they can also store items in their body. However, since people with abilities that store fruits don't have a big mouth, the size of their mouths determines the volume of what they eat. Therefore, fluids such as fresh water, wine, and oil are more suitable for being stored in large quantities in the body. However, with this storage method, I can only eat it myself, and others will most likely not have the appetite to eat it. After deciding on the candidates for the 7 deadly sins, Anjuan, Moria, and Tequila began to prepare the civet cat for the prince. Of course, not every target needs to be disguised with corpses. For example, the ones in starvation hell and freezing hell do not need to be disguised with corpses. After being secretly transformed, they can be relocated back. Anyway, now Impel Down City is the same as your own home. Same, no need to worry about eating and drinking. Chapter 155 Tower. As for those prisoners who need to be replaced with corpses, it is mainly because their situation at this time is not very good. For example, the owner of the rebuke fruit was imprisoned in the scorching hell, where he had to carry a large amount of wood to burn fires every day, and was physically punished by the jailer twice in 3 days. If he didn't get the other person out as soon as possible, Anjuan was worried that this guy would be tortured to death. Although the other party is also a scumbag, if he dies now, it means that the fruit on him will be randomly reborn in the sea. Anjuan didn't want to miss such a good devil fruit. Advertisement. In the next more than half a month, Moria used the secret operation of the Shadow Soldiers to accidentally die the 2 ability users in the 4th level of the Scorching Hell. One of them is the one with the ability to repulse the fruit, and the other is the one with the ability to store the fruit. As for the other 5 candidates, 2 are in Freezing Hell, 2 are in Starvation Hell, and 1 is in Beast Hell. They were not accidentally killed, but were reformed and then secretly sent back to the cells. While all the 7 deadly sins are in place, Noah, who secretly sailed in the East Daxia Sea, also received gifts from Anjuan and Moria. Through the black cavity created by the shadow fruit, a prisoner with dull eyes was spit out. Noah looked at the prisoner and tossed out a major arcana card. After a while, a brand new apostle appeared in front of him. Tower, Genie, Broken Fruit. The ability of the crushed fruit is somewhat similar to that of the split fruit, except that one is a superhuman type and the other is a superpower type. In other words, the split fruit can split one's own body, while the broken fruit cannot split oneself, but can crush things outside. The tower is a pure card of destruction. Whether it is positive or negative, it represents a bad meaning. Originally, Noah planned to change the clown buggy or the hermit, corrosion fruit, into a tower, and then use the transparent fruit to create a new hermit. No need now. At this point, 21 of Noah's 22 major arcana decks have been collected, and only the last one, Lovers, has not yet arrived. As long as the Apostle Lover is created, Noah's card fruit will enter a fully awakened state. Noah knew very well that the raw material suitable for the lover as an apostle could only be Boya Hancock and the sweet fruits in her body. Advertisement. However, planning Boya Hancock is not a trivial matter. If it is not done well, some information may be exposed. After all, Grandma Zee and Shucky are members of the Rocks Pirates, especially the relatively young Shucky, whose strength should be at the level of a quasi-general, plus Rayleigh, whose strength is somewhat declining, and Amazon and Lily are all soldiers. If Boa Hancock cannot be subdued in an instant in the dark, then the opponent will definitely inspire Conqueror's domineering power. Although the other members of Nine Snakes are not afraid, Grandma Ye has to guard against it. This old woman must have Shucky's phone bug, and even Whitebeard's phone bug, and Hancock Shishabukai's exclusive phone bug is most likely in her hands. Once the other party notices something is wrong and notifies Shucky, or reports the matter to the world government, trouble will easily arise later. Therefore, Noah has no plans to take action against Hancock in the near future, but he has ordered Crow's staff to formulate a plan as soon as possible. As for whether Amazon Lily can be peacefully incorporated, Noah doesn't have much hope in his heart. On the one hand, it is a matter of stance. Pirates are pirates after all. No matter how high-ranking they are, they cannot hide their true nature as an evil force. Why did the Kuja pirates go to sea? The answer is to loot supplies. Then who are the targets of their plunder? Other pirates? Businessmen? Civilians? Non-franchised islands? Especially after becoming a Shishabukai force, the Nine Snakes pirates have the legal right to plunder, and the premise of this right is not to attack the ships of the participating countries, then the Nine Snakes pirates can only rob other pirates and non-joined countries' country islands. As for Noah, he is not interested in the so-called most beautiful woman in the world. In his opinion, Boya Hancock, a woman who developed a psychopath due to traumatic stress, only because of her accidental fall in love with Wang Luffei and the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, has attracted many people's attention. It produces beautiful filters. In essence, Boya Hancock is a murderer, leading the Nine Snakes pirates to plunder non-franchised islands, and is extremely willful. She hated the celestial dragons only because she was enslaved by the celestial dragons, but after she became the pirate empress, she ended up living the life she hated the most. Regarding the plundering of non-franchised countries and the unscrupulous taking of life and death of the people of Amazon Lily, she is not a celestial dragon. Before slaying the dragon, she became an evil dragon. This is why Noah doesn't believe that the monkey family can change the world. The leader of the Revolutionary Army helped his pirate son sail smoothly and used the storm to attack the town. When the Revolutionary Army cotters heard that the leader's son was going to be executed, when Ivankov heard that Ace was Luffy's brother, he thought Ace was the son of a dragon. They immediately helped escape from prison at all costs and released a large number of impelled-down criminals. When the leaders of the Revolutionary Army heard that their cotters had been captured and made slaves by the Tianlong people, they just broke out in cold sweat, but showed no action. Advertisement. Like-minded comrades did not save him, but the son of a pirate who was connected by blood took action himself. After all, ideals are not as important as blood. Noah could only chuckle at this. Even if the Revolutionary Army can overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons, they will soon degenerate into the new celestial dragons. This is almost a certainty. If the Revolutionary Army succeeds in overthrowing the world government in the future, then Boya Hancock, who became one of Luffy's women, as well as the 9 Snakes pirates and the Amazon Lily Kingdom, will they be responsible for the previous plunders and massacres? Most likely, they will just bow and apologize, and then wash their hands of the incident through sensationalism. The saying red beans are like rice can offset all evils. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The ancients will not deceive me. Therefore, Noah will not be merciful. He sympathizes with Boya Hancock's experience of being enslaved by the celestial dragons, but he will not let go of the pirate empress who kills people, plunders, and is willful. This is just because a person was bullied in school, he cannot be exempted from the crime of murder and arson. It was also for this reason that Noah directly transformed Baccarat before. Baccarat seems to be a gentle and generous beauty, but this cannot conceal her evil nature. The luck of the lucky fruit cannot be generated out of thin air, it can only be obtained by absorbing the luck of others. Those who have been absorbed by the luck will naturally be extremely unlucky. Although those gamblers do not deserve sympathy, but Baccarat only sucks the luck of gamblers? Not necessarily. After joining Baroque Studio, with the help of Crocodile, he absorbed the luck of many people, including ordinary people. Many people like to judge people by their appearance, and even more so by their appearance, thinking that beautiful people are good people and innocent. Beauty equals good person? Beauty equals innocence? What kind of truth is this? Appearance is only the outer appearance of the body and cannot determine the good or evil inside. The true criterion for judging good and evil is what one has done. If Marshall Teach replaces Boya Hancock's experience and becomes the pirate empress, and Noah kills the empress Teach with a knife, then most people will probably applaud and think that Teach's death is more than justified. Therefore, before we judge a person, we must first screen out his appearance, and then based on his actions, we can clearly see a person's true face. Chapter 156 Lucky Man. March 5, 1511 in the Haiwan calendar. East Daxia Sea. Kauai, Coco West Village. The merchant ship Prosperity once again docked at the simple dock in this small village. Mr. Carl, long time no see. Village policeman Aegean greeted Noah on the pier. Advertisement. Noah took off his cowboy hat and joked with a smile, Mr. Jian, haven't you married Ms. Belmere yet? Don't talk nonsense. Aegean looked towards the entrance of the village in a panic. Ha ha ha. The other villagers laughed. Suddenly, a ray of orange rushed out from a small forest not far away. It was Nami who was in high spirits. She was also smiling, because every time the Prosperity arrived, she was the happiest time. Nami. Slow down. A manic soprano blasted behind him. Nami turned her head and stuck out her tongue, then jumped onto the deck of the Prosperity. Uncle Carl. Long time no see. Isn't this a little orange cat? Noah smiled and pinched the other person's cheek. Bang. Nami patted Noah's hand, her face a little red and warm. Damn Uncle Carl, you have to compensate me. Noah smiled, took out a navigation book and handed it to her. Do you want to be my navigator? Belmel, with bulging veins on his forehead, reminded him with a smile, Ahem, President Carl, Nami is still young. Oh, that is to say, when Nami grows up, can she be a navigator of our company? Then thank you Ms. Belmere for making it possible. Noah half-joked and countered the general. Don't even think about it. Belmer roared, and then mentioned the aggrieved Nami. Noah stopped joking, gave Nami the book, then turned around and entered the cabin. Crow was presiding over the transaction with a smile. In the cabin, Noah has saw the uninvited guests on the bottom of the sea approaching Kauai. Aaron and others, who were released because of Jinbei's protection, finally crossed the submarine rift in the windless zone from the Paradise and entered the East Daxia Sea after several months of wandering. Half a month ago, Aaron and his men defeated a marine warship, and under coercion and inducement, completed a deal with Colonel Mouse. Aaron is now looking for a suitable place to build a fishman paradise on Kauai Island. Noah knew all of this very well. After all, the Ike Islands, where Kauai is located, had a sea radius of less than 120 kilometers. He was almost unable to hide from his increasingly sophisticated electromagnetic wave amplification and knowledge. Advertisement. The life magnetic field of fish people is really obvious in the East Daxia Sea. After a while, Crow opened the hatch. President, I have an unexpected harvest. Oh? What's the harvest? Crow took out a grapefruit from his backpack, but its surface was white and covered with light cyan noir. It was mixed in a basket of grapefruit just now. During my inspection, I found this fruit. It should be logia. Such fruits. Is this a fruit? Noah squinted his eyes and picked up the devil fruit, but he fell into deep thought. This visit to Cocoa West Village was actually the result of Noah's unintentional divination, which reminded him that he would get unexpected gains in this sea area. He originally thought it was Nami, but he didn't expect it to be a logia devil fruit. Noah put away the fruit and took out a special card. Wheel of Fortune, lucky 36,297 points. Compared with the small Baroque studio, the Liberator organization is more powerful, and there are also various secret bases and affiliated forces. Therefore, the luck that Baccarat can absorb is also extremely huge. For example, there are a large number of prisoners in the internal prisons of the Sky Empire and the Kingdom of Germa, especially those who are to be used for life force refining and organ transplantation. Before they die, Bacala can absorb the prisoner's luck. But Noah discovered at this time that even if these blessings were not used actively, they would have special positive effects invisibly. It turns out that actively using the power of luck from the lucky fruit is the most wasteful way to use it. Storing luck can enhance a person's luck invisibly. Crow was also very surprised when he heard this. Does the lucky fruit still have this effect? Noah nodded firmly. The reason why he is so sure is because Nami did not obtain such a fruit in the original timeline. This fruit reappeared on a fruit tree in Cocoa West Village, but was purchased by other passing businessmen, so Nami missed out on this fruit. But now Noah has easily obtained this fruit under the guidance of tarot card divination. This is not only the divination ability of the card fruit, but the more important influencing factor is that the lucky fruit stores a huge amount of luck. Noah wants to conquer Nami's family, so the lucky effect of the lucky fruit also begins to affect Nami's family. Without this guidance, Noah would most likely still be in North Blue, and Aaron, who entered the East Daxia Sea in advance, might still kill Belmere according to the development of the original timeline. This situation surprised Noah very much. After all, the active use of the lucky fruit can only be used on oneself, but the passive luck can envelope a group, which is equivalent to the lucky halo of a group. There is something elusive about luck. Advertisement. But sometimes you have to admit its existence. Noah cannot guarantee that all members of the organization will have smooth sailing, and the group luck of the lucky fruit will improve the probability of unfortunate situations occurring when encountering crises or emergencies, allowing people to turn disaster into good fortune. This also dispelled the idea of Noah taking the initiative to use his luck to find devil fruits. The buying and selling on the deck continues. Noah and Kroll looked at the setting sun on the sea and showed meaningful smiles. That group of fishmen will land in Cocoa Village tomorrow morning. Are those materials ready? Ready, President. Kide smiled. Human. Only when you have experienced despair can you understand the dangers of this world and long for peace and light. Crow smiled, left the cabin, appeared on the deck, and announced the end of this docking trade. The Prosperity set sail and disappeared into the sparkling waves of the setting sun. Nami stood on the pier, waving her little hands. Thank you, Uncle Carl. They have all gone far. The small pinwheel on Aegean's hat rotated gently in the evening breeze. The wind is picking up. It's all Belmere's fault. If she hadn't asked me to take the fish back, I wouldn't have been late. Nami complained softly. Bang. A fist hit Nami's little head. What are you talking about? Nami. Nami, who endured the pain, smiled dryly and Kide said, I mean, the people of Belmere are the best. Let's go. If it's any later, all the meat will be eaten by Nakajeo. What? Damn it. Nami quickly turned around and ran away. Aegean looked at the backs of mother and daughter, then looked at the blood-red sunset in the sky in the distance, and murmured to himself, there is always a sense of foreboding. Am I thinking too much? I hope I am worrying too much. The gears of fate are turning slowly. The butterfly effect brought about by Noah has also become the violent storm of the times, blowing this giant ship of the world towards the unknown front. Aaron's Fishman pirate group has approached Cocoa West Village. The Prosperity was anchored in a secluded bay. Night falls, waiting for dawn to come again. Chapter 157 Dawn is coming. In the early morning, the first ray of sunshine shines on Cocoa Yasi village. Belmere opened the window, then turned around and yelled, "Nami! Are you sleeping in again? Let me go to bed early." However, Belmer did not coddle her and directly lifted her out of bed. Nakajao was already busy in the kitchen making breakfast. Advertisement. Belmer took the scissors and was going to the orchard to prune the orange trees. However, soon there were rumbling collisions, panicked screams and cries on the seaside of the village. The scene turns to the dock. Aaron has already landed at the pier with Zioba, Ju, and others. Aegean was punched into the wall with a fist and fell into a coma. However, the fishman who took action did not realize that the moment he hit Aegean, there was an invisible force field blocking Aegean's body, taking away most of his power. Aaron strode into the street and pulled up one of the houses. Boom! The house was knocked upside down and smashed onto its original foundation. The villagers inside were wrapped in an invisible force field and were not attacked, but were temporarily comatose. The tyrannical Aaron unscrupulously destroyed the houses in Coco West Village and beat away the villagers who tried to resist. The little minions loudly announced the rules of the Fishman Pirates. Until Belmire appeared not far away, holding a rifle. "Stop! Ha ha ha, what are you going to do, human woman?" Aaron opened his mouth and taunted. "Get out of here right away. Otherwise I..." Click. Belmer's pupils shrank sharply, and more than half of the barrel of the rifle in his hand had been bitten off. "What else?" Aaron stared into Belmer's eyes, seeming to appreciate the other person's fear and shock. The next moment, Aaron grabbed Belmer's neck and lifted him up. "Human woman, use your blood to warn those humans who try to resist. You inferior creatures don't understand the noble at all. How powerful are the fishmen? Go to hell." "No." Nami and Nakajao screamed in horror. Poof. Blood sprayed on the streets. Everyone's eyes widened. How is that possible? Brother Aaron. Advertisement. Damn humans. At this time, Aaron, who had just woken up from a dream, looked at Belmer who fell in front of him and the grey arm with blood pouring out. His whole body trembled and his face became very distorted. The person who took action was Crow, who had his back turned to Aaron. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the pier. A fishman guy turned his head and looked towards the dock. Suddenly his eyes widened and he opened his mouth involuntarily, but no sound came out, as if his throat was pinched by an invisible force. Soon, fishmen discovered the situation one after another. However, these fishmen all had frightened faces. Fear instantly enveloped them, and the self-protection produced by their brains made it difficult for them to speak for a while. Until Aaron pulled out his serrated knife and struck hard. Bang! The serrated knife was easily held by one hand, and Kroll looked at Aaron calmly. Only then did Aaron see the face of the man in front of him clearly. At that moment, Aaron's whole body stiffened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his pupils dilated to the extreme. Noah the Liberator. A fishman finally reacted and shouted in horror. What? It's over. Run away. The fishman could no longer take care of Aaron and quickly fled in all directions. However, the next moment, a figure flashed between the fishmen. Those fishmen who tried to escape froze in place for an instant, and then fell to the ground unconscious. Aaron asked with a trembling voice, "Why? Why do you appear here? Tiger is a good person, but that's all. Human beings have good and bad qualities, and the same goes for Murlocs. It's the stupidest idea to divide good and evil based on race." Noah didn't even think about looking at Aaron. Hearing Noah's words, Aaron suddenly roared, "Damn humans, you are not allowed to slander Brother Tiger." Poof. Aaron's head rolled several times on the ground, and the eyes of the dead fish were filled with shock and unwillingness. Brother Aaron. Puff, puffed. The leaders of the Fishman Pirates were also killed. Crow wiped the blood from his fingernails. Noah didn't say anything, because he didn't intend to talk nonsense with Aaron and others. For such a sick and stubborn racist, directly stabbing him to death is the most straightforward way to deal with it. Advertisement. Belmer, who came back to his senses, quickly retreated in front of Nami and Nakajao, protecting them behind him, while panting and looking at the man in front of him. "Introduce yourself, I am Don Noah, you can also call me Carl." Noah looked at Belmer. "Although I am very grateful for your life-saving grace, Koko Nishimura cannot bear the favor of a big man like you." Noah spread his hands and laughed, "What a naive idea. Do you think you will be safe if I leave here? Anyone who has contact with the Liberators will be wiped out by the world government. You have no choice." "What? No way. Woo, I don't want to die. What to do? Lord Noah, please take me out of here." Obviously there are sensible people among the villagers. Now they really have no way out. As long as the world government knows that Noah and others have appeared here many times, then Coco West Village and even the entire Kauai Island will be wiped out. Noah handed a document bag to Belmer, then turned around and walked towards the dock. "You can decide for yourself whether you want to leave or not, but it's best to make a decision before sunset today, because I will leave here tonight. Soon some clever villagers had already run back home, planning to persuade their relatives and pack their luggage at the same time. Belmir's face was also full of tangles, but after she opened the file bag, her face became more and more difficult to look at, because it contained the causes and consequences of the pirate incident in the kingdom of Oua, as well as evidence of the collusion between Aaron and Colonel Mouse. Damn it! These damn bastards! Belmir gritted his teeth and stared at the photos on the file. Whether it is the pirate incident in the kingdom of Wara, or this time the attack of the fishermen pirates, there are marine local officers, slave traders, and nobles of the kingdom behind it. She felt both extremely angry and a deep sense of powerlessness. In fact, she had long discovered some problems within marine. She chose to retire that year because of the reasons for raising Nami and Nakajao, and also because she was disappointed with marine. Just now she asked Noah to leave Coco West Village, but she was actually just deceiving herself. Closing the file, she looked at the helpless Nami and the worried Nakajao, and then made up her mind, Nami, Nakajao, we may have to find a new home. Pier. Aboard the Prosperity. It seems that woman is not too naive. Lilith saw Belmir's decision through the color of her knowledge. Crow took a sip of red wine. The truth is sometimes more hurtful than lies. Noah was lying on the beach chair, flipping through the newspaper. After dealing with the issue of Kauai Island, the next step is to take over the kingdom of Ola. A sneer appeared on the corner of Crow's mouth. I just want to go back to my hometown to see, leave those nobles to me. As you like. The next day, all residents on Kauai disappeared without a trace. Colonel Mouse and the marine base where he was located were also razed to the ground. Chapter 158 Another Trouble. After Noah and his team evacuated Kauai, Marine and CP agents also quickly appeared on Kauai to investigate clues about the Liberator organization. For more than a year, whether it is Marine's Sword, CP agents, or the Revolutionary Army, underground giants, Shishibukai, the pirate emperors and various participating countries, they have been looking for traces of the Liberator overtly and covertly. It's a pity that they have been busy for more than a year but have achieved nothing. Coco West Village on Kauai. Advertisement. Garp, who took leave to return to the East Daxia Sea a few days ago, is showing up here with his men. As the ship's staff officer and adjutant, Bogart looked at the head on the ground. It's Aaron and others from the original Sun Pirates. Did they meet someone from the Liberator organization? Report, Lieutenant General Bogart, this is the headquarters' other intelligence on this Kauai incident. Bogart took the document and after flipping through it, his face was not very emotional. It said the collusion between Colonel Mouse and Aaron. This kind of thing is very common in the marines of the world. Garp was still on the deck of the warship at the dock, eating a lot of donuts. After checking the houses in Kokoyasi village, Bogart did not find any valuable information. Suddenly an officer walked out of a house. He was an officer of the rank of Colonel Marine. This man had two long tentacles on his forehead. Bogart turned around and asked, Colonel Cockroach, did you find anything? The Liberator Noah appeared here and stayed for at least a day or so. Colonel Cockroach replied. Can any useful features be discovered? Yes, this. Colonel Cockroach held a bottle of rum in his hand. Golden rum? Isn't this a very common rum? Bogart looked confused. No, this is the Crown Golden Rum, a specialty of the Rum Kingdom. It is only sold in the East Daxia Sea region, and the filling time of this bottle of rum is February 17th this year. In other words, Noah the Liberator must have been born this year. This bottle of rum was purchased after February 17th. Bogart raised his eyebrows. Could it be brought here by other merchant ships? This bottle has the remnants of Vampire Crow's breath on it. Bogart took out a simple map of the East Daxia Sea from his pocket, looked at the distance between Rum Kingdom and Kauai, and found that the distance between the two places was about 1,700 kilometers. The time now is March 11th. It was discovered on March 6th that Kauai had been evacuated and that Colonel Mouse and the branch base he was in charge of were destroyed. Colonel Cockroach continued, in other words, only 18 days have passed from the time this bottle of rum was filled and sold to the time it was drunk by the Vampire Crow. Advertisement. Considering that rum needs to be transported and put on the shelves, this batch of rum will definitely only be sold in the Rum Kingdom and a few surrounding islands in a short period of time. This means that Crow has recently been to the Rum Kingdom or other the surrounding islands. Bogart looked at the Kingdom of Rum on the map, with a trace of thought on his face, and then asked, if it is the breath of more than 10 days, can you tell it? Colonel Cockroach nodded with certainty, yes, as long as the other party has really been active in the Rum Kingdom, then I can identify the traces of the other party's activities. I will report to Lieutenant General Garp immediately. After Bogart finished speaking, Moonwalk took off into the air. 10 seconds later, he appeared on the deck of the warship. Garp, who was still fighting fiercely with the donuts, raised his head. Bogart, is the investigation completed? Lieutenant General Garp, Colonel Cockroach just discovered the aura of Vampire Crow and deduced that the vampire has been active near the Rum Kingdom in the past half-month, and most likely docked at the sugarcane port of the Rum Kingdom. After listening to Bogart's report, Garp stopped eating donuts, and his eyes flashed with surprise. But then he frowned again. Even if the other party docked at the sugar port of Rum Kingdom, there shouldn't be anything valuable, right? Bogart explained, although we may not necessarily gain anything, we will also investigate along the way. If we can find some information, it will be a good thing for Marine. Garp nodded, then go with what you think. But don't tell others about this. After all, it is still unconfirmed information. I see. Soon Garp left Kokoyasi village with 3 warships and slowly approached the Rum Kingdom. As an adjutant, Bogart would naturally not rush to the Kingdom of Rum with a warship. After all, he is currently unable to determine the intelligence strength of the Liberator organization. If the other party can monitor the activities of Marine's intelligence personnel, then Garp, as the hero of Marine, will be greatly affected. There is a chance that the other party will be watching you secretly. Rushing over to Rum Kingdom might reveal their purpose. Therefore, the 3 warships still docked at the island ports along the way according to their previous sailing speed. A week later. Garp's dog-headed warship has not yet arrived at the Rum Kingdom, but stopped midway. Report, urgent report from the headquarters, there are activities of the Liberator organization in the Kingdom of Europe and Iraq. At present, the opponent has captured the capital of the Kingdom of Europe and Iraq. Garp and Bogart's expressions instantly became serious. Bogart quickly asked, what instructions does the headquarters have? The messenger rushed Kaid, Your Excellency Fleet Admiral, please ask Lieutenant General Garp to divert to the Kingdom of Waruk. In addition, General Kizaru and the special mobile team are already preparing to go to the Kingdom of Waruk. Garp knew the seriousness of the matter. Bogart, change course. Advertisement. Yes. Bogart picked up the phone and shouted loudly, everyone is here, adjust the direction and move forward at full speed towards the Kingdom of Olak. Receive. Receive. At the same time. The capital of the Kingdom of Wara. A large number of nobles were drained of their blood by Crow and turned into mummies. Those civilians who had no major problems had been transferred to the Storm Islands in South Blue Bar and temporarily resettled. As for the problematic gangsters, criminals, unscrupulous businessmen, nobles, and thugs, relevant intelligence has been collected in advance through the winery. These have also been transferred away, but are being held in the secret prison on Angel Island. But this time, the world government responded very quickly. After our transferred all the civilians, there were still 8 towns where the criminals had not been transferred, and Porisalino appeared above the city of Wee. Porisalino is no nonsense. The starting point is a large piece of 8-foot megatama. Boo-hoo-hoo. Countless light bombs cover the entire city indiscriminately. Boom boom boom. Amid the fierce explosion, a rock giant stood up from the center of the city. Yo, isn't this a one-armed monkey? Vic's face appeared on the rock giant's chest. However, Porisalino knew very well that he must not fall into the siege of the Liberator organization, otherwise even with the speed of the shining fruit, the boat might capsize in the gutter. A ray of light refracted crazily in mid-air. From time to time, lasers or photobombs sputter randomly. Noah stood on the high mountain on the north side of Wee City, looking at the tarot cards he had just drawn. The silent crisis comes with the two-faced man. A collision of circumstances, a race against time for an opportunity. He closed his eyes and saw the domineering power extending in all directions until he saw 3 warships approaching the Kingdom of OU Iraq quickly, especially one of the warships with a dog's head on it. I see, is this the crisis brought about by Garp? Chapter 159 The End of Destiny. Garp. Noah narrowed his eyes. Since the other party might bring a crisis to the Liberator organization, he decided to go and have a look in person. Through electromagnetic waves, tell Vic, Crow, Lilith, and others to pay attention to their surroundings. If they encounter the 5 elders and others, do not engage in a protracted battle with them and escape with one strike. He borrowed Moria's ability, and instantly several shadow crows flew into the distance. Porisalino, who kept dealing with Vic, did not notice the departure of these crows. At the same time. Advertisement. The Garp fleet was more than 400 kilometers away, rapidly approaching the Kingdom of Wyruk. Saint Maz also carried Saint Satan and several masters of the Knights of God on his back, and also soared quickly towards the Kingdom of Olak. However, their speed is obviously not as fast as Noah's Shadow Crow. The Shadow Crow arrived on the sea near the Garp fleet in less than 5 hours. Noah then activated Shadow Warrior. Garp on the dog-headed warship immediately shouted, "Be careful, a powerful enemy is approaching." Bogart drew his saber without hesitation. As a sailor who has been sailing with Garp for a long time, he is also a very elite existence. Among the more than 400 sailors, the strength is generally at the colonel level of the headquarters, and there are more than a dozen major general-level combat capabilities. In addition, although the captains of the other 2 warships have the title of Rear Admiral, their strength has reached the level of an ordinary lieutenant general. With a roar from Garp, there was an explosion. Noah also appeared in midair, with Conqueror's domineering power, crushing power, and corrosive power wrapped around his fist. Supernova. Galaxy impact. Boom. Veins popped out on Garp's forehead, and the deck beneath his feet burst. Bogart also felt a fatal crisis, slay the devil. The indestructible slashing wave was instantly corroded and shattered. Quick. Boom. Garp and the others tried their best and were wrapped in armaments all over their bodies, but they could barely withstand the attacks of corrosive power, crushing power, and Conqueror's haki. However, their warships and the weaker sailors were not so lucky. In an instant, the warship was torn apart. The human body is in pieces. The shells smoked and exploded. Advertisement. Ah. Unforgivable. Garp's Conqueror suddenly erupted, and a pair of iron fists even waved out after images, bone fist meteor shower. Come on. Let me bury you in this sea. Noah instantly mobilized the 100-fold increase in strength from the power fruit, plus the physical enhancement from the iron fruit and blue dragon fruit. That unparalleled terrifying power caused unbearable distortion in the surrounding space. Boom. The shock wave of the bone fist meteor shower collapsed like a chicken or a dog. Garp sensed a fatal feeling that was hard to reach, and instantly jumped into the air one after another, jumping into the distant sea water. Boom. The violent force hit the sea surface, and a large crater with a radius of 5 or 6 kilometers instantly appeared on the sea surface. Even the seabed with a depth of several hundred meters was penetrated to a depth of nearly 1 kilometer. Garp, Bogart, and others in the sea water barely survived with the help of sea water to cushion the impact. But the marine side, which had dozens of people surviving just now, only had 5 people left at this moment. Noah stood in midair, looking down at the sea where a tsunami was about to form, clasping his hands together, magnetic field rotates and waves are eliminated. In an instant, the waves of the tsunami were neutralized. A large tsunami that could spread hundreds of kilometers around was eliminated in this way. Garp swam up from the bottom of the sea. As soon as he rushed out of the sea, he spit out a big mouthful of blood. Pft, cough cough cough. The other 4 surviving marine officers were also seriously injured and were floating like dead fish with the waves. Bogart. Notice soon. However, before Garp could swim over, Bogart shouted with a pale face, Lieutenant General Garp, the signal of the phone bug has been interfered, cough cough cough. Noah, who was condescending, asked slowly, you seem to have discovered something. What? Bogart was shocked. Garp also reacted instantly, Rum Kingdom. I see, I'm a little curious, how did you find out about this? Haha, Noah, let's continue. Garp yelled and gave Bogart another look. Bogart instantly understood what Garp meant. For a moment, Garp concentrated his power again, Galaxy Impact. Infinity. A ridiculous idea. Noah just finished speaking. The shadow formed by the sun had already fallen near Bogart. Garp fought hard. Noah multitasked. Pfft. Bogart's eyes widened, and his chest was penetrated by a black hand, cough cough cough, how is it possible, cough cough, shadow fruit. Advertisement. The shadow crushed Bogart's heart. Garp and Noah exchanged punches, and he was knocked into the bottom of the sea again. And at the moment Garp fell to the bottom of the sea, the remaining 3 marine officers were also crushed by iron sand. All this happened in just a few minutes. Garp felt a sense of despair. He finally understood Cyborg Kong's despair when he fought with Noah. Unfortunately, he had no time to be afraid. He knew that Noah was a devil fruit user. After feeling that all his men were killed, Garp had no intention of staying and fighting to the death. He quickly used the protection of the sea water to swim towards the general direction of the Alok Kingdom. Noah, who was in midair, also felt Garp's movements. The next moment, he slapped his hands on the sea. The power of fluttering is stimulated. In an instant, the surrounding sea water with a radius of dozens of kilometers was controlled. In the sea water, Garp, who was swimming desperately, suddenly felt a terrible sense of crisis. However, before he could react, the surrounding sea water turned into ferocious beasts and bit at him. This ability. Garp thought of the golden lion's fluttering fruit for a moment, but unfortunately there was no time for him to think about it. He waved his fist vigorously and blasted away the sea water beasts that were besieging him. However, the surrounding sea water beasts are endless, seemingly endless. No. We can't go on like this. Garp felt that the oxygen supply in his body was insufficient. If there was no fierce battle, he could hold his breath in the sea for several hours, but once fighting in the sea, the oxygen consumption rate in the body would increase exponentially. Boom. A fist was thrown out, and the shock wave of the bone fist rose into the sky. Garp moonwalk takes a breath of fresh air. It's just that he didn't realize the danger and entered the body with his breathing. Noah didn't stop the other person from breathing, he just looked at Garp quietly. Garp saw that Noah showed no signs of taking action, and a chill came from his heart. He was fully energized by the sight, but without the type of sight that could predict the future, there was no way to detect the fungal spores hidden in the air. Garp saw that the situation was not good. Although he didn't know why Noah didn't take action, he already vaguely felt the danger. While stepping into the air, he continued running towards the kingdom of Ula. However, facing Noah who was following him everywhere, Garp was stopped before he even ran 50 kilometers. That's it. Hoo-ho, you're definitely not Joey Boy. Garp shouted. The so-called prophecies, the so-called Joy Boy, and the so-called sun god Nika are just your self-righteous beliefs. I only believe in myself. It would be really sad if the world needs to be saved by prophecies. The fungus in Garp's body began to erupt on a large scale, and he finally felt something was wrong with his body. What did you do? Boom. Terrifying force hit Garp instantly, like a nuclear explosion with the equivalent of 1,000,000 tons. Garp's body was blown into a cloud of blood. Chapter 160 Secret Meeting. As Garp was killed by Noah with one fist. Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. In the life paper storage room, several bottles of marine high-level life paper were displayed, and the life paper inside quickly burned. Gilu. A marine major swallowed. Lieutenant General Bogart's paper of life has been burned out. Advertisement. Notify Major General Kong Ming quickly. Okay. The messenger, who had just woken up from a dream, quickly picked up the phone and reported the situation. But less than 10 minutes. Kong Ming and he just stepped into the life paper management room. Garp's life paper quickly burned. Garp. His feet were a little unsteady, and the female soldier on the side quickly helped her. Kong Ming's forehead was even covered with cold sweat, and he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He muttered to himself, General Porisalano can't be contacted, even if the special mobile team has arrived in Ula Kingdom, the enemy can also evacuate quickly, we are too passive. Crane also calmed down, his eyes full of grief. As expected, Garp has become the target of the enemy. She had previously advised Garp not to return to the East Daxia Sea frequently, or to bring his grandson to live in the marine family town in Marinefando. He even hinted to Garp that if he really didn't want to bring his grandson to Malinfando, he could let the dragon take him away secretly. After all, the Liberator Organization is currently launching a very fierce offensive against the world government, and it specifically selects the world government's high-level combat forces to attack. Garp's frequent returns to the East Daxia Sea may be a secret to other forces, but for the mysterious Liberator Organization, it is not a problem. As long as the Liberator Organization locks Garp's position and secretly dispatches several general-level combat forces, Garp and the fleet he leads will not be able to escape the opponent's stranglehold. From the perspective of he and Kong Ming, both of them believed that this was a trap set by the Liberator Organization in the Kingdom of Wara. They first attracted Porisalano, the fastest mobile man, to prevent the other party from supporting Garp, and then directly attacked Garp. Beheading. The abnormal situation in the Rum Kingdom detected by Colonel Cockroach and Bogart was completely buried under the unknown sea in the East Daxia Sea with the destruction of the Garp fleet. Advertisement. Half an hour later. Porisalano contacted Marine headquarters again. The rock demon Vic of the Liberator Organization has evacuated through the underground rock formations. I am still at the ruins of the Kingdom of Wara. Kong Ming said with a hint of sadness, General Kizaru, Lieutenant General Garp, and Lieutenant General Bogart have been killed. You should be more careful. What? Porisalano's expression on the other side of the phone suddenly turned ugly. He felt that he and Marine were being played around by the Liberators. At the same time, Crane also reported the death of Garp and others to Saint Satan. Saint Satan, who was standing on the back of the Holy Bird of Maz, and several Knights of God, also had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Although Saint Sardan has never had much trust in Garp's position, the other party's previous performance in the Valley of Gods made the Tianlong people owe him a big favor. This is also the fundamental reason why the five elders can tolerate Garp continuing to be a marine hero. If there is no special credit for the Valley of the Gods incident, the fact that he is the father of the dragon is enough for the five elders to dismiss him and investigate. Now that Garp has been killed, the reason why Saint Satan looks ugly is not because he has any affection for Garp, but because the world government has lost another high-level combat force. Saint Maz, who turned into a giant bird, soared and asked, Satan, are you still going to the Kingdom of Warak now? Saint Satan shook his head, no need, I will inform Porisalano to return to Marigio. After all, in the face of the elusive Liberator Organization, even if the five elders are dispatched together, as long as the other party wants to escape, the five elders can't do anything to the other party. This is where space-type ability users find themselves in difficulty. In addition, so far, no force has discovered where the so-called Kingdom of Dawn is. The inability to know the specific location of the Kingdom of Dawn means that the world government cannot threaten the other party's homeland to make the Liberator Organization take action. However, the world government, which has a large family and business, has to beware of sneak attacks by the Liberator Organization, and is faced with the embarrassing situation of fortifications everywhere and leaks everywhere. Without 2 or 3 general-level experts acting together, those marine bases or fleets would be basically unable to fight back once faced with a sudden attack by the Liberator Organization. But the world government's general-level experts are, after all, limited. Advertisement. The Corps Marijoa now has the leader of the Knights of God, Garen Sheng, and 3 quasi-general-level knights, as well as 2 general-level masters from the Air Force, plus several masters from CP0. The security pressure is not great, and it can even be send 1 or 2 generals to support. Marines headquarters, Marine Land, plus the Sabayati Islands, also have 3 or 4 general-level masters stationed there, Sengoku, Tsuru, Jun, Dark Horse, etc. New World G1, Kuzan, and G0, Sakaski, also need 2 general-level experts to guard them. You need to watch out for Sky Empire and Germa Kingdom in North Blue. Aramaki needs to clear the Paradise Sea area of the Grand Line. The masters in these places basically cannot be misappropriated easily. The remaining masters who can attack are the 5 elders, 2 or 3 god knights, 2 army generals, Porisalano, Shishibukai, and I'm hiding in Marijoya. Calculated in this way, the world government's advanced combat power in the East Daxia Sea, South Blue, and West Blue appears to be very weak. As soon as Saint and others returned to Marijoya, he secretly held a high-level meeting. The people who participated in this meeting were the 5 elders, Marine Sengoku, Tsuru, Porisalano, Army Fleet Admiral, Air Force Fleet Admiral, CP Chief, and Commander of the Knights of God, Saint Gagarin. As for Issei, Aramaki, and others, it is obvious that they are not completely trusted, and it is impossible for Shishibukai to be involved. The gate of opening of Satan was straight to the point. This incident in the Kingdom of Wyra has shown us that the various contingency plans we have formulated before are simply unable to suppress the raid by the Liberator Organization. Chief CP took the opportunity to propose, 5 elders, if we want to avoid the passive situation in these incidents, we must have more space ability users to ensure that our experts can quickly focus on supporting various sea areas around the world. He also expressed his thoughts. Now we only have 3 space-type ability users. One is His Excellency Satan Saint, the other is the teleportation fruit of Air Force Lieutenant General Mook, and the meatball fruit of Shishibukai Tyrant Bear. This is clearly not enough. Furthermore, for Lieutenant General Mook's teleportation fruit, teleportation points must be established in advance. They can only be fixed on those islands and can only maintain a maximum of 100 points. We must carefully consider the location of these points. In addition, the Tyrant Bear's ability to fly the meatball fruit cannot be teleported in an instant, so it is not suitable as a means of quick support. Moreover, the opponent's position is also a problem. After listening to his description, Sarton turned his head and looked at the CP chief. James, are there still those space-type ability users active in the sea now? Currently, people with teleportation fruit abilities have appeared several times in West Blue, but the other party is very cautious. The mirror fruit has not been found, and the Big Mom pirates are also secretly looking for this fruit. The whole fruit has not been found, the door fruit has also not been found. Na Xiaolang Sheng directly ordered, intensify the search efforts and find a way to recruit the teleportation fruit ability person. Even if you give him a lieutenant general position, money is not an issue. The CP chief nodded, yes, my subordinates will do their best. Chapter 161 Catalogue of Forbidden Books. March 18, 1511 in the Haiwan calendar. Morgans, hiding in the Sky Empire, still secretly controls the World Economic News Agency, regularly publishing various current affairs news to the world. On this day, the newsbird devoted an entire page of the newspaper to the death of Marine hero Garp and the fact that world government once again lost a franchise country. White Earth Island, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Long looked at the newspaper in his hand, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, but he quickly put away his grief and turned to the crow and said, I need to go to the East Daxia Sea. In the next few months, the headquarters will be handed over to you. Advertisement. Chief, be careful yourself. Crow knew the relationship between Long and Garp. It was precisely because of this that he reminded the other party to pay attention to safety, and also reminded Long not to act out of anger. I'll pay attention, I'll leave it to you at the headquarters. The dragon transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the underground room. Crow looked at the room after Long left, a trace of confusion and thought flashed through his eyes. As the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, he was not a simple person. Among the 5 commanders of the current Revolutionary Army, although Ivankov has a delicate mind, she is mentally abnormal. She only obeys the dragon's words and hopes to establish the so-called new human kingdom. The commander of the Confederate Army, Lindbergh, was a member of the Fur tribe. Although he was very smart, his intelligence tended towards that of a scientist. Although Belobody, the commander of the Eastern Army, has a very strong inciting ability, his inciting ability is enhanced by the ability to encourage fruits, rather than possessing the instigating power to confuse people. The commander of the Western Army, Mo Lee, is a giant and a human demon. He is also not good at strategy and thinking, but his combat effectiveness and fruit abilities are good. The commander of the Northern Army, Crow, is currently the part-time chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and one of the few members of the Revolutionary Army who has thought deeply about revolutionary ideas. It was precisely because he thought too much and saw too much that Crow had self-doubt about the ideological core of the Revolutionary Army. In particular, some of the actions of Long, Ivankov, Big Bear, and others made Crow re-examine the thoughts of the Revolutionary Army and began to doubt whether the Revolutionary Army led by Long and others could really change the world. He took out a newspaper from his jacket, which was Noah's Emancipation Proclamation, and thought about it silently. Can you really change the world? You could obviously sneak into Marie Joya and rescue Ginny, why did you choose to endure it? Now that your father has been killed, you have left everything behind and returned to the East Daxia Sea. In your heart, blood and family ties are indeed more important than comradeship. Advertisement. Once a smart person begins to have doubts, he can easily fall into self-denial. The Crow is in this state at this time. Obviously, the impact brought by Noah is not only on the physical level, but more importantly, on the ideological level. Without comparison before, Crow might not think about the ideological issues of the Revolutionary Army, nor examine the behavior of Long and others. Now with the comparison of the Liberator Organization, Crow is really confused. With the ability of Dragon Logia's Hurricane Fruit, coupled with Bear's Meatball Fruit and Molly's Push Fruit, it may not be enough to attack Marie Joya openly, but sneaking in secretly has a high success rate. After all, even a mediocre tiger can climb up Mary Joa with his bare hands. With the secret help of Rayleigh and Shucky, he can escape from Mary Joa with a large number of slaves. There's no reason why a dragon and a bear can't take away a Ginny together. Unfortunately, the dragon and the bear still chose to endure. However, the Liberator Organization killed Marine Fleet Admiral and Marine heroes, evacuated the franchised countries, and seemed to be doing things flawlessly. At present, there are as many as 26 franchise countries in the world that have been captured by the Liberator Organization. Adding in the franchise countries controlled by the Sky Empire and the Kingdom of Germa, there are now only 122 franchise countries left in the world government. As for the Revolutionary Army, they currently only have one non-franchised country, the Kingdom of Makabaka, plus some secret strongholds scattered across the Four Seas and the Grand Route. The gap between the two sides is too great. Crow suspects that in a few more years, the Liberators will be on equal footing with the world government, while the Revolutionary Army is still holding back. Moreover, Crow, who was born as a slave, became more and more suspicious of Long's model of overthrowing the bad king and supporting the good king. This change in thinking is like a virus, multiplying crazily in the Crow's mind and unable to stop it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Creaking, the wooden door slowly opened. An ordinary young man appeared at the door. Crow's hoarse voice slowly sounded, Peter, what's the matter? Commander, these are the books that the World Economic Society has secretly sold these days. I purchased a batch through the channels of the underground world. I found that some of the books may be sensitive and I want to review them with the leader. Peter listed the books. Hand it to the other person. While taking the book list, Crow explained, the leader has recently gone to other sea areas for business, and I will be responsible for the work of this department for the time being. Advertisement. That's it. Peter smiled and nodded. But when Crow looked at the book list in his hand, his eyes began to change. Collection of social survey reports of countries in the East Daxia Sea, celestial dragons and the noble system, the rule structure of world government, 5 volumes of dragon slaying, quotations of Noah, there has never been a savior, Utopia 1600, fight to the end, the sun and the torch, King of Utopia Charles IX, the Valley of the Gods incident begins and ends, O'Hara incident begins and ends. Peter saw the change in Crow's eyes, and he quickly suggested, Commander, should these books be prohibited from being studied internally? Is there a sample book? Yes, I have purchased 10 sets of each book. Crow ordered sternly, okay, don't distribute it internally yet. Send it to me here first. I want to read it first and criticize the wrong ideas in it. As expected of the captain of the Crow army, I will send it over right away. Half an hour later, Peter carried a large box of books and came to Crow's office. Crow also returned to his own office from Long's office. After he asked Peter to exit, he began to look through these books. Although he had understood the ideological program of the Liberator Organization before, he did not have a deep understanding, mainly because he did not have relevant information. Now that these books are available, Crow naturally wants to take a peek. He first read 5 volumes of dragon slaying and quotations of Noah. After reading this, it was already more than 10 days later. Although Crow's eyes were bloodshot, his spirit was still in a state of excitement and he also recorded a large book of reading notes. Peter, who criticized these books with him, did not change much. He still had a smile on his face, as if these books had no effect on him. Crow closed the last page and turned to look at Peter. Peter, do you think these books should be prohibited from being read by internal members? Army Commander, how can such a wrong book be allowed to contaminate the soldiers of our Revolutionary Army? It must be banned and all members must be solemnly notified so that they must not buy or browse these banned books. Crow's eyes closed. You are right, this kind of banned books must be completely banned. You can draft an internal notice in my name and require the headquarters and the 5 major branches to strictly prohibit browsing and purchasing books in the catalogue. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Go for it. Chapter 162 Crack. The ideological divisions within the Revolutionary Army, secretly promoted by Crow, began to become more and more obvious. But Long, who hurried back to the East Daxia Sea at this time, did not notice this problem. However, Ivankov, Betty and others were not very vigilant. They had not read the banned books in these catalogues. They only knew that these were books published by the Liberator organization through Morgan's advertisement. Therefore, they believed that Crow prohibited members of the Revolutionary Army from browsing and purchasing. That's excusable. However, they don't know that banned books can sometimes trigger rebellious psychology in many people, so they secretly browse and buy such books. Crow was actually aware of Peter's problem at this time, but instead of exposing the other party, he pretended not to see it. Under the tacit operation of the 2 men, these banned books secretly spread among the members of the Revolutionary Army. After browsing many books written by the liberators, Crow increasingly felt that there was something wrong with Long's thinking. His revolution was a typical form of feudal reformism, not even capitalism. This problem is very fatal, especially for the awakened Crow and others. They can see at a glance that Long's thoughts and improvement plans are essentially maintaining the feudal aristocratic system and trying to extend the life of the feudal aristocratic system. If the members of the Revolutionary Army are all middle class, small nobles, small businessmen, etc., then Long's feudal reform ideas may have a strong market. The problem is that most members of the Revolutionary Army are either slaves or impoverished civilians. Long is the outlier among the Revolutionary Army. Long's father is Marine Lieutenant General. Before he left Marine, his position was Marine Major General. He is a very typical Marine second generation and a member of the ruling class. If this situation had happened before, there might not have been a big problem. After all, there was no liberator organization for comparison. But it is different now. After the comparison, many ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army will have doubts. Crow and Peter are accelerating this process. Both of them know very well that the split of the Revolutionary Army has become a foregone conclusion. Now it depends on how many people are willing to switch to the Liberator organization and how many people are loyal to Long. An awakened force headed by Crow and Peter took root in the body of the Revolutionary Army and spread rapidly. Long was too confident, thinking that with his charisma and reformist ideas, all members of the Revolutionary Army could be of the same mind as him. It's a pity that he forgot that most of the members of the Revolutionary Army came from poor backgrounds, and were naturally hostile to the feudal aristocratic system. Given the choice between improving the feudal aristocratic system or destroying the feudal aristocratic system, many people who have been oppressed and enslaved by the feudal aristocracy will most likely choose the latter. East Daxia Sea. After more than a week of hard work, with the speed of the hurricane fruit, Long finally returned to his hometown of Dawn Island, Windmill Village. At the same time, the 3 brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo deep in the mountains have become much stronger after more than a year of hard training. But these days, Dodden always prevents the 3 brothers from going to the garbage dump. Advertisement. Luffy took a piece of big stick meat and chewed it, then asked with a sullen expression, Dodden, why don't you let us go to the garbage dump? Dodden sighed inwardly, but there was a trace of impatience on his face. There are big pirates over there recently. If you want to die, just go there quickly, especially you Luffy. If you don't want to avenge Shanks, you can go to the dump. In fact, she had read the news of Garp's death in the newspaper 4 days ago. Although Garp always threatened her, she knew very well that without Garp's protection, she, the bandit leader, would have been wiped out long ago. Dodden was very sad about Garp's death, and at the same time, he was extremely worried about Luffy's future. Garp died at the hands of the Liberator organization, which meant that Luffy had one more enemy, and it was the very powerful Liberator organization, plus the Sky Empire. She couldn't imagine how out of control and angry Luffy would be after learning the news of Garp's death. This was also the reason why she stopped the 3 brothers from going to the garbage dump. After all, there must be a lot of abandoned newspapers there. Luffy was very nervous, but Ace and Sabo would often collect newspapers and learn all kinds of news about the sea. But Dodden knew very well that she could only hide it for a while, but she couldn't hide it from Luffy forever. After all, Garp comes back once or twice a year. He has already come back once this year, but what about next year? What about the year after that? Just when Dodden was worried, a figure in green robe appeared at the gate of the village. The few bandits who were watching the gate were about to scold this guy who didn't care about life and death, but their eyes instantly turned white and they slowly fell to the ground. When Dodden heard the movement outside, his body tensed up instantly and he casually pulled out a pistol. The other bandits also reacted quickly. Just as the door slowly opened, Dodden's eyes widened and his whole body became stiff. Why are you back? As a father, isn't it natural for you to come and take a look at your child? Long did not turn down his hood. Dodden waved his hand, you all go out. The other party is an old acquaintance of mine. Although a dozen bandits were doubtful, they still left silently. Only Dodden, Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Dragon were left in the room. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and already guessed that the man in green robes in front of them was most likely Luffy's father. Who are you? Luffy asked with a confused look on his face. Long turned down his hood, looked at his innocent son, and said slowly, I am Monkey D. Long, and I am also your father. Should I pay my father back? Advertisement. Dodden nodded, he is indeed your father and Garp's son. Long did not say anything about the family's shortcomings, but directly stated his purpose, I came back this time to take you out of the East Daxia Sea. I don't want. Luffy refused directly. Ace and Sabo were silent. Your grandfather can no longer protect you. Why? What does this have to do with Grandpa? Dodden frowned, but hesitated to speak. Dragon placed a newspaper in front of Luffy, your grandfather has died in the battle. The enemy is very powerful and may attack the kingdom of Goa at any time. If you don't want to be captured by the enemy, you can only follow me and leave. What? Ace was shocked and immediately grabbed the newspaper. After reading it, Ace looked extremely ugly, that old man is actually dead. Grandpa is dead? Impossible. I don't have to lie to you. Dodden looked helplessly at Luffy, who looked collapsed. Luffy, Garp did die in the battle. Ah! Luffy roared crazily as he completely collapsed, and suddenly a terrifying amount of Conqueror's haki erupted from his body. Dragon was not surprised by this. After all, he and Garp both had Conquerors, and it was not surprising that Luffy had Conquerors. Night. Still in the small living room in the cottage. After listening to Long's careful explanation, Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Dodden learned some hidden information, and the Liberator organization that killed Garp made Luffy feel the hopeless powerlessness this time. If you don't leave, you will be captured by the Liberator organization when they capture the kingdom of Goa. Then you won't be able to go to sea and take revenge. Luffy clenched his fists, I'll go with you. Count me in. Of course Ace wouldn't stay. Mr. Long, I also want to join the Revolutionary Army. Sabo also wants to leave the Goa kingdom. Dodden also didn't want to stay, because the Liberator organization was very strict with bandits and pirates. Chapter 163 Unlucky Guy. April 4, 1511 in the Haiwan calendar. West Blue. A pirate ship is stranded in a mangrove wetland, waiting to leave here again when the tide rises. Several pirates on the boat were discussing their harvest. Boss, are you really going to sell that thing to the Don Quixote family? The deer-headed and rat-eyed pirate asked in a low voice. Advertisement. The pirate captain, who was chewing his cigar, showed a hint of helplessness. You think I want to sell? The Capone family didn't bully people too much. Didn't they just rob one of their merchant ships? Do you need to pursue it so hard? The deer-headed rat-eyed pirate was still unwilling. Boss, if you eat that thing, you may gain great strength. Then we won't have to worry about being hunted by the Capone family, and we won't have to rely on others. Haha, do you know what the ability of that devil fruit is? The pirate captain lay on the beach chair and took a puff of cigarette. Hey! I don't want to gamble. But although the Shishibukai is behind the Don Quixote family, the Capone family may not necessarily betray each other's face. Okay, stop talking. All right. Other side. In the temporary base camp of the Don Quixote family. Torble walked into Doflamingo's study with a smile on his face. Dover, there's good news. Doflamingo, who was checking West Blue's underground intelligence, raised his head. Torble, what's the good news? A small pirate group wants to join us. Doflamingo took off his glasses, wiped them gently, and asked expressionlessly, what are they worth? It's a devil fruit. These bumpkins don't know the specific abilities of this fruit, and they offended the Capone family a few days ago, so they plan to sell this fruit to us and hope to gain our protection. I think we can agree to it. Oh? What kind of fruit is it? Doflamingo knew that Torble would not joke about this kind of thing. Mirror mirror fruit. Mirror mirror fruit? Phew phew. It seems that my luck is not bad. Doflamingo's lips immediately raised. Promise them, it's just the Capone family. Oh? You are very confident. Doflamingo's face darkened instantly, and he looked at the huge black shadow emerging from the shadows on the side of the door. Mariah, what do you mean? Advertisement. Moria walked out of the shadows, looked at the sharp lines all around, and walked towards Doflamingo unscrupulously. Those thin wires that are enough to cut steel seem to have no effect on Moria. You have no strength, but you have such arrogant ambitions. This is your tragedy. Doflamingo. Veins popped up on Doflamingo's forehead, if you came here specifically to taunt me, then get out of here. If you want to fight, I will fight with you to the end. Haha, that's why I said you are very confident. In an instant, Doflamingo's vision became a warning. It's a pity that his strength is too weak. Doflamingo, who is barely strong enough to be a quasi-general, faced Mariah who borrowed Noah's power and had almost no power to fight back, and was instantly choked by the neck. Doflamingo's face looked like pig liver. Ahem, impossible. Too weak. Let Dover go. Gooey Cannon. Shadow Parasite. A dozen shadow soldiers emerged from Torbal's shadow and controlled the guy in an instant, and then inserted a long needle of sea tower stone into his body. Almost at the same time, a dozen black shadow soldiers emerged from Doflamingo's shadow, and they also inserted long sea tower stone needles into his body. Devil fruit users are so fragile. Moria let go of Doflamingo's neck. Doflamingo gasped loudly, "Who? What do you want? Everyone is Shishibukai. Who? If you kill me, the world government will not let you go." Really? World government really scares me. Moria looked at the clown with a half smile. What do you want? Devil fruit? Or the corpse of a strong man? I want both. No problem, we can cooperate. Doflamingo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party wants something, he can do whatever he wants. But he didn't expect that Moria, who looked like a fat man before, would be so powerful that he had no power to fight back. What I want all of them means is that your fruit, your body, and your family are all mine. Doflamingo's face turned ugly for a moment, and then he said with a dry smile, "Don't be kidding." In a matter of seconds, Doflamingo was tied up by the shadow tentacles, and then a shadow tentacle was inserted into his nostrils and penetrated directly through the nostrils into his brain. What are you going to do? Doflamingo was shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, his frontal lobe had been cut off by the shadow tentacles and pulled out along his nostrils. Advertisement. Doflamingo's eyes began to lose their luster a little bit. After a few minutes, it became extremely empty, like an empty shell, like a walking corpse. Torbal saw this scene from the side and was so frightened that he trembled all over. However, his fear could not change the outcome. In less than 3 days, the Don Quixote family was secretly replaced by Moria, and all the core members of the Don Quixote family were controlled. Shishibukai defected again. In fact, the main reason for dealing with the Don Quixote family this time was Becky's request. Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family do have 2 skills, especially in the underworld. They only entered West Blue less than 5 months ago and have begun to regroup. Unfortunately, Doflamingo does not know that the 2 mafia families in West Blue are the Black Gloves of the Liberatore. Becky is not a person who likes to follow the rules. He does not want to use underworld means to compete with the Don Quixote family, but reports to Noah. When Noah saw that Doflamingo was about to cause trouble again, he naturally would not let him destroy the Liberator's layout in West Blue. He directly ordered Moria to take action himself. Facing the strengthened Moria, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family directly attacked. Ha ha ha. As expected of you. Dove. Moria looked at the 3 devil fruits handed over by Doflamingo with a satisfied smile on his face. After becoming an apostle, Doflamingo's personality did not change much, but he became more loyal and wiser. He picked up one of the devil fruits with a smile. Destiny is really wonderful, golden fruit. This fruit, which would have been obtained by the Golden Emperor, changed due to the large-scale invasion of North Blue by the Sky Empire, which caused the Don Quixote family to withdraw from North Blue. Would you like another fruit? Doflamingo shook his head. No need, my thread fruit will awaken soon. Mirai reminded, you should know that before the Lord awakens, it is impossible for our fruits to awaken. It doesn't matter, this day won't be too far away. Whatever you want. At this moment, Pika emerged from the ground, holding a devil fruit in his hand. It was the mirror fruit that the little pirate group planned to sell to the Don Quixote family. Moria took the mirror fruit and said, it's another strategic level devil fruit. It seems that the Lord is very lucky. The lucky fruit's passive effect is indeed very powerful. Moria put away the 4 devil fruits, then turned to look at Doflamingo. You can continue to develop in West Blue. Choose an opportunity to control 1 or 2 countries, and Becky will cooperate with you. No problem. Chapter 164 Choice. The Liberators took control of Don Quixote's family. Sabayati Islands. In a low-rise private house. A middle-aged man with green hair looked at a book in his hand and muttered to himself, where on earth are you? Suddenly, a carefree young man rushed into the room. Boss Tetsora, Don Quixote's auction house has been closed these days. Advertisement. Have you heard any news? Tetsora's eyes flashed. No. The young man shook his head awkwardly. Tetsora did not blame his younger brother for this. After all, the power of the Don Quixote family was not something that a little gangster could easily spy on. He looked at the other younger brother. Fili, have you found any trace of the Liberator organization? The bald man named Philly also shook his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I have asked my subordinates to pay attention to this information, but the Liberator organization is so elusive that not even Marine and world government can do anything about it. We can only try our luck. Teazero closed the book. Of course he knew that the Liberator organization was unstable, but he did not want to give up, because he knew very well that if he wanted to take revenge on the Draco, then joining the Liberator organization was the best choice. If even the Liberator organization cannot deal with the Celestial Dragons, then it will be even more impossible for him to join other forces. Destiny is so wonderful. The reason why Teazero came up with the idea of joining the Liberators was because of the terrifying strength displayed by the Liberators and the ideological awakening brought about by that series of books. If it was the original timeline, Teazero could only rely on himself, so he had to steal Doflamingo's golden fruit and become the Golden Emperor. Now he has a better choice. Just when Tetsura was racking his brains, there was a knock at the door. Bang! Who? Security check. Teazero frowned and then motioned to his younger brother to go to the gate of opening. Crunch! The wooden door slowly opened. A middle-aged man wearing a sheriff's uniform stood at the door. Can you please show me your residence permit and ID card? Tetsura didn't panic at all and took out his forged ID and handed it over. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past the three of them. The two younger brothers instantly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. The wooden door slowly closed. Advertisement. Tetsala was also breaking into a cold sweat at this time, and his body involuntarily stepped back. You, who are you? I heard that you are looking for the Liberator organization. The middle-aged man took out the dog mask and put it on. Seeing this mask, Tetsala's pupil shrank. He's actually from CP. But he immediately realized that although he was looking for the Liberator organization, he did not say in front of his younger brother that he wanted to join the Liberator organization. There were many forces looking for the Liberator organization in the sea. After reacting, Tetsura quickly lowered his head and bowed. I am indeed looking for traces of the Liberator organization. After all, as long as there are clues, I can get a bounty of 100 million belly. Oh? I thought you wanted to join the Liberators. Tetsalo's heart suddenly tightened, but he shook his head desperately. How is that possible? I just want to make some money. That's good, you can go and die. What? Tetsura's eyes suddenly darkened and he fell to the ground. Not a moment. When he woke up again, he found himself in a room made of rocks. Outside the room, Enel pushed open the door and entered. When Tetsura saw the person in front of him, his face was a little frightened and uneasy. You are not CP, who are you? Enel has borrowed News ability, which can distinguish between good and evil, and has enveloped Teazero. Fear, doubt, murderous intention, escape, hatred, unwillingness. Mixed emotions filled Tetsalo's heart. Why look for traces of the Liberators? Of course it's for the bounty. To join the Liberators, of course. So that's it. Enel raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, what do you think of the Celestial Dragons? What? Teazero was stunned, looking at Enel with a strange look, and then Kide said insincerely. I have great admiration and envy for World Noble. I wish I could kill all the Celestial Dragons. Enel took a deep look at the man. Are you interested in joining CP? We need talents like you. Join CP. Join the CP. Do you want to? No, I am a slave of the Celestial Dragons. If the CP finds out, I will definitely be treated as a slave again. But if I refuse the other party, will it anger the CP people? Tetsura was struggling internally. Enel continued to cross-examine, and after more than a dozen questions, he had basically figured out Tetsura's situation. Advertisement. Mary, who had been at the door, had already written the assessment report. As soon as Enel came out, he checked it again before the two of them signed to confirm that it had passed the preliminary safety review. How to arrange this guy? First send him to the Don Quixote family for secret training for a while. I'm going to South Blue. You can send him to West Blue. After Mary said that, she used the escape channel card and disappeared into the secret base of the Sabayati Islands. Middle. Enel shrugged and reopened the door. The uneasiness in Tetsura's heart became more and more intense. After a while, Tetsura and a dozen of his younger brothers were packed up and thrown into the Don Quixote family's secret base in West Blue. After a period of dizziness, Tetsura finally woke up and fell into deep thought at the same time, because the feeling just now was like passing through a dim passage all of a sudden. He looked around blankly. Where is this? Boss, are you okay? What is this place? A dozen boys were also a little panicked. After a while, the door opened again. Only this time the person who appeared was no longer Enel, but Pika. Seeing Pika appear here, Tetsura's eyes were very surprised and confused. Tetsura, this is your file, take a look at it yourself. Tetsalo, who was full of doubts, took the file bag. When he opened the first page, his face instantly turned ugly and his body began to tremble. Why? Why do you know this? Pika took out a bottle of rum and took a sip. Do you really think your disguise can hide it from everyone? Haha, Don Quixote family, so that's it. Is Doflamingo also a celestial dragon? Tetsuora's expression was a bit hysterical. Wrong, now the Don Quixote family is a subordinate branch of the Liberator organization. What? Tezuro's eyes widened. This is impossible. It is impossible for the Liberator organization to accept a Draco. Because it's impossible, it's possible. Pika drank the rum in his hand. Why? Because the real Doflamingo is dead, including the original owner of this body. Hearing these words, Tetsuora's mind went blank. He looked at Pika in surprise. You actually control the Don Quixote family. Don't worry, you still have a chance to change your mind. Only those villains who have no chance of changing their minds will be transformed into apostles. Tetsuora didn't know how to answer for a moment. After reading your file, you can choose for yourself whether you want to join the Liberator organization. If you refuse, I will send you to the Kingdom of Dawn to be an ordinary person. However, Tetsuora made his choice without hesitation. I want to join the Liberators, even if I die for it, I am willing to do so. I hope you won't regret it. Chapter 165, Drawing Fire from the Bottom of the Cauldron. Although the Liberator organization has incorporated the entire Don Quixote family, the overall strength of the Don Quixote family is not very strong. In addition to Doflamingo, Pika, Stone Fruit, Torrible, Sticky Fruit, Rauji, Mahabes, Tons of Fruit, Gladius, Explosion Fruit, and the lurking outside of Marines Virgo. The other members are relatively average in strength. In addition, the Liberator organization's purge of non-apostle members of the Don Quixote family also eliminated 2 non-ability Cotters, Rauji and Yura. As well as Delinger, Peak, Violet and others from Don Quixote who did not join due to the butterfly effect. Advertisement. As a result, among the ordinary members of the Don Quixote family at this stage, only 2 children, Buffalo, the fruit of the turn, and Baby 5, are left. That's why Noah asked people to incorporate Tetzalo into the Don Quixote family. As long as he eats the golden fruit, Tezuro's strength will increase by leaps and bounds. However, Noah would not hand over the golden fruit to him at the beginning. Instead, he would need about a year to carry out ideological education, while also conditioning his body and reshaping the foundation of Tezuro's body so that he could eat the fruit again. His strength will soon reach the level of a quasi-general. Doflamingo, the apostle, also needs to recondition his body. After all, he has not undergone systematic exercise, and his body must have many hidden injuries. In order to enhance the strength of the Don Quixote family, Noah arranged for some of the graduates from this year's training camp to be given to the Don Quixote family, including the light and heavy female Mitaki, the little fox Karina and others, among whom Karina was given the mirror fruit. However, knowing that all forces are secretly looking for the mirror fruit, Karina will not appear on the public side of the Don Quixote family, but as a secret member. With the addition of the Golden Emperor Tezuro, the little fox Karina, the light and heavy female Mitaki and others, the strength of the Don Quixote family will soon expand. The purpose of Noah's doing this is to gradually dismantle the world government's ruling system through a piecemeal approach. Now the world situation has entered the garbage time stage. North Blue is divided into 3 parts by Marine, Sky Empire, and Germa Kingdom, and is secretly controlled by the Liberator organization. South Blue was mostly emptied by the Liberators. There is the Kingdom of Rum in the East Daxia Sea. There are 2 major mafia families in West Blue, plus the Don Quixote family of Shishibukai. Grand Line Paradise has 3 Shishibukai, Baroque Studio, Beast Territory, and Shadow Kingdom. Advertisement. Grand Line, New World, there is a Sky Empire that controls a quarter of the New World Sea area. Plus Lunar Base Camp. On the surface, it seems that the world government still completely controls the East Daxia Sea, West Blue, Paradise, 1/5 of New World, 1/4 of North Blue, and 1/2 of South Blue. In fact, as long as the Liberator organization is willing, it can change the flag of North Blue at any time and evacuate South Blue. At the same time, it can capture more than half of the Paradise Island country and subvert a third of West Blue. Just doing this will inevitably cause the world government to jump over the wall. There is a high probability that the 5 elders will immediately give the order for Sakazuki to detonate the Hell Valley Island in New World, thus destroying the entire New World and triggering large-scale tsunamis and rising sea levels in North Blue and West Blue. Therefore, the closer you are to victory, the more cautious you must be to avoid the possibility of capsizing in the gutter. Noah plans to use the Don Quixote family to create a fierce collision between the Don Quixote family, the Capone family, and the Gambino family, and control some non-franchised islands. At the same time, the kings of some West Blue franchised countries are secretly controlled. For some West Blue franchised countries that are difficult to secretly control, through the hands of the Liberator organization, the kings and nobles are directly killed and the civilians are evacuated. All in all, West Blue and North Blue must be captured before 1515. At the same time, the entire South Blue must be evacuated before 1515. Noah has already planned it, and the decisive battle will be held in the waters of South Blue. As for the East Daxia Sea during the decisive battle, Noah planned to leave it to North Blue's Yushan, the Kingdom of Jerma, and the cooperation of the Kingdom of Rum. The territory of Beasts, Baroque Studio, Shadow Kingdom, and Hell are responsible for the entire Paradise battlefield. The Mafia families of Sky Empire and West Blue are responsible for the entire New World battlefield. The core battlefield with the world government takes place in the area of Marine Fando, Impel Down, Judiciary Island, Sabayati Islands, Nine Snake Island, Marijoa, and the northeastern waters of South Blue. This combat plan was not just Noah's idea, the staff led by Crow also participated in the formulation and research of the plan. Noah was recently at the Storm Islands in South Blue, helping to review internal members. After Mary returned from the Sabayati Islands, she came directly to see him. That guy's character is okay, but his heart is filled with hatred. Noah shook his head, it's normal to have hatred. If there is no hatred, then I don't dare to use him. Just like Rocinante who was killed by Doflamingo, Noah had no idea of subduing the other party. After all, this kind of person was difficult to subdue, and there was no bottom line in transforming into an apostle, so he chose to stand by and watch. Although Doflamingo is a great villain, one thing that is undeniable is that he did not feel sorry for Rocinante. Advertisement. While the two were discussing Tezzero, Crow knocked on the door and came in. Master Noah, I have some ideas that I want to discuss with you. Hearing this, Mary could only spread her hands helplessly. Okay. You guys talk about things first, I'm going to review the new batch of immigrants. See you later. After Mary left, Crow directly expressed his thoughts. Sir Noah, although North Blue has been secretly controlled by the outside world, and West Blue has gradually come under control, the risks in New World are still too great. Are you referring to the Hell Valley Island controlled by Marine? Crow nodded, yes. What do you think? I have recently discussed the stratigraphic structure of New World with Robin and some geologists, and with the information from Vic personally going to New World for underground exploration, we have formulated a plan. Crow handed the plan to Noah. Currently, the stratum of New World has become unstable, but it has not completely collapsed. However, Hell Valley Island is a huge hidden danger after all, and the problem must be solved fundamentally. The fundamental solution to the problem is not to kill Sakaski. After all, the world government still holds a large amount of explosive rock, and Uranus, which still has a little energy left, can destroy this node. Noah looked through the plan. The plan of Crow and others is very simple, that is, to use the abilities of Vic and Pika to secretly reconstruct the underground rock formations of New World. It would be best to re-repair the two ley line nodes that were destroyed before. Noah thought for a while, to repair the ley line nodes, Vic and Pika alone are not enough. Let Lillian and Liang also come to help, which can suppress the underground magma activity. I will coordinate with all Cotters. Noah read the plan again and reminded again, when you are repairing the strata in New World, you must pay attention to the ability of the second princess of Dressrosa Kingdom. It is best to make some big noise in other places to keep the eyes of all forces. Yes, I will definitely complete this plan. Thank you for your hard work. It's all about the future of humanity. Chapter 166 Total Disappointment. Just when Crow coordinated with Vic, Pika, Lillian, Liang, and others, he was preparing to secretly reconstruct the New World formation. The time has come to September of the year 1511 of the Highwind calendar. The Dusty Dragon finally returned to the White Earth Island in the New World with Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Dodden, and others. Crow took Peter with him to welcome the return of Long and his party. Chief, welcome back. Peter greeted with a smile on his face. Advertisement. The Crow was as expressionless as ever and just nodded. Long didn't notice anything unusual about Crow. He pointed at Luffy who was dancing at the dock of the base and introduced to Crow and others. The one with the straw hat is my son, the other two children are my son's sworn brothers, and the ant is my father's friend. Crow glanced at Luffy, who seemed to have ADHD, and then asked calmly, Chief, do you want to arrange for them to go to a training camp? Long subconsciously refused. No, he and Ace want to be pirates, Sabo wants to join our revolutionary army, I will teach them personally. Pirate? I understand. Crow didn't say anything. Peter was still smiling. Long thought Crow and Peter didn't mind this matter, so he took the three Luffy brothers to rest without explaining anything. However, he didn't see that Crow looked at the leaving figures of the three brothers Long and Luffy, his eyes full of disappointment. Peter patted him on the shoulder and whispered, Captain of the Crow Army, there have been frequent conflicts between the Sky Empire and the world government recently. Let's go discuss the security issues at the headquarters. Can. The two walked towards the ground of White Earth Island. Standing on the deserted salt-alkali wilderness, the salty sea breeze blew their faces. How about we go to the islands and reefs in the northwest together? The crow activated its power, and the giant bird made of coal soared into the sky and flew towards the desert island in the northwest. Along the way, neither of them said a word. It wasn't until they were more than 150 kilometers away from the White Earth Island that the two landed on an island reef. Crow directly built a spherical house with double walls with sound insulation, and then he sat on the coal sofa. At this distance, he can no longer hear our voices. You don't seem confident. It's always right to be careful. Advertisement. Peter understood the crow's fear of the dragon. After all, as a user with the hurricane fruit ability, the dragon's sight and color combined with the wind could hear subtle sounds within dozens of kilometers. This is also the reason why the two do not talk about things on White Earth Island. Peter took out a card and released a large table of food. He poured a cup of black coffee for the crow. Let's chat while we eat. Card fruit? Aren't you a user with the white fox fruit ability? Crow was a little surprised. But then, the crow's face showed an even more shocked expression. Because Peter turned into the shape of a dragon, then Ivankov, Betty, Crow, and finally a blonde beauty. He, who do you think I am now? Crow thought for a while and then asked with some uncertainty, are you a nine-tails fox fruit capable person? Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. Champagne smiled and drank a glass of raw coconut latte. Your status in the Liberator organization is not low, right? After all, the camouflage ability of this fruit is very powerful. I'm in charge of New World's intelligence work. Aren't you worried about me taking you down? Champagne squinted and put down the glass. You don't think you can take me down by yourself, do you? And you seem to have forgotten one thing. What's the matter? Crow frowned. This is not an island of white soil. You are very confident. Champagne laughed, he. Because behind me are Lord Noah and millions of liberators. Even if I am in Marie Joya, Lord Noah can rescue me intact. The crow was silent. Are you confused? Crow did not deny it. He picked up the black coffee and drank it in one gulp. His mouth was full of bitterness. Ha. A revolutionary's son is going to be a pirate. Who wouldn't be confused? For the sake of freedom, maybe this is the reason why Nika Fruit chose Straw Hat Luffy. Nika Fruit? You mean Straw Hat Luffy ate the Nika Fruit? Crow obviously knew the legend of Nika and the Sun God, because Big Bear often told them about it before. What? Have you changed your mind? Want to hug Straw Hat Luffy's lap again? Champagne teased nonchalantly. However, Crow clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with tears. Ha. What a ridiculous fate. This world actually needs a pirate to save it. If this is the so-called prophecy, I will never admit it. Destiny. By the end, the crow was furious. Then the crow broke through the roof, turned into coal and flew back to the White Earth Island. Advertisement. Watching the crow flying back to the White Earth Island, Champagne did not stop him and continued to cut the steak and drink coffee. You'll be back. The island of White Earth. After the crow came back, he found the dragon directly. Chief, I'm not qualified to preach on the thoughts of Luffy's two brothers, but as Luffy is your son, wouldn't it be inappropriate if he became a pirate? Crow said as tactfully as possible. The dragon glanced at the crow, then shook his head. I respect Luffy's own ideas, but if you can persuade him to give up being a pirate and join the Revolutionary Army, I won't object. When the crow heard what the dragon said, he directly expressed his thoughts. I will convince him. I don't want you to force him, understand? I see. The next day, Crow found the three Luffy brothers who were training and began to try to persuade Luffy to give up being a pirate and join the Revolutionary Army. However, Luffy's answer gave Crow a blow in the head. I don't want it, I want to be a one-piece man. For a whole week, this sentence has been echoing in the crow's ears. On this day, Crow returned to patrol the islands and reefs in the northwest. Still on that island. The Champagne shook the glass. You seem to have given up. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. The so-called son of the prophecy is actually a man who wants to become One Piece. Crow picked up the red wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp, then smashed the bottle on the ground. Destiny is not static. Champagne took out another bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. Just like the Kojiki clan of Wano country, they are also waiting for the founding of the son of prophecy 800 years later, but now Wano country already destroyed. There is such a prophecy and legend in Wano country. Crow suddenly reacted, no. How do you know such a thing? Even if you have the nine-tails fox fruit, it is difficult to steal secrets from the golden lion, right? Guess what? Champagne looked at Crow with squinted eyes. A thought flashed through Crow's mind, and then he looked at the Champagne with wide eyes. The Empire of the Sky is the Kingdom of the Morning. Only part of it. The extremely shocked Crow reorganized all the information about the Sky Empire in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that the Sky Empire was the Kingdom of Dawn. On the surface, the Sky Empire is an empire. In fact, there are no aristocrats within it. Only the Empire's bureaucracy manages everything. But Crow couldn't believe it. The powerful Golden Lion would defect to the Liberator Organization, and the Liberator Organization would actually accept the surrender of a big pirate. This somewhat subverted his understanding of the Liberator Organization. Chapter 167 Bringing Things to Order. Champagne poured Crow another glass of wine. Sometimes what the eyes see is not necessarily true. What's the meaning? What do you think I am capable of? Crow finally came back to his senses at this time. You mean, the current Shiki is not a real Golden Lion? Impossible, his appearance can be disguised, but there is no way to disguise the ability of the Piao Piao fruit. Advertisement. Really? Champagne took out a card from his sleeve. Magic card, Power of Floating. In an instant, the power of the fluttering fruit stored in the card was activated. Boom, the island reef shook slightly. After a while, this island reef with a radius of several hundred meters slowly floated in mid-air. Crow's eyes widened. Is this the power of Piao Piao fruit? How is it possible? Why is it impossible? Devil fruit's abilities are all kinds of weird, and everything is possible. The islands quickly dropped back to the surface. However, Crow was shocked and speechless. It was not until more than 20 seconds passed that he calmed down slightly. In other words, the current Shiki is in disguise. To be precise, his body is still that of a golden lion, but his soul has been transformed and he has become Lord Noah's apostle. Crow frowned. It's not a good habit for you to directly reveal Noah's secret like this. He, do you think I will let you tell this secret? Champagne asked with a half smile. Crow's eyes narrowed. I still have a little confidence in my own strength. Oh? Then I would like to learn a lesson. Champagne draws 2 cards and activates. Summoning card, Black Shadow General. Magic card, Black Toon. A black shadow appeared at her feet, and then dived into the crevices of the rocks. Then Champagne turned to look at Crow. Follow me. The two of them stepped into the black cavity on the ground. In an instant, they appeared in the Sky Empire's secret training island in the Windless Zone. That ability just now was Moonlight Moria's shadow fruit, right? While sealing the code in the storage card, Champagne explained, that's right. Advertisement. It seems that there are people from you among the Shishibukai of the world government. When you join us, you will naturally know how many people we have. As soon as he finished speaking, Champagne entered the orc form. A tall 9-tails foxman appeared opposite the crow. Crow inserted his hands into the ground. Chaos of hell. Countless dark trees made of coal rose from the ground, instantly forming a large dark forest, and these trees were covered with sharp barbs. However, in these dark forests, Champagne walked leisurely towards the crow, inserting its barbs into its body as if it were inserted into the air. The crow's knowledge was aroused to the limit. Left. But the left side is also covered by the dark forest. I told you, sometimes people's eyes can deceive themselves, and seeing, hearing and color are just an extension of the 5 senses. The sound of Champagne echoed in the dark forest. As the sound continued to echo, the figure of Champagne split into 2, then 2 into 4. After a while, dozens of Champagne figures appeared in the entire forest. The crow's appearance told him that these figures were real. What's going on? At this moment, one of the figures appeared in front of the crow. A spear condensed in the palm of the crow's hand, covered with armed domineering energy, and stabbed the figure fiercely. In an instant, the spear penetrated the figure of Champagne. However, the next moment, the crow quickly entered the elemental state. Boom! The pierced figure suddenly exploded. The crow's body regrouped on the top of the carbon tree not far away. Isn't this your ability? Is it the power obtained by borrowing that card? Correct answer. I don't know how you will respond next. Champagne had just finished speaking. A dozen shadow soldiers emerged from the shadows of the dark forest and surrounded the crow. Forest of Thorns. Puff puff puff. Not good. Crow's expression tightened upon hearing this. As the shadow soldiers were pierced by the branches of the carbon tree, their bodies suddenly expanded and exploded. The seawater stored in the bodies of the shadow soldiers suddenly erupted and splashed in all directions. The crow quickly wrapped its body in coal to isolate direct contact between the seawater and its body. Advertisement. Logia is indeed troublesome, but it's just trouble. The two fought for more than 2 hours. In the end, the crow had to admit that he lost. After all, facing Champagne who has stored various cards, although he is a Logia user, he is still a human body and does not have unlimited physical strength and immortality. In fact, Crow's strength is not weak, and he is basically at the level of a quasi-general. If he has Conqueror's Haki, or if he cultivates his armed Haki to the extreme, and adds Logia's coal fruit, he can reach the level of a general. It's a pity that he met the master of the Liberator. Although Champagne has been engaged in intelligence work, it does not mean that she is not strong enough. On the contrary, Champagne is the most powerful among the 6 captains of the winery. With the blessing of the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, Coupled with the family's continuous supply of potions and vitality, his strength has reached the level of a quasi-general. Both sides are quasi-general in strength. If they don't use cards and other means, then the two sides are indeed on par. The problem lies in the cards. There are a lot of cards around Champagne, and there are too many ways to deal with various enemies. Therefore, Crow was led by Champagne from the beginning, and his abilities were even more restrained and difficult to display. This also made Crow more and more depressed as he fought, and in the end he simply gave up. Do you, the Liberator organization, have a lot of cards like you? If so, it can definitely push the world government. Champagne seemed to be looking at an idiot. You'd better not look at the world government with such a frog-in-the-well attitude, otherwise you will be killed by the world government, but don't blame me for not reminding you. Although the cards are convenient and weird, it also depends on the user's basic strength. I can suppress you because my own strength is on par with yours. If an elite lieutenant general level person uses these cards, there is a high probability that it will be counterattacked by you. Crow agreed with what Champagne said, but he was more interested in world government. You seem to know a lot about world government. If you want to know, after joining us, you can apply to browse internal intelligence, including research reports on the strength of world government. Crow knew what was going on today and could no longer tolerate his half-heartedness. He nodded. I agree to join you and can leave the Revolutionary Army now. No, you don't need to break away from the Revolutionary Army. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Crow's eyes. Do you want me to lurk in the Revolutionary Army? Why do you think so? Is the Revolutionary Army Dragon's private army? You can also become the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Champagne reminded. Hearing this, Crow finally reacted. That's right, why should I lurk? I am one of the founders of the Revolutionary Army. I am just implementing the revolutionary ideals of the Revolutionary Army and eliminating the speculators who have mixed in. He, this is right. What you have to do is to bring order to the chaos. After Crow understood his mission, his expression became solemn. Long's strength is higher than mine, and Ivankov and Molly are his die-hard loyalists. The most I can do is win the support of the commander of the Confederate Army. Betty, probably I will choose neutrality. Don't worry, we will help, you are not alone. When he thought about the powerful power of the Liberator organization, Crow felt a little more relieved. Chapter 168 Intelligence War. After Crow agreed to join the Liberators, Champagne did not trust him 100%. Doubt everything, this is a required course for winery members. So Champagne specifically reported the incident to Tomini, and Tomini told Mary about it directly. Mary quickly arrived at the secret training island in the windless zone of North Blue through the Black Cavity. Enel, the deputy director of the supervision department, arrived at about the same time as her. After a joint review by Mary and Enel, Crow passed the loyalty test. Advertisement. Only 5 hours had passed since the Crow left the White Earth Island. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Champagne and Crow passed the Black Shadow General who had previously stayed on the uninhabited island and used the Black Voice to return there. Later, the two returned to the White Earth Island together. Dragon didn't notice anything unusual, and was still teaching the three Luffy brothers physical skills and haki. At the same time, Crow, the three giants of the Liberator's supervision department and chief of staff, are also secretly discussing how to replace Crow. While flipping through the information, Crow said calmly, Dragon's die-hard loyalists are Ivankov, Giant Morley, and Tyrant Bear. However, Tyrant Bear is nothing to be afraid of. He has openly separated from the Revolutionary Army. So next we have to find a way to deal with Ivankov and Giant Morley. The SE King has been active in the Kingdom of Alabasta recently. Maybe we can kill someone with a borrowed knife. How about letting CP agents and Marine do it? Mary suggested. Crow raised his glasses. We have chess pieces in Marine and CP. It's very easy to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Tomini picked up the photo of Molly. Giant Molly has been active in West Blue. She is currently mainly active in the Western Sea area around the top of Western Heaven. Just find an opportunity to kill her secretly. Leave this giant to me. Enel took the initiative to take over the matter. Okay. Crow had no objection. The four people reported the discussion results to Noah for the final decision. Noah had no objections to this and directly approved the implementation. New World. Marine G5 Base. Virgo, who had climbed to the position of base director, immediately picked up the hidden anti-theft phone bug after reading today's newspaper and dialed Doflamingo's number. Young master, what are your orders? Fever, Virgo, I have a task for you. After listening to Doflamingo's instructions, Virgo nodded immediately. No problem, leave this matter to me. The next day. Early in the morning, it was just dawn. Virgo personally led his troops to patrol the sea. Advertisement. At the same time, an arms transport ship disguised as a merchant ship also slowly approached the White Earth Island. More than 3 hours later, the two ships met in a shallow sea. Virgo's gaze under his sunglasses instantly saw the special sign on the transport ship, and he immediately waved his hand, "Leave over." "Yes, Major General Virgo." Soon the warship changed direction and quickly moved closer to the transport ship. Seeing the warship approaching, the transport ship panicked and quickly accelerated in the opposite direction. "If there's a problem, get ready to fight." "Yes." The Marines also reacted quickly and began to reload the artillery guns, and adjusted the shooting direction, aiming at the quickly escaping transport ship. After a while, the warship began to fire warning shots in an attempt to force the transport ship to stop. Boom boom boom. Suddenly a shell hit one of the masts of the transport ship. Boom. Click, the mast broke, making a sharp crunch. As the mast broke, the speed of the transport ship quickly slowed down. However, the artillery on the transport ship also began to fight back. Boom boom boom. Amid the back and forth shelling from both sides, the distance got closer and closer. When the distance was less than 300 meters, Virgo jumped into the air, and then Moonwalk flew into the air. Lanjiao Kainiao. The huge crescent air blade instantly sliced through the two remaining masts of the transport ship. The next moment, Virgo stepped onto the deck of the transport ship. A dozen crew members on the deck were already holding weapons and rushing toward Virgo. Virgo didn't have any idea of holding back, so he directly killed these people and captured 3 of the leaders. At this time, the warship was also close to the transport ship. Adjutant Chelsea rushed onto the transport ship with the sailors. "Major General Virgo, thank you for your hard work. It's a matter of duty." Virgo said expressionlessly, "I will leave these people to you for interrogation and find out why they ran away." Advertisement. "Yes." Chelsea nodded. Half an hour later, Chelsea came to Virgo with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Virgo, who was reading the newspaper, seemed to notice the problem, raised his head and asked, "What happened?" "I'm very sorry, but the 3 prisoners committed suicide." Virgo frowned, "What's going on?" "After I took them into the cabin, I found that they didn't say a word. I tortured and interrogated them for more than 20 minutes, but they had no intention of letting go. Just now they suddenly died of poison." Virgo did not blame the adjutant, but suggested very considerately, "Since they are dead, report them to the headquarters in the name of their attempt to attack the warship." "No, Major General Virgo, although they are all dead, I still found something from them." "Oh? What?" Chelsea quickly told Virgo about the arms in the cabin, the permanent pointer to the White Earth Island, and several confidential letters. After reading it, Virgo said, "You did a good job, Chelsea. It seems that this White Earth Island is one of the secret strongholds of the Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army secretly plotted to overthrow the Kingdom of Alabasta. Major General, shall we report this matter as soon as possible?" Virgo shook his head, "No, you can't report to the headquarters. Don't forget who Sun Long is." Hearing this, Chelsea also reacted, but he was a little confused. "Major General, if you don't report to the headquarters, do you have to report directly to the world government?" After pretending to think for a while, Virgo slowly expressed his thoughts. "We can divide the intelligence into 2. The intelligence about the White Earth Island will be reported to General Akainu. I believe that General Akainu will not bend the law for personal gain, and the intelligence about the Revolutionary Army trying to overthrow the Kingdom of Alabasta. I know the commander of CP9, so we can report this intelligence. If you sell it to the other party, you can also give a subsidy to the brothers." Chelsea's eyes were a little strange, as if he was meeting Virgo for the first time. He did not expect that Major General Virgo, who looked rigid on the surface, had the wisdom to adapt to the changing circumstances. However, Chelsea is also happy to see the outcome of this matter. After all, doing so doesn't violate Marine rules. Akainu is Marine's New World Admiral and the immediate boss of G5. It is understandable that they report this matter to Akainu. The reason for selling another piece of information to CP9 was because it was out of reach, and at the same time, he was worried that there were comrades in the Revolutionary Army within Marine. In addition, CP9 was also a subordinate agency of the world government, so this was not considered a betrayal. As for the things that everyone can make a fortune from, Chelsea and others did not mention it. After throwing the bodies on the transport ship into the sea, the warship dragged the transport ship back to the G5 base. But no one noticed that the bodies that were thrown into the sea were quickly swallowed up by a black shadow and returned to the Shadow Kingdom of the terrifying 3-masted ship. Other side. Soon 2 pieces of information appeared in the hands of Akainu and Spangdine respectively. Virgo also received 150 million belly remitted from Spangdine. Of course, this is only the first payment. If the information is confirmed, he can also receive the balance of 450 million belly. The generous Virgo directly distributed the money to everyone on the warship at the time. But Virgo didn't care about the chain reaction caused by those 2 pieces of information. Chapter 169 Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife. New World. G0 Base. Sakaski's adjutant reported to him what the G5 warship had discovered during its patrol. Island of White Earth? Is it the secret stronghold of the Revolutionary Army? Sakaski's eyes were grim, and the lava on his body could not help but drip onto the wooden board. Sizzling. Advertisement. General, don't get excited. The adjutant warned as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sakaski put away the emerging lava, then lit a cigar with his finger. Hey, just let me go and meet the traitor for a while. The adjutant already felt that things were developing in a bad direction. General, do you want to report this matter to the headquarters? No need, I will report this matter to the 5 elders personally. Obviously Sakaski couldn't trust Sengoku and he. After all, these two old guys were Garp's old comrades, and they had watched the dragon grow up. Report this matter to the Marine headquarters. There is a high probability that the two old guys will use the excuse of fighting against the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization to treat this matter lightly. But Sakaski doesn't think so. Now the world government needs a victory to deter the increasingly restless sea. Compared with the elusive Liberator Organization and the powerful Sky Empire, the Revolutionary Army is the soft persimmon, very suitable as the chicken that kills the chicken to scare the monkeys. Sakaski stared directly at the adjutant. Duke, you won't report to the headquarters behind my back, will you? Gilu. Duke quickly expressed his position. General, I will never disobey your order. Excellent. This is a Marine with absolute justice. That Virgo is not bad either. I know who the Admiral of the New World Marine is. Duke knew what Sakaski meant, which was to ask Duke to take more care of Virgo and G5 in the future. After all, with this information, Virgo could report it directly to Marine Fando, and win the favor of Sengoku and he. But the other party didn't do this, so in Sakaski's heart, Virgo respected him as his boss and had a hawkish attitude towards the Marine officer. The reason why Sakaski wanted to scare the monkeys this time. On the one hand, it was because he really couldn't stand the father and son duo of Garp and Long. On the other hand, it is to pave the way for becoming Marine Fleet Admiral in the future. Sakaski knows very well that the 5 elders are the key to deciding Marine Fleet Admiral. The attitudes of Sengoku, he and others can only affect the inside of Marine. What's more, Sakaski also has many supporters within Marine. In addition, Poro Salino has no intention of competing with Marine Fleet Admiral, Jun is not strong enough, Issei and Aramaki are outsiders, and Kyuzan has a broken leg. Therefore, Sakaski believes that he is the best candidate for Marine's next Fleet Admiral. Advertisement. If this operation goes well, his reputation in the Marine and world government will be as high as that of the Warring States period, and he can even become a new Marine hero. Publicly and privately, Sakaski will serve in the Revolutionary Army. Soon Sakaski was contacting 5 elders directly. After listening to Sakaski's report and plan, the 5 elders also discussed it. Saint Satan squeezed his crutches. If Monkey D. Dragon and the core members of the Revolutionary Army can be eliminated, it can indeed deter the sea that is about to move. Do Sengoku and Tsuru know about this? Nasu Shiro Sei asked Sakaski while wiping first-generation Kaiditsu. Sakaski, who was on the opposite side of the phone, immediately said, I haven't had time to report it to the headquarters yet. The 5 elders are mature people. As soon as they heard this, they knew that Sakaski had no intention of reporting this matter to Sengoku. The lack of time to report was just an excuse. However, the 5 elders actually acquiesced to Sakaski's failure to report to Sengoku. After all, it is not a good thing for Marine's top management to be too united. Satan Sheng made eye contact with several other 5 elders for a moment, and then made a decision. Since you have no time to report, this matter will be handed over to the special mobile team. You can cooperate in the new world and keep it confidential. Yes, I will fully cooperate. Sakaski heard that the special mobile team was taking over, and he knew that the matter was stable. Even if Sengoku is angry at that time, he can blame the 5 elders for this matter and use the 5 elders' request for confidentiality as an excuse to explain why he did not report the matter to Malinfando. And right now, CP9's Spangdine also hurriedly came to the center of power and reported the discovery of Revolutionary Army Cotter Ivankov in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Although the 5 elders were a little surprised about this, why they obtained important information about the 2 revolutionary armies at once, they did not think much about it and just thought that they happened to meet each other. You cooperate with CP0, Green Bull, and Shishibukai Sand Crocodile to arrest this Demon King. Yes, Lord 5 Elders. Spangdine was extremely excited, as if he had seen the opportunity to get promoted and make a fortune. Spangdine's expression was clearly visible to the 5 elders. They did not despise this despicable villain. After all, the CP organization needed such scum without any bottom line. The 5 elders are divided into 2 groups. Saint Satan, Saint Maz, plus Porosalino and several CP0s, secretly went to the G0 base in New World to join Sakaski. Spangdine and several CP0s went to the G2 base where Green Bull was stationed, which was not far from the Kingdom of Lucia. As for Marine Fando Sengoku and Tsuru, they were still worried about the Liberators' operations around the world. They were so busy that they did not notice the secret operations of Sakaski and the Five Elders. Advertisement. Other side. In the underground base of White Earth Island. Crow got the champagne notification. The two exchanged information through small notes. We have just deciphered the secret call between Marine General Akainu and the Five Elders. They plan to attack the White Earth Island in the next few days. So fast. How should we arrange the people here first? 736 people have gone to other places in the New World as underground intelligence agents, and there are currently 635 people on the White Earth Island. The champagne lit the small piece of paper that had been written, and continued to write on the new small piece of paper, returning to the North Blue Project and the Spark Project should be able to take away all the remaining people. I have also arranged for those who can be fought over to go out, and I will leave the New World to you. No problem. The two destroyed all the small notes and then divided into two groups. They proposed the return to North Blue plan and the Spark plan to Long half a month ago, and then quickly arranged for those members who agreed with the Liberators' ideas, or those who were inclined in this regard. Today is the last batch. Crow took 1,736 people on a submarine, preparing to secretly go to North Blue to redevelop the Revolutionary Army base in North Blue. Champagne also took away 311 people and prepared to develop the Revolutionary Army's underground intelligence system in the New World. The remaining 436 people on White Earth Island are all people from the Dragon side, or people who have big problems themselves. After all, the Revolutionary Army is also a mixed bag. Although there are idealists, there are also pirates or mafias who have done many evil things in the past. These people seem to have changed their minds, but these days Champagne secretly took Mary to sneak into the White Earth Island to investigate these people. The results are unsatisfactory. Obviously, these villains do not agree with the Liberators' thoughts in their hearts, and they don't even agree with Long's thoughts. They just want to obtain the protection of the Revolutionary Army, or they have hidden opportunistic ideas. These people are actually very easy to screen, because they are very greedy for life. When they hear that they want to go to North Blue or work as underground intelligence agents, they will give a lot of excuses. Just saves the persuasion of Crows and Champagne. Watching Crow and Peter leave, Long always felt a little uneasy in his heart. However, he didn't think too much, thinking that it was because he was worried that his plan to return to North Blue would not go smoothly. Chapter 170 Desperate Situation. September 11, 1511 in the Highwind calendar. The sea near White Earth Island is calm. 3 days have passed since Crow and Champagne took people away. Dragon is still training the three brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. And Luffy also became a lot more cheerful. The chattering Uncle Crow before was finally gone, which made him let himself go even more, causing a lot of trouble in the base all day long. Advertisement. Long didn't control Luffy's misbehavior too strictly, thinking it was a sign of informality. At this moment, Long frowned. Through the blessing of the wind, he sensed that a merchant ship was escaping the pursuit of the pirate ship behind it, and he was already approaching the White Earth Island in a panic. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, you just train, I'm going to take care of things. It doesn't matter, go ahead, Dad. Luffy answered while picking his nose. Ace, on the other hand, remained silent. Sabo was very polite, Mr. Long, you are busy first, we will train first. The dragon turned into a breeze and disappeared into the underground training ground. When he condensed his body again, he had already appeared on the grey-white rock castle on the White Earth Island. He then controlled the storm, blowing the pirate ships and merchant ships in the opposite direction, and preventing these people from landing on the White Earth Island. However, he didn't notice it. As soon as Satan Saint, Maz Saint, and others on the merchant ship, as well as Sakaski and Porosalino on the pirate ship, sensed the sudden storm around them, they knew that the dragon must be on the White Earth Island. Although the distance between the two sides is still more than 20 kilometers, this distance is obviously too close for these top powerhouses of the sea. It's just that neither party knows that the permanent pointer of White Earth Island is not a common pointer. After all, White Earth Island, like Punk Hazard Island, is one of the few islands in the New World that does not have a strong magnetic field. Generally speaking, there is no permanent pointer. The permanent pointer that Virgo handed over was actually Noah's masterpiece. He used insects as anchors, cut off their wings to create insect life paper, and then used the characteristics of the life paper to attract each other to let Champagne hide part of the insect life paper somewhere on the White Earth Island, and then hide the remaining insect life paper. The insect life paper is contained in a small glass ball, and a life paper version of the permanent pointer appears. Satan Sheng and others did not doubt the problem of this pointer. After all, the pointer did bring them to this island, and they also found traces of the dragon here. Saint Satan immediately picked up the phone and ordered, Porosalino, do it. Hold down the traitor. On the disguised pirate ship, Porosalino was no longer as out of character as before. He instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the White Earth Island. The dragon on the platform at the top of the rock castle suddenly changed his face. He seemed to have seen some terrible future. He roared, "Damn it!" The dragon exploded with all its strength, and a terrifying tornado enveloped the entire White Earth Island. At the same time, sound conducted through the air appears in the underground training ground. Advertisement. Luffy, Sabo, Ace, you go to the underground harbor immediately. I have arranged for people to pick you up and leave. Don't ask anything. It's too late. Let's go. Listening to the sounds echoing in the underground training ground, the three brothers had different expressions. Ace frowned, Sabo looked nervous, and Luffy looked confused. However, Sabo was the first to react and immediately pulled Luffy and Ace, "Let's go quickly." "But where is the harbor?" Luffy scratched his head in distress. "Idiot! Just follow us." Ace scolded, holding Luffy's hand and dragging him towards a passage, with Sabo following closely behind. 8-foot Megatama. Whoosh whoosh. Countless light bullets shot towards the tornado. The seawater and sand rolled up by the tornado blocked the penetration of the light bomb. Boom boom boom. The fierce collision caused the white clouds in the sky to disperse, and huge waves appeared on the sea surface. Sakazuki, who followed closely behind, relied on the lava jets from his feet to rush towards the White Earth Island, and then struck a wide range of blows. Volcanic meteor. Dense magma bombs hit the White Earth Island from high altitude. Veins popped up on the dragon's forehead, Hurricane Dragon. A long azure dragon soared into the sky and collided with the dense magma bombs. Long time no see. Porosalano's Tenkonoyan sword was already wrapped with armed haki, and it struck the dragon's waist amid lightning and flint. The dragon's palms are condensed with armament-colored haki and Conqueror's haki, Porosalano. It seems that you are well prepared. Tien Kongyun sword and dragon claw fist collided together. In an instant, the Tien Kongyun sword was crushed into pieces by the dragon claw fist and scattered into light spots. However, Long was not happy at all. Because Sakazuki is already standing on the island of white soil. Hell is spitting fire. Sakazuki hit the ground with his fist, and terrifying magma poured into the ground. Ah! No! Those members of the Revolutionary Army who had no time to react were instantly enveloped in magma. You succeeded in irritating me. Long's fist hardened, Galaxy Impact. Traitor, let me see how much strength you have compared to Garp. The three-headed dog of hell. The shockwave and magma exploded instantly. Advertisement. The power of Sakazuki and Long seemed to be about the same. But Long's expression was very ugly, because he saw an even worse situation. Saint Satan, Saint Maz, and 3 CP0 masters from the 5 elders appeared on the coast behind Sakazuki. When Saint Sartan opened his mouth, he was heart-wrenching. Let's capture him without any effort. Dragon. For the sake of Garp, I don't have to execute you. Are you really going to keep your promise? Long planned to delay. However, Porosalano, who had seen the terrible sensing range of SC Haki, had already sensed the existence of the underground harbor, and that many members of the Revolutionary Army had gathered there. He instantly turned into light and rushed into the underground secret passage. Sensing this scene, Long's face became more solemn and ugly. It seems that there are very important people in the Revolutionary Army underground, otherwise you wouldn't be able to retreat. Satan Sheng saw through Long's anxiety at once. He narrowed his eyes and looked at CP0 on the left and right. You guys go down and help Porosalano. As you command. 3 CP0 masters instantly used continuous shaving. However, there was no way to stop Long, because he had been locked by Satan Saint, Maz Saint, and Sakazuki. As long as he moved, the opponent would launch a violent offensive. Long Xin was extremely anxious. No. If this continues, Luffy and the others won't be able to escape at all. What should we do? I can't stop so many powerful enemies by myself. At this moment, Long wished that Crow, Ivankov, and others were here so that they could at least hold off 2 enemies for him. Saint Satan and Saint Maz could bear it, but Sakazuki couldn't. He instantly released a large swath of magma dog, Dark Hound. Water Dragon. The dragon quickly drained the sea water from the surrounding sea. The two sides fought fiercely again. But Saint Satan and Saint Maz were still watching the show. Other side. Porosalano quickly refracted through the maze-like underground passages and appeared in the underground harbor in less than 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. When everyone saw Porosalano. Nanny? General Marine. It's over. Let us surrender. A hole. What are you talking about? At this time, the 3 Luffy brothers, who had just arrived late, came to the harbor out of breath, and saw the frustrated members of the Revolutionary Army, and Porosalano who looked calm. Luffy asked nervously, why are everyone standing here? Luffy. Stop talking. Is that guy Marine General? Ace quickly covered Luffy's mouth. Sabo was also so frightened that his hands and feet became cold. Chapter 171 Uninvited Guest. Are there still such young members of the Revolutionary Army? Porisalano raised his sunglasses with a somewhat surprised and teasing tone. The ground shook violently again. This made the members of the Revolutionary Army present look increasingly frustrated and frightened. Porisalano glanced at these people, then raised his finger slightly, and a laser shot out. Sizzling. Advertisement. In an instant, the 5 submarines in the harbor were intercepted. Damn it! Ace cursed in a low voice through gritted teeth. Sabo was so anxious that he was confused. What should we do? We can't escape without a submarine. Just let me knock this guy down. Rubber rocket launcher. Luffy, don't be impulsive. Ace was shocked. However, Luffy's attack had already been launched. But his fist penetrated Porisalano's body directly. Rubber fruit. Porisalano's eyes were a little surprised and weird, and then he instantly appeared on Luffy's left side. What an unlovable child, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The next second, a ray of light flashed. Boom. Luffy was kicked out and hit the rock wall, making him even more unconscious. Obviously Porisalano had been merciful just now, otherwise with his general strength, he could have kicked the child Luffy to death with one kick. Luffy! Luffy! At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of Porisalano. Porisalano looked at the other party calmly. Bear, why are you here? Just passing by, do you need help? Xiong looked at the members of the Revolutionary Army present, as well as Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Especially Luffy, the bear's eyes stayed on him a little more. If you want to take action, I have no problem with it, but it's best to leave a few alive, otherwise I won't be able to deliver. Porisalano took off his sunglasses and wiped them. Xiong instantly appeared in front of a Revolutionary Army. Advertisement. Bear paw shockwave. Boom. In an instant, a bear paw print appeared on the chest of the Revolutionary Army member, and his heart was directly shattered. Puff. Massacre, merciless massacre. In the end, only 3 members of the Revolutionary Army and the 3 Luffy brothers were left. Don't come over here! Ace roared angrily while holding the knife. And Sabo, who was holding the iron pipe, was already shaking. Don't worry. I'll be quick. The next second, Ace's pupils lost focus and he fell to the ground with his mouth wide open. A bear paw print also appeared on his chest. Ace. As soon as Sabo yelled, he followed Ace's footsteps and also lost his breath and fell to the ground. Then the bear looked at Luffy, who was unconscious and embedded in the rock wall, and received the same bear paw shock wave, which knocked him out of breath. Then Xiong knocked out the 3 members of the Revolutionary Army and carried them on his shoulders. I will go over and join the 5 elders. As you wish. Porisalano instantly disappeared into the harbor. Looking at the scattered light spots in the air, Xiong casually slapped the 3 Luffy brothers into the sea. Xiong appeared not far from 5 elders with 3 unconscious members of the Revolutionary Army. Seeing the sudden appearance of the bear, Saint Satan's eyes flashed with suspicion. However, when Porisalano appeared and whispered a few words in his ear, Saint Satan temporarily put away his doubts and suspicions. Of course, Porisalano did not say that Luffy was a person with the rubber fruit ability. Thing. Is this your choice, bear? The dragon appeared not far away in a somewhat embarrassed state. Long, I have a reason why I have to do this. In this case, I have nothing to say. Fighting breaks out again. However, this time, Long's situation became more difficult. Because Porisalano restrained him in terms of speed, coupled with Sakasuke's violent output, and the 5 elders who were eyeing him, the dragon felt increasingly powerless. 2 hours later, 3 CP0 masters also returned. Each of them captured several prisoners, and they killed the remaining members of the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement. After more than 2 hours of fighting, Long was already scarred. Seeing this scene, the bear was still expressionless. However, Satan Saint was secretly wary of the bear, while Maz Saint and the 3 CP0 masters were paying attention to the dragon to avoid being escaped by the opponent. Hufu. Long panted breathlessly. At this time, Big Bear spoke, Long surrender. As long as you surrender, for the sake of Lieutenant General Garp and Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Your Excellency the 5 elders will not execute you. Saint Satan also said, I can promise to save your life. Xiong continued to persuade, long as you announce the disbandment of the Revolutionary Army, I believe that Your Excellency 5 elders will keep his promise and will no longer want other members of the Revolutionary Army, as long as they will no longer be enemies of the world government in the future. Impossible. The dragon growled and refused. Xiong reminded coldly, if you don't think about yourself, you should also think about others. The Northern Army is gone and the Southern Army suffered heavy casualties. Now only Ivankov's Paradise Army, Morley's Western Army and Betty are left. The Eastern Army cannot stop the world government's encirclement and suppression. Ivankov? Molly? Betty, hey. Suddenly Long's heart moved, and he made an instant decision. 5 elders, if you are willing to lift the wanted list of other members of the Revolutionary Army, I am willing to announce the disbandment of the Revolutionary Army. Saint Satan nodded, then shook his head. Others can forget the blame, but there is no need to mention the Demon King Ivankov. She should have been arrested by now, and you can be inmates in Impel Down City. Long's expression became more and more decadent and depressed. So that's it. I was the one who harmed you, Ivan, and I lost. Prepare for phone calls. I personally announced the disbandment of the Revolutionary Army. ACP-0 Master appeared next to Long and put the sea-stone handcuffs on Long's hands. He still felt that it was not safe, so he added a sea-stone collar and sea-flower shackles. When Satan Saint saw Long surrendering, he did not expect that things would go so smoothly, but he did not have any objections to this result. After all, the main enemies of the world government are the Liberator Organization and the Sky Empire, and the Revolutionary Army is only a secondary enemy. The Revolutionary Army can be eliminated without bloodshed. Saint Satan is already very satisfied. Saint Satan felt that it was almost done, so he promised, Long, you are a person who understands current affairs. I promise not to kill you, and I can also pardon those members of the Revolutionary Army, as long as they do not go against the world government in the future. I hope you can keep your promise. After a while, CP0 was ready to record the phone bug. Facing the video call bug, Long was shackled and said expressionlessly, all members of the Revolutionary Army in the world, I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and I failed. I now declare that the Revolutionary Army is disbanded, and you will get amnesty from the world government. I hope you will work hard to survive. If you have the chance to be released from prison, I will have a drink and have a good time with you. Goodbye. Saint Satan was very satisfied. Very good. Porisalino, you personally escort the dragon to Impel Down City. Okay. Porisalino nodded helplessly. And Sakaski has no opinion on this. Although he is a little extreme, he at least understands the current world situation. If they fight head-on with a dragon, the opponent will definitely drag one of them to death together, and there is a high probability that the target who will be killed together is him who is not fast enough. Coupled with the fact that it could fundamentally disintegrate the Revolutionary Army and reduce the pressure on Marine, Sakaski also agreed to Long's surrender conditions. As the dragon was escorted into the city, the White Earth Island was also attacked by Sakaski's magma and turned into a highly active volcanic island. Chapter 172 Accidental Collision. September 12, 1511 in the Highwind calendar. One day has passed since the White Earth Island incident broke out. During this period, the world government did not immediately announce the arrest of Monkey D. Long and Ivankov, nor did it announce the capture of White Earth Island. The 5 elders obviously didn't want to cause trouble, and they planned to announce the news only after Long and Ivankov were escorted to Impel Down. However, the Liberator Organization is very clear about the situation on White Earth Island, but it does not know the news of Long's surrender, nor does it know that Seong was involved in this matter. Advertisement. But the day after, in a secret stronghold of the Revolutionary Army somewhere in North Blue, Crow received an unexpected phone call. Seong, what's the matter with you? The dragon was captured and the White Earth Island was destroyed. The Crow showed a hint of panic. How is that possible? I suspect that there is a traitor within the Revolutionary Army, who leaked the news about the dragon and the White Earth Island, and Ivan was also arrested. After hearing what Seong said, Crow was silent for a moment. I will secretly investigate the traitors inside, but this matter should not be made public, otherwise it will easily cause internal confusion and suspicion. One more thing, in order to prevent the Revolutionary Army from being targeted by the world government, Long plans to publicly announce the disbandment of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon really said that? Crow's heart moved. He and Ivankov will be escorted to Impel City. You should notify Morley to go to Impel City as soon as possible and find an opportunity to rescue them secretly. It is best not to let others know about this matter. However, the Crow showed a hint of frustration. Bear, Molly's life paper was burned out last night. What? Seong was shocked. He felt that things had deviated from his plan. The top leaders of the Revolutionary Army knew the secret of the 5.5th floor of Impel City, which was why he persuaded Long to surrender. After all, under the circumstances of the White Earth Island at that time, Long alone could not defeat Porisalino, Sakaski, 2 5 elders, and 3 CP0 masters. Therefore, after Long surrendered and was imprisoned in Impel City, he could notify other members of the Revolutionary Army and let Morley secretly take action and go to the 5.5th floor of Impel City to secretly rescue Long and Ivankov. Now his wishful thinking has completely failed. Without Molly, the person who personally excavated the 5.5th floor of Impel Down City, they would not have been able to find the secret passage hidden in South Blue. Advertisement. Taking a deep breath, Seong forced himself to calm down. Hey. It doesn't matter. Long and Ivankov also know the existence of the 5.5th floor of Impel Down. Long will most likely be imprisoned in eternal hell, and Ivankov will most likely be imprisoned in eternal hell. It will not be imprisoned in eternal hell. As long as it is in other layers, with Ivankov's ability, he should be able to find the secret entrances that Morley left behind. That's good. Crow was relieved on the surface, but secretly knew that Long and Ivankov were finished. Crow has secretly learned a lot of information and intelligence about the Liberator organization these days, especially about the subordinate branches of the Liberator organization, which is what Crow focuses on. After all, there are many branches of these forces. If you don't understand them clearly, it is easy for a flood to wash away the Dragon King Temple. It was precisely because of understanding the branches of the Liberator organization that Crow was very sure that Long and Ivankov could not escape Impel Down. Now the 5.5th floor of Impel Down City has been transformed into a hell of bones, where the Lord of Hell Anduin and the 7 deadly sins are secretly eroding the Impel Down City. Long and Ivankov, who were shackled by sea tower stones, no matter how powerful they were, could not fight against Anduin and the 7 deadly sins. Now that Long and Ivankov have been escorted to the Impel City, Mo Li has also been secretly hunted by Enel, and the tyrant Xiongming has publicly withdrawn from the Revolutionary Army. Then among the 3 remaining army commanders of the Revolutionary Army, he, Crow, will become second the best candidate to be the leader of generation. Therefore, he quickly proposed, Xiong, Long and Yvonne don't know when they can escape from the Impel City. In addition to Long's disbandment announcement, for the sake of the internal stability of the Revolutionary Army, I decided to temporarily act as Commander-in-Chief. Xiong didn't doubt anything. After all, this was the best plan at the moment. If Crow does not stabilize the Revolutionary Army as soon as possible, Long's disbandment announcement will definitely lead to chaos within the Revolutionary Army, and may even lead to a split. I agree. If anything happens, just contact me directly. Okay, be careful yourself. Take care of yourself. Hang up the phone. The bear is currently on a secluded desert island in New World. Beside him were the 3 Luffy brothers who were sleeping. This time he was able to rush to the White Earth Island quickly, but Xiong discovered the strange movements of Green Bull and others. He secretly followed Green Bull's fleet, and only by photographing the memory of Green Bull's adjutant did he know that Ivankov had been exposed. After he notified Ivankov, he was worried that there would be problems with the White Earth Island and the dragon. While telling the dragon about Ivankov through the phone bug, he photographed himself towards the White Earth Island. However, Long Tai was too careless. He only asked people to strengthen monitoring of the surrounding sea areas, and at the same time hired some spies hidden within Marine. He did not find any abnormal movements in New World Marine, so he did not pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that the 5 elders, Porosalino and Sakaski would secretly attack Huang Long. If the bear hadn't arrived at the critical moment, the 3 Luffy brothers would have been killed by Porosalino or captured. Advertisement. Looking at the 3 Luffy brothers who were still unconscious, there was a trace of confusion on the bear's face. What he didn't tell Crow about Luffy and others just now was not because he doubted Crow, but because he felt that the 3 Luffy brothers were too weak now to be exposed and unable to participate in the battle of the Revolutionary Army, so he didn't tell Crow about this thing. Where should we send them? North Blue and New World are not suitable, so they can only go to the Paradise. The bear was thinking about which place in the park would be suitable for housing the 3 Luffy brothers. This location must be carefully considered. Suddenly he thought of a person, and then raised his hand to condense bear paw bubbles, wrapped the 3 brothers, and then patted the Paradise. In order to avoid problems along the way, the bear himself also flew over. 3 days later. Sabayati Islands. The bear wrapped in grey robes, carrying the 3 mummified Luffy brothers, knocked on the door of Shuki's bar. Shuki saw the huge thing at the door, and her knowledge told her that this guy was very dangerous. Rayleigh, who happened to be eating and drinking in the bar, also sensed the terrifying aura of the other party and couldn't help but become vigilant. Madam Boss, are you interested in making a deal? No interest. However, the bear placed a straw hat on the table. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly changed, and the eyes under his glasses became extremely sharp. He looked at the other pirates in the bar. Everyone, we are closed today. Old man, what are you talking about? Boom. The highly concentrated Conqueror's haki instantly knocked out those pirates. Then Rayleigh turned to look at the bear. Where did you get this straw hat? Xiong put the 3 Luffy brothers on the seats, then picked up the straw hat and put it on Luffy's head. A pirate named Red-Haired Shanks gave it to this child. His name is Monkey D. Luffy. The 2 children are his sworn brothers, Ace and Sabo. Monkey D. Luffy. Rayleigh instantly remembered what Shanks had said, but he frowned. He came early, he shouldn't have entered the Grand Line at this time. Mr. Rayleigh, I would like to ask you to train them for a few years. Why do you think I would agree? However, the bear didn't give Rayleigh a chance to refuse, and directly dropped the 3 Luffy brothers and disappeared into the bar. Chapter 173 Angry. Rayleigh and Shuki looked at each other. Looking at the empty seats, Rayleigh did not expect that the other party would be so rogue and just abandon a few children and run away. Rayleigh, I don't have time to take care of the kids. You can figure it out yourself. Shuki has actually recognized the identity of the person who came. After all, with the ability to suddenly disappear and such a tall figure, apart from the Shishibukai tyrant bear, I am afraid that only Moonlight Moria barely fits the bill, but Moria obviously not so kind. Shuki looked at the unconscious Luffy with a trace of disgust on her face. She could already guess that this child would definitely cause a lot of big trouble. Advertisement. After all, the surname Monkey, with the addition of D, is two-directional. Now adding that straw hat, Shuki doesn't want to take care of Luffy and get himself into big trouble. Moreover, the kid named Ace beside her had personally investigated the opponent's intelligence. There was a high probability that this kid was Roger's unborn son, which was another big trouble. Rayleigh naturally knew these things, but he had no choice now. He could only ask Shuki for help with a wry smile. Shaky, help, they are not suitable to live in the Sabayati Islands for a long time. You want to arrange for them to go to 9 Snakes. Apparently Shuki saw through Rayleigh's little thoughts at a glance. 9 Snakes can't do it. It's not like you don't know Hancock's character, but you can arrange for them to go to the desert island next door. You can follow them and train them for a few years. Rayleigh heard this and knew that this proposal was very suitable. After all, Amazon Lily has a tradition that men are not allowed to go to the island, and neither he nor Shuki intends to let Hancock make an exception for this. The desert island next door became the best choice. After making a decision, Rayleigh immediately went to arrange the boat, and Shuki also communicated with 9 Snakes' mother-in-law through the phone bug to avoid misunderstandings between the two parties. In a hidden illegal bay, Rayleigh drove the small sailboat towards 9 Snakes Island. Shuki stood on the trunk of the mangrove tree, but his eyes were a little uncertain. Garp died at the hands of the Liberator Organization, and Shanks was also killed by the Sky Empire. Monkey D. Luffy hopes you don't overestimate your capabilities. Shuki has already felt the depression and bad news about the coming storm. She knows a lot of underground intelligence, but she also knows the terrorist power of the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization. Especially the Liberator Organization is more terrifying than the Rocks Pirates back then. Advertisement. And the world government is also secretly preparing some plans. Just when Shuki wanted to go back to the bar, the newsbird in midair spotted her and flew directly over. Shuki tossed a 100 belly coin, and newsbird handed her a fresh newspaper. The moment she opened the newspaper, her pupils froze. Monkey D. Long was arrested and imprisoned, and personally announced the disbandment of the Revolutionary Army. There is video to prove it. Shuki quickly picked up the phone and told Rayleigh about the incident. At the same time, he quickly went to the broadcast plaza of the Sabayati Islands, where there was a live broadcast curtain arranged by the news agency affiliated with World Government. Sure enough, when she arrived at the broadcasting square, World Government had already released the video of Long's surrender and disbandment of the Revolutionary Army, and played it on a loop on the curtain. The Revolutionary Army headquarters was captured by Marine. Long and Ivankov were arrested. Shuki was very shocked by this result. At the same time, I thought of the bear that appeared yesterday evening. Garp was killed, Long was captured, Kuma sent Luffy and Ace over. The clever Shuki connects everything in one fell swoop. The causes and consequences of her guess. A few months ago, after Garp was killed, Dragon secretly went to the East Daxia Sea to pick up his son Luffy and others to the White Earth Island. A few days ago, the world government captured the White Earth Island. Dragon was defeated and captured, and Bear secretly rescued Luffy and Ace. Waiting for someone, and sent several children to Rayleigh for refuge. In other words, there is a high probability that Seong is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Shuki feels that things are getting more and more complicated and troublesome. Other side. Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. Warring States looked extremely ugly when he saw the newspapers and live broadcasts. He was very angry in his heart, and his usual scheming attitude could not suppress the anger in his heart at this time. He was also in his office. She was not too angry, but calmly reminded, Warring States, please pay attention to your identity. I know. Sengoku threw the newspaper to the goat at his feet to eat. His anger was not because of Long's arrest, but because of Sakisuke's unauthorized decision-making and the world government's distrust of him. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, he found out about this matter through newspapers just like the civilians outside. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Advertisement. But even if he is slapped in the face, what can he do? Crane analyzed, the 5 elders must be worried about our friendship with Garp and will secretly attack the dragon. Now that the matter has come to this, anger is useless, but at least the dragon is only imprisoned in Impel Down City. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku had to admit that the 5 elders had done a good job and successfully frightened the monkeys and reduced one enemy, allowing Marine and Army to free up their hands to deal with the Sky Empire and the Liberator Organization. As Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku must put the overall situation first. And at this time, Sakaski's combat report was also sent to Marine Fando. After reading the detailed report, he sighed, it seems that Sakaski is not willing to be ordinary. When Sengoku mentioned Sakaski, he became furious, humph. He didn't take me as Fleet Admiral seriously at all, and he went so far as to directly report it. Does he doubt my loyalty to the world government? Don't be too angry. After all, our relationship with Garp it's understandable that he would be worried about an accident. Warring States is still angry, I'm afraid he wants to take this opportunity to show off in front of the 5 elders. So that he can pave the way for competition with Fleet Admiral. I didn't expect that he has such scheming intentions. I underestimated him. We have no choice. Sakaski is indeed the best candidate to be the next Marine Fleet Admiral. Actually, Kyuzan also. He shook his head and interrupted Sengoku's words directly, Sengoku, don't be impulsive. You should know that after Kyuzan loses a leg, he loses the qualification to compete for Marine Fleet Admiral. Warring States also fell silent. Kyuzan, who has a broken leg, is indeed not qualified to run for Marine Fleet Admiral. This is not only a matter of strength, but also an issue of image and public opinion. After all, letting a disabled person become a Marine Fleet Admiral will make the outside world think that Marine has no one. Moreover, Kyuzan's leg was broken by the Liberator. If Kyuzan is a Marine Fleet Admiral, how can the outside world believe that Marine and world government can defeat the Liberator? These two stains are almost fatal to Kyuzan's Fleet Admiral journey. As he said, world government and Marine have no choice but to recommend Sakaski to be the next Marine Fleet Admiral. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Report. General Kizaru is escorting the criminal Long into the harbor. I know. Sengoku Kide said helplessly. He stood up, let's go see that kid. Warring States waved his hand, I'm not going, you go. Out of sight, out of mind, Sengoku easily thinks of Garp when he sees a dragon. Now his old comrade's son is going to be imprisoned in Impel Down City, but he can't do anything, so it's better not to meet him. Crane quietly left the Fleet Admiral office and headed to the escort warship in the port. Chapter 174 The Dark Gaze. The Crane comes to the port. The one-armed Porosalino was not too surprised by his appearance. He smiled and said hello, staff he, long time no see. Porosalino, could it be convenient for me to visit the dragon? Porosalino nodded indifferently, no problem, but don't take too long, because in an hour, I will set sail for Impel Down City. No problem. Advertisement. Under the leadership of the sea soldier, he walked towards the interior of the cabin. But Porosalino did not follow. He did not think that the Crane would release the dragon. After all, doing such a thing would undoubtedly seclude himself from the Marine and world government. Therefore, he is worthy of being a villain. After passing through several cabin doors inlaid with sea tower stones, he came to the door of a cabin. Through the fence at the door, she saw the dragon whose limbs and neck were chained by sea tower stone shackles. The dragon also senses the Crane's arrival. I didn't expect it to be Ms. He. Long time no see. After we said goodbye, 15 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Crane couldn't help but lamented the impermanence of the world. Long looked calmly and said, I didn't expect to meet in this way. If you hadn't. However, Long interrupted the other party directly, there is no if, maybe this is fate. You and Garp are really the same. Both are stubborn people. He also gave up the idea of persuasion. The two chatted for more than half an hour. Crane left the escorting warship. After a while, Porosalino ordered the sailors to set sail. In order to ensure that no accidents occurred, he had to personally deliver the dragon to the Impel City. At the same time, Ivankov had been escorted to the freezing hell on the 5th floor last night. Ivankov was shivering from the cold. Although he was as thin as a bone, his eyes were full of cunning. She knew that there was a 5.5th floor in Impel Down. And the 5.5th floor is right at her feet. As long as she can leave this cell, she may find the secret entrance hidden inside. Advertisement. But she didn't know that her every move was being monitored at all times by the monitoring room of the Bone Hell. The monitoring system of the Skeleton Hell actually uses Luxium's fungus fruit ability to infect a special symbiotic fungus to the phone bugs in Impel Down City, allowing these phone bugs to unconditionally send signals to specific phone bugs. In other words, what can be seen in the control room of Impel City can also be seen in the control room of Skeleton Hell. Ivankov did not notice the phone bug outside the cell. Two powerful people were observing him. The jailers in Impel Down didn't pay much attention to Ivankov and just looked around casually as a routine matter. Lust, who was in charge of the monitoring work in the Bone Hell, knew that this guy knew the secrets of the 5.5th floor. Since the other party had entered Impel Down City, there was no reason for the Liberator organization to let this piece of fat go. Of course, considering the reason for incorporating the Revolutionary Army in the future, Ivankov and Long definitely cannot become apostles in an honest way, but must change their appearance. Moreover, Noah's apostles are almost full. If you want to transform Long and Ivankov, you must consider downgrading some of the major arcana apostles to minor arcana apostles. However, Noah at South Blue thought again and again, and still rejected the idea of including Dragon and Ivankov in the major arcana deck, and only arranged them in the minor arcana deck. Just as Ivankov was secretly thinking about how to quickly find the entrance to the 5.5th floor, Anjuin was secretly preparing to harvest the two of them. The warship escorting the dragon arrived at the port of Impel Down. Magellan, who received the notice in advance, appeared at the port to welcome Polosalino with his Shiryu and little Sati. He. Is this the famous leader of the Revolutionary Army? Little Sati pulled the whip and licked his lips involuntarily. Magellan reminded in a low voice, Ahem, little Sati, pay attention to your appearance. I know, Mr. Director. Little Sati Kide said. At this moment, a ray of light bloomed from Polosalino and appeared in front of Magellan. Director Magellan, are you okay? Thank you, General Polosalino, for your concern. I'm fine, sorry, I'll go to the bathroom first. Magellan covered his stomach with an embarrassed look on his face, and then ran away as if oiling his soles. Rain's Shiryu and others are already used to this. Polosalino also said nothing, just turned his head and looked at the murderous warden next to him. Chief Shiryu, this felon will be officially handed over to you in Impel Down City. I believe you will not make the same mistake as the Golden Lion again, otherwise the 5 elders will be very angry. Haha, you don't have to worry about this Marine. Shiryu took a puff of his cigar, then pulled the dragon's shackles and brought him into the baptism room. Polosalino didn't say anything. Advertisement. After all, if he needed to be reminded, he had already reminded him. If Long really escaped from Impel Down City, it would have nothing to do with him. After signing the handover document, Polosalino left Impel Down with the warship. In the Hell of Bones. Hee. A burst of cold laughter echoed in the bone hall. Lust had just reported the arrival of the dragon, and Anjuin was already a little excited. Tequila Bolivar on the side reminded, Lord Anjuin, we can't be too anxious, especially the dragon, which is the key target of Impel Down City. I know. Of course Anjuin knew that the dragon could not move lightly, especially in a short period of time, and Impel Down City would definitely monitor it closely. Just because he couldn't capture Dragon and Ivankov directly in a short period of time didn't mean that Anjuin would wait any longer. You must know that Impel Down City is a huge treasure house of devil fruits. Next, Anjuin and others continued to secretly harvest the devil fruit users in Impel Down City. In order to avoid arousing the vigilance of Impel Down City, they seconded Luo to kill some prisoners with abilities who had no value for transformation, and then transplanted their faces and physical characteristics into the living dead soldiers, and then let the living dead soldiers go to jail instead of the prisoners. Anyway, Impel Down City will not go out of its way to test the abilities of these prisoners. As long as the people are still in the cell and alive, the jailers will not ask for trouble. In this way, almost all the devil fruit users in the 3rd level of Starvation Hell and the 5th level of Freezing Hell, except Ivankov, were harvested by Anjuin and others. Except for the 26 animal type ability user prisoners who were given to Moria and transformed into living dead generals, the remaining 18 ability users were killed directly and the devil fruits in their bodies were recovered. According to intelligence, there are currently 49 ability users left in Impel Down City, including several in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell. For example, the Momo fruit on Burndy, the Destroyer of the World, the Fusion fruit on Bullet, the Descendant of the Devil, and the Hurricane fruit on Dragon. However, Eternal Hell's ability users cannot do anything casually. Bullet, Long, Red Earl, and others are all masters of knowledge and S*X. Coupled with the strict monitoring of Impel Down City, it is easy for mistakes to be made casually. Therefore, Anjuin and others still need to wait for a while for Impel Down City to be quiet for a period of time. As long as there are no problems for more than half a year, the jailers will naturally become slack. Just use this time to strengthen the overall strength of the Skeleton Hell. After all, after harvesting so many devil fruits, Noah also allocated hundreds of natural members to the Skeleton Hell. Anjuin can use a small part of the devil fruits to cultivate more outstanding members. Chapter 175 Replacement. October 15, 1511 in the Haiwan calendar. A month has passed since Long was arrested and imprisoned. During this period, the Revolutionary Army became invisible. However, the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army led by Crow, and the New World Army of the Revolutionary Army secretly taken over by Champagne, were not as chaotic as they imagined. Instead, they quickly took control of the Western Army and the Paradise Army, which had lost their army commanders. Advertisement. After more than a month of reorganization, Crow and Champagne successfully integrated the Western Army and the Paradise Army, plus the Northern Army and the New World Army controlled by the two of them, allowing the power controlled by Crow to skyrocket. With the help of Long's public declaration of disbandment, Crow turned the tide and successfully suppressed Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army who was originally neutral. And Crow won over the Confederate Army Captain Lindbergh. October 15. On a hidden island in New World. Through the filming function of the internal communication phone bug, the existing top leaders of the Revolutionary Army secretly held a video conference. As soon as Crow went online, gate of opening came to the point. Long has lost the qualification to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army. In order to continue to lead the struggle between the Revolutionary Army and the world government, it is very necessary for us to elect a new leader. I have no objection. Lindbergh did not object. Betty frowned. We can go to South Blue to find the secret passage, and then rescue Long and Yvonne from the Impel City. Champagne, who was disguised as Peter, shook his head. Do you know where the secret passage is? South Blue is close to the island near Impel Down. There are more than 100. Find them one by one. It won't be possible to find it without a year and a half. Yes, do we have to keep waiting? Betty explained the importance of dragons to everyone, but without the ability of dragons, the transportation of many of our previous weapons and supplies would become very difficult. Betty, let me handle the transportation of weapons and supplies. Crow took the initiative to take over the matter. Hearing Crow's answer, Betty knew that the re-election of the leader was unstoppable. Is that so? If you can solve this problem, I agree to re-elect. I agree too. Champagne immediately agreed. Several other deputy army commanders also spoke one after another, and they did not object. After all, there are still many variables in rescuing Long and Ivankov. Now the Revolutionary Army is facing a huge crisis. Without a leader to lead it, internal chaos and internal divisions will easily occur. With the support of everyone, the Crow became the second-generation target of the Revolutionary Army, replacing the Dragon. However, Crow did not rush to criticize Long's theoretical thoughts as soon as he took office, nor did he talk about joining the Liberator organization. After all, it would be too obvious to do so. Advertisement. Now Crow is not in a hurry. He can slowly guide the Revolutionary Army to change direction, and at the same time gradually weaken the presence of Long and others in the Revolutionary Army. After discussing with other army commanders, Wu Wu decided to reorganize the Revolutionary Army. Jilung, the deputy commander of the Northern Army who had been following Crow, was appointed commander of the Northern Army. Crow himself sits in New World. Peter, Champagne, is appointed captain of the Paradise Army. Lindbergh continued to serve as commander of the Confederate Army. Beatty went on to serve as commander of the Eastern Army. Gambo, the former deputy commander of the Southern Army, was appointed commander of the Western Army. At the same time, a small number of middle-level cadres were also adjusted, and the middle-level cadres of each branch were disrupted and redistributed to suppress the formation of internal hills. At this point, Crow's internal adjustments to the Revolutionary Army have been initially completed. After finishing the video conference, Crow secretly summoned a dozen middle-level cadres who had passed the loyalty review and were relatively strong. These people were all from Crow's side, including Jilung, who had just become the commander of the Northern Army. He said bluntly to the dozen or so confidants present, "We must change our previous ideological program. Long's attitude towards those nobles is too ambiguous. We all come from poor backgrounds. It must be difficult for everyone to sympathize with those who live a life of luxury and luxury. Noble. That's right. Why did we work so hard to overthrow a decadent kingdom, but in the end those so-called good nobles benefited? I've wanted to say this for a long time. Can those so-called good kings and nobles guarantee that their descendants will never deteriorate? I'm afraid this is just a fantasy." Once it was revealed, everyone expressed their repressed thoughts. Crow was very satisfied with everyone's ideological consciousness. He pressed his hands and then seriously reminded, "I know everyone is very dissatisfied, but there are some things we cannot be too direct, especially in front of Betty and others. We must try to restrain ourselves." Champagne also added, "New ideas can be promoted to members of the middle and lower classes, but we must pay attention to proportion and strategy. It will take time and strength for us to complete the process of bringing order to the Revolutionary Army." When everyone heard this, they also knew what Crow and Champagne were thinking. That is to unite the middle and lower classes and isolate a small number of upper class members and members who are loyal to Long and others. After discussing various strategies, Crow took out 3 devil fruits and said to everyone, "These devil fruits are one of the benefits given to us by the Liberator organization, and they are all powerful devil fruits. Those who are selected, I hope you will not let them down." Devil fruit. Advertisement. Seeing the devil fruit on the table, everyone couldn't help but get excited, but they still maintained restraint. "Jiran, this salt fruit of paramecia is for you." Jilong took the fruit with a smile on his face, then closed his eyes and took a hard bite of the pulp. "Ugh." The Crow reminded, "Spit it out, it proves that your willpower is weak." Aroused by this, Jilong suppressed his nausea and ate the remaining pulp with a ferocious expression. "Ugh." Jilong covered his mouth. Crow picked up the remaining 2 devil fruits and handed them to the Northern Army Staff Officer Abing and the Western Army Staff Officer Kadi respectively. Abing's fruit is the lynx form of the animal cat fruit. The fruit of Kadi is the spring fruit of paramecia. After watching the two eat the fruit, the crow patted their shoulders with satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, the crow drew a pie for the remaining people. Don't be jealous. As long as you do more things for the organization in the future, you will inevitably benefit from it. You will have the opportunity to obtain devil fruits, various potions, weapons, etc. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Champagne also raised his arms and shouted, "Gentlemen, let us fight for the ideal country and encourage each other. Strive. Encourage each other. After this small meeting is over." Crow, Champagne, and others parted ways one after another. Through the relationship with the winery, Champagne arranged for some of the winery's intelligence agents to enter the spark of the Revolutionary Army, and continued to strengthen its penetration of the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, the identity of the winery intelligence officer was not told to other members of Spark. After all, among the members of Spark, there was no professional and regular loyalty review by the winery, so there was no guarantee that traitors would not appear. Just in case, it's better to conceal the identity of the winery's intelligence officer now. As the various arrangements made by Crow and Champagne were implemented one after another, the Revolutionary Army was penetrated by the Liberator organization without any secrets. In the next 1 or 2 years, as long as the arrangements are carried out step by step, the Revolutionary Army will soon change its color. As long as Long and Ivankov cannot come out within 1 or 2 years, even if they are released in 2 or 3 years, they will not be able to change the changes in the Revolutionary Army. What's more, Impel Down City is now half of the Liberator's territory, and Long and Ivankov will most likely not be able to escape. Chapter 176 Huge Harvest. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon fly like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, it was the beginning of the year 1512 in the Hiwan calendar. With the arrest and imprisonment of the Revolutionary Army leader Long and Corps Cadre Ivankov in September, the manic waves on the sea seemed to be suppressed, and the last 3 months of 1511 seemed somewhat calm. Of course, whether it is the world government, the Liberator organization, the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, or the underground giants, they all know very well that this is just a temporary intermission. The Liberator's secret attacks on various island countries in the South Blue and East Daxia Sea seem to have decreased a lot, but this is not because they are afraid of the world government, but because they have some indigestion. Advertisement. Even though the Lunar Governor-General has gone all out and with the help of various apostles, it has still only transformed underground cities and infrastructure that can accommodate a population of 150 million. The number of immigrants that the Liberator organized in South Blue, East Daxia Sea, and Paradise has now reached 87.29 million. Adding in the previous population, the current population of the Lunar Governor-General is approaching the 100 million mark. This is under the premise that Noah did not choose those large countries when he chose the target. For example, the Kingdom of Alabasta has a population of more than 57 million, the Kingdom of Flowers has a population of more than 46 million, and the Kingdom of Goa has a population of more than 12 million. The populations of these large countries are simply too large. Not only is it difficult to transfer in a short period of time, but it is also easy to be pursued by the world government during the transfer process. The masters of the Liberator organization are not afraid of the world government, but the civilians will become victims of the fighting between the two sides. This is obviously not a scene that Noah and the Liberator organization want to see. Therefore, Noah slowed down the speed of the strategy and first digested the new immigrants that had been transferred before starting the next round of large-scale strategy. This is why the sea has been somewhat calm in the past few months. However, the secret actions of the Liberator organization have not stopped. For example, Vic, Pika, Garam, Lillian, and Liang, who are responsible for transforming the New World strata, have completed the transformation of all areas controlled by the Sky Empire in the New World. At the end of 1511, Noah secretly arrived in the Sky Empire of New World and worked secretly here. At this time, he was underground in the palace on Tianxiang Island. According to Dr. Akram's survey, in areas that have been stratigraphically transformed, the magnetic field in the area has undergone significant changes, and the intensity and frequency of extreme weather have decreased. Advertisement. Listening to Robin's report, Noah did not expect that transforming New World strata would lead to such unexpected gains. Robin continued, regarding this unexpected result, the opinion of the Scientific Research Department is that it is conducive to the stability and improvement of regional ecology and geology, while the opinion of the General Staff Department is to cautiously expand the scope of transformation, or reduce the intensity of the transformation strata and suppress this change spreads to sea areas controlled by other forces. Noah also nodded, well, the opinion of the staff is indeed reasonable. If this obvious change is discovered by other forces, they will definitely investigate, and may even cause the world government to jump over the wall. And this kind of action, and to a certain extent, it is also an enemy. Robin flipped through the document. The Scientific Research Department also considered the opinions of the General Staff Department, and they came up with a revised plan, which is to connect some islands that are relatively stable to each other through stratigraphic transformation. Oh. Noah took the file and read it over. The new plan of the Scientific Research Department not only reduces the difficulty and intensity of stratigraphic transformation, but also narrows the scope of transformation. It has changed from a whole stratum before to a network of stratigraphic veins, which is equivalent to implanting strips into the stratum. Strengthen the tendons. Judging from the reconstructed stratigraphic map given. Since the Sky Empire's control area is right in the middle of the New World, the Sky Empire's control area, which has been deeply transformed, has become the core of these underground reinforcements. As long as the strata within the areas controlled by the Sky Empire are not destroyed on a large scale, there will be no large-scale devastating earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in the New World. After reading the plan, Noah signed his agreement to implement it. Robin did not leave, but continued with a smile, "We have gained a lot during this stratigraphic transformation process." "Oh, it's those underwater shipwrecks and underwater mineral veins." Noah had already guessed the so-called harvest. Robin nodded, "Many veins of various rare minerals have been found in the Sky Empire's control area. This is a specific list." After finishing speaking, Robin gave him a list of mineral veins and a map. Noah looked at it carefully for a while. There are hundreds of mineral veins on the list. These are all large mineral veins, and those small mineral veins are not qualified to be recorded. Among them, there are 4 seafloor stone veins with an ore reserve of more than 1.7 billion cubic meters. There are also 2 explosive rock veins, 13 gold mine veins, 45 rare metal veins, 19 oil fields and natural gas fields, 32 coal mines, 36 iron mines, 11 copper mines, 15 lead zinc mines, and 13 aluminum mines. Earth ore, etc. Although for the Liberator organization that controls the entire moon, there is no shortage of other minerals except oil, natural gas, coal, seastone, and explosive rock. But transporting minerals from the moon to the blue star will take time and is not convenient. Advertisement. Therefore, the discovery of these minerals will help strengthen the self-sufficiency of the Sky Empire. Robin pulled out another document and handed it to him. This is a list of treasures found among those shipwrecks at the bottom of the ocean. After taking the document, Noah also read it carefully. Perhaps due to the harsh environment of New World, coupled with pirates, marines, and the wars of various local countries, the scale of the shipwrecks on the bottom of New World is very large. There are tens of thousands of sunken ships on the seabed within the area controlled by the Sky Empire alone. You can imagine the treasure hidden in it. In addition, the Great Sea Invasion 800 years ago submerged a lot of land, and countless ancient countries or cities were swallowed up by the sea. These ruins also hide huge amounts of treasures. The documents in Noah's hand were a thick stack, with more than 200 pages. There are ancient technologies, ancient secrets, and rare treasures from ancient ruins. There are gold and silver jewelry, famous swords, and devil fruits from modern shipwrecks. Among them, the devil fruits that Noah was most interested in found a total of 18, most of which were animal-type devil fruits. Animal type definitely accounts for the largest proportion among devil fruits. Among these 18 devil fruits, 13 are of the animal type. The current inventory of devil fruits in the Liberator organization has reached an astonishing 58, including 41 of the animal type, 13 of Paramecia, and 4 of Logia. Among the 4 Logias, in addition to the Union fruit, there are 2 that were recovered from Impel Down City, namely the swamp fruit and the crystal fruit, the lower part of the rock fruit. The last Logia was salvaged from the bottom of the New World. Ozone fruit. There are no garbage fruits in Logia. If it shows that the crotch is pulled, there is a high probability that it is a person with no ability. Union fruit, swamp fruit, crystal fruit, and ozone fruit are all good. As long as the Esper's domineering power and physical fitness are not bad, after eating these devil fruits, the basic strength will be an elite lieutenant general. After reading the last page, Noah sighed, it seems necessary to strengthen the undersea exploration of New World and other sea areas. Robin smiled and said, I have arranged for the Sky Empire to launch all explorations of the North Blue Seabed. Chapter 177 Luck comes again. While Noah and Robin were discussing the internal affairs of the Liberators, Vic and his team, who were rebuilding and strengthening the ley lines under the New World, were resting in a trench near the area controlled by the Whitebeard pirates. In the temporary undersea lounge built by Vic using his abilities, everyone took out various delicious foods prepared in advance from the cards. Although they are very busy at work, it does not affect their enjoyment of life. Vic took a sip of milk tea, then picked up a large piece of pan-fried gem meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Advertisement. Lillian was using flames to grill the steaks of sea beasts she had just killed from the nearby sea. Although Pika and Gayram are apostles, they can also eat and feel the deliciousness of food. Suddenly Vic stopped. What's wrong? Lillian turned her head and looked at Vic. But Vic put down the food and raised the corners of his mouth involuntarily. Bahaha, today is our lucky day. Don't show off. Vic, tell me what's good. Lillian was a little impatient. Wait a minute, let me control that guy first. After finishing speaking, Vic quickly manipulated the surrounding seafloor rocks. In the trench, a very huge lanternfish was slowly passing above Vic and others. The next moment, countless rocks and trees appeared from the bottom of the sea. The lanternfish had no time to react and was instantly wrapped in the rock forest. Before the lanternfish could resist, those rocky forests grew rapidly, trapping the lanternfish in them. The lanternfish found itself trapped in a trap and tried to resist, but no matter how hard it tried, it was to no avail. As time passed, in less than 10 minutes, the body of the lanternfish was trapped by rock formations several kilometers thick. Vic led Lillian and others through the rock passage and came to the front of the lanternfish. As soon as Lillian walked out of the rock passage, she was blinded by the dazzling golden light in front of her. What is it? It's so bright. This is the legendary pure gold. Vic said as he used a hard diamond drill bit to penetrate the lanternfish's lantern part. Advertisement. Soon a large pile of debris containing gold was drilled out of the drill hole. Lillian picked up a large handful of crumbs. Is this pure gold? There's nothing special about it. Gayram on the side explained, Lillian, these are just ordinary gold, and the real pure gold is only a small part. The lantern part of the lanternfish is very large, and the gold inside it is at least several hundred tons. Of course, it cannot be all pure gold. After all, when the doctor first created pure gold, he was not a rich man and did not have so many resources to create pure gold. Soon, several pieces of very bright debris appeared in front of several people. Lillian quickly picked out these fragments. She felt that they were pure gold. This should be pure gold, right? Gayram nodded, yes, this extremely bright metal is pure gold, a secret treasure that can lead to immortality. Can you really live forever? Lillian held the pieces containing pure gold with some curiosity. Pika, who had just entered the body of the lanternfish, walked out from under a fish scale with 2 humans. Lillian looked surprised. Pika, where did these 2 people come from? Although he knew the situation of Olga and his daughter from Noah's memory, Pika couldn't tell Lillian directly. He gave an ambiguous explanation. It was found in the body of this lanternfish. These 2 people seem to have lived in the body of the lanternfish for a long time. They should have some special relationship with pure gold, otherwise they would not have lived so long. Have you really lived for a long time? Lillian looked at Olga, who was in the state of a little girl, but she seemed to be mute. Pika shook his head, don't waste your efforts. They have lived in the body of the lanternfish for too long. They have not spoken to other people for a long time and have lost their language ability. You turned mute after not speaking for a long time? How scary. Lillian was a little surprised. After a series of drawing comparisons and the fact that the scientist Azir's language skills had not been completely lost, the 2 parties barely completed preliminary communication. More than 2 hours later. After Noah finished handling other work, he brought Robin here through the black cavity. And the scientist Azir also recovered part of his language communication skills through constant communication. Is this pure gold? Robin looked at the pile of crystal bottles in front of him that looked like little suns. Advertisement. These crystal bottles were made by Vic to contain pure gold and gold sand. There are more than 300 bottles in total. It is estimated that the pure gold in them is about 80 kilograms. According to Dr. Azir's description, this weight is also consistent with the weight of the pure gold he originally created. Picking up a bottle of pure gold sand, Noah's knowledge, and color combine with electromagnetic waves and magnetic fields to sense his body. Soon he discovered the secret that pure gold can make people immortal. The special light released by pure gold, when shining on living things, will convert part of the purine substances in the blood into a special component. Blood circulates and enters cells throughout the body. This special ingredient can continuously repair the telomeres of chromosomes to maintain their length and ensure that mutations do not occur. Pure gold light and telomere stabilizer, is this the reason for immortality? Noah looked at the dazzling pure gold thoughtfully. Then he concentrated again and observed the molecular structure of pure gold. Pure gold is not a natural element, but a synthetic compound composed of 7 gold atoms, 13 oxygen atoms, 5 palladium atoms, 5 fluorine atoms, 114 carbon atoms, and 59 hydrogen atoms. Composition. At its core are gold and palladium atoms. When gold atoms sense the magnetic field lines of the external magnetic field, they will generate a weak magnetic field and microcurrent, thereby stimulating the nuclear decay of palladium atoms. After nuclear decay occurs, palladium atoms will release a special beta ray, which undergoes a secondary transformation through the special structure of fluorine atoms and carbon atoms, and turns into special golden light. The magnetic field rotates, the atoms reorganize. Noah pressed one hand on the ground, pulled out the required raw materials from the stratum, and then concentrated these raw materials in the palm of his hand. Although he doesn't know Dr. Azir's synthesis path, this world is not a purely scientific world, but a semi-mysterious side world with devil fruit. The magnetic field forcibly fixes the atoms, installs the elements required for each pure gold molecule in specific positions according to quantity and structure, and then strips off some of the outer electrons of the atoms. Through this method of flying bricks with great force, a freshly baked pure gold molecule is created. After a while, Noah rubbed out hundreds of kilograms of pure gold with his bare hands. Dr. Azier on the side was stunned. Sure enough, knowledge is power. Robin sighed with a smile. Noah stopped making pure gold, gathered a large piece of iron sand, and wrapped the pure gold that emitted a strong light, leaving only a small part for illumination. Magnetic fields are the real power of science. Seeing Noah say this, Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that you already understand the secret of pure gold and immortality. Noah shook his head. This thing is essentially a special light releaser. The special light can cause the body to produce a telomere stabilizer. However, there are pros and cons. Once the telomeres are solidified, it means that the cells will not die. This will cause the body to be unable to grow and become stronger. Chapter 178 Guess. For the purpose of pure gold, Noah does not need to use it for the time being. After all, he is only 24 years old at this time, and his body can still be further strengthened. If he wears pure gold at this time, his strength will not be improved. Of course, this does not mean that Noah gave up using pure gold. After controlling the lanternfish, Vic released control of it, and then Noah let the lanternfish live in the Sky Empire, but it could not attack human ships and islands. As for Dr. Azier and his daughter Olga, they were sent to the moon by Noah. Advertisement. Although there were conflicts and misunderstandings between father and daughter, this was their family matter. Noah had no intention of intervening. He just told the two to calm down and think about how to live their lives in the future. Vic and others continue to stay in the New World to transform the ley lines. And Robin returns to the Revolving Heaven Empire headquarters. Noah went to the governorate of the moon. The Moon Palace City in the Lunar Viceroyalty is the headquarters of the Scientific Research Department of the Kingdom of Dawn. Aja, Rajet, Andy, Luo, Caesar, and Muzulu are all engaged in various scientific research work here. However, their research has different focuses. Aja uses his own graphite fruits to focus on graphite applications, solar energy, graphene superconductors, graphene chips, etc. Because Rajet swallowed fruits, he mainly researched the synthesis of new materials and mechanical manufacturing. Andy's disease fruit, Muzulu's fungus fruit, and Luo's surgery fruit all tend to be biological and medical types. Caesar's own gas fruit does not have much blessing on scientific research work itself. He mainly studies artificial devil fruits, blood factors, and human transformation technology. In addition, there are more than 20 other key laboratories in Yuegong City. Dr. Azier, who had just been brought over, was assigned to the New Materials Laboratory to cooperate with Rajet in researching new materials. The reason is not to join Andy's Disease Research Laboratory, or Luo's Surgical Laboratory, or Muzulu's Microbiology Laboratory. The reason is very simple. Dr. Azier is a chemist, not a medical scientist. The reason why he invented pure gold was to delay the onset of Olga's disease. He is not a grandmaster in medicine. Noah came to the surgical laboratory with most of the pure gold. Luo, who was busy transforming an experimental subject, saw Noah dragging a big iron ball in. He asked curiously. Noah family, why are you here? Do you need my help with anything? Advertisement. A good thing was discovered on the bottom of the New World today. Noah said as he untied the iron sand covering the surface of the pure gold. In an instant, a strong golden light filled the entire living room. What is this? It's so dazzling. Luo was unable to open his eyes due to the golden light. Noah gave him a pair of sunglasses and explained at the same time, this is the legendary pure gold. Pure gold. Luo was stunned for a moment, and then asked excitedly, is it the legendary pure gold that can make people immortal? Yes, are you surprised? This thing can really make people immortal. Luo walked to the pure gold ball, cut off a small piece with a scalpel, and then used his ability to scan it carefully. I have checked and tested it. This thing does have the effect of immortality, but... Hearing Noah's tone, Luo knew that things were not that simple, but... It seems that this thing has shortcomings. However, the side effects of this thing will cause the user's cells to be unable to divide. You should be aware of the consequences of the user's cells being unable to divide. When Luo heard this, he understood the shortcomings of pure gold. It will prevent the body from growing and developing. Suddenly Luo thought of a more serious problem. If it cannot grow and develop, it also means that it cannot increase strength through exercise, which will result in the inability to improve strength. Noah nodded, this is the shortcoming. For those of us who need to practice, we must not wear pure gold during the period of rapid growth in strength. Luo, who was inspecting the pure gold, thought about the purpose of Noah bringing the pure gold. Since it's not for immortality, it must have something to do with medical technology. After a while, Luo understood Noah's intention. The Noah family plans to use pure gold as a rescue technology, or to cooperate with human cryopreservation technology. That's right, that's why I brought pure gold to the surgical laboratory. Pure gold can solidify biological cells. Although this solidification is not a complete solidification, it can at least extend the lifespan of organisms dozens of times. If combined with human cryopreservation technology, the life extension effect may reach tens of thousands of years. As for its use in rescue, it is just one of the small applications. Luo has been working hard to develop the surgical fruit before. He hopes that he can awaken the fruit's ability as soon as possible, and then use Barton's exchange fruit to perform an immortal surgery on Noah. Now it seems that the immortality surgery of the surgical fruit is not the only means to achieve immortality. In fact, Noah and Luo discussed the so-called immortality surgery a long time ago. Advertisement. Before the fruit awakened, Luo didn't know how to make living things achieve immortality. Noah, on the other hand, used various information from the original timeline of the pirate world and combined with various knowledge from his previous life, he imagined the most likely means of immortality. The key to this method lies in the devil fruit. To be precise, it should be the animal devil fruit. The immortality surgery envisioned by Noah is to use the power of the surgery fruit to transform the core of the animal type ability user, and to fuse the information body of the animal type devil fruit with the soul of the person with the ability. As long as the fusion can be successful, the Esper will possess the hidden characteristic of the devil fruit, which is immortality. After all, users with abilities will die, but devil fruits will not die. Devil fruits can be reborn continuously. The 5 elders and I must all be animal type ability users of the phantom beast species. Why can only animal type devil fruits perform immortality surgery? The answer is very simple. Animal type devil fruits have biological properties, while Paramecia and Logia do not have biological properties. Surgical fruits can only be operated on living things, especially surgeries involving the foundation of life. This is equivalent to transplanting part of an organ from an animal devil fruit to a person with abilities. If it is Paramecia or Logia, then these two types of devil fruit are themselves a concept or element, and there is no way to transplant them to ability users. This transformation of the surgical fruit also reminded Noah of 2 other technologies, namely artificial devil fruit technology and bloodline factor technology. Why can Vegapunk produce pink dragon fruit? Apparently Vegapunk has mastered part of the devil fruit information body extraction and transplantation technology. Will there be any problems with the devil fruit that has information extracted from it? Judging from the current situation, it should not affect the original devil fruit. However, the risks involved in extracting devil fruit information and then creating artificial devil fruits or transplanting them into human bodies are definitely very high. After all, in the original timeline, the artificial devil fruits created by Caesar showed serious side effects. The difficulty of implanting demonic information to achieve immortality must be very high, which is why users with surgical fruit abilities need to pay the price of their lives after using immortality surgery. In addition, Noah estimates that as a subject of immortality surgery, he must meet the prerequisites for fruit awakening. If there is no fruit awakening, then after transplanting the devil's information, there is a high probability that he will become a brainless orc similar to the jailerman. Chapter 179 School. After delivering the pure gold to Luo's surgical laboratory, Noah did not leave the moon, but went to the City of Light on the back of the moon. The main function of Guangming City is education and training. The city has 15 institutions of higher learning, including the Institute of Lunar Science and Technology, the Institute of Life Sciences, the O'Hara School of History, Dawn Military Institute, the Carnegie Institute of Comprehensive Studies, the Institute of Space Development, and the Institute of Planetary Geology and Climatology. For the Lunar Governor-General, whose population is approaching the 100 million mark, a dozen institutions of higher learning are not enough. Advertisement. However, since the new generation has not yet reached the age of going to college, many of those of the right age have joined the army or joined the workforce, so currently a dozen institutions of higher learning are sufficient for the time being. Noah arrived quietly, without informing the school administrators. The entire Guangming City is a huge academy city. Among the population of more than 100,000, 80% are students, 10% are faculty members, and 10% are service personnel. Walking on the street, there is an artificial sky dome above, simulating the natural sky, white clouds, and sun. Although it is a city, it does not have the urban feel of a steel forest, but a garden city filled with various lawns, shrubs, jungles, creeks, and gardens. I heard that you are going to take part in the fleet pilot assessment. A cute voice came from not far away. What came into view were 2 lovely girls, about 17 or 18 years old. Noah found a bench and sat down, then called a vending robot not far away and bought a bottle of lemon tea from the robot. Yes. I have already signed up. The girl named and said to Kide carelessly. She also bought a vanilla ice cream from the vending robot. The naughty girl was a little worried. Is it too dangerous? I heard that Blue Star is very chaotic right now. And took a bite of the ice cream. My hometown is still under the rule of those evil nobles. If it were not for the rescue of the Liberator organization, I would have been sold to the Celestial Dragons as a slave. In fact, working in logistics can also support the front line. And shook his head. No, I still hope that I can personally liberate my hometown. Okay. The playful girl was helpless. At this moment, there was a burst of noisy shouting in the street ahead. A large group of students held flags, loudspeakers, and slogans to promote the event to other students around them. Advertisement. The military has expanded its recruitment by 30,000 staff officers. Interested students should sign up as soon as possible. In order to liberate the world, as the new youth of the Kingdom of Dawn, we have a duty. The evil Dracos and nobles are still dominating Blue Star. We can no longer remain silent. The world needs us. There is a lot of this propaganda. Those students who have just immigrated here do not know much about the war between the Kingdom of Dawn and the world government, but those old students who have joined the Kingdom of Dawn for several years understand that there will definitely be a decisive battle between the world government and the Kingdom of Dawn in the future. If the Kingdom of Dawn fails on Blue Star, the Governor-General of the Moon may not be able to save it either. The families of those old students have lived on the Moon for several years, and they can no longer do without the peace, tranquility, and prosperity of the Moon. Therefore, in order to protect their own interests, they spontaneously organized various support groups to publicize the cruelty of the celestial dragons and the nobles, as well as the inhumanity of the world government. At the same time, they wanted the new students to understand that the Kingdom of Dawn and them were a community sharing weal and woe. In fact, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the General Staff Department are also promoting this kind of propaganda work, either explicitly or covertly. Although many students are ordinary people can also play a role, such as participating in production, participating in logistics support work, participating in scientific research work, etc. The Kingdom of Dawn is getting bigger and bigger, and it needs a lot of people in all aspects. If we do not strengthen internal propaganda and mobilize those new immigrants, then we will lose the meaning of robbing the population. Noah watched on the bench for more than half an hour. The team of the cheering club has more than 50 students. They have a clear division of labor and are very skilled in publicity techniques. It is obviously not the first time they have done this kind of work. And many of the newly immigrated students were attracted by the publicity. After reading this, Noah disappeared quietly. When he appeared again, he had arrived at Carnegie Comprehensive College in Baikan District. At this time, this college is holding an internal competition. The academies in the Kingdom of Dawn generally have physical arts departments, which will teach 6 postures and physical exercise methods. To graduate, you must grandmaster 2 of the 6 postures, and at the same time, your physical strength must reach 100, which is the minimum requirement. Under normal circumstances, physical arts classes are the same as other subjects and require 3 years of study. If you are extremely talented or have the idea of further training, you can apply to the college for the postgraduate examination of physical arts in the 3rd year. As long as you pass the loyalty review, you will be centrally arranged to study physical arts at Dawn Military Academy. Dawn Military Academy has more in-depth and comprehensive training, including teaching domineering, advanced swordsmanship, advanced physical skills, life potions to strengthen the body, various combat practices and combat methods. Advertisement. The purpose of the current competition at Carnegie Comprehensive College is to select some students with extraordinary talents in physical skills, plus some students who have a strong desire to become stronger, and then send them to Dawn Military Academy for graduate school. Of course, for students with extraordinary talents in physical arts, they are not forced to study physical arts. The Academy respects individual choices. After all, some people really don't like fighting or have other hobbies. Noah randomly found a seat to sit down in the stadium's auditorium. The students participating in the competition are all 3rd graders, generally between the ages of 15 and 18. Iron. A 3-meter-tall man tensed up. His opponent kicked him in the lower body without any martial arts. Despicable. The big man quickly backed away. His opponent was a short white-haired man about 1.8 meters tall. When the white-haired man saw the opponent retreating, he quickly approached. Rule, don't be naive. If you really want to join the liberators, then you'd better give up this naive idea. Fighting is neither despicable nor just, because only the winner can define justice. The big man was confused for a moment. The white-haired man swayed from side to side for an instant, and then punched the opponent's thigh. The big man woke up from the pain. However, the white-haired man had already circled back, quickly climbed up on his back, choked the big man with one hand, and thrust his other hand into the big man's eyes. The big man was shocked. Although iron blocks can enhance the body's defense, the eyes are after all one of the most fragile organs of the human body. As long as the level of life return has not been reached, eye-piercing attacks cannot be ignored. Next to the ring, the physical arts teacher acting as the referee appeared on the ring with a shaved head. The white-haired man also stopped inserting his eyes. Whitecaps wins. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired man released his hands and feet. Noah in the audience watched the battle of these students with great interest, and there were many good ones among them. For example, this Beilang, although his body is not as good as the talented Luer, his fighting mind is very good, which slightly makes up for his weak body. This kind of person is more suitable for developing Paramecia Devil Fruit, because Paramecia Devil Fruit values the intelligence and knowledge of the ability user, as well as various tactical arrangements. If the Kingdom of Dawn wants to wage a full-scale war with the world government, it must have enough high-level combat power. Noah came to the academy this time to select a batch of elite seeds suitable for cultivation and then give them devil fruits. Chapter 180 The Power of Science. Noah was busy investigating the new generation, as well as investigating industrial development and the conditions of various cities on the moon. Time has passed unknowingly for more than half a year. It was already September of 1512 in the Hiwan calendar. The Don Quixote family of West Blue has also grown rapidly. Although the Don Quixote family gave up its previous slave trade and specialized in the arms and transportation industries, this did not slow down its development. Advertisement. Karina, who has been an intern in the Don Quixote family for more than a year, and Tetsora, who has been trained for more than a year, are the core forces for the development and growth of the Don Quixote family. Karina's identity has always been a code name, and her code name is Phantom. And Tezero had been given the golden fruit by Noah half a month ago. Tezero is worthy of being the chosen one for the golden fruit. As soon as he eats this fruit, and with the Book of Demons given to him by Noah as a reference, his ability development reaches a very high level. Of course, this is not just a matter of Tezero's talent, but also the training and potions provided by the organization, which also play a huge role. Just like after Sabo eats the Shashuo fruit, he can immediately exert his strength to kill Lieutenant General Marine instantly. This is not because Sabo is talented, but because he is not strong enough in his own right. After more than a year of devil training, and the infusion of life force that cost nothing, Tezero would not be able to afford the good conditions Noah gave him if he did not reach the level of Major General in Marine Headquarters. It is precisely because he has such a strong foundation that after eating the golden fruit, his strength quickly approached the elite Lieutenant General level. As long as the fruit awakens, or the Conqueror's Haki awakens, Tezero will at least be at the base of the Quasi-General level. Since the Liberators and Sky Empire attracted attention, the world government has relaxed its surveillance of Shishibukai a little. Of course, due to the leadership of Saint Satan and Vegapunk as the core scientific researcher, the Seraph Project is also accelerating at a rapid pace under the urging of 5 elders. For the Seraph Project, Noah and the Liberator organization have no way to stop it. Because the prerequisite for joining Shishibukai, in addition to obeying the call of the world government, is to leave a tube of its own blood to the world government. In other words, the blood samples of Dahlia, Hwaza, Moria, Mingo, Crocodile, and the previously deceased Mihawk have been collected by the world government. With Vegapunk's cloning technology, Shishabukai's blood and even some of his organs can certainly be cloned in large quantities. The winery has been investigating for so long, but still has not found out where Vegapunk and its latest scientific research base are. This makes Noah unable to capture or kill Vegapunk through a surprise attack. Advertisement. However, the Seraph Project and the Pacifist Project pose little threat to the Liberator organization. After all, the current Liberator organization has mass-produced mecha warriors jointly developed by Kaji, Quinn, Caesar, and others on the moon. There are currently 370,000 ordinary mecha warriors equipped, 30,000 intermediate mecha commanders, and more than 1,500 advanced mecha generals. The corresponding marine combat capabilities of these types of mecha robots are: Mecha warriors correspond to the colonel level of Marine Headquarters. The Mecha Commander corresponds to the rank of Major General in the Marine Headquarters. Mecha General corresponds to the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General level. As for more powerful mecha robots, it's not that they can't be manufactured, but they require specific raw materials, devil fruits. That's right, the special model of Mecha Beast King requires devil fruit as raw material. This technology was an idea proposed by Noah and was jointly developed by Quinn, Geiji, Caesar, Gerald, Luo and others. Using the life memory metal synthesized by Gerald as the basic raw material, coupled with the biological brain transformed from the cloned brain, and the technology of merging dead objects with devil fruits, the Mecha Beast King was created. At present, a total of 7 Mecha Beast Kings have been produced, namely: No. J001 Porcupine Beast King. No. J002 Pterodactyl Beast King. No. J003 the Golden Turtle Beast King. No. J004 the King of Hippogriffs. No. J005 Chimpanzee Beast King. No. J006 Partridge Beast King. No. J007 Viper Beast King. Obviously, the prerequisite for the technology of giving devil fruit abilities to dead objects is that the devil fruit given must be of the animal type. But this fusion also has a huge benefit. That is, once these Mecha Beast Kings complete the fusion of devil fruits, their devil fruits will automatically enter the awakening state. The reason why this happens. Advertisement. The reason is that the biological brain of the Mecha itself does not have a soul, only memory logic and databases that are implanted in advance. Therefore, as soon as the fusion is successful, the animal devil fruit becomes more animalistic, and a dove comes to occupy the magpie's nest. But this situation of dove occupying the magpie's nest also caused the devil fruit to enter the awakening state. The database and memory logic implanted in the biological brain in advance are the key to controlling these mecha beast kings. These mecha beast kings can not only use the terrifying vitality awakened from the animal system, but can also cultivate armed haki and knowledge haki, plus various weapons transplanted to the mecha by Quinn and others. After evaluation, the comprehensive combat effectiveness of these mecha beast kings is roughly equivalent to Marines elite lieutenant general. As for the quasi-admiral level mecha beast king, unless the phantom beast devil fruit is used as raw material, ordinary animal devil fruit cannot reach that level. However, due to the rarity of the phantom beast devil fruit and its potential to give natural humans the combat power of a general, it is really overkill when used on the mecha beast king. Therefore, Noah's idea is to use ordinary animal devil fruits to create at least 100 mecha beast kings, which will gain the combat power of more than 100 elite lieutenant generals. Together with Noah's apostles and the masters of the Liberator Organization, the Liberator Organization will show the resistance forces throughout the sea what the power of science is. Therefore, the Seraph developed by Vegapunk does not pose much of a threat to the Liberator Organization. Cloning requires a long period of careful training and debugging. It takes several years to produce 6 or 7 Seraphs, whose strength is equivalent to that of an elite lieutenant general at most. As for the Mecha Beast King, as long as there are enough animal devil fruits, production and debugging can be completed in about a month. This is why Noah abandoned the clone trooper route. Although the tiger pose is good, it has a lot of tank capacity and is full of energy. No matter how powerful Seraph is, it can't withstand the siege of dozens of Mecha Beast Kings. In Noah's view, neither Seraph nor the pacifist robots pose much of a threat. Instead, it is the Mother Fire developed by Vegapunk that is the real threat. But it doesn't matter. The Liberator Organization has secretly deployed a large number of artificial satellites at an altitude of more than 300 kilometers to monitor blue stars every move around the clock. Especially those high-density, high-heat reactions will be automatically recorded by satellites as soon as they occur. Noah didn't believe that Vegapunk could produce the mature Mother Fire in one step. Its technology would definitely require step-by-step experiments before it could reach its mature form. As a kind of nuclear fusion technology, Mother Fire's experiments will definitely lead to violent high-energy reactions. As long as Vegapunk frequently conducts such experiments, his position will be locked by satellites. Chapter 181 The Rise of Don Quixote. October 14, 1512 in the Hywan calendar. West Blue, Kingdom of Nubia. This is a very vast and uninhabited kingdom, with an area of approximately 1.53 million square kilometers and a population of only 2.06 million. At this time, in the capital of the Nubian kingdom, the rebel army and the king's army were fighting. In a glass mirror in a dressing room somewhere in the palace. Advertisement. There is actually a huge palace. Palace of Mirrors. A palace made purely of glass material. This is one of the secret cores of the Don Quixote family. Karina, codenamed Mirage, is the person in charge of the Palace of Mirrors. In the quiet Palace of Mirrors, Karina observed the situation in Nubia city through the mirror of the Garden of All-Seeing. The reason why the Mirror Palace is placed in the capital of this kingdom is because the Kingdom of Nubia is also known as the Kingdom of Glass. There are a large number of glass factories and handmade glass workshops in the kingdom. Especially in the capital of Nubia, there are glass products everywhere. This special environment makes Karina's mirror feel like a fish in water, while also reducing the probability of her own exposure. After all, this kingdom itself produces, manufactures, and uses glass in large quantities, so there will be no doubt about it. If a place suddenly uses a lot of glass products, the CP organization will secretly pay attention to find out whether there are capable people making trouble here. Karina looked at each surveillance mirror for a while. At this time, in the capital city of the Nubian kingdom, the rebel army and the king's army were fighting until rivers of blood flowed. However, no one noticed anything unusual. The rebel army's body is connected with thin threads that cannot be observed by the naked eye, while the king's army's body is filled with gold particles. It is obvious that the masterminds behind this civil war are Doflamingo and Tesoro. In the palace, Tetsora, disguised as the 8th prince, led the winery intelligence agent who had been deployed in advance, plus hundreds of soldiers secretly recruited by him, and went straight to the palace of the old king and several other princes. Tesoro was very attracted to the drama and waved his golden sword. Everyone, follow me into the palace. King Jun will be on your side and the treacherous officials will be punished. Qing the emperor's side, punish the treacherous ministers. Qing the emperor's side, punish the treacherous ministers. The soldiers behind him also raised their weapons and roared. Advertisement. After a while, Tetsora led his men to the king's palace. When the old king saw the bloody and murderous 8th prince, his face was shocked and angry. You traitor! What do you want to do? Are you the one who colluded with the rebels? My father! You are getting old and it's time to abdicate and give way to someone more worthy. Ahole! Just go ahead. The eldest prince picked up the pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The bullet was instantly blocked by the golden shield. A trace of crazy sarcasm appeared on Tezaro's face. Ha ha ha. Why do you think I have been holding back until now? Go to hell and report. My brother. The golden sand instantly pinched the eldest prince's body. No. Darwin, please. In an instant, the eldest prince was crushed. Blood splashed on the old king's face, and he was so frightened that he peed, and a smell of urine filled the palace. My father, don't worry, I am your son. Tezaro's gold powder instantly seeped into the old king's body. Soon the kingdom came under Tezaro's control. The king's army outside was also retreating steadily, and the rebels slaughtered all the nobles and unscrupulous merchants along the way. More than 3 hours later, the rebels arrived in front of the palace. With his invincible power, Tezaro suppressed all the rebels, but he only killed the villain and at the same time exiled more than 20,000 rebel participants to the northwest desert of the kingdom. At this point, the entire Nubian kingdom fell into the hands of Don Quixote's family. In fact, the reason why this kingdom was targeted was not only because the Don Quixote family was interested in its resources and location, but more importantly, the king and nobles here were very cruel. The old king not only exacted excessive taxes, but in order to maintain his rule, he also prohibited civilians from reading and literacy, and did not allow civilians to possess books, newspapers, etc. Once found, the whole family would be executed directly. The nobles here are equally cruel and cold-blooded. In order to produce high-quality glass, they need to mine quartz ore and mine soda ash from saltwater lakes. Therefore, they purchased slaves from abroad, and at the same time pushed the king to introduce various harsh laws, making it easy for civilians to break the law, thereby turning civilians into prisoners, and then arranged the prisoners to work in mines and salt lakes. The kings, nobles, and merchants of the Nubian kingdom all have their hands stained with the blood of civilians. This is also the reason why Brother Ming and Tetsora killed them without any psychological burden. Advertisement. Of course, there are too many brutal kings and nobles on the sea. Another reason why the Kingdom of Nubia is targeted by the Liberator Organization is its vast area and plateau terrain. Nubian Island covers an area of more than 1 million square kilometers. Its overall terrain is dominated by plateaus, with an average altitude of between 700 and 800 meters. Its climate is dry and rainless, and its interior is densely covered with deserts, gobas, and salt marshes. Most of the population lives in coastal plains with relatively low altitudes. With such a huge land area, a population of just over 2 million, and the cruelty of the king and nobles, the Liberator Organization has long been eyeing this country. 3 days later, Tezaro, who had the appearance of the 8th prince, controlled the old king to abdicate and became the 20th 4th generation king of the Nubian kingdom. After completing the subversion of the Nubian kingdom, the Don Quixote family quickly settled in the kingdom and moved their base camp here. Regarding the coup in the Nubian kingdom and the actions of the Don Quixote family, the world government has actually guessed through peace intelligence that the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo must have been deeply involved in this incident. But the world government only warned Ming Ge not to go too far, and did not declare Darwin's position as king to be illegal. In fact, this is very normal, because in principle, the world government cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the participating countries. Coupled with the current situation in the world that is out of control, the 5 elders do not want to cause trouble, but just warned Ming Ge and the Nubia kingdom. Apparently the 5 elders did not realize that Darwin, the new king, and Ming Ge, the Shishibukai, former celestial dragon, slave trader, arms dealer, and gangster, would be members of the Liberator Organization. This huge identity contrast caused the 5 elders and world government to subconsciously ignore the possibility that they were a Liberator Organization. For more than a year, the Don Quixote family has secretly controlled 4 West Blue franchise countries and 5 non-franchise countries. In addition, the Capone family controls 6 franchise countries and 14 non-franchise countries, the Gambino family controls 4 franchise countries and 10 non-franchise countries. In the entire West Blue, 14 franchised countries and 29 non-franchised countries are secretly controlled by the Liberator Organization, which accounts for almost half of the countries in West Blue. Unknowingly, the strength between the world government and the Liberator Organization has begun to become comparable. It's just that the world government and the 5 elders haven't realized the seriousness of this yet. And Noah didn't want to launch a decisive battle at this time. If a decisive battle is launched at this time, it is easy to lose both sides and the world government, while a third party will benefit. As for who the third party is, of course it is the filial sons and grandsons of Joey Boy's faction. Whether it is the Ryugu Kingdom, the Elbaf Kingdom, the Alabasta Kingdom, Amazon Lily, the Whitebeard Pirates, or the Roger Pirates, these are all people from Joe Boy's faction. That's why Noah restrained himself from taking action. Chapter 182 Mirror. West Blue. Kingdom of Nubia, City of Nubia. After the Don Quixote family settled here, they brought various military factories and funds. After the nobles and unscrupulous businessmen were massacred by the rebels, they also liberated a large number of slaves and prisoners. Under the guise of King Darwin, Tetsora granted amnesty to ordinary prisoners and slaves who did not have many problems. As for those prisoners and slaves with problems, he continued to squeeze their remaining value. The entire Nubian kingdom was changing for the better. Advertisement. But for Karina, all this is nothing worthy of attention, because internal affairs work is not her responsibility. Although she works for the Don Quixote family, her position is not an ordinary member of the Liberator organization, but a transfer of the strategic support team, and she is also the leader of the winery's mirror detachment. Karina, her mirror clone, and more than 300 winery intelligence agents are all doing intelligence work in the Mirror Palace. The winery's intelligence system has become very large over time. At present, the winery is divided into 4 branches, namely East Factory, West Factory, South Factory, and North Factory. Dongchong uses phone bug secret stealing technology and electromagnetic wave monitoring technology, and its person in charge is Noah's Apostle Steel Bear. The West Factory is responsible for various famous wine detachments, the core of which is the work of intelligence agents such as lurking, assassination, and instigating rebellion. The person in charge is Champagne, Nine-Tails Fox fruit ability user. The South Factory focuses on the analysis of public information, and the person in charge is Tomini, a person with artistic fruit ability. The North Factory was established in the past 2 years, and its leader is Pajan, a door fruit user, one of the members of the strategic support team. Karina's mirror detachment belongs to this department, and its core is to use various inner worlds to secretly explore the confidential information of all parties. The reason why the winery is divided into 4 branches, and they do not control each other and do not know each other, is to strengthen confidentiality, to ensure the accuracy of the information, and finally, just in case. Karina's mirror clone is a very special ability application. The reason why Bree in the original timeline was not developed was because she didn't think of this. In addition to applications such as mirror world, mirror observation, magnifying glass, microscope, telescope, prism, and magic mirror, the mirror fruit is actually the core application of the mirror world. But to use the mirror clone, the premise is that the person with the ability must discover the existence of another self. Because the moment the Esper enters the mirror world, the mirror clone in the mirror world will automatically merge with the body of the outside world. Only when the Esper discovers the existence of the clone and actively uses his abilities to separate it, can the mirror clone be independent. Exists in the mirror world. Of course, if the Esper's body is in the mirror world, the mirror clone can appear in the outside world. Advertisement. But everything has pros and cons. If the mirror clone is harmed in the outside world, the main body will also suffer the same harm. As for attacking other people's mirror images in the mirror world, this is obviously not feasible. Karina has done relevant tests before. During the test, the mirror image after being attacked would only destroy the mirror into pieces, but the body of the outside world remained unscathed. In fact, this is very normal. If attacking the mirror image can cause the same damage to the main body, then the user with the mirror fruit ability is almost invincible. As long as there are mirrors around the enemy, it is basically equivalent to a death sentence. However, this does not mean that the mirror clone is useless. This clone can not only share part of the work of the main body, but also assist in fighting within the mirror world. As long as the mirror clones are in the mirror world, they are immortal. Karina can not only summon her own mirror image, but those who enter the mirror world will also have their mirror images summoned by her and be controlled by her. The application of this ability is a bit like the water mirror technique of 4th Mizukage in the Hokage world. Even though the mirror detachment only has more than 300 people, it has actually doubled its working capacity through mirror clones. Captain Karina, some information has been discovered on 9 Snake Island. Karina passed through the mirror passage and instantly appeared in the mirror room responsible for monitoring 9 Snake Island. What did you find? The female intelligence agent played a video. In a palace hall, a white-haired old man and a short old woman were talking, but the video had no sound. However, the intelligence agents of the mirror detachment all read Grandmaster's lips, so the intelligence agent was simultaneously translating the conversation between the 2 people on the screen. Pluton Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates. Karina immediately recognized the identity of the old man. Clothes? Or children's clothes? Does he have children? Karina squinted in thought. Then she flipped the mirror image. Rayleigh and Grandma Jia, who were conversing in the 9 Snakes Palace, both frowned in unison, and that faint feeling of gaze lingered on them again this time. Flame flower, have you felt? You feel it too. Advertisement. The 2 looked at each other and immediately became wary. Karina in the mirror world naturally read the lip language of the 2 people. When observing those strong people in the mirror world, it was easy for the other party to detect abnormalities. But Karina has found a solution. She took out a few specially made surveillance phone bugs, placed them in front of the mirror, then turned on the recording function, and then Karina left the mirror room. The moment Karina left, Rayleigh and her mother-in-law felt that the feeling of attention disappeared again. Rayleigh, who is well informed, has already guessed something. It should be some kind of special devil fruit ability. Did the other party monitor us just now? Did someone sneak into the island? Grandma Zi became worried. Rayleigh was also a little helpless. The abilities of people with abilities are all kinds of weird. It may be difficult to find them, but you'd better be more vigilant. I will be stationed next door in the past few years. If there is an emergency, you can call me or directly use Conqueror's alerts. Thank you, I can't thank you enough. Grandma Zi smiled a little reluctantly. Soon the female warrior Margaret came over with a large bag of clothes and daily necessities. After Rayleigh got the things, he immediately rowed the boat to the desert island next door. But he didn't realize that his glasses had leaked a lot of information. That night, Karina recovered the video phone bugs. By reviewing the video, she discovered that Rayleigh was training 3 teenagers. Luffy, Sabo, Ace. Translated the names of the 3 children and intercepted their photos. Karina sent the information to the analysis department to see if you can find relevant information. After a while, the information about the 3 Luffy brothers was confirmed. Karina got the file that had just been faxed via fax phone. Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of Marine Lieutenant General Garp, the former leader of the Revolutionary Army, son of Dragon, a phantom beast with Nika fruit ability. Porgas D. Ace, Gold Ace, One Piece Roger's posthumous son, Garp's adopted grandson. Orteluke Sabo, the son of Orteluka III, a nobleman of the Goa Kingdom in the East Daxia Sea, ran away from home 2 years ago. Karina looked a little confused. What a surprising identity. The guy who dreams of becoming One Piece is actually the grandson of the marine hero and the son of the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. But his relationship with the red-haired Shanks is very special. Chapter 183 Awakening. Noah, who was on the moon, received a report from the winery. So that's it, was he secretly sent to Nine Snakes Island by the dragon? No, there is no intersection between the dragon and Nine Snakes Island. In other words, is he the tyrant bear? Noah put away other thoughts, appeared directly inside the castle space, and summoned some core codders to come over. Not a moment. Lillian, Lilith, Vic, Joshua, Anthony, Mary, Tomini, R, Robin, and Crow appeared inside the castle space. Advertisement. Noah, is there anything you need from us? Lilith knew there must be something important when she saw the other people present. Noah went straight to the point of gate of opening. I plan to conquer Nine Snakes Island today. Hearing this, Crow raised his glasses, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Master Noah, with your strength, you shouldn't need to call so many of us to go out together, right? Because Pluton Rayleigh is right next to QG Island, and there is also a member of the Rocks Pirates on QG Island, so I don't want anything to happen. Pluton Rayleigh? A member of the Rocks Pirates. Robin was stunned. Noah continued, moreover, Nine Snakes Island is too close to Marine Fando. Once a large-scale fierce battle breaks out, Marine and the world government may notice something unusual, and Pora Salino will rush over soon, just in case. I decided to set the battlefield in the inner world of the Gate Fruit. This is the first time I've seen you so cautious, Noah. Robin was a little surprised. Noah smiled and said nothing. Of course he knew that he was too cautious this time, but he knew very well that the enemies this time were not only Rayleigh, Fireflower, Hancock, and others, but also the heirs of Joey Boy. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. The strategic support team led by Ali also appeared in the inner world of the Gate Fruit. After passing through the inner world of the Gate Fruit, everyone came to the other side of the inner world near Nine Snake Island. Noah waved his hand. Joshua quickly appeared in the outside world, and then instantly turned on electromagnetic interference, blocking all surrounding phone bug signals. Ra also instantly appeared above Ruscana Island, wormhole swallowing. Maximize. In an instant, a huge wormhole enveloped the sky over Ruscana Island and began to swallow the entire island, slowly pulling it into the other world. On the island of Ruscagina, Rayleigh, who was training the 3 Luffy brothers, suddenly felt a terrifying threat from what he saw and heard. The picture that predicted the future made him widen his eyes. Damn. Boom. A burst of Conqueror's domineering energy rushed down. Vic instantly pinned Rayleigh. Rayleigh also burst out Conqueror's domineering spirit, and at the same time drew his sword. God avoids. Shock Fist. The huge fist formed by the explosive rock instantly erupted into a terrifying shock wave. Ah! Luffy's Conquerors also burst out. Next up are Ace and Sob's Conquerors. Advertisement. 3 strands of Conquerors are weak but very tough. Not bad. Little devils. Lillian then burst out with terrifying Conquerors. However, Rayleigh's expression was very gloomy. Because the sky has turned into a strange light green, the entire Ruscana Island has been sucked into the other world at this time. On the outside sea, a large crater with a radius of dozens of kilometers appeared. Hu. In midair, R was panting, Noah's iron sand held him up. Successfully divided the battlefield. The three brothers Rayleigh and Luffy were handed over to Vic, Lillian, Crow, and other members of the strategic support team. 9 Snake Island is handed over to Noah, Joshua, Lilith, Robin, and R. Noah pressed his palm down, magnetic field rotates wave elimination. In an instant, the hole on the sea surface calmed down, and the surrounding water was quickly sucked into it to fill the hole and avoid causing a large tsunami. At the same time, on 9 Snakes Island, Hancock, who was scolding Grandma Zee, suddenly frowned. There are several sets of conquerors coming from the Ruscana Island. Although Rayleigh, Luffy, and others often broke out conquerors, the intensity was not as high and intense as today. At the same time, 2 very unfamiliar conquerors appeared, which made Hancock and Grandma Zha stop. Then the ground shook slowly for more than 10 seconds. What's going on? What is the old man doing? Hancock said dissatisfied. Mother-in-law did not speak, but took out the phone and tried to dial Rayleigh's number, but there was no response from the phone. The phone bug can't get through. The mother-in-law called Shucky's number again, but still couldn't get through. Then she took out the exclusive anti-eavesdropping phone bug left by world government, but this phone bug also couldn't get through. At this moment, Hancock's expression changed. Crunch. The palace door slowly opened. Noah, Robin, Lilith, R, and Joshua appeared at the gate and strolled into the hall. Noah the Liberator. Grandma Zee was shocked. Noah the Liberator? What are you doing in Igea's country? Hancock asked warily. Why? Noah chuckled and shook his head, dealing with pirates and world government is our mission. Advertisement. Sir Noah. We joined Shishibukai just out of necessity. Grandma Zee explained nervously. She knew that the terror of the Liberator organization was not something that 9 Snake Island could fight against. Shut up. You rude man, Igea is the most beautiful. Hancock instantly activated the sweet fruits ability. But Noah was unmoved. Electricity surged from Joshua's body to keep him awake at all times. Before Ali came in, he had already activated the special parasite that had moved into his body and forcibly controlled the hormones in his body. Robin and Lilith are women. And Robin has Conqueror's domineering and clear-minded consciousness. Lilith has a firm mind and the person she loves is Noah. So Hancock's powers don't work at all. How is it possible? There is someone who can ignore the beauty of the AI family? I don't believe it, the captive's arrow. No. Hancock, stop it. Grandma Yat, who had just woken up from a dream, already felt that something was not right. Noah's magnetic field automatically deflected all the captive arrows, and in an instant he grabbed Hancock's throat and looked at him indifferently. Pirates are pirates. And Grandma Ye was also bound by Joshua's iron sand. The other 2 Boya sisters in the palace were also crushed by Robin and Lilith. Ahem, then this rude man, let go of Igea. Hancock's face was filled with red. Except for your beauty, you are really worthless. Noah instantly controlled the shadow and followed Hancock's nostrils into his brain. Hancock was shocked. Ahem, what do you want to do? It's over. Be my strength. The next second, Hancock's frontal lobe was instantly removed. Her eyes immediately became empty and she no longer resisted. The mother-in-law on the side shrank her pupils. Hancock. What did you do to Hancock? Pfft. Joshua crushed the old woman to death. Elder sister. Elder sister. Noah throws a card. The golden flame cloud enveloped Hancock, and the flame cloud dissipated after more than 10 seconds. Lover, Boya Hancock, sweet fruit. With the lovers in place, Noah finally gathered 22 major arcana apostles. In an instant, he felt a huge change in the card fruit. It was a completely different change from before, from a quantitative change to a qualitative change. At this moment, Noah felt stronger than ever before. Chapter 184 God on Earth. Noah was in a very strange state at this time. If someone could observe his soul, they would find that Noah's soul is merging with the information body of the card fruit. In the information body of the card fruit, the soul information unique to Noah is burned. I see, is this the fruit fusion that transcends fruit awakening? In other words, from now on, I am the card fruit, and the card fruit is me, and the two merge into one. To a certain extent, Noah was already immortal at this time. Advertisement. Even if this body dies of old age one day, his soul will become a devil fruit and be reborn. As long as someone eats the card fruit again, he can borrow his body to be reborn. This is a bit like the contract of the Tsutsuki clan in the Hokage world. Of course, the pirate world also has a similar situation. And just around the corner, Monkey D. Luffy's Nica fruit will change his temperament and laugh wildly after awakening. This is not a normal phenomenon. After all, normal awakening represents a step forward in the development of devil fruit by the ability user, and there will be no such thing as laughing wildly for no reason at all. If you look at Ming-Ji, Tizero, Luo, Bullet, and others in the original timeline, you will know that their devil fruits have all awakened, but there has been no drastic change in temperament or loss of control in their expressions. After Noah successfully entered his soul information into the card fruit, he knew that the soul information of the sun god Nika must also remain in the Nika fruit. The card fruit at this time is still Paramecia on the surface, but in fact it has become a fantasy beast species, and its new name should be Animal Type, Fantasy Beast Species, Everyone Fruit, the form of Noah, the god of cards. After completing the burning of soul information, Noah took out 22 major arcana cards. As he transforms himself into the body of a fantasy beast, he can reproduce the devil fruit abilities of 3 of the apostles through reverse transcription and then integrate them into his own body. These 3 re-engraved abilities will become the innate abilities of Noah, the god of cards. These abilities will not disappear after the card fruit is reborn. Noah then picked out 3 cards, namely Pope, Kaido, Blue Dragon Fruit. World, Becky, Castle Fruit. Devil, Barton, Exchange Fruit. In Noah's opinion, these 3 abilities are the most valuable as his innate abilities. With his selection completed, reverse transcription begins. Golden arabesque patterns cover the cards. Advertisement. Talent, Body of the Blue Dragon. Talent, Portable Space. Talent, Equivalent Exchange. These reproduced devil fruit information is similar to the artificial devil fruit developed by Vegapunk, except that its form is more advanced. Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit is equivalent to a replica of the devil fruit. Noah's reverse transcription is equivalent to a genetically modified devil fruit. As the information of the 3 natural abilities was burned into the information body of the card fruit, Noah could clearly feel that the 4th ability could no longer be burned into the card fruit. Of course, Noah can still temporarily borrow the apostle's power, and the number of borrows is also 3, which remains unchanged. In other words, in addition to the card fruit's own abilities, including the 3 new talents, Noah can also borrow the devil fruit abilities of the 3 apostles. This makes him very powerful. Yamato is well-rounded. At the same time, standing in front of him, Hancock's body began to emit golden flame clouds, and her sweet fruit awakened. To be precise, all 22 major arcana apostles have completed fruit awakening. This is the scary thing about card fruits. After completing the card collection of the major arcana deck, coupled with his own powerful conqueror's domination, willpower, and thoughts, Noah suddenly crossed over from the awakening state to the fusion state. At this time, Noah was the real god on earth. The Fool, Weiabul, Strength Fruit, after awakening, the power increases by 1,000 times. Magician, Caesar, Gas Fruit, after awakening, it can permanently produce gas in the surrounding environment. Priestess, Black Maria, Ancient Wolf Spider Fruit, the awakening of the animal system. Queen, Yamato, Big Mouth True God Fruit, the awakening of the animal system. Emperor, Shiki, Piao Piao Fruit, after awakening, items can be permanently levitated. Pope, Kaido, Blue Dragon Fruit, the awakening of the animal system. Lover, Hancock, Sweet Fruit, after awakening, the captured people will be controlled by him. Chariot, Dahlia, Weapon Fruit, after awakening, you can manifest the weapon in your fantasy. Power, Big Bear, Steel Fruit, after awakening, you can turn the surrounding area into a state of steel. Advertisement. Hermit, Hanover, Corrosion Fruit, after awakening, it can turn surrounding substances into corrosive substances through contact. Wheel of Fortune, Baccarat, Lucky Fruit, after awakening, you don't need to touch the other person, as long as you see the other person, you can suck away the other person's luck. Justice, Gayram, Cube Fruit, after awakening, it can compress the cube at the atomic level. The Hanged Man, Von Clay, Imitation Fruit, after awakening, you can 100% imitate others, including devil fruit abilities. Shinigami, Mujuru, Fungi Fruit, after awakening, it expanded from the fungus before to bacteria. Temperance, Sill, Slowness Fruit, after awakening, the slow light can slow down the covered area by 1,000 times within 30 seconds. Devil, Barton, Exchange Fruit, after awakening, you can create an exchange contract of equal value. As long as someone signs the contract will be enforced. Tower, Genie, Smashed Fruit, after awakening, it can fission atoms. Star, Crocodile, Shasha Fruit, after awakening, the environment can be permanently changed. Moon, Moria, Shadow Fruit, after awakening, it creates shadow creatures and gives them intelligence. Sun, Beta, Caloric Fruit, after awakening, it can absorb unlimited heat and store it in the body. Judgment, Kuroshiro, Yamata no Orokai Fruit, the awakening of the animal system. World, Becky, Castle Fruit, after awakening, you can leave permanent castles in the outside world, and these castles can be used as teleportation points. At this point, Noah's 22 major arcana apostles have greatly improved their strength after completing the awakening of their devil fruit abilities. The abilities of some apostles, after awakening, are indeed very terrifying. For example, Beta's heat fruit can infinitely absorb surrounding heat, allowing it to instantly create a large-scale freezing effect. It can also create a large-scale magma, flame, water vapor, etc. by releasing heat. Another example is Barton's exchange fruit. The contract it creates is simply a weapon for the yin people. As for the several apostles who possess animal devil fruits, they have gained near immortality, abundant physical strength and super strength. At this time, Noah's confidence in completely defeating the world government has greatly increased. After a little understanding of the changes in abilities, he handed over the cleanup of 9 Snakes Island to Hancock, Robin, Lilith, and Mary. Noah himself took Joshua and Ali through the wormhole and entered the other world of the gate fruit. A group of people have just entered the other world. I felt the tit-for-tat from several conquerors. The battle between Rayleigh and Vic was intense. On the other hand, Lillian didn't go all out. She just stared at the 3 Luffy brothers. If they dared to make any small moves, they would be severely beaten. Chapter 185 God and God. Hey! Rayleigh's veins popped up on his forehead, his chest was heaving and he was panting. When he saw Noah and his group appearing not far away, his face was very ugly. I am just a retired old man, and I have never offended your liberator organization. Do you need to kill them all like this? Vic paused. And Noah slowly walked towards Rayleigh. Lillian also let the 3 Luffy brothers run towards Rayleigh. Advertisement. For a time, the atmosphere became more and more depressing. What will you do when you grow up? Nanny. Sabo was stunned. Rayleigh's eyes changed. Luffy doesn't want. Rayleigh, do you want to die now? I didn't ask you, shut up. Noah's cold voice was like a bone-chilling wind. For a moment, Rayleigh felt like death. No, what he saw and heard was already warning him wildly. If he spoke again, he would die immediately. Noah turned his head and looked at the 3 brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo calmly. What do you want to do when you grow up? Or what ideals do you have? Luffy's blood boiled over instantly, and he roared in response, UBD, I want to become One Piece's man, and I will knock you down in the future. Avenge my grandfather. Are you sure you want to become One Piece? Noah asked again very solemnly. That's right. Luffy said Kide without hesitation. The next second, Noah's iron sand instantly wrapped around Luffy's body. Rayleigh waved the saber, but was restrained by Vic. He could only shout anxiously, Sir Noah, Luffy is still a child, he is just joking. Die. Die with your ridiculous dreams. The iron sand tightened instantly, squeezing Luffy's whole body hard. I want to be One Piece's man. Boom. Luffy's body burst out with a terrifying conqueror's haki, which even caused the space in the inner world to shake, and white light and thunder spread in all directions. Dong dong dong. A sound like a drum beat sounded in the empty inner world. Luffy's hair and clothes began to turn white, and white streamers wrapped around his body. Ha ha ha, so funny. Noah smiled, Nika, the sun god. Rayleigh looked down with a hint of joy, is this the child of prophecy? Sun god Nika. Lillian was eager to try, and terrifying light and heat began to emit from her body. Luffy laughed and looked at Noah, I'm going to beat you up. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, Nika. I want to see how many conquerors you have sealed in the fruit. Noah instantly mobilized the awakened power fruit. Strength increase. 1,000 times the power. Boom. Luffy's stomach instantly twisted and sunk backwards, and his body flew upside down for more than 10 kilometers. The next moment. Dong dong dong. The so-called liberation drum beat became more and more urgent, and Conqueror's haki exploded crazily. Luffy laughed and sat up, ha ha ha. I feel full of power. Yet. Iron sand hell. Meat grinder. The iron sand surrounding Conquerors enveloped Luffy. Luffy lifted up the ground, trying to use his ability to rubberize the environment. However, Noah's attack speed was too fast. As a last resort, Luffy could only cover his whole body with armed colors, and then ran towards Noah from mid-air. Bone Balloon. Iron Fist. Seeing the armed haki and Conqueror's haki emerging from Luffy's body, Noah knew that this was the power transformed by the Nika fruit using the power of faith. Magnetic field rotation, reverse punch. Fists clashed. The huge pitch-black bone fist was like a deflated balloon. Before Luffy could react, Noah had appeared above him and hit his head with a fist. Boom. Luffy's head was smashed into his chest, but the properties of rubber prevented him from dying. The next second, Noah grabbed Luffy's arm. Endothermic. Borrowing the power of the caloric fruit, the heat in Luffy's body was instantly drained, and every cell in his body was frozen due to the loss of heat. However, the drumbeat in his body is still beating tenaciously. Boom. A fist wrapped around Conqueror's and hit Noah's face, but Noah didn't move at all. Is it finally out? Sun God Nika. Ha ha ha. Junior, why are you doing this? Nika, who had taken over Luffy's body at this time, was smiling, but his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Because I don't like fate, let alone the existence of another god. Let me see how much power you still have. The two fists wrapped around Conquerors collided again. Boom. Advertisement. Rayleigh in the distance looked a little uncertain, that fruit actually has a will of its own. Vic, who was responsible for staring at Rayleigh, sneered, ha 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 ha. It's really ridiculous. Is that kid still himself now? He's just the body of the sun god Nika. Rayleigh was speechless. Luffy. Ace trembled all over. But Sabo was a little hysterical and roared at Lillian and Joshua, aren't you liberators? Why do you want to deal with us? I am also a member of the Revolutionary Army. Joshua looked at the blonde kid indifferently, it's very simple, because our conflicts are irreconcilable. Garp was killed by our liberators, and the red-haired Shanks and the red-haired pirates were also wiped out by our organization, and the 9 snakes pirates outside were also wiped out by us. Can that little devil named Monkey D? Luffy let the past go. Nanny. Rayleigh clenched his fists, Shiki is yours. Impossible, he will not surrender to you. Joshua continued coldly, now we are going to eradicate it. As the sworn brothers and masters of that little devil, do you have anything to say? We. Sabo was speechless for a moment. He knew Luffy's character. It was obvious that the conflict between the two parties was irreconcilable and would only end if one of them died completely. But the battle in the distance became more and more intense. However, even if Nika was reincarnated through the dirt of Luffy's body, and also mobilized the Conqueror sealed in the fruit, as well as the power of faith accumulated over thousands of years, it still could not defeat Noah. Because Noah not only became a god on earth, he could also borrow the awakening power of the 22 major arcana apostles. Endothermic. Solar furnace. Noah's left hand absorbed the heat released by Nika, and his right hand controlled the power of bacteria and corrosion. Corrosive bacteria. Sizzling. Nika watched as the armor-colored armor on his body began to show pitted corrosion spots, and it expanded and exploded instantly. Thermal expansion. Blower. A shock wave of hot gas spreads in all directions, blowing away the surrounding corrosive bacteria. Crushing fist. Sun fist. Nika's fists gathered terrifying heat and faced him. Boom. Nika flew backwards for more than 10 kilometers, and his left hand was shattered. However, he quickly used life return and armed color haki to repair the arm. Whoosh. Oops, this body's vitality is being depleted rapidly, and it's not an option to continue like this. Nika could already feel that Luffy's lifespan was rapidly consuming. How long can your body last? Noah's cold voice came slowly not far away. Junior, what kind of fruit power user are you? At this time, Nika also paid attention to Noah. In the ancient times, it had come into contact with most of the devil fruit power users, but it had never seen Noah's comprehensive ability. Ability person. I'm not in the habit of explaining things to dead people. In an instant, his fist hit Nika's face. Chapter 186 New God. In an instant, Nika was knocked away again. Yamadara. A dazzling light bloomed, and a terrifying light wave shot towards Noah. Apparition. Noah instantly appeared a few hundred meters away behind Nika, with the light condensing on his hand, and the light instantly covered the surrounding area for several kilometers. Advertisement. Hey? Nika was about to turn around and fight back, but found that her body was unusually slow, as if the time around her had been frozen. Is this the ability of the slow fruit? Noah appeared in front of Nika instantly, I will accept your luck first. The next second, Nika felt that his luck had undergone a huge change. Damn it, this guy actually has the power of the lucky fruit? Move quickly. Nika frantically consumed Luffy's life force, activating the Conqueror sealed in the fruit, hoping to break away from the effect of slow light. However, Noah had no intention of giving him a chance. Atomic destruction slash. The atom-breaking ability of the shattered fruit, the power increase of the power fruit, plus Conqueror's haki and armament haki. In an instant, a light grey slash sliced Nika's body open, splitting it in two from head to toe. Even Nika's rubber body in the awakened state cannot resist this terrifying slash that can shatter atoms. No. I'm not willing to accept it. Noah saw the other party's unwillingness and anger, but he didn't care at all about a long-dead sun god. Let me end your fate. Nika stared at Noah with eyes full of anger and hatred, as if he wanted to carve his face into the depths of his soul. Damn guy, you can destroy this body, but I will come back. The increase in Noah's electromagnetic waves allowed Senwens to understand Nika's heart at this moment. He sneered and said, you don't have another chance. Farewell, sun god. Activates by imitating fruit. Activate by exchanging fruits. The lucky fruit activates. Change the day. What? What's going on with this power? Although Nika was cut in half, his will has not disappeared. Coupled with the existence of the power of slowness, he had to watch his body go to destruction. The mimic fruit perfectly replicates the ability of the Nika fruit. The fruit exchange will force the exchange of the copied Nika fruit and the real Nika fruit, at the cost of 5,000 years of vitality. The lucky fruit tilted the outcome of the exchange in favor of Noah. 30 seconds passed and the power of slowness disappeared. Advertisement. As Nika split open, she vomited blood and screamed, "A hole. Ahem, what did you do to me? I just let the rubber fruit return to its original appearance." Nika's eyes were full of disbelief and horror. However, it was too late, its soul information was stripped out of the rubber fruit. From now on, the rubber fruit is the rubber fruit. The power of the sun god given by Nika was forcibly controlled by Noah. However, Nika was obviously very unwilling, and her soul ran rampant in Noah's soul palace, trying to escape. It's a pity that the soul palace is Noah's home field, and Nika, who was left in a weak soul state, was instantly suppressed. Inside the soul palace, Noah looked at the soul of Nika who had become a prisoner, with a hint of malicious sarcasm in his eyes. "You still want to be reborn? I will make your soul fly away." The fruit exchange is activated again. Memory exchange, peeling off the cocoon. Noah's real body took out a storage card, released a lot of prisoners, and then fired the captive arrows of sweet fruit. As the pink arrows shot into the bodies of these prisoners, they immediately turned into absolutely loyal licking dogs. "Lord Noah! I love you. Master Noah, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Don't stand in Laozi's way." Noah's eyes turned cold. "Be quiet, I want to exchange something with you, do you have any objections?" "No. Even if it costs my life." These prisoners have been completely controlled by the sweet fruit. Hundreds of exchange contracts floated in front of the prisoners. "Just sign your names with your own blood. As you command." As each exchange contract was signed and confirmed, the memory in Nika's soul was quickly extracted and split into hundreds of copies, and then these memory fragments entered the memories of the prisoners. After Nika's soul lost all its memories, only a blank shell of the sun god's soul remained. Noah resealed the prisoners and called Lillian. Advertisement. Looking at the split body on the ground, Lillian was a little curious. "Noah, is the sun god dead?" "Yes, he is dead and his soul is completely gone. Please sign this exchange contract." Lillian didn't read the content, because she believed Noah wouldn't harm her, so she just signed with blood, followed by her own name. The sun god information body that had been forcibly suppressed by Noah instantly entered Lillian's body. Since the memory of the sun god's information body has been cleared, Lillian can easily control this information body. At the same time, the half-awakened burning fruit in her body also begins to devour the sun god's information body. Feel the process of the burning fruit devouring the sun god's information body. Take the opportunity to control the burning fruit, and carve your own will into its information body. Yes. Lillian concentrated her mind. Since she controlled the sun god's information body first, she could follow the clues and find the core of the information body of the burning fruit. 10 minutes later, Lillian opened her eyes. Her hair and clothes turned white, and she was wrapped with white ribbons. But Lillian didn't laugh out of control. "I succeeded." She swallowed the power of the sun god from the burning fruit, and Lillian successfully burned her soul information into the information body, making her the second new god to successfully integrate the devil fruit after Noah. "From now on, you will be Lillian, the sun god." "Thank you, brother Noah." Lillian was very happy. At the same time, Rayleigh, Ace, and Sabo were silent the whole time. They first watched Luffy being controlled by the Nika fruit, then Nika was crushed by Noah, and finally split in half. Then they saw the girl turn into Nika. Saw Noah and Lillian walking towards them. Rayleigh immediately stood up. "Sir Noah, Luffy is dead, and I am willing to die, but Ace and Sabo are innocent, I hope. Cut the weeds without eradicating the roots, but they will grow again when the spring breeze blows." Rayleigh's eyes widened as he watched his chest being penetrated instantly. "Ahem, please. Instead of living in pain with hatred, why not let me give them a happy life?" In an instant, Ace and Sabo's bodies were shattered into atoms and dissipated in the air. Rayleigh's eyes dimmed, and finally he fell to the ground without a look in his eyes, and a corrosive force completely decomposed his body. Noah waved his hand. "Let's go." He has always been so ruthless, and his past life experience made Noah very clear that it is best not to be too merciful when doing things, otherwise sooner or later the enemy will counterattack. In order not to capsize in the gutter, he directly cut the grass and roots. "Lord Noah, this fruit is reborn." Crow came over with a fruit. "It is a rubber fruit that has just been reborn. This is a real rubber fruit." Chapter 187 Regret. Marie Joya. Among the flowers. I'm suddenly felt strong heart palpitations. Is this feeling Joey boy? Suddenly the palpitations disappeared again, and he looked at the table beside him, which had more than a dozen photos on it. Advertisement. There is Noah, there is Lillian, there is also Long and others. Murmured to herself, which one of you will Joy Boy choose? Another place in Marie Joya. Among powers. The 5 elders also felt sudden heart palpitations. Saint Satan frowned, did that guy show up? However, Nasjuro Sage, who knew Joey Boy best, shook his head, it's not like that. I'm too familiar with that guy's domineering aura. This aura is a bit like the Nika fruit after awakening. Strange, why can't I lock the position? Peter Saint tried to sense the direction of the breath, but couldn't even lock the approximate direction. Saint Maz pinched his beard, it should be more than 10 years before the predicted time. Why did Nika's aura appear in advance? Is the predicted time wrong? Or is there something unexpected? Nasu Shiro Sei wiped first generation Kaitaru, Satan, where is the research progress of Vegapunk? Saint Satan explained helplessly, currently, several projects are being carried out simultaneously, which has slowed down the development progress of Mother Fire. Maz's Hung was a little dissatisfied, with so many additional financial resources, can't Vegapunk speed up? Can some unimportant projects be handed over to other researchers? Saint Satan shook his head, no, there are currently only 3 scientific researchers who can reluctantly take over the Vegapunk project, Vinsmoke Geiji, Quinn, and Caesar. But you should all be very clear about the current situation. Quinn and Geiji are at odds with each other in the Kingdom of Germa and the world government. Caesar has disappeared along with the scientific research base on Punk Hazard Island. As for the other scientists in the future kingdom, they are either hidden or captured by other forces. The rest are of very average level. Nasu Shiro Sei tightened his grip on first generation Kaititsu, we cannot continue like this. Vegapunk must speed up the progress. The pacifist project can be postponed and let him concentrate on the Mother Fire and Seraph projects. Saint Satan could only agree to this, I will personally urge Vegapunk. Apparently 5 elders also felt the depression of the impending storm. Other side. Advertisement. 9 Snake Island has become a river of blood. Lilith, Robin, Mary, Hancock, and others worked together to clean up the entire 9 Snakes pirate group. Except for the ignorant children, everyone else was eliminated. In this kind of pirate country, except for those ignorant children, the other members have blood on their hands, and there is no need to stay. Noah came out of the other world and saw Lilith holding 2 devil fruits. Lilith reported the situation to him, Noah, the cleaning has been completed and all the children have been placed. Very good, in that case, let's leave first. The black cavity unfolded, and everyone disappeared on 9 Snake Island in an instant. At the same time, Sabayati Land Islands, inside Shucky's rip-off bar. Shucky looked at the 2 pieces of life paper that were burning rapidly in his hand, his expression extremely ugly. Really, fire flower. Coupled with the fact that the phone could not be dialed, she had already guessed that there was a huge crisis on 9 Snake Island. However, Shucky felt helpless, and there was no use in rushing back now. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the bar. Where are the 3 children? It's you. Shucky was a little angry, it's all your fault. If you didn't send those little devils here, nothing would happen to Rayleigh. Xiong's tone was also a little anxious, where are they? After calming down a little, Shucky wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, they are on 9 Snake Island. Your ability can lead them. Take me there. Good. The 2 people were wrapped in bear paw bubbles and quickly flew towards 9 Snakes Island. More than 2 hours later, the bubble burst over 9 Snake Island. 2 people fell from the sky. However, what he saw made Shucky collapse and cry, everyone is dead. Everyone is dead. The bear's body was also trembling slightly. The reason why he went to look for Shucky was that more than 2 hours ago, Luffy's life paper began to burn, and within 10 minutes, the life paper of the 3 brothers was completely burned out. Before coming over, Xiong had a premonition of the fate of the 3 brothers, but he didn't give up until he saw the bodies. His knowledge covered the entire 9 Snakes Island, but he still found no trace of the 3 brothers, which made Xiong feel the last bit of luck in his heart. Advertisement. No. Your age and time are right, plus that fruit, you won't die so easily. The bear murmured to himself to comfort himself. Shucky, who broke down and cried, wiped his red eyes and sneered coldly, haha. You should have the life papers of those little devils in your hands, right? You should have the answer in your heart, why should you deceive yourself? The bear yelled out of control, it's impossible, Luffy is the one chosen by the Nika fruit. Haha, the person chosen by the Nika fruit? I only know that when the life paper burns out, it means the end of life. After Shucky finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the palace on 9 Snake Island, ignoring the self-deceiving bear. Xiong stood there blankly, feeling that his faith was collapsing at this moment. He has always believed that Luffy, chosen by the sun god Nika, would become the savior of this era. But Luffy died on 9 Snake Island. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. No, there are still more than 10 years before the prophecy day. If the Nika fruit can be reborn, or the son of the prophecy is not Luffy at all, but the next one to eat Nika fruit stuck person. After figuring everything out, Xiong concealed what happened to Nine Snakes Island, and then photographed himself towards Malinfando. Malinfondo. Sengoku had some dissatisfaction with this uninvited Shishibukai. After hearing the other party's intention, Warring States frowned. Your Excellency, you want to see Monkey D. Long? You should know that this matter is not something I can decide. I know, I will contact 5 elders. Xiong called 5 elders on the spot. 5 elders did not reject Xiong's application, but only asked him to go in and visit with the Sea Tower Stone Shackles. More than 10 hours. The bear wearing Sea Tower Stone Shackles saw a dragon wearing Sea Tower Stone Shackles on his hands, feet and neck in eternal hell. Long, I'm very sorry. I didn't protect those children. Hearing this, Long's body trembled slightly, and his eyes were extremely downcast, but he still held back his grief. Xiong, it's not your fault. Molly is also missing. Long's heart became heavier, and he sighed, hey, maybe this is fate. It doesn't matter, everything will pass. Aim Shiryu, who was standing by, reminded him indifferently, have you concluded the negotiation? The bear said expressionlessly, it's settled, let's go up. Then let's go. Shiryu said without hesitation. The two of them walked towards the elevator. Watching the bear's leaving figure, Long leaned against the wall, tears rolling down his face uncontrollably. The remorseful Long blamed himself. Luffy, I am such a failure as a father, maybe I should have taken you with me from the beginning.